The blockbuster game 9, Heaven's Domain, is built entirely on the foundation of modern quantum neural link technology. The publisher promises to deliver a 100% realistic sensory experience, encompassing everything from touch and taste to temperature changes. Stepping into 9 Heaven's Domain, you will be immersed in the ultimate thrill of adventure, taste the insane rush of near-death experiences, or soar freely across the vast sky. On top of that, 9 Heaven's Domain is also a gold mine of business potential, where you can easily change your fortune overnight, rise to the position of an all-powerful CEO, and marry a beautiful, wealthy wife. However, the real miracle lies within the latest generation of virtual reality helmets. This device possesses the power to heal neural networks and restore body cells, and your job is simply to put it on and log in to grind every day. Quit exaggerating, will you? A young man sitting in a wheelchair, holding a promotional flyer in his hands, frowned slightly and grumbled with a skeptical look. The game trailer was still broadcasting grandly on the giant screen in the distance, contrasting sharply with the young man's gloomy expression. Lu Chen lowered his head to look at his paralyzed legs in the wheelchair, then shifted his gaze to the miraculous gaming helmet resting neatly on his lap. Countless thoughts rushed back. He was Lu Chen, currently living with his younger sister, once an office worker with a steady income and a promising future. As if making a monumental decision, Lu Chen raised his bright eyes to look directly at the screen, hoping from the bottom of his heart that those fancy words were not the scam of the century. Without hesitating any further, he connected directly into the universe of 9 Heaven's Domain, the legendary land of 9 heavens where anyone who sets foot will have their destiny turned to a brand new page. A female android NPC guide appeared in a flash of light with a professional smile, inviting him to set his character name, and Lu Chen did not take long to type in his handle. Staring at the newly displayed name, the guy could only sigh deeply. Lonely me, oh dear, he had no idea what possessed him to come up with such a cheesy and cringeworthy nickname. As soon as the registration was complete, everything around him instantly spun and transformed, and the crisp voice of the female NPC rang out again, welcoming player Lonely Me to the first layer of 9 Heaven's Domain, the mortal realm, a world that grants you absolute freedom, with wonders scattered everywhere, so please enjoy this journey to the fullest. Blinking his eyes open, Lu Chen slowly looked down, but what greeted him was not his familiar human legs. Instead, it was a pair of beastly legs covered in grayish-white fur, with brown paw pads and sharp, pitch-black claws. The guy scratched his head in bewilderment. Strange, did the game just update a beast race? How come he had not seen a single soul mention this while browsing the forums lately? However, a sudden chill ran down his spine, freezing Lu Chen in his tracks as he suddenly realized, where did the standard character customization and starter gear phase go? Horror struck as he realized he had been reincarnated as a genuine wolf, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. No way, these are clearly wolf claws. What on earth is going on? Did I reincarnate as a monster? Where did my dreams of becoming a wandering swordsman, a legendary gunslinger, or a master puppeteer go? With an appearance this visually offensive, how am I supposed to fight, level up, and farm money? In his desperation, Lu Chen looked up at the sky and roared, "Oh heavens, this joke is not funny at all. Bring up the status panel for me right now." The status interface immediately popped up in front of him, filled with bright red warnings that rubbed salt into his wound. Name Lonely Me, race, sickly werewolf, potential, unrated, traits, frail, all basic stats reduced by 20%, level 1, experience, 0-200 attributes, strength 7, speed 4, constitution 4, combat capability, damage 6-9, armor 2, health 80, innate talent, mixed werewolf gene, unranked, each attack has a 1% chance to trigger double critical damage, inventory. Level 0 talent evolution core 0-10, level 0 rank up shard 0-10, monster reputation, a flat 0. Tears fell and the game was over. Lu Chen bitterly swallowed his pride as harsh reality slapped him in the face. This life was completely ruined. Being a monster was bad enough, but why were his stats so pathetic? He muttered exhaustedly, a whopping 20% reduction in total stats, and is that measly 1% critical strike rate a joke? Yet in the midst of his despair, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute, it seemed a mind-blowing detail had been overlooked. His limbs were functioning normally now. Lu Chen tried squeezing his bicep, utterly amazed. The sensation was so realistic that it felt just like his own flesh and blood. Carefully lifting his legs and taking a few steps, a surge of intense joy washed over him, making him want to scream out loud. "Haha, I can run and jump now." No sooner said than done. The guy decided to fully embrace the role, climbing onto a tree branch to sit majestically. Lu Chen tilted his chin up and let out a sorrowful, resounding howl, as if his wolf nature had completely awakened. Suddenly, a crisp voice cut in and ruined the majestic mood. "Girls, come over here and look. There is a monster howling at the base of this tree." From afar, a party of female players in bright yellow uniform skirts rushed over like a swarming hive, with dreamy ids floating above their heads. "Mua Mua loves you, innocent little cat, clingy Roo Roo, adorable Zin Zin." One of the girls shouted excitedly, "Beat it to pulp." Then the girls crowded around, pointing fingers and mocking his appearance. "Oh gross, this wolf looks so grumpy." Another added, "Chop it up. It is so ugly that its drops will probably be nothing but trash." Lu Chen cried internally, thinking bitterly, what kind of logic says ugly things do not drop good loot? But then again, the newbies' starting gear looked quite decent. The game's visuals were actually pretty impressive. Innocent little cat dragged adorable Zin Zin to the front line, pointing her finger at his weapon. "See that wooden club it is holding? Even selling it to the shop would fetch at least 300 yuan. Adorable Zin Zin's eyes lit up as she replied, "That is just the base price, girl. Nowadays, even if you have billions, you might not be able to hunt one down." Overhearing this conversation that smelled heavily of cash, Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. "This cheap club is worth that much. This is serious. Whatever happens, I must protect my livelihood." Seeing adorable Zin Zin charging aggressively, he immediately sprang into a combat stance, swinging his club and landing a stinging blow on his opponent, causing her HP bar to instantly lose 3 points. Zin Zin shrieked in surprise. "Ow, that hurts, this monster hits hard. Girls, gang up on it quickly." Upon hearing the call, the sisterhood immediately swarmed in and surrounded Lu Chen, shouting enthusiastically, "Hold on, we are coming to back you up. 5 against 1 is a guaranteed win. Let's see how long you can last. Smash it." Cold sweat began to pour from Lu Chen's forehead. If this dragged on, he was as good as dead. I wonder if the other wolves around here have a habit of actively attacking players. Ask and you shall receive. A pack of fierce wolves loomed right behind them, their bloodshot eyes growling and locking onto the group of girls who had just attacked Lu Chen. The novice girls cried out in panic, "Damn it, this monster can summon reinforcements. It is as clever as a devil. Exactly, there must be at least a dozen of them. What do we do now?" But the wild beasts did not bother giving them time to think. The circle immediately tightened, and the wolves lunged forward, tearing through the opponent's formation. Before the brutal mob power of the monsters, these novice buds were naturally defeated in no time. Lu Chen rejoiced inwardly. His time had come, and there was no stopping it. The guy leaped into the air, landing a perfectly aimed, devastating blow right onto Zin Zin's back. She collapsed to the ground and dissolved into glowing pixels. At the same time, the notification log flashed rapidly. Successfully defeated level 1 player adorable Zin Zin, obtained 10 points of universal spiritual energy and 1 point of beast reputation. This sweet notification lifted Lu Chen's spirits. With such a delicious meal dropping right into his lap, why not take the opportunity to send the remaining girls packing? Deciding in an instant, the guy swung his club and went around tapping each of their heads, wrapping up the entire sisterhood and sending them back to the spawn point, while a barrage of drop notifications rang out deafeningly just like before. After the battle, he picked up the health potions that had dropped on the ground, stroking his chin in thought. Where do these players buy these health potions? Could they be exchanged for reputation points? Immediately, the system popped up a description. Picked up 5 health potions, health recovery effect of 2 points per second, total recovery of 10 points, cooldown time of 10 seconds. Lu Chen pulled up the system shop to see if there was anything worth grabbing. Level 0 Talent Evolution Core price, 1 reputation point. 0-star quality upgrade shard price, 1 reputation point. He frowned and calculated. This reputation market was completely blank without a single health potion, proving that monsters did not enjoy the same shopping privileges as players. On the bright side, his core potential and power had a path for upgrades. Recalling distant memories of the publisher's announcements, he vaguely remembered them claiming that unpromoted newbies could not unlock innate talents. Yet by some fluke, he possessed an upgradable talent, and with a weapon in hand, his damage far surpassed ordinary players. It seemed the path of becoming a monster boss was quite bright. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in Lu Chen's mind. Wait, what if he also hunted his fellow monsters? In the blink of an eye, he spotted an innocent fellow wolf. Lu Chen quietly approached his target, muttering a silent prayer. "Forgive me, my good brother, I will have to borrow your life to test this out." Whack! A heavy strike came down right on the unlucky beast's skull. His battle lust flared, making Lu Chen chuckle with glee. Hee, it turns out I really can backstab monsters, and what is more, it does not trigger the pack aggro. This is a sweet deal. The guy went on to charge straight into the pitiful pack of wolves, unleashing a bloodbath that painted the sky red. Lu Chen now struck a cool pose, with one foot resting on a mountain of his fallen kin's corpses, chugging a health potion. "Sorry, kids, your big brother is raising a toast of loyalty to you." With that, he landed one final blow to crush the skull of the last gasping beast. The notification log danced again. Defeated a level 1 werewolf monster, gained 10 points of universal spiritual energy, dropped one tradable level 0 talent evolution core, and obtained one 0-star quality upgrade shard. Lu Chen howled with joy. Premium loot dropped and it is even tradable. Ho, I am getting rich. Without wasting a single second, Lu Chen dashed at full speed toward the pack of wild beasts, his eyes burning with desire as if staring at the brilliant truth of wealth. No more hesitating, let's kick off the monster hunt. After 15 minutes of grinding, Lu Chen rubbed his muscles with satisfaction, enjoying the fresh energy coursing through his body after his promotion. His appearance looked much cleaner, and his inner power was surging. The system immediately updated his personal stats. Name: Lonely Me. Race: Common Werewolf. Rarity: 0-star. Traits: None. Basic stats restored to normal. Level 1. Experience: 100-200. Basic attributes: Strength 5, Speed 5, Constitution 5. Combat stats: Damage 7 to 10, Defense 3, Health 100. Talent: Mixed Wolf Gene. Unrated. Each attack has a 1% chance to trigger double critical damage. Inventory: Level 0 Talent Evolution Core 010, 0-star Quality Upgrade Shard 020. Monster Reputation: a flat 0. Lu Chen's eyes lit up like neon bulbs as he grinned widely. Playing as a monster is actually pretty addicting. This game is incredible. 9 heavens, here I come. In an instant, the guy completely forgot about his miserable, tearful whining when he first dropped into this map. Suddenly, a sharp scream tore through the peaceful air. "What are you guys trying to do? Help, someone help me." Startled, Lu Chen whipped his head around, and the scene before him made him almost bite his own tongue in shock. Oh my God, what is going on here? 3 young men with wooden clubs in hand were cornering a girl. Looking at the flashy ids above their heads, they were named Huangkeo Taizai, Huangkeo Fengtian, and Huangkeo Zio Sheng. Their names sounded noble and poetic, but their faces practically screamed trashy thugs. They were leering and teasing the helpless female player. Huangkeo Fengtian laughed mockingly. Rumors say that if you get hit by a wooden club without wearing armor, your clothes will tear. Who knew the game would make it this realistic? The poor pink-haired girl frantically curled up to cover her exposed skin, yelling out in utter frustration. What do you scumbags think you are doing? Even if it is a virtual game, behaving like this is way too far. In the real world, a friend standing beside the pink-haired girl anxiously advised, "Sister Lingzai, should you just log out quickly?" But Lingzai gritted her teeth and shook her head. "It is no use. If you force quit while in combat mode, you will get hit with a 3-hour login ban. And I am currently the brand ambassador for 9 heavens. I have to go live and broadcast in a bit." Her friend heard this and panicked even more. Then how do we handle this? Back in the game, Huangkeo Fengtian was still spewing filthy words. "Nice figure you got there, babe. I heard rumors that this game supports scanning your real-life physique. This slender body of yours can't possibly be real, right?" With a whoosh, a dark shadow tore through the wind at lightning speed. Lu Chen, completely silent, swung his club and landed a critical blow from behind right on the pervert's neck, making him shriek in pain as his eyes rolled back. After the strike, Lu Chen backed away to maintain a safe distance and spat out coldly, acting like perverts even in a game? You kids must be really bored. Huang Keo Fengtian clutched his swollen head and glared at the culprit. Holy crap, a werewolf. His two accomplices yelled at the top of their lungs, "Let's kill this thing, boys." But how could these three small fries stand a chance against a monster with the sharp brain of a veteran grinder like Lu Chen? With just a few moves, they were thoroughly beaten, screaming in panic. What is with this insane damage? This thing is a common-tier monster, not a sickly one. Come over and help me, but when you can barely save yourself, how can you save anyone else? As Lu Chen battered them to pieces, he swiftly snatched up the loot at lightning speed. He sneered inwardly. With health potions backing me up, taking down you three weaklings is as easy as taking candy from a baby. After quickly disposing of the three perverts, he casually squatted down to count the dropped items, clicking his tongue in disappointment. How boring, each of them only dropped a single health potion. What a measly amount. Ling Zai had been standing frozen, watching this violent hero saves beauty act in absolute daze. She cast a searching gaze at the monster before her. This makes no sense. This wild beast was clearly coming to her rescue. Gathering the last of her courage, she took a risky step closer to Lu Chen, holding out a few health potions and whispering, "Do you really want these, little wolf? This is all I have left in my pockets. I will give them all to you." Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. Oh, is she thanking me? And here I was planning to swing my club and knock her out too. Since she had willingly offered her tribute, Lu Chen took the potions and calmly muttered two words, "Thank you." This mindless action startled Ling Zai, her eyes widening as large as saucers. Oh my god, it can talk. Right at that moment, an urgent message popped up to call Ling Zai. "Sister Ling Zai, are you okay? It is time for the live stream." She had no choice but to pull her gaze away from the bizarre wolf and typed back, "I am fine, get ready, we are going live." Returning to Lu Chen, the guy had already run far away on all fours at high speed, his brain working fast. Taking 3 steps and bumping into players like this means this area is definitely the novice village. If I wander around carelessly, I will get mobbed for sure. It is best to find a secluded spot, both for safety and to hunt monsters comfortably. Slipping into a dark, secluded corner that seemed safe, Lu Chen opened the internal browser to check the news. These coordinates should be fine. Having the bad luck of being a monster, I wonder how other players are doing. Right, I should check the official homepage to watch the publisher's video. As the video started playing, what caught his eye was the pink-haired girl from earlier. On the screen, she was reporting continuously, "Ladies and gentlemen, although the server has just opened, the novice village has already welcomed over 80,000 players who are fighting each other for monster spots. The number of players completely overwhelms the beasts, so leveling up will be extremely difficult." Lu Chen's jaw dropped. Wait, she is the one I accidentally saved earlier. That is unreal, she actually works for the game company. But wait, the game has just opened, and it is already as crowded as an anthill. Scanning the scattered monsters wandering around the area, the guy stroked his chin and chuckled with delight. Hee, playing as a monster is actually the best path, with a whole heap of experience waiting to be harvested. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen swept in like a whirlwind to slaughter another massive batch, the sound of notifications ringing continuously like a symphony. Sitting majestically with his legs crossed on a pile of monster corpses, Lu Chen stroked his chin and calculated. I have gathered 10 level 0 talent cores. Now is the moment to evolve the skill. The cold system voice chimed in clearly, ding. Innate skill upgraded to level 0 mixed werewolf bloodline. Basic attacks now have a 6% chance to trigger double critical damage. A surge of pride made Lu Chen grin from ear to ear, a 6% critical rate. Now this is what I call a game. But his smile quickly vanished as he frowned in confusion. Strange, why are my quality points stuck at level 0? The upgrade requirement is 10 level 1 shards. Let me take a closer look at the level 0 description to see if there is any hidden trick. The tooltip screen instantly popped up. Selling a level 0 quality evolution point to the shop converts it to 0.1 reputation points. Combining 10 0-star shards will forge 1 1-star quality shard. Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. 10 shards to make 1, which means I need to farm around 100 of the same species to upgrade. It looks like I will have to hunt stronger monsters or directly hunt for level 1 quality shards. Oh, look over there, A few common werewolves in that corner. Let's test it on them. Action speaks louder than words. Lu Chen grabbed his club and charged, wiping out those werewolves. This time, the rewards showed a noticeable improvement. Defeated a rank 1 werewolf, obtained 15 points of universal spiritual energy, dropped 1 level 0 talent core, and 1 0-star quality upgrade shard. After a heavy round of bashing, the notification chimed again. Ding! Leveled up to level 2, all strength increased by 1, damage increased by 3, health increased by 70 points. Lu Chen was half excited and half worried. Well, I finally leveled up, but sadly my 0-star quality evolution points remained unchanged, and there was no new gear. This is a tough nut to crack. Do I really have to search for a stronger monster spot? While he was hesitating, a muscular werewolf suddenly appeared. Lu Chen's eyes lit up like he had struck gold. Oh, this guy looks pretty buff. Maybe this fleshy target is the solution to my problem. He quietly trailed the target, analyzing. He is big, but he is still just a level 1. Even if I am weak, I have already reached level 2 and have a pile of health potions backing me up, so there is no way I am backing down. Lu Chen took a run-up and charged straight into a frontal attack, both sides trading heavy blows. But the combat log left him stunned. The wolf only had its skin grazed, losing 8 health points, while Lu Chen took a direct slap that caused a huge chunk of his health bar to vanish. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. That damage was way too painful. Yet the guy did not back down, persistently giving his all to fight the muscular monster to the bitter end. After 5 minutes of grinding, the notification sounded like a victory march. Defeated a level 1 strong werewolf, gathered 20 points of universal spiritual energy, dropped 1 level 1 talent core, and picked up 1 1-star quality evolution shard. Lu Chen glanced at the monster's corpse lying on the ground with its tongue out, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily I had the health potions from Feng Ling Zai, otherwise I really could not have beaten this guy. But the surge of joy instantly washed away all his fatigue. Haha, I finally got a level 1 quality upgrade shard. The system beeped again, dropping another weapon, Decayed Werewolf Wooden Club Gray Quality. Lu Chen quickly equipped the new gear. The new club looked worn and chipped, clearly a second-hand item passed down from ages ago. Attack power, 3-6. With the new club in his right hand and the old one in his left, Lu Chen looked at them with mixed feelings. Old club, you have worked hard. But is this piece of wood really worth 300 yuan? I must check the forum prices immediately. He pulled up the trading area, and what met his eyes were countless listings for weapons of all types. Scrolling until his fingers almost wore out the screen, he muttered, "The total transaction count has not even passed 100, items are indeed scarce. Whatever, let's list it for 260 yuan and see if it sells." After setting the price, he decisively closed the screen. All done, time to log out. Just as he returned to the main screen, Lu Chen received a loud system notification. Ding, you have new mail, would you like to view it? He immediately pressed the display button. A text box immediately popped open. The Decayed Werewolf Wooden Club you listed has been purchased by player Feng Ziyu. After a 5% platform transaction tax, 247 yuan has been transferred directly into your linked account. Please check. Lu Chen shouted in shock, "Oh my God, it is sold already." He hurriedly connected to his virtual mobile phone and opened his SMS inbox. The screen displayed, Agricultural Bank at 1044, 247 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 6880. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Real cash in my pocket, my days of being a freeloader are over, haha. Lu Chen was brimming with energy, taking confident steps forward. The ads were right, the business opportunities in Nine Heavens are endless, especially with his unique monster status. I, Lu Chen, have arrived. Without wasting a single second to rest, the guy went wild with his club, slaughtering monsters as one unlucky beast after another fell under his strikes. After 20 minutes of slaughter, the moment he crushed another victim, the system dialog box popped open again. Scanning the new stats, he smirked and nodded. Finally hit level 3, my damage, defense, and health have all increased. But grinding like crazy, and taking down more than 20 level 1 wolves did not yield any breakthrough items. In that case, it is better to go hunt some level 2 elite wild monsters. Without further ado, the moment the idea crossed his mind, Lu Chen charged and gave a level 2 speed werewolf a severe beating. Swinging his club as his mind calculated, there are exactly 5 elites in this area, 2 level 1, 2 level 2, and 1 level 3. If I can defeat this level 2 guy, I will have a chance to take out all 4 of them. Because he was distracted by his calculations, Lu Chen took a counterattack swipe from the speed werewolf, losing 9 health points. The guy scratched his head. Why is its damage so weak? It is barely higher than a level 1 monster. After sparring a few more rounds with this slippery level 2 werewolf, Lu Chen finally figured it out. I see. Boosting attack speed means sacrificing power. The attacks are fast but as weak as mosquito bites. And at this pathetic low level, speed does not matter much, so I am more than capable of sending all 4 of these monsters to the grave one by one. Without hesitating for another second, he swung his club and wiped out 2 level 1 strong wolves. Then, using his momentum, he lunged forward to smash the 2 level 2 wolves wandering nearby. 40 minutes passed, and the dust from Lu Chen's purge had not yet settled. Right now he was leaning on his club, resting on a mountain of monster corpses, sweating profusely and looking quite tired. He pulled up his status interface to check, and a detailed list of stats appeared neatly. Name: Lonely Me, race, 1-star werewolf, pending evolution paths, strong, agile or constitution, level 3 experience, 541,000, attributes, strength 7, agility 7, constitution 7, combat stats, attack power 13 to 16, defense 4, health 240. Innate talent, level 1 mangy wolf bloodline, basic attacks have a 10% chance to trigger double critical damage. Inventory, level 0 talent upgrade core 040, 0-star quality evolution shard 020, monster reputation, none. Lu Chen's eyes locked onto the brand new variable, numb with joy. Upgrading his talent to level 1 immediately gave him a 10% critical rate, which was absolutely amazing. But the most overpowered part was the right to choose a branch of power when upgrading his quality. Choosing any of the 3 paths would boost his stats by 50%, which was truly insane. After hesitating for a few seconds, the guy decided on the strong path. As soon as he confirmed the strong path, notifications flashed along with a slight physical transformation, and the title above his head officially changed to Strong Werewolf. Lu Chen beat his chest and laughed triumphantly. I am an elite now, who should I be afraid of? Let's keep attacking. Nearly half an hour passed, and the title above Lu Chen's head had grown ridiculously long: burly, agile, and resilient werewolf. Lu Chen shook his head in amusement. What an absurdly long name, but at least he had reached level 4. Well, time to put the clubs he just collected on the auction house to make some pocket change. Browsing the online market to check price fluctuations, he figured listing them at 300 would still find buyers, so he listed all 5 clubs he had acquired at a flat price of 300. Having reached level 4, it was probably time to move to a slightly further map. Just then, Lu Chen's notification box chimed repeatedly. He immediately synced his phone to check for credit messages. Swiping the screen to check, his jaw almost dropped. Holy crap, are you kidding me? They were bought out in the blink of an eye. With money gleaming in his eyes, he chuckled happily. Ha, a stroke of good fortune. After just half an afternoon of gaming, I have pocketed 1,700 yuan. Little Lu Yi, your brother is going to buy you new clothes soon. Elsewhere, Ling Zai was jumping for joy. I finally snatched up this precious club. A massive question mark floated in her mind. Where on earth did this Lonely Me guy get so many high-quality clubs? It makes no sense. Could he be the highest-level grinding boss in this region? Determined to uncover the truth, Ling Zai went to check the rankings, but even after searching through the top 500 names, there was no sign of Lonely Me anywhere. If he cannot even make the top 500, how could he possibly hoard so many items? Suddenly, she clapped her hands in realization. I see. These wooden clubs must have been acquired through some illegal black market hoarding. Her daydream was cut short when her assistant rushed over to remind her. Manager Ling Zai, it is time for the live stream. She nodded and replied briefly, got it, I am going live right now. Switching into professional mode, her smooth voice rang out. Hello everyone, I am Feng Ling Zai. Let's take a tour together to check out the situation in the novice village. Quick report. The starter village is completely jammed with over 100,000 players. If you manage to squeeze your way out, you will definitely find it impossible to get back in. Looking at the crowded crowd of newbies, it was incredibly frustrating. The air was suffocating, filled with loud arguments. An angry young man shouted, "Can't the publisher Tianxing create a few more villages? I have been glued to my setup for 2 hours and I am still stuck in the starting area." In another corner, someone screamed shrilly, "Is that your excuse to poke me with your weapon? I will castrate you." Elsewhere, someone whimpered, "Stop pushing, you are going to cause a miscarriage." A young man next to her chimed in, "What are you afraid of? I am being squeezed so hard I am about to give birth myself." The whole scene was as chaotic as a crowded market. In contrast to that chaos, Feng Ling Zai on the virtual screen was still enthusiastically chatting on her live stream, suggesting to newbies that they should visit the black market to buy a wooden club. She made a bold claim that even though it was only a Tier 1 weapon, having a wooden club in hand could easily knock back hundreds of players in a single swing. Lu Chen, watching the video over her shoulder, suddenly realized why these wooden clubs were in such high demand. Looking at how the newbie village was turning into a living hell, he felt incredibly lucky to have been spawned as a monster, though having only about 30 fellow monsters around him felt a bit lacking. Casually swiping away the interface screen, Lu Chen eagerly shouldered his club again to hunt, focusing his attention on the last 4 elite beasts. A stream of notifications popped up continuously as he defeated a level 4 strength werewolf, pocketing 38 points of all things spiritual energy, picking up a Tier 1 talent core and a 1-star quality shard. Swiftly taking down a level 3 robust werewolf, he gained 28 points of all things spiritual energy, another Tier 1 talent core, and another 1-star quality shard. Lu Chen's beastly appearance now looked incredibly massive and imposing. He happily slammed his club on the ground, thinking that spending resources to upgrade skills and quality had boosted his combat power significantly, making it easy to fight monsters 1 level higher than him. With a swift swing, he sent the beast flying far away. The system delivered more good news, defeating a level 5 speed werewolf, absorbing 50 points of all things spiritual energy, dropping a Tier 1 talent core and a 1-star quality shard, and obtaining a chipped wooden club of a silver werewolf. Lu Chen grinned widely, realizing he had pocketed another 300 coins. His eyes immediately shifted to examine the new loot. Suddenly, the club in his hand glowed brightly and transformed. A panel appeared, tattered wooden club of the werewolf gray trash tier. This weapon was covered in wear and tear, bearing signs of heavy use. Attack power 4 to 7, boosting 2 strength points and 2 constitution points. Lu Chen gaped in amazement, thinking this worn-out piece of wood was actually a top-tier item. He cherished his new treasure, quietly analyzing the stats, figuring out that an additional 2 strength points would translate to 2 attack points and 1 defense point. Plus, getting 2 constitution points meant an extra 40 health points and 40 stamina points, which would definitely be a godly piece of gear for level 1 players. The only problem was how much he should sell this thing for. Lu Chen opened the forum interface, hoping some veteran player would provide an accurate price appraisal. The price check post by Lonely Me quickly caused a stir on the forum. "Pardon me, fellow players, if a wooden club drops with 4 to 7 attack power, plus 2 strength and 2 constitution, how much could it sell for?" In the comment section, netizens swarmed in. The user Fengji sneered and typed, "Is the poster crazy? Stop daydreaming, man, there's no way a low-grade club has such top-tier stats." The account Empty Pockets mocked him openly. "Why make up nonsense stories for views? If you're so confident, bring it here and I'll buy it all. The question is whether you actually have the goods." Another keyboard warrior named Half a Year to Choose a Name joined in. "This guy is just boasting. Who would be stupid enough to sell such a premium item? I bet this broke poster can't even get a basic club." Scrolling through the mocking comments, Lu Chen could only facepalm in helplessness. He let out a heavy sigh, wondering why these netizens loved to mock and nitpick others so much. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How silly of him to post on the forum when the auction house was right there. Without wasting any more time, he went straight to the auction house. As his hands quickly tapped, his mind worked at full capacity, After all, it was still a Tier 1 wooden club, so asking for an astronomical price would be risky. If some hardcore grinders found better gear soon, he would lose out. Playing it safe and selling it quickly was the best strategy. All right, setting a half-hour auction should be perfect. He closed the screen with a hopeful heart. If this transaction went smoothly, today's income would surpass 3,000 yuan. If he kept up this pace, he would make a fortune in just a month. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen was focused on his path to wealth, his auction listing shook the player community. A female gamer frowned and wondered, "Strange, that lonely me guy is auctioning a wooden club for over 1,000 yuan." A nearby bystander shrugged, probably trying to hop on the trend to make a quick buck. But she countered, "Doesn't seem like it. He just sold 5 of them earlier at very reasonable prices." Right after he defeated a level 4 strength werewolf, the familiar system sound rang out. Ding! Successfully collected a worn wooden club from the werewolf. Lu Chen inspected the newly acquired weapon, muttering that the werewolves looked quite well equipped lately. Leaning on the spiked club, he panted heavily but felt extremely pleased. Haha, that's another 300 coins. He had reached level 5, but unfortunately, this area only dropped 1-star talent chips and a few quality evolution points. He decided to head deeper inside to see what he could find. Lu Chen stepped into the core zone of the hunting ground. Before long, his sharp eyes spotted something interesting. Indeed, this monster stood out like a crane among chickens. Blocking his way was a level 6 ultra-speed werewolf, its eyes gleaming with the fierce hunger of a wild beast as it locked its gaze onto Lu Chen. He quietly analyzed, "Ultra-speed, this label probably means 2-star quality, right? Let's fight." He raised his club and dashed straight at his opponent. It was no exaggeration that our warrior at this moment was as energetic as a charging bull. After a fierce battle with damage numbers flying everywhere, Lu Chen landed a double damage critical hit, taking 46 health points and sending the monster to its grave. The system notification popped up. Defeated a level 6 ultra-speed werewolf, gained 70 points of all things spiritual energy, received 1 tier 2 talent chip, and obtained 1 2-star quality point. Looking at the glittering loot, Lu Chen was thrilled. Haha, knew it would drop 2-star items. The next goal is definitely to hunt those tier 2 special beasts. The virtual fantasy environment gradually gave way to the quiet night. In the middle of the night, Lu Chen looked up at the extremely long title floating over his head. Ultra robust, ultra speed, ultra strength werewolf. He sighed, having grinded hard all day just to reach level 6. Passing level 5 required tens of thousands of experience points, which was a real grind. He pulled up his personal stat panel to take a look. His character stats were displayed clearly. Linked Lu Chen species, ultra-robust, ultra-speed, ultra-strength werewolf quality, 2-star stage 1 base strength plus 100% base speed and constitution plus 50% level 6 progress, 18 out of 20,000 strength, 20 agility, 15 stamina, 15 combat power, 36 to 39 defense, 10 health, 550 genetic talent. Tier 2 minor werewolf, basic attacks have a double damage critical hit rate, 14% resources, talent upgrade chips 0 out of 80, tier 3 chips, quality evolution points 0 out of 40, 2-star upgrade points, monster fame, 0. Lu Chen stroked his chin as he examined the stats. Since his quality jumped to 2-star, his stats had doubled, which felt amazing. He pointed at his title. The only annoying thing was that it was so incredibly long that he would still be easily seen even when hiding behind a tree. He stretched, feeling his body ache after grinding so intensely. Time to log out, I'll continue the fight tomorrow. Suddenly he remembered. Almost forgot, need to get rid of today's loot first. Putting 9 basic clubs on the market at a flat rate of 300 seemed good. As for the 2 premium clubs with agility buffs, he would put them up for auction, setting the buyout price at around 700 to 800. His thoughts drifted to his little sister, wondering if Lu Yi had finished work yet. Her brother was now capable of supporting the family financially. Removing the virtual reality headset, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, glad to finally be back in reality. A faint warmth surged along his arms. Was this a sign that his body was about to regain its mobility? Joy welled up inside him. It was absolutely wonderful. Buying this second-hand machine was truly the best decision of his life. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the door. He turned his head to look, It was Lu Yi. This girl had been working late and had only just made her way home. A slender girl stumbled in, her eyes half closed but still trying to speak. "Brother, I'm home." Lu Yi had clearly consumed quite a bit of alcohol, her cheeks flushed red and looking incredibly cute. She took off her socks, threw them casually on the floor and rushed toward her brother. "Brother, I'm about to strike gold." Lu Chen frowned, speaking in a somewhat annoyed tone. "How many drinks did you have? Didn't I tell you to behave yourself and drink less when you go out?" Lu Yi ignored his grumbling and snuggled up against him. "It's because my corporation is about to establish a presence in 9 heavens, and I'm even a core member of the project." Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "Establish a presence in 9 heavens." Lu Yi pouted her lips and patted her chest proudly. "Exactly, the executives smelled that 9 heavens domain is an endless gold mine, so they immediately pumped 5 million yuan for us to start the project in 9 heavens. That's why we had a wild party tonight. Your sister is now officially the deputy team leader. Don't you think I'm amazing?" Lu Chen smiled wryly and could only praise her. Yes, you're amazing, but can you sit properly? You're all grown up now, yet you show no restraint." Lu Yi, of course, paid no attention, lazily leaning on her brother's lap and wrapping her arms around his neck with a giggle. "What restraint? We aren't even blood-related, only blood relatives need those annoying formalities." She grinned widely like a kid who just got a treat. "Forget formalities, your sister has made up her mind. I will stick with you and support you until we're old." Lu Chen was speechless, letting out a soft sigh. "Sigh, you." Lu Yi reached out to ruffle his hair. This overly intimate gesture made Lu Chen's face turn red, his heart pounding like a drum. She used her strength to press him down onto the floor. Looking down at him, she smiled gently and whispered, "Are you going to bring up that typical excuse about not wanting to be a burden to me again? You can sleep soundly now. 9 Heavens is attracting tens of millions of players worldwide. The top 500 corporations in the world, financial tycoons, and even groups from China, South Korea's Ministry of National Defense, to the U.S. Intelligence Agency, and so on, are all sending their forces in. It's a massive gold mine, and I can easily support you," she whispered as she covered her brother's mouth with her hand, resting her head on his chest. Lu Chen gently ran his fingers through her hair and spoke softly. "Lu Yi, I have something to discuss. You don't need to work yourself to death like this anymore. I've also started playing 9 Heavens, so you don't need to carry the burden of supporting me." Unfortunately, the girl had already fallen fast asleep. He could only sigh helplessly. "Oh, already asleep." He told himself to let it go. Since she would be playing 9 Heavens anyway, they would bound to run into each other. It wouldn't be too late to reveal the truth then. However, since even national governments were getting involved in 9 Heavens, this game might be hiding some earth-shattering secret. At dawn the next day, Lu Chen opened his phone and saw a sweet message from Lu Yi. "Brother, I'm off to work. I've prepared the meals. I will definitely find a way to heal your legs, so you must never lose hope." Attached was a bright, smiley face. Lu Chen replied to her with the exact same emoji. He smiled, thinking the girl seemed to have matured a lot. Lu Chen put on his virtual reality headset, gearing up to enter the game. As soon as he logged into the game, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was still in his monster form. All the trash items he had gathered were completely sold, and his wallet was now filled with 3,915 coins. He decided to drop by Feng Lingzai's livestream to catch up on the news. At that moment, Lingzai was scratching her head and complaining, "This game is incredibly tough. I grinded until 4 in the morning last night and only reached level 3. I heard the top players on the server have only just reached level 5. In the comment section, her fans quickly comforted her. "Goddess, those level 5 players are all elite recruits from wealthy corporations. Our goddess is still the best." Exactly, rumor has it that going from level 5 to level 6 requires 10,000 experience points, which is insane. You're always the best, goddess. Lingzai regained her bright smile, holding her wooden club tightly as she boasted happily. "Thankfully, I managed to get this wooden club. That Lonely Me guy is seriously amazing, putting so many wooden clubs on the market." In the comments, a heated debate instantly broke out. "What's so great about that guy? It's 100% a hack, totally obvious. He's nowhere to be found on the top 500 ranking. Maybe he's doing illegal trade." "Stop talking nonsense. How could anyone gather such a massive number of wooden clubs on the whole server? I checked carefully, even the Alibaba Group couldn't gather that many. Just wait for his account to get banned. However, Feng Lingzai defended him open-mindedly. Don't say that, everyone. I heard there are beta testing slots, right? Maybe he's a beta tester, and that's how he knows the trick to grind wooden clubs. She concluded her broadcast. All right, let's put this matter aside. We need to get going to secure some monsters. With hundreds of thousands of players squeezed into the newbie village, the competition is fierce. Haha. On the other side of the screen, Lu Chen felt pleased after hearing this and decided to donate to her. This female streamer looks great and has a righteous character. I'll send some money as a thank you gift. Feng Lingzai, who was typing away, startled when she saw the donation notification. Huh, it's lonely me. Could he have been lurking in my livestream this whole time? Closing the livestream, Lu Chen stretched with enthusiasm and dove into a new grinding session. All right, dawn is here, let's do this. A long series of defeat notifications popped up continuously. From level 6 Ultra Strength Werewolves to level 6 Ultra Speed Werewolves, they were all knocked out in a single swing, earning him plenty of experience and gear. After 3 hours passed, Lu Chen contentedly checked his stats and burst out laughing. Haha, finally reached 2-star quality and climbed to level 7. I now have 740 health points. Nevertheless, he froze for 5 seconds when he looked at the floating title on his forehead, Ultra Robust, Ultra Speed, Ultra Strength Werewolf. His heart screamed, gosh, is it really necessary to be this flashy? He shrugged. Whatever, let's head to a higher level monster area to hunt. He looked into the distance with concern, wondering how long the title would become if his quality upgraded again. People might easily spot him from a kilometer away. Lu Chen suddenly widened his eyes at an unbelievable sight. Gosh, an elite monster with a massive title floating visibly above its head. Blocking the way ahead was a fierce monster army consisting of 10 level 20 elite monsters, 10 ultra-grade monsters, and even a boss leader. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to break through. What should he do now? Lu Chen was briefly caught in intense panic. There had to be a plan, he needed to think fast. Racking his brain for a solution, he hurriedly searched his inventory. Inside, there were only 4 potions left, such a tiny amount, and the cooldown was too slow to catch up anyway. There were also 17 discarded wooden clubs and a bunch of miscellaneous gear ranging from 0-star, 1-star to 2-star, which wasn't even enough to upgrade his stars. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. That's it, how could I have forgotten that valuable item? Lu Chen quickly opened the prestige shop. Inside, he saw Tier 1 talent chips for 10 prestige points, the second equipment chest for 50 points, and the unique soldier recruitment token priced at 10 prestige points. Lu Chen felt excited, thinking an exclusive item must be very useful. He carefully read the description of the exclusive recruitment token. Ability to tame life. Taming rules. The monster's level and talent rank must not exceed the recruiter's, its quality must not lag behind the master's, and all default weapons of that creature will disappear. If a minion is killed, it vanishes permanently. The player loses no experience or items, and the token is returned. Taming process. Upon activation, both parties are pulled into a 1v1 arena where healing is strictly forbidden. If the target takes damage from a third party, the process will fail midway. When defeated, the target is left with 1 health point and enters a tameable state. There is a chance of failure. If it fails, the target perishes, the player loses no assets or experience, and the token is returned. Upon successful taming, the player can spend prestige points, talent chips, or quality points to upgrade the stats of the corresponding minion. Lu Chen stroked his chin and thought, what's the point of recruiting just 1 minion? This thing is called a Legion recruitment token, so there must be an upgrade feature. He decided, whatever, 10 prestige points is nothing, I'll just buy this unique recruitment token to test it out. A moment later, the item was in his hands. The recruitment token showed a level-up cost of 50 out of 500 prestige points. Lu Chen's jaw dropped in shock. Are you kidding me? This is such a ripoff. Buying the basic card costs 10 points, but upgrading to the next tier requires 500. Why not just rob me directly? Tears streamed down his hairy face. He gritted his teeth and decided to salvage his entire inventory, praying it would reach Tier 3. He whimpered in distress. Wah, I worked so hard to grind those 3-star items. In the blink of an eye, the recruitment token jumped to Tier 3, showing 36 out of 2,000 prestige. Lu Chen felt delighted. Finally made it to Tier 3, which means I can summon 3 minions. Let's see how strong they are. Immediately after, Lu Chen used his club to tap the heads of 2 ultra-strength werewolves and 1 ultra-robust werewolf. They all knelt down to accept his taming command. Looking at his 3 newly recruited minions, he felt another pang of distress. To guarantee a 100% success rate, he had to spend more resources to upgrade them further. Sob, why is my life so hard? After the upgrades, the minions were given long titles just like their master: Speed, Strength, Ultra-Robust Werewolf, and Robust, Speed, Ultra-Strength Werewolf. Lu Chen stood at the head of his 3 servants and shouted, "Boys, I'm broke now. Let's go all out and wipe out those monsters." As he finished shouting, Lu Chen's gang charged fiercely into the elite army, starting a bloody battle. 10 minutes passed, and Lu Chen was still hoarsely commanding, "Zai, go get them." In an instant, Zai charged madly at the opponent with his wooden club. Unfortunately, in a fair duel against the boss, the gap in power became totally obvious. Zai lost 55 health points from a single strike, while the elite monster barely took a scratch, losing only 18 health points. Lu Chen gasped, "Oh my god, such high damage, worthy of a sub-boss." He quickly adjusted his formation. Zai fall back, Sanzai take over. With this rotation strategy, you'll never defeat me. Exactly as Lu Chen planned, after some time of continuous attacks from his minions, the death toll rang. Defeated level 8 elite werewolf commander, gained 360 points of all things spiritual energy. Lu Chen stared wide-eyed at the loot. Oh my god, what a haul! 3 Tier 3 talent chips and 3 3-star upgrade points. Lu Chen cheered in excitement. Are you kidding me? 3 more items dropped. The system notifications kept rolling. Obtain Tier 5 leather shoulder pads, white tier. Obtain Tier 5 rock-shattering wooden club, green tier. Obtain Tier 5 rock-shattering wooden club, green tier. Lu Chen caressed the green Tier 5 rock-shattering club in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Amazing, it actually dropped a green tier item. The system added a description. Qiangya's weapon is incredibly sturdy, rumored to easily smash rocks into dust. Level 5 damage, 9 to 15 strength, +6 agility, +8 constitution, +6. Lu Chen laughed happily. This club had high critical damage and outstanding stats. He suddenly felt reluctant to dismantle it. What should I do with it? Holding on to his treasure, Lu Chen ordered his minions. Zai, Sanzai, Sizai, you 3 go find some monsters. Target only level 7 and level 8 wolves, split up and take them on 1 by 1, stay close, bring back any loot you find. If your health drops below 40%, take a rest. Let me know when Zaka spawns. Lu Chen fell into thought again. Since I'm keeping it, I'll just store it away for now. When Zaka spawns again, I'll take it down once more. Sending my minions to grind is indeed a great plan, far more efficient than doing it myself. He nodded, deciding to check a livestream during his free time to see what was happening. Surely no one can surpass me right now. On the livestream, Feng Lingzai was busy fighting monsters while sharing hot news. Guys, try your best to level up. The capital of 9 heavens is about to open its gates. By then, we can choose classes like Poison Master, Spirit Tamer, Puppeteer, Archer, and so on. The game will definitely be 10 times more exciting. A female viewer in the comments sighed. The most hardcore grinder hasn't even reached level 5 yet. The future you're describing, Sister Lingzai, seems so far away. Another user added, rumor says going from level 5 to 6 takes 10,000 experience points. The first user asked Lingzai again, do we have to join a guild, sister? The guild feature has been unlocked for a while. Feng Lingzai replied frankly, looking at the current situation, even if you join a guild, you'll just end up fighting others for resources. I'd rather wander around freely on my own. Hearing this, Lu Chen grew curious. The guild feature is unlocked, let's take a look. He quickly searched, and a long list appeared before his eyes. Jiangthine Group, Alibaba Group, Asna Insurance, Dunhuang Bank, Royal Special Forces Regiment, Cyber Police 4th Regiment. Lu Chen muttered in surprise. So many guilds established already. They are all well-known giants, wonder if they are real or fake. This game seemed to be hiding more and more interesting secrets. With those thoughts in mind, Lu Chen gradually drifted off to sleep. Exactly 8 hours later, he was woken up by something soft rubbing against his nose. Lu Chen mumbled sleepily, "Who is it? Who's poking my nose?" The game interface popped up a message. "Your minions are trying to wake you up," appearing not just once but 3 times. Lu Chen smiled, thinking these helpers were quite thoughtful and obedient. He stretched. 7 in the morning already. Waiting 8 hours for Zaka to respawn is exhausting. He pulled up his stat panel, yawning as the screen appeared. "I'll equip 2 more items and then go beat Zaka with my club." Suddenly, he jumped up in shock at the stat panel. "Gosh, when did I jump to level 8? Wait, no, this experience progress is almost reaching level 9. He turned his head to look at his 3 minions with suspicion. "Don't tell me you 3 grinded all night." The 3 werewolves nodded eagerly when they heard their boss ask. Lu Chen happily patted their fur and praised them. "You 3 are literally human-powered experience grinders." As he equipped his gear, he patted his chest confidently. "Haha, with these 3 armor pieces equipped, there's no reason to fear Zaka anymore." Lu Chen took a cool stance and shouted to lead the way. "Zai, Sanzai, Sizai, let's go. Big Brother's rock-shattering wooden club is going to make some money. Haha, wonder how much the server's first green-tier item will sell for." He enthusiastically led his minions straight to the hunting spot. Lu Chen laughed heartily. "Haha, rock-shattering club, you're back in my pocket." A series of system notifications rolled. Defeated level 8 elite werewolf commander, gained 360 points of all things spiritual energy. Picked up tier 5 leather shoulder pads, white tier. Picked up tier 5 rock-shattering wooden club, green tier. Picked up 3 tier 3 talent chips. Picked up 3 3-star upgrade points. Picked up tier 1 worn werewolf club, gray tier. While the 3 werewolf minions stared at each other blankly because they didn't get any share, Lu Chen was busy counting his treasure. He remembered the wooden clubs and rock-shattering shoulder pads. "Ah, I forgot. You guys don't have any armor to wear yet, right?" After wrapping up, Lu Chen cried out in excitement. "Exactly 20 clubs? You guys are amazing." He muttered to himself that just a while ago he had felt distressed about spending prestige points to upgrade the token, but looking back now, it was a very smart decision. Lu Chen looked at the trading market, resting his chin on his hand as he thought. As expected, equipment prices were dropping. Basic clubs had crashed to 280, but the 6 premium clubs still had a chance to fetch a better price. He set the price. The tier 5 shoulder pads are white tier, so a starting bid of 700 seems good, with a buyout price of 1,500. He looked down to inspect the unique green rock-shattering club in his hand. "How much should I ask for this thing? Let's go on the forum to ask." While he was thinking hard, a series of pings rang out. "You have a new notification in your mailbox." Lu Chen was stunned. Everything was sold out in an instant. Wooden clubs were indeed in high demand. He closed the mailbox and turned to shout at his 3 minions. "What are you 3 standing around for? Get moving and clear some more monsters." He opened the forum to see if there was any news. On various group pages, people were discussing excitedly, "Can you guys believe it? Someone put a white tier item on the market, and those white leather shoulder pads were bought in an instant." Lu Chen was startled. Are white tier items in such high demand? He suddenly realized. This means someone might have noticed my identity. He clicked his tongue to comfort himself. It makes sense. The monster label keeps me off the leaderboards, but putting items on the market makes it impossible to hide my account. Being noticed is just a matter of time. In the comments section, the community was discussing his background. That white tier item belongs to Lonely Me. He's even clearing out 33 clubs. Who exactly is this Lonely Me guy? I'm starting to suspect Lonely Me is a wooden club spirit reincarnated. After reading, Lu Chen felt a bit dizzy. He decided to post a price check for the green tier item to see how the community would react. The account Lonely Me posted a new question. Need some advice, everyone. Suppose there's a level 5 weapon with damage from 9 to 15, strength, 6 agility, 8 appearance, 6. How much would you value this item? The community immediately dissected it. One player exclaimed, "How on earth could such a crazy item exist? Those level 5 shoulder pads with 8 defense and 110 health were priced at 1,500 and sold instantly. If you sell this weapon for 5,000, people will still fight over it." But others countered, "Asking 5,000 is too expensive. There are plenty of players reaching level 5 now. They can easily grind for good gear themselves." The keyboard war in the comments escalated. "Then where are you going to grind for it? No one has ever made those shoulder pads since the beginning of the server." Ignore him, the poster is definitely boasting to trick newbies. Is the poster lonely me? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Since it was a level 5 item, he decided to set the price just like the first comment suggested, to see if anyone would take the bait. He listed the club on the market immediately, setting the starting bid at 1,000 and the buyout price at 5,000. Let's settle on this price. If someone buys it, great. Either way, I can grind another one in 8 hours anyway. Elsewhere, a female gamer accompanying Feng Lingzai accidentally noticed Lu Chen's auction listing and hurriedly tugged at her arm. Oh my god, Sister Lingzai, look quickly. That Lonely Me guy is selling a green-grade hammer. It's a green item, but the buyout price is a whopping 5,000, which is way too steep. Feng Lingzai's jaw dropped. A white item had just sold out instantly, and in the blink of an eye, where did he manage to dig up green equipment? The purple-haired girl standing next to her asked, Sister Lingzai, has that Lonely Me guy still not sent you a friend request? Feng Lingzai smiled meaningfully. Well, perhaps his pending friend request list is already congested. Shan, keep an eye on that Lonely Me account. The moment you see him lingering in our channel, let me know immediately. I've come up with a brilliant plan to force him to add us. The girl named Shan widened her eyes. Really? Feng Lingzai nodded confidently. Absolutely guaranteed. As for Lu Chen, after listing the item on the auction house, he put it entirely out of his mind. He and his trio of werewolf minions were still busily grinding monsters to level up, putting all other troubles aside, trying his best to reach level 9 before thinking about anything else. Nearly 4 hours later, Lu Chen checked his leveling progress and felt utterly depressed. Oh my god, jumping from level 8 to 9 burns through 50,000 experience points, and crawling from 9 to 10 takes a whole 100,000. Is this game trying to drive players into a corner? Despite this, he was still thrilled. His attack power had surpassed 60, and his health pool had reached a peak of 1,150, which felt incredibly satisfying. Suddenly, Lu Chen caught sight of a shimmering pile next to a heap of monster corpses. What on earth was scattered over there? He bent down and picked up exactly 15 potions. This sign indicated that some players had already made their way to the very core of this area. He stealthily followed the trail of scattered potions and stared in shock. Oh my god, there are still silhouettes of players ahead. What are they doing? If they can't fight them, why are they retreating in this direction? He quickly gathered all the potions scattered on the ground. This is a major jackpot. I was just scratching my head wondering how to afford potions. While Lu Chen was engrossed in scanning the path ahead, he came face to face with a group of players. They screamed in panic, oh my god, guys, we've bumped into a boss. A female player quickly dismissed it. Wait, that's not right. Isn't that boss's name supposed to have the word queen in it? But she immediately changed her mind. Actually, carrying a name tag that's a yard long like that, how could it be anything but a boss? From the player's perspective, Lu Chen appeared majestic and imposing, with a text block as long as a petition floating over his forehead. Super robust, agile and mighty werewolf. Realizing the truth, they shrieked in excitement again. Absolutely correct. Are you guys blind? Can't you see it's carrying a stone-smashing hammer and wearing leather shoulder armor right there? Indeed, Lu Chen was also startled. Leather shoulder pads, a wooden stone-smashing hammer. Damn it, this is a dead giveaway. While the players crowded around screaming, this monster is definitely Qiangya. Surround it, guys. Haha, we hit the jackpot this time. After wearing out our shoes, we finally found the boss. A voice dripping with greed rang out. From now on, stone-smashing hammers won't be exclusive to that Lonely Me guy anymore. Once we sell a few of them, our guild will easily dominate the level 10 main city. A timid girl asked hesitantly, what if it's a real boss? Do we even stand a chance? Another guy immediately retorted, that Lonely Me guy was only level 6 and still managed to beat it. There's no reason we should be scared. The surrounding players chimed in, exactly, what is there to fear? The most reckless guy dashed forward. Today, I'll make you taste pain. Bang, the low-grade hammer landed squarely on Lu Chen, but he remained completely unbothered, his health bar dropping by a mere single point. The punk who had just attacked was so shocked his jaw dropped. Only 1 point of damage. Lu Chen sneered inwardly. What did you expect? My defense is up to 33 points. A trash level 5 player like you holding a hammer probably only has 20 or 30 attack power. Is it not perfectly logical that the system barely deducts 1 point of damage from me? The entire group of players stood frozen in shock. Are you kidding me? Just a scratch of 1 point. How thick is this boss's skin? Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Its health bar is a whopping 1,150. Is this the real power of a boss? I'm out. I don't dare attack it anymore. A platinum beauty named Bairuyu stroked her chin and stepped forward to calm them down. Don't panic. What if its damage output is tiny? We still have a whole stock of potions, so we can easily wear it down. Everyone charge. A girl hiding behind her also nodded in agreement. Exactly, there is strength in numbers. We are so resilient, why fear a mosquito bite of 1 damage? After speaking, the whole crowd took turns gang-beating Lu Chen. Don't be afraid. A series of scattered -1 damage numbers flashed constantly. Lu Chen remained perfectly relaxed, looking at these punks as if they were children putting on a comedy show. After a round of scratching and clawing, they began to sense something was wrong. Wait a minute, it doesn't seem like its physical attack is weak. Lu Chen found this crowd completely hopeless. Are their brains filled with sewer water? Where did they get that low-damage theory? How can they be happy with such self-delusion? As a true monster, I must unleash my full power and cannot just stand by and watch my fellow monsters get slaughtered. Lu Chen let out a cold smile, staring intently at them, thinking to himself that some unfortunate souls were going to meet King Yama today. With a resounding boom, Lu Chen swung his hammer, taking away 52 health points from one guy. He screamed in terror, "Oh my god, what kind of nightmare is this? So strong. A single strike wiped out 1/6 of my health bar." Lu Chen didn't stop there. He landed another blow from behind, shaving off exactly 101 health points, making the guy turn pale and shout. His teammate next to him hurriedly urged, "Hung, drink a potion quickly." The guy quickly gulped down the potion. Unfortunately, a new problem arose. The potion only restored 10 health points per second for 10 seconds, and the cooldown also took 10 seconds, which clearly couldn't keep up with the pace of the battle. Another girl yelled, "Guys, take turns fighting it. Keep a cool head, try again. Take turns attacking, watch your positioning." But just a breath later, damn it, this boss swung its hammer too quickly. Before they could do anything, they were thoroughly beaten to a pulp. They quickly turned on their heels and ran. How are we supposed to fight this? Let's get out of here, guys. Seeing this, Lu Chen roared, trying to escape. Too late, sweethearts. He unleashed a sweeping strike, blowing them all away. Lu Chen grabbed the pile of potions, a sly smile on his face. 27 potions in total, that girl did a great job. Hee, quite a harvest this time. He deduced that these guys must have tracked down the stone-smashing hammer's origin, which was why they dragged themselves here to clash with Zaka. After that display of power, they wouldn't dare show their faces here again. This also meant he could comfortably camp and farm monsters for a long time. In that case, he would clear out this spot to grind straight to level 10. At another coordinate in the real world, specifically on the 14th floor of the Shen Guang Tower, the technology hub of Jiangcheng, a figure spoke to soothe them. Guys, don't be discouraged. After all, it is labeled as a boss, and it even levels above us by 3. The boss frowned in tension. The real problem is that we have no way to pierce its armor. A teammate nodded in agreement. Exactly, its damage is terrifyingly high. Unless we get some heavy weaponry or grind to level up, we stand no chance. In short, the team shouldn't lose morale over a single defeat. At the very least, we found the boss's coordinates. The ash-haired man stood up and said, "It's not to the point of losing morale, but what bugs me is that I can't figure out how that lonely me guy managed to beat it." Another person also scratched his head. "True, it's really absurd. It seems we have no choice but to grind levels with our eyes shut." Thinking back, indeed, with such a resilient monster, what kind of trick did that lonely me guy use to bring it down? Back in the virtual world, the lonely me guy, Lu Chen, was currently reviewing his information. Finally, his mailbox stopped ringing. He wondered if his stock had sold out yet. Lu Chen laughed in surprise. Well, the stone-smashing hammer was bought by Huang Keo Tai Zai at an extremely favorable price. All the bundled items are also completely gone. My account just got richer by another 25,221 gold coins. Lu Chen's mailbox was about to explode with a storm of messages. "Hello, Expert Lonely Me, representing the RTS Guild. May I ask if you have any other items to sell? Hello, Guild T is looking to buy stone-smashing hammers in bulk or individually. Do you have any in stock? Dear Lonely Me, the Hu Thin Group would love to establish a regular trading relationship with you. Hello, this young master is Huang Ko Taizai, very honored to make your acquaintance. Dear friend Lonely Me, the Tai Wei of Long Yu is looking to buy wooden clubs. The male lead scratched his chin and muttered, "It seems I need to write a general reply to everyone." He diligently typed a general reply to all senders. I deeply appreciate everyone's interest. However, I prefer not to add friends in-game. From now on, whenever high-quality gear is ready for sale, I will notify everyone in advance via mail so that everything remains fair and transparent. Closing the notification window, Lu Chen excitedly shouldered his weapon and went searching for monsters. Time to get to work. After 8 long hours, the male lead threw his weapon into a corner, stretched his arms, and groaned, "Oh my God, I finally crawled to level 10. I'm absolutely exhausted." He happily inventoried his loot: 28 wooden clubs, 1 shoulder guard, 1 undergarment, and the best prize, a stone-smashing hammer. Awesome. Pulling up the stat screen, the information immediately laid out before his eyes. Bound player, Lu Chen. Identity, werewolf with super robust, agile, and mighty constitution, standard 2-star. Strength, speed, and body stats all increased by 100%. Current level 10, accumulated experience, 7 out of 150,000. Strength, 42, consisting of 36 base plus 6. Agility, 44 from 36 base plus 8. Constitution, 42, 36 base and 6 bonus points. Damage range, 71 to 77. Defense, 33, consisting of 18 base plus 15. Health, 1,570 from 1,340 base and 230 bonus. The innate ability of level 2 Werewolf Bloodline grants a chance to deal double critical damage on basic attacks. Current critical strike rate, 14%. Talent upgrade chip, 0 out of 80 tier 3 chip. Quality improvement point, 0 out of 80 3-star rating. Beast reputation, 38. Summon card of the Ternary Legion, 38 out of 2,000. Admiring his achievements, Lu Chen laughed proudly, a whole 100,000 experience points. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Now that I've leveled up, I wonder if there are any interesting items for sale in the Reputation Exchange shop. The male lead quickly scanned the shop interface and saw that new categories like appearance, bloodline, and passive skills had been unlocked. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. Wow, 3 new features. This system is clearly aiming for my pathetic wallet. He carefully studied the use of each item. Under appearance, the only skin currently on sale was the werewolf fur, priced at 1,000 reputation points. The male lead yelled in frustration in his mind, "I'm already a wolf myself. What do I need to buy more wolf fur for? To keep warm." Moving on to the bloodline section, killing a certain quota of a specific creature would allow the collection of that species' bloodline. This was the core element to comprehend and strengthen talents. By wearing the corresponding appearance, players could completely transform their physique and attack styles. Lu Chen stroked his chin and nodded. Oh, this feature is interesting. From appearance and origin to skills, everything can be customized. Doesn't that mean I can transform into any wild species? A spark of inspiration flashed in the male lead's mind. Wait a minute. According to this logic, if I can obtain a human appearance, wouldn't I return to human form? This is the best news ever. Incredibly excited, he quickly searched the last section. Passive skills would provide the user with a 4th basic stat called mana. This energy source was the key to casting offensive spells and magic shields. The basic passive skill named Beast Meditation was priced at 1,000 reputation points. Successful training would activate the mana stat, and the more diligently one meditated, the more mana they would accumulate. The gold-grade spell copying feature for the first time also cost 1,000 reputation points. Upon defeating a monster, the player had a chance to absorb the gold-grade skill that the target had just cast. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together and calculated, these are all top-tier features. I'll have to sell some chips in my inventory to get the capital to cultivate. Just a few minutes later, the system prompt rang out. Congratulations, the player has successfully acquired the basic passive, Beast Meditation. For every minute of quiet meditation, you will gain 1 mana point. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the 4th stat. Your current starting mana is 1. Please note, there are 3 ways to increase mana: slaying monsters, meditating, and using potions. P.S. While meditating, secondary operations such as trading or purchasing are strictly prohibited. The stat interface refreshed. Strength, 42 including 36 base and 6 bonus, Agility 44 including 36 base and 8 bonus points, Constitution 42 from 36 base and 6 bonus, Base Mana 1 energy limit 1 out of 100. Lu Chen evaluated. The new energy bar is displayed in blue, but to run the passive I have to sit still in one place. That seems a bit restrictive. He stretched his limbs again and decided to dump all the farmed weapons onto the trading post and auction house. Once that was sorted, he would look around to see how others were playing lately before peacefully going to sleep. Meanwhile, in another event, Feng Lingzai was struggling to deal with monsters while complaining miserably. Oh my god, moving from level 6 to 7 requires a whopping 20,000 points. How long will it take to grind up to level 10 to enter the main city? Just then, Shan called out hurriedly, Sister Lingzai, that Lonely Me guy just listed another stone-smashing hammer, and the price is even 1,000 cheaper. Feng Lingzai widened her eyes in surprise. Another stone-smashing hammer? This person is truly remarkable. Shan continued to whisper, Sister Lingzai, the Lonely Me account is watching our live stream, but he's anonymous, currently holding the viewer ID 9527. The corner of Feng Lingzai's mouth curved up with hidden meaning. So you've finally shown up. She turned to the camera, speaking in an extremely sweet voice to express her gratitude to the viewers. Thank you so much for the support of our big family. In return, I will randomly draw a lucky viewer present here to gift a wooden club. I hope Lady Luck smiles upon you. Moments later, she played along and cheered excitedly. Congratulations to our anonymous guest number 9527 for winning today's prize. Sitting behind his screen, Lu Chen was so dumbfounded his jaw almost dropped to the floor. What on earth is this? I just poked my head in to look around and already won first prize. Before the male lead could process the situation, a message box from Feng Lingzai chimed, Hello, please provide your character name. According to the rules, I need to add you as a friend to deliver the prize. Lu Chen calmly typed, Thank you, but I was just passing by. It's better to leave this prize for your fans. Feng Lingzai wouldn't give up. Oh, it's no problem at all. Meeting in each other's channels is fate. Just send your account name over. Lu Chen still firmly shook his head. I honestly have no need for it. Feng Lingzai kept pushing. Don't be shy, just take it. The crowd watching the stream began to buzz with comments. A free wooden club handed on a silver platter and he rejects it. Is this big shot playing hard to get, or is he using a reverse psychology trick to impress the beauty? 3 minutes passed as Feng Lingzai pleaded with Lu Chen until she was breaking a sweat. Finally, he had to raise the white flag. All right, let's settle this. What exactly do I have to do for you to stop forcing this club on me? Seizing the opportunity, she said, Big brother, just accept it to make me happy. After that, take a photo of you carrying the club and send it over, and your mission is complete. Nonetheless, deep down, Feng Lingzai couldn't help but sigh. Who on earth is this Lonely Me guy that just asking for his contact info is this exhausting? On the other hand, Lu Chen tried to picture the scene, a robust, agile and mighty werewolf wielding a wooden club with 3 silly minions standing behind him as a backdrop. Well, that image looks a bit threatening. But Feng Lingzai's character was actually quite decent, and she had stood up for him the other day, so he decided to show her some respect this time. Male lead sent a message. Let's agree on this, I'll accept the gift but no photos. Feng Lingzai immediately seized the chance. Thank you, big brother, then let's add each other as friends to trade items too. Settled. At this moment, the chat channel suddenly erupted in anger, just asking for a souvenir photo and the goddess still compromises. Someone like this should have their prize revoked. I bet his level is so low that he's too embarrassed to show off. Once his account name is revealed, he'll definitely be a noob. Let me wait and see which weirdo it is. The very next second, a prominent notification scrolled across the screen. Lonely Me has accepted your friend request. The noisy crowd instantly pulled a 180-degree turn. Oh my god, breaking this fast is going to break my neck. It's the expert Lonely Me. What a wake-up call. No wonder he rejected the gift. This tycoon is literally a wooden club kingpin. Exactly. He just dumped 2 stone-smashing hammers. I accidentally said some disrespectful things. Feng Lingzai looked straight into the camera and spoke very seriously. It is a great honor to receive the attention of Lonely Me. On this occasion, I also want to update you with hot news from the system. The Poison Mist Forest map leading to the main city has officially opened for level 10 players. I wish Lonely Me will be the pioneer to set foot in the main city. Professional on the outside, she was dancing with joy on the inside. Heavens have blessed me. I finally got this tycoon's contact info. As for Lu Chen, he hesitantly thought to himself, unfriending her immediately after taking the prize would look a bit tacky. Might as well keep her name on the list. He suddenly remembered Feng Lingzai's words about the poison mist forest being opened. It seems the entrance is on this side. Let's head over to scout the situation first, then adapt accordingly. Blocking the entrance of the poison mist forest was a mossy boulder with clear inscriptions. The poison mist forest is the sole passage to the main city. It harbors countless perilous beasts. Since ancient times, those who survived can be counted on one hand. Engaging with monsters here is an extremely foolish move. Travelers are advised to restrain their hostility and find any way to slip through this forest as quickly as possible. The moment Lu Chen stepped in, the system prompt rang out confirming the player had left the novice zone to enter the poison mist forest. He planned as he walked. Avoid combat at all costs. The goal is to just run straight through. But how strong are the beasts in this area anyway? Suddenly I feel an itch to test my limits. The male lead muttered, I heard the spider spirits here carry extremely lethal poison. Talk of the devil, before his thought could even finish, a level 9 elite spider queen along with a swarm of level 8 spider minions swarmed in. Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat looking at the grotesque creatures. This pack is truly aggressive. Even though I'm a fellow beast in appearance, they still want to eat me alive. Undaunted, he lunged straight at the spider queen while shouting orders to his minions. Zai, deal with 2 of them. San Zai and Si Zai, each hold 1 down. Leave that elite leader to your big brother. Let's clear out these small fry first. Instantly, the entire squad surged with fighting spirit, charging into the fray with murderous intent. After fighting for a while, the system flashed a negative status warning. The player is poisoned, losing 20 health points per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Lu Chen was startled. Crap, I got hit. Thankfully, their raw damage isn't high enough to take my life instantly. After 3 minutes of intense combat, a series of notifications popped up continuously. Successfully defeated level 8 poisonous spider, gained 75 spiritual energy, looted a tier 0 talent chip, 1 0-star quality stat, and successfully absorbed 1 point of mana. Lu Chen stroked his chin in approval. Slaying 5 monsters brought in 2 mana points and grabbed 3 3-star items. This place is really profitable. He pulled out the loot he had just gathered to inspect them. A pair of wrist guards woven from white spider silk and 2 sheets of ultra-tough spider web. The male lead excitedly checked the attributes of the low-grade white wrist guards. The material was extremely refined, spun from the silk of spiders residing in the poison mist forest. Level 6 requirement, providing 6 shield points and 3 poison resistance. Set bonus. If 2 pieces of the mist armor set are equipped, poison resistance increases by 3. If 3 pieces are equipped, poison duration is halved and poison immunity is increased by 5. Lu Chen mumbled as he tightened his wristband. I have to spend reputation points to unlock the 4th equipment slot anyway, might as well use it immediately. At least this item helps resist poison, adding 6 defense and 3 poison resistance. Not bad. I wonder what good loot will drop in the next stage. Before he could even enjoy his joy, he looked up and gasped in horror as another swarm of spiders surged toward him. Oh my God, with this many, when will I ever finish fighting them? Lu Chen realized the situation was reaching a dead end. This monster spot was too overwhelming. His 3 minions couldn't restore health fast enough. No wonder people avoid this place like the plague. I'm exhausted. Let's finish off this batch, then log out and sleep. Disconnecting and removing his virtual reality headset, Lu Chen unconsciously stretched his arm, the very one that had been paralyzed for so long. He exhaled. Sigh, grinding all day has really made my bones ache. He froze in disbelief. Wait, did my paralyzed arm just lift into the air? How is this absurd thing possible? Lu Chen stood frozen for a long time, then his lips parted into a radiant smile as he looked down at his trembling, moving fingers. Oh my God, it's real, not a dream. Although his knuckles were still stiff, his entire arm had truly regained sensation. Just then, the loud ringing of his phone shattered the silence. Calming his mind, Lu Chen reached out to answer the call. From the other end of the line, a female voice spoke in a reproachful, pouty tone. What were you doing that took you this long to answer the phone? Lu Chen spoke gently. I was just napping for a bit. "Are you about to get off work yet, young lady?" It turned out to be Lu Yi, his little sister. She replied gloomily, "I'm still stuck here." "This Nine Heavens game is insanely hard, brother. My team has been grinding day and night, and we only managed to crawl to level 6. The big boss gave each of us a wooden club and ordered us to grind like crazy to keep up with the rest before the main city opens. Make sure you eat properly at home." On this end, Lu Chen smiled to soothe his sister. "Just keep your mind at ease and focus on completing your work. When you show your face back home, I'll have a super big gift for you." Lu Yi eagerly asked, "What gift is it that you're being so secretive about, brother?" Lu Chen smiled smugly. "It's a secret. Just take good care of your health. When you step through the door, everything will be clear." She could only obediently agree. Putting down the phone, Lu Chen's heart was still fluttering with excitement. He realized his destiny had finally found its light. This Nine Heavens game truly held miracles. Tomorrow, I must fight with all my might. By the day Lu Yi returns, perhaps this brother of hers will be fully healed. Nothing could be more satisfying. Early the next morning, the male lead enthusiastically drove his minions deep into the poison mist forest to clear out the monsters. Facing a swarm of monsters as dense as ants, Lu Chen broke into a sweat, realizing he had just made a fatal mistake. These creatures had a mechanism to revive the moment their elite leader fell. The enemy numbers were multiplying exponentially. This boded ill for them. In the midst of this critical moment, the system notification coldly threw a bucket of ice water. "Your minion, the level 7 werewolf with super robust, agile, and mighty constitution, has fallen in battle. 1 point has been deducted from your summon card of the Ternary Legion. Your current status allows you to summon 1 replacement follower." Hearing the death notice, Lu Chen cried out in anguish, "My Erzai." The battlefield showed no signs of cooling down, and the death notices kept ringing out repeatedly. "Your minion, the level 7 werewolf with super robust, agile, and mighty constitution, has perished. -1 point from your Ternary Legion summon card, 1 follower slot is vacant. Your minion, the level 7 werewolf with super robust, agile, and mighty constitution, has fallen in battle. -1 point from your Ternary Legion card, current vacant slots, 3. Surrounded in a life-or-death situation, Lu Chen frantically gulped down recovery potions to keep himself alive. Finishing the potion, his fury surged intensely. He roared, "Damn it! Today I'll fight you bastards to the bitter end." After 10 minutes of struggle, the system confirmed the player had escaped from the poison mist forest and safely retreated to the novice area. Escaping that living hell, Lu Chen's eyes welled up with tears, and his voice choked up. "Erzai, Sanzai, Sizai, your big brother owes you an apology." But very quickly, his fighting spirit was rekindled. Boss Zaka is about to respawn. Time to borrow his 3 silly minions again. This time, I'm determined to break the rule and spend reputation points to buy them some poison-resistant armor and elevate their quality to a new level. Entering battle fully prepared is the only way to ensure victory. At dawn the next day, the 3 werewolf minions newly recruited by the male lead quickly integrated, swinging their weapons and fighting with great skill. While slamming his club at the poisonous spiders, Lu Chen shouted his command, "Enhance the quality of the silly trio. Each of you, add 10 points of poison resistance for me." As he swung his arm, he praised silently, "This monster spot is so crowded, it's definitely a goldmine that can't be missed." Grinding until his limbs were completely exhausted, Lu Chen leaned on his knees to catch his breath. From afar, a spider queen slowly approached, followed by a long trail of baby spiders. Lu Chen frowned. "This is tough. Another notable elite, but her horde is simply too overwhelming." The level 10 elite beast named Poison Widow Alice Anna didn't even bother with an introduction. With her eyes rolled back, she bared her fangs and claws, charging straight at Lu Chen. The male lead showed no fear, immediately bracing himself with his wooden club to face the threat, while shouting commands to the 3 werewolves. "Erzai, Sanzai, Sizai, stay close to me. Shave off their numbers from the outer ring, absolutely do not risk deep diving into the center of their formation." After a grueling half an hour, the bloody battle came to an end as the Poison Widow Alice Anna collapsed to the ground. The system confirmed the defeat of the elite Poison Widow Alice Anna. Rewards: 400 points of spiritual energy, 3 pieces of Tier 3 talent chips, and 3 points of 3-star quality upgrades. Loot dropped: a green-grade venomous spider fang, a pair of wrist guards woven from white spider silk, and a pair of pure white poisonous spider silk gloves. Looking at the scattered rewards, Lu Chen couldn't hide his admiration. A level 10 named elite is indeed impressive, dropping 3 items and even including a green quality piece of equipment. The first item, low-grade white spider silk gloves, level 6 requirement, providing 5 armor and 4 poison resistance. Second item, mid-grade venomous spider fang gleaming green. The fang pulled from the poison widow's mouth was razor-sharp and filled with lethal poison. Level 8 requirement, physical damage ranging from 5 to 9. Each hit inflicts an additional 10 poison damage, lasting for 3 seconds. This fang was meant to be crafted into a necklace. Unfortunately, to equip both of these accessories, the cost was 800 and 1,600 reputation points. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. So expensive, but given the circumstances, I have to bite the bullet and buy them. Wrapping the gloves and putting on the venomous fang necklace, Lu Chen felt power surging through him. He laughed with delight. Farming the elite mobs this time would be as easy as pie. But just as he turned around, he froze upon seeing the venomous widow Alice on a respawn right before his eyes. The healing speed of the mini-bosses in this area was truly mind-boggling. Lu Chen immediately realized the truth. No wonder the stone tablet outside confidently claimed that few would leave this place alive. With such a dizzying respawn rate, finding a way to retreat would indeed be a difficult puzzle. Yet, oddly enough, he actually loved this madness. The male lead commanded in a clear voice, San and Si, go all out and charge forward. Let's gather 80 materials first before deciding our next move. With the command issued, he tightened his grip on the club handle and swung a brutal strike directly onto Alice Anna's head. As 5 in the evening arrived, Lu Chen squinted at the dark green title hovering above his head. Werewolf Commander Hamnatun, Elite Tier, Super Strong, Super Agile, Super Fierce. Sitting proudly at rank 11, he muttered in praise, wow, what a dazzling title. But then he frowned in annoyance. Wait, what on earth is Hamnatun's system? Please stop randomly assigning weird titles to me. Anyway, grinding all day had finally gathered enough materials to push his quality to a full 3 stars. Let's open the stats to take a look. The status screen immediately opened, showing his quality had reached a solid 3 stars. Strength, agility, and constitution attributes were all boosted by 250%. Progress sat at 0 out of 160 to reach 4 stars. Current rank was 11. The experience bar was filled to 31,100 and 42 out of 200,000. Brawn was at 76, consisting of 70 base points and 6 bonus points. Speed surged to 78, including 70 base points and 8 bonus points. Constitution was 76, made of 70 base points and 6 support points. Mana remained at 4. Damage output fluctuated between 114 and 124. Poison resistance was 10. Defense reached 66, consisting of 35 base points and 31 bonus points. Health pool stretched to 2,230. The low-grade werewolf bloodline ability had reached level 3, granting a double critical hit rate on normal attacks, with the critical strike probability hitting 19%. The number of Tier 4 chips was 0 out of 160. Beast reputation was currently at 38. The San Yuan follower summoning card stood at 38 out of 2,000. The Beast's meditation passive was currently toggled off. Total mana was 13 out of 400. This is more like it. All the hard grinding wasn't in vain. Let's check the exchange shop to see if any new items are on the shelves. The shop interface immediately loaded, with the venomous spider bloodline prominently displayed. Activation requirement. Harvest the lives of 1,000 forest venomous spiders, which was already completed. A successful purchase would allow him to learn the basic venomous spider bloodline talent. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This would not only grant him the ability to poison opponents, but also improve his leg flexibility. Without hesitation, he clicked to buy it. The innate skill from the level 3 low-grade werewolf bloodline gave physical attacks a chance to trigger a double critical hit, with a 19% activation rate, requiring 0 out of 160 Tier 4 chips to upgrade. The talent from the level 0 basic venomous spider bloodline allowed basic attacks to drain enemy health by 1% of his own maximum health, capped at 20 points, lasting for 5 seconds, while also boosting movement speed by 10%, requiring 0 out of 10 Tier 1 chips. Skimming through the information, Lu Chen decisively pressed the button to upgrade the venomous spider bloodline skill straight to level 3. The stats of the Level 3 basic venomous spider skill appeared. Normal attacks would inflict additional poison damage equal to 2.5% of the player's health, capped at 50 points, lasting for 5 consecutive seconds. Movement speed was boosted by 19%, requiring 0 out of 160 Tirby chips. The system flashed red to warn, absorbing a foreign bloodline will cause physical mutations. If you wish to conceal this, please purchase a disguise outfit. Lu Chen snapped out of it, completely dumbfounded. What? Absorbing a bloodline actually mutates the body as well? This game is truly unbelievable. Now I've turned into some freak with a wolf's upper body and a spider's lower body. Between laughter and tears, he looked down at the hairy, bristling legs growing from his lower body. The male lead tried dashing forward a short distance and laughed out loud. Oh, after fusing the new bloodline, his movements were indeed as swift as the wind. That sly system probably thought he would empty his pockets to buy a disguise, didn't it? Never. This bizarre look is actually pretty cool, no joke. Returning to reality, Lu Chen still had his virtual reality headset tightly on as he reached for a loaf of bread and chewed noisily. After grinding all day, he had to take a break to put some food in his stomach. However, in the community groups, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Today, the expert Don Mintoy was nowhere to be seen selling gear, so his inventory must be depleted. No matter how powerful his backing was, the general player base was about to catch up in level, and his advantage would soon vanish. Honestly, he was just one step faster in grinding, seizing a rare mob spawn to gather all those high-tier weapons. Exactly, once everyone levels up, this guy will lose his spark. Reading this wave of opinions, Lu Chen suddenly slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten about selling goods because he was too focused on fighting. Yesterday's revenue from wooden clubs and broken stones had already brought in over 10,000 yuan, yet today he was so immersed in the mob zone that the newly dropped items were still sitting quietly in his chest. He glanced over his inventory and found that he had harvested 5 venomous bone gear sets. He gave 1 set to each of his 3 silly underlings, kept 1 for himself, and had about 7 or 8 limb-wrapping accessories left over. Since the players outside still hadn't found the entrance to the venomous fog forest, putting these items up for auction now might not be the best timing. While he was racking his brain to come up with a plan, a few other messages caught his eye. Oh right, the goddess Feng Lingzai has also made her move, brothers, let's hurry over to catch the hype. I have a different feeling. The location of Boss Zaka's lair is still being kept strictly under wraps. Lu Chen stopped his train of thought as a bad premonition hit him. His delicious prey was about to be snatched away. Damn it, if they finish off Zaka, their next step would be to flood into the fog forest. His plan to fatten up his wallet a bit more was at risk of failing. He had to log back into the game immediately. Returning to the virtual world, the world boss named Zaka was surrounded by layers upon layers of players. Feng Lingzai stood on the outer circle with her teammates as roaring cheers echoed. Zaka is the target, everyone charge in quickly, be careful not to let other teams steal the kill. She also responded enthusiastically, exactly, let's launch an all-out attack together, move out. But a cautious voice called out, don't act rashly. Did you already forget the lesson of our entire team getting wiped out last time? Shan shouted at the top of her lungs, quiet, don't panic. There are many of us. Once you see the broken stones drop, jump in and snatch them immediately. Feng Lingzai added, if we secure the broken stones, our team is guaranteed to win. The crowd's morale was sky-high, trust us, this lineup has incredibly good luck today. A young man standing nearby sneered, you're quite confident, brother. Do you dare to bet with me that this squad isn't actually carrying a streak of terrible luck? Before he could even finish, Shan pointed in horror and screamed, Sister Lingzai, look quickly. What on earth is that thing rushing over from over there? The one who appeared was none other than Lu Chen, looking incredibly cool in his half-wolf, half-spider form. With a long green title hovering above his head and wearing a bunch of high-tier gear, he rushed in like a whirlwind and roared to the heavens. Hold on, Zaka, Big Brother is here to bail you out. All the players present froze in disbelief. Oh my, what is that mutated creature? A werewolf commander? Okay, did the game developers really design this type of mob, or is it a reinforcement summoned by Boss Zaka? But the crowd quickly regained their fighting spirit. Keep the formation, don't panic. The summoned minions definitely can't be more overpowered than the main boss. The players immediately reassured each other. That's right, don't let its intimidating look scare you. Each group assign one person to hold it down. Remember the strategy. As soon as Zaka's health bar drops below 30%, he will trigger the skill to summon his minion Hamneton. A vanguard who was itching for a fight wanted to target Lu Chen first, leaping toward the creature with the incredibly long title. The developers of this game are pretty funny, but this monster's build is too massive. It's completely blocking Zaka. A heavy blow struck down directly onto Lu Chen's head, but the damage indicator displayed a mere 1 point. The vanguard player began to break a sweat. What? Only 1 point of damage. How are we supposed to pierce this armor? The entire crowd of players froze for 5 seconds. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This monster's health bar is over 2,000. Feng Lingzai and Shan were also as motionless as stone statues. She tilted her head slightly and asked, "What do you think? Is this creature just a tanky type with high health and thick armor?" Shan was also utterly bewildered. "I guess so." Like drowning men clutching at straws, they convinced themselves that must be the case. If it had thick armor and high damage, no one could play against it. They continued to reassure themselves, "Stay calm, brothers. I bet this thing is just a sponge designed to absorb damage. Its only purpose is to stall for time." The shouts immediately spread. Absolutely correct. Ignore it, everyone focus fire on taking down Zaka first. Hiding behind his werewolf skin, Lu Chen cast a freezing glance at the crowd. "Well, you want to defeat Zaka? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." The male lead thrust a sharp spider leg directly through the chest of a player standing nearby. The victim instantly lost 202 health points from a double critical hit. Furthermore, the venom inflicted an additional 60 points of continuous damage. This devastating opening blow instantly silenced those who had been shouting so confidently. The entire squad seemed to be frozen in place. After recovering their senses a few seconds later, the crowd began to panic and scream. Vaporized. He was actually vaporized. San's health bar was clearly 250, but with just one scratch, he was sent straight back to the respawn point. What kind of monstrous beast is this brutal? Lu Chen let out a mocking roar as if scaring a bunch of toddlers. "Why are you standing there like idiots? Am I too handsome to look at?" With those words, he carried his club and charged straight into the crowd, unleashing a devastating assault. A barrage of red damage numbers danced continuously. Those who were hit realized in panic that death was closing in. "Oh my God, this venom drains health so persistently, even chugging potions won't save us." Wherever Lu Chen's figure swept through, only the scattered remains of unfortunate players were left behind. The vanguard holding down Zaka on the other side also began to panic. This freakish monster is the real final boss. Forget Zaka, quickly group up to stop it. Stop it with what, blind faith? Our attacks can't even pierce its scales. Are you crazy to think about getting close to that abomination? Lu Chen ignored all the complaints, locking his eyes onto the leading target Feng Lingzai and striking. Noticing that Zaka still had a sliver of health left, his rescue plan was still viable. The male lead whispered to himself, "I guess I have to offend the beauty then." With just a light swipe of his venomous spider leg, Feng Lingzai immediately suffered a penalty of 94 health points. She cried out in terror, "Oh my lord, the poison drains 60 health points per second like this. What kind of magic did that Geico Don Min toy use to flatten this place?" Having successfully rescued Zaka, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. This run was quite a harvest. Nodding his chin, he instructed, "Sanzai, gather all the potions dropped out there. I need to tune into Feng Lingzai's stream channel to see how the player base is weeping and complaining. Quite a few people will probably lose heart and quit the game this time." While their boss was still smiling at his thoughts, the 3 underlings bustled around, picking up every single piece of scattered loot without leaving anything behind. The players who had just tasted Lu Chen's beatdown were now immersed in a gloomy atmosphere. Feng Lingzai clutched her head in distress. "Everyone, our campaign to defeat Boss Zaka today has completely failed." Another person sighed, "Who knows where such a terrifying boss named Hamneton came from?" The entire channel began to buzz with discussion. That monster is overpowered beyond imagination. Exactly, every strike is an instant kill. How on earth did that Kodon Min toy account manage to beat it? If that guy isn't an insider sent by the publisher, I will walk on my hands. It's truly ridiculous. Who would have thought a top-tier squad of 40 players would be wiped out in just a few short minutes? The account viewer Sungda also typed wearily, "I'm sick of this. I'm going AFK and logging off." Rest turned to Feng Lingzai as a lifeline goddess. "Didn't you just add the big shot Ko Don Min Toy as a friend earlier? Why don't you try asking him for some tips on how to beat Boss Zaka?" "That's right, sister, without knowing the mechanics, we'll be stuck at this gate forever. With your looks, goddess, there's no way he won't spill the secret." Feng Lingzai hesitated. Doing that might be a bit tactless. Asking around like that is like taking away someone else's livelihood. But the crowd wouldn't let it go. "Just give it a try, goddess. If he shares it generously, it proves he doesn't care about a few pennies. Indeed, he has the right to remain silent, but we have the right to ask. We have nothing to lose." Under the pressure of public opinion, Feng Lingzai sighed and relented. "All right then, let me try." Lu Chen squinted as he read the blinking message on his interface. "Hello, Ko Don Min Toy. I know this request is a bit much, but our team is truly at a dead end with Zaka. Could you generously share some experience on how to defeat Zaka, especially how to deal with the boss Hamnatun? Thank you so much." The male lead stroked his chin, planning. His goal was to buy time so he could stay in the venomous fog forest to farm another batch of poison-resistant gear. Waiting for them to clear Zaka would be the perfect time to dump the armor sets for them to enter the venomous fog forest. Tomorrow would probably be enough quantity. Thinking this over, he typed a reply. "Hamnatun doesn't always appear. I advise everyone to come back tomorrow and try their luck." Receiving the tip, Feng Lingzai was overjoyed and replied, "Thank you so much, sending you 1,000 hearts." Having handled the diplomatic matter, Lu Chen turned to his 3 underlings with a smirk. "Since we've already come all this way, let's just put Zaka out of his misery." San Si set up the formation. On the second day of staying in the venomous fog forest, Lu Chen carried his club to lead his underlings deeper into the lair. His collected poison-resistant gear was quite abundant now, providing enough capital to sweep through harsher mob areas. Walking along, he leisurely admired the scenery, thinking that the developers truly designed a smooth background environment. After walking for a while, a lush green bamboo grove gradually came into view. Lu Chen muttered, "Who knows what kind of bizarre creature is waiting behind those bushes?" With a swoosh, a massive, sleek green figure covered in thorny scales suddenly blocked his path. A whole squad of giant Tier 10 green snakes swarmed out of the bamboo grove, making Lu Chen almost lose his eyes in shock. Oh my goodness, the number of snakes here might be even greater than the swarm of venomous spiders outside. He urgently called out, San Si, charge in and test their strength." Followers had just rushed into battle when they were hit with poison, losing 1 health point. Lu Chen kept his eyes peeled and calculated. Was wearing the venomous fog armor set, with a detoxification stat of 19, meaning the enemy's poison damage hit 20. The strength of a regular mob was comparable to a level 9 elite mini-boss. Was this venomous fog forest designed just to slaughter players? After battling for 10 minutes, the giant serpents kept flickering their tongues and making chilling hissing sounds in front of his squad. They reared their heads, waiting to strike and tear them apart. Lu Chen scratched his head in frustration. With a mob size as massive as ants, the game developers were clearly trying to scare players to death. He took out several healing potions to distribute to his underlings, sighing, "Looks like this will be a battle of attrition." Fortunately, besides the poison-resistant gear, the stock of potions gathered was also quite plentiful. "I'm giving 8 bottles to each of you. Grit your teeth and finish this fight." 2 hours passed, and the battle was still undecided. Lu Chen stretched lazily, complaining of fatigue. Who knows how long we have to hold out before they collapse? He decided to sneak off to sleep and figure it out tomorrow. This master's logic was truly outstanding, leaving his werewolf underlings staring in speechless disbelief at his sheer lack of responsibility. The next day, fully energized by a good night's sleep, Lu Chen put on his virtual reality headset in high spirits. He took a deep breath. A full sleep is truly delightful. Today, he decided to tone down his aggressive nature. As soon as he logged in, he would just run as fast as he could. He didn't know if this tactic would help him escape that terrifying sea of snakes. As soon as he returned to the virtual world, what caught his eye was the sight of his 3 underlings still grinding like crazy. He was stunned. Oh, what on earth is going on? I clearly logged out, so in theory, these 3 should have disappeared with me. Why are they still tirelessly beating mobs? Taking a closer look, he was instantly stunned. To his surprise, these three idiots had actually all quietly leveled up to become Tier 9 wild monsters. Lu Chen widened his wolf eyes, beginning to question reality. How could such an absurdity exist? In short, what kind of ridiculous situation is this? Glancing at a werewolf sitting and panting behind them, he finally understood. It turned out these three had implemented a shift-based resting strategy to grind non-stop. Since he, their master, was offline, all the earned experience was automatically distributed equally among them, causing their levels to skyrocket. Lu Chen was overjoyed as if he had just dug up a treasure. Previously, he was always troubled by the issue of leveling up his minions. If he didn't share experience points, they would remain stuck at the same level forever, but if he did, his own progress would suffer. Who would have thought that he would accidentally find a perfect solution now? Counting the giant pythons he had defeated, he realized he had met the requirements to purchase this species' fusion bloodline. 2,000 reputation points was indeed a steep price. He only silently prayed that the innate ability of the snake tribe wouldn't make his investment go to waste. System then displayed a notification of acquiring the low-grade snake tribe bloodline talent. Each attack would inflict damage based on a percentage of the target's maximum health. Once the target was poisoned with each step they took, the poison damage would increase by an additional 10%. The effect lasted for 7 steps, with a time limit of 60 seconds. Lu Chen immediately cried out in surprise, "Wow, isn't this the legendary 7-step snake? This talent is awesome, I must upgrade it immediately." The low-grade snake tribe bloodline talent reached Tier 3. At this stage, normal attacks carried 58 plus 10 poison damage, up to a maximum of 2.5% of the target's base health. Once poisoned, each step taken by the target would add a cumulative 10% of poison damage, lasting for 7 steps with the status lasting up to 60 seconds. Lu Chen sighed once again, "Are you kidding me? Do I have to mutate again?" But wait, with each step adding 10% more damage, this type of poison is clearly even more brutal than the spider venom. After undergoing the transformation, he didn't even know what species he belonged to anymore. His upper body had the form of a wolf, while his lower half grew a long snake tail, not to mention those spindly spider legs still wriggling on it. Lu Chen looked at himself and groaned in disgust. On the path of reaching the peak of hideousness, he was truly moving forward without a rival. But whatever, a ruined appearance didn't matter as long as his power progressed. Just then, a giant python in the distance aggressively rushed straight toward him. Lu Chen didn't panic at all, simply swinging his club and striking hard. The monster instantly lost 93 health points, accompanied by 68 points continuously drained due to the poison effect. Lu Chen laughed with delight. Well, just as expected, these poison stacks can completely stack with each other. One lasts for 5 seconds, while the other increases sharply after 7 steps. This combination is truly peerless, ha ha ha. Riding the wave of victory, Lu Chen commanded loudly, "You silly trio, let's move out. Everyone work together to tear this map apart." Right at that moment, an unprecedented chaotic battle broke out between Lu Chen's faction and the swarm of giant pythons, as the monsters frantically counterattacked to take their enemies' lives. Not long after, Lu Chen threw his head back and laughed with great satisfaction. "Ha ha, after so much hardship, I finally made it out." Suddenly, his pupils contracted. "Here it is, this is indeed a Tier 9 wild monster, we've finally encountered a real boss." Appearing right before Lu Chen's eyes now was the level 12 boss, the ruler of the venomous fog forest, Ian Hin to be objective. This spider woman actually looked incredibly beautiful and seductive. Observing Ian Hin with her bristling spider legs behind her back and a writhing snake tail, the male lead began to ponder. If he could take down the boss, a rare drop was guaranteed, but her strength was no joke. Should he risk his life and charge into battle? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go all out and take a gamble. There wasn't a single small mob protecting her, and with the support of his 3 capable underlings, the chance of winning wasn't zero. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lu Chen dashed like the wind toward the boss. San, see, follow me, kill." Immediately, the boss only elegantly licked the corner of her lips. Next, she suddenly spat out a dense mass of spider silk from her mouth. The silk seemed to have eyes, instantly wrapping tightly around the 3 underlings. Seeing the critical situation and realizing he was about to become dinner himself, Lu Chen grit his teeth and muttered, terrifying, she even uses control skills. Indeed, the title of boss isn't just for show. Without hesitation, he hurriedly struggled with all his might to break free from the binding. Nevertheless, his eyes still betrayed anxiety as he turned to look at the three werewolf underlings. We're in trouble. The combat power of these three idiots is too weak. How can they have enough strength to tear through that tough silk? Activating his charge state, he decisively rushed forward to land several heavy blows on the boss. With the damage from his wooden club combined with stacking poison, plus a few strikes from earlier, he should at least shave off more than 200 points of her health. He thought his firepower was already formidable, but to his surprise, this monster actually had over 4,000 health. Worse, her health regeneration occurred in the blink of an eye. This tough nut was going to be hard to crack. He himself was now affected by a 10% reduction in movement speed, plus a 10% reduction in attack speed. Lu Chen's face darkened as he muttered an evaluation. High physical damage, terrifying toxicity, massive health, and even slowing effects on both movement and attack speed, on top of having control skills. Ivanhill was truly a terrifying nightmare. If it were any normal squad, they would definitely be wiped out completely. As he ran for his life while glancing back, he told himself he was fortunate enough to have fused the Spiderkin bloodline in time. Thanks to his superior speed and two innate talents, he still had plenty of capacity to constantly chip away at her health. Great, the three fools could finally join the battle. Right at this moment, they struggled out of the spider silk and frantically rushed straight toward the boss. Suddenly, the spider woman turned around sharply and took a deep breath. And then, without warning, she spat out a massive web of spider silk. Lu Chen was truly panicked. It was unbelievable. Did she use this binding skill continuously without any cooldown? In this situation, he could only rely on himself. He had to use kiting tactics, slowly retreating while chipping away at her health until she collapsed. 30 minutes passed, and Lu Chen miraculously managed to defeat the level 12 boss Ian Hin. A series of notifications popped up. Defeated level 12 world boss Ian Hin, gathered 760 spiritual energy and items. 1 4-star talent fragment, 2 4-star quality fragments, absorbed 2 pure spiritual essences, obtained white-grade venomous fog spider silk gloves, obtained white-grade venomous fog spider silk leg guards, obtained blue-grade Ian Hin's protection, obtained green-grade exquisite spider silk helmet, obtained sturdy spider silk. Lu Chen was visibly delighted as he admired his loot. 2 types of 4-star materials, 5 excellent items, and even a blue-grade piece of equipment dropped. Indeed, the hard struggle for half an hour was not in vain. Out of curiosity, he opened it to check the stats of Ian Hin's protection. Ian Hin's protection, blue quality, high grade. This was the armor belonging to the ruler of the venomous fog forest, possessing extraordinary power level 10. Physical defense 21, spiritual defense a poison resistance 10, plus 19 strength, 14 agility, 24 constitution. Specifically comes with a skill that reduces the enemy's movement speed by 10% and attack speed by 10%. His eyes lit up like bright stars. If this bargain was put up for auction, who knows how much gold he could collect. He would just camp here and wait for Ian Hin to drop more blue gear. Even if those other players struggled to pass the Zaka stage, it would take them ages to reach this map. This time, his chance to make a fortune was guaranteed. Exactly 30 minutes later, the boss respawned right before Lu Chen's astonished eyes. Oh my god, such a rapid respawn rate. Compared to Zaka's refresh time, it was indeed many times faster. Without hesitating for another half-second, he grabbed his weapon and charged into battle. He suddenly realized that Zaka was merely a regular elite type meant for player practice, whereas the venomous fog forest served as a barrier to block them from entering the main city. That was why its respawn time was accelerated so rapidly. After 10 long hours of fighting, Lu Chen let out a tired sigh. Although exhausted in return, he had successfully gathered 17 venomous fog sets, 19 pieces of Ian Hin's protection, 11 exquisite spider silk helmets, and 19 4-star quality materials. The male lead smirked triumphantly. The next step is to browse the forums to see how those miserable players have been doing lately. At this time, Lu Chen was examining a new item and gasped, "Oh dear, the 8th equipment slot requires up to 4,000 reputation points. What an exorbitant price." He looked closely again at the helmet that added 11 defense, 7 strength, 9 agility, and 10 constitution. It seemed this item would bring in quite a decent profit later. Scrolling through a series of bitter comments from players on the trading platform, "This Tianjin game is pushing people too far. Just trying to get to the main city and our squad got wiped out 4 times. Is Tianjin planning to imprison us in the novice village until we quit the game? 9 out of 10 people can't survive. What an absurd barrier. Has everyone heard of the 7-step poison? The more you run, the faster your health drops. Where did that glove from the venomous fog set come from? I'm willing to pay a high price to buy it." Lu Chen smiled smugly. "Oh goodness. Indeed, that venomous fog forest has tortured these people's minds to the point of almost driving them crazy." Absolutely no one mentioned Ian Hin's name. It seemed no squad had dragged their feet to the 3rd stage yet. Everyone was just struggling to survive the 1st stage. Therefore, not a single soul had picked up any venomous fog equipment. He laughed in delight. Here is the golden opportunity. It's time to trigger an earthquake. Get ready to open the pouch and collect money. Heh heh. He smiled calculatively. If he wanted to create a media buzz and heavily promote the items, the shortest path was to use Feng Lingzai's livestream. He didn't even know how that beautiful lady was struggling at the moment. In the livestream room, Feng Lingzai sat blankly in front of the camera, taking a tired, deep breath. The background behind her was obviously the venomous fog forest, and she sighed, "We're done for, our squad just got wiped out yet again." After a quick transition, the background behind her immediately changed back to the respawn point in the novice village. While she was clutching her head in helplessness, the chat box was scrolling frantically. Even if the goddess has good gear, she still can't get through, so how are we noobs supposed to survive? Exactly, just the path to the level 10 main city is already a puzzle like this. Did the publisher accidentally put the main city's difficulty into the novice village? Heard the snake monsters ahead are even more disgusting. That's it, I surrender unconditionally. Feng Lingzai scratched her head in frustration. Apparently, someone spread a rumor that defeating spiders would drop poison-resistant gear. So why hasn't a single piece dropped after all my grinding? How are we supposed to get past this ordeal? My brain is about to explode. The poison mist forest is truly a challenge far beyond the reach of small teams like ours. The viewers immediately flooded the chat with advice. Why not try messaging Quang Shen? That big shot must be hiding some good stuff. Exactly, in this entire online community, you're the only one who has his contact info. Indeed, that expert has completely vanished lately, not selling a single thing. Pushed into a corner, Feng Lingzai could only click her tongue and comply. All right, even if I get brutally unfriended, I'll swallow my pride and ask him for help just this once. Just as Feng Lingzai pressed send on her message to Lu Chen, which read, "Quang Shen, have you cleared the poison mist forest yet? Do you have any spare poison-resistant gear in your inventory? Could you spare some for me?" The fans started doubting. I bet asking is pointless. I'm sure Wei Wo Du Quang is also struggling in that poison mist forest. He hasn't set up any stalls all day. Maybe he's frustrated and throwing his keyboard right now. Unless you gather the whole set, just wearing some poison-resistant gear is useless, and unfortunately, no one has been able to find the gloves. But out of nowhere, Lu Chen's reply caught the entire chat off guard. "Oh, Quang Shen is here, that's so cool. Does he really still have poison-resistant gear? Is that bullshit? He must be bragging. If he had the goods, why didn't he list them earlier to make a fortune?" Exactly, rare stuff like this wouldn't even be guaranteed if you had a mountain of money right now. Lu Chen seemed to reply instantly, delivering a harsh slap to the faces of those who had just been sarcastic. Feng Lingzai gasped in shock. What, a complete set?" The chat exploded again. "The poison mist set? Is he claiming he has a complete poison mist combo? Impossible, how on earth could any player find the gloves at this stage? My guild wiped 4 times and only managed to get a single wrist guard. I'll never believe he has the whole set." Feng Lingzai didn't bother with the speculation. She quickly messaged Lu Chen back. "Quang Shen, I'll take them. Whether you want to open a private trade room in the system or send them by mail, I'm fine with either." Lu Chen replied coldly, "So, how many sets do you need?" The viewers were also completely shocked. Good heavens, several sets, what is he babbling about? How could that be possible? Did he hoard a ton of poison mist gear? What a liar, this is definitely a scam. A more sensible player spoke up. Hey guys, just because you play badly doesn't mean others are useless too. If you can't do something, don't stubbornly impose that on others. Of course, our protagonist is always an unquestionable exception. Feng Ling Zai, tense, hesitantly typed each word. Could I buy 3 sets? Feng Ling Zai froze for a few seconds, whispering unconsciously, how many sets? Lu Chen didn't need a single second to think, replying instantly, open a private room on the trading system right away. Once it's set up, send the password over to me. Feng Ling Zai looked dazed, muttering blankly into her microphone. Can you guys believe it? 3 full poison mist sets. Even now I still feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Chen urged. If there are no issues, start transferring the money, as he threw 3 poison mist sets straight into the trade window. Feng Ling Zai clicked the pay button, and the system immediately announced the successful transfer of 21,000 gold coins. Holding the items in her hands, she shrieked with joy, wonderful, 1,000 thanks to Quang Shen. Oh my, this is the real deal. This time we have more than enough power to sweep through that spider forest. The audience witnessing the scene started a frenzy again. Goddess, please let me have 1 set. I'm willing to shell out 15,000. Share 2 sets with our guild. You fools, run and find Quang Shen to grab the goods. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's mailbox was heavily bombarded, with message alerts chiming continuously. Hello, Hero Quang Shen, may I ask if you have any poison mist sets left? Dear Wei Wo Du Quang, our side desperately wishes to acquire a few poison mist sets. You can decide the price. Quang Shen, we are from the Lei Ting Guild. How many poison mist sets do you have? We'd like to buy them all. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk with delight. Hee, this PR campaign indeed has a terrifying impact. The fish have taken the bait. He calculated in his head, pity these people who think life is so simple. Do they really think that holding a poison mist set lets them stroll through the poison mist forest? Do you guys think the boss Ian Hin is a straw scarecrow? He immediately posted an announcement. At exactly 10 o'clock tonight, I will personally host an auction at the black market. Those who wish to purchase, please stay updated. Answering everyone at once to save trouble. There are only about 20 minutes left until the boss Ian Hin spawns again. After this fight, I can carry the gear and open a shop. 20 minutes passed, and in the private auction hall, seeing the packed crowd, Lu Chen, currently wearing the avatar of a gorgeous beauty with voluptuous curves, slowly raised his hand and spoke. Everyone, please keep order, our auction is about to begin. In truth, he was both amused and annoyed at having to disguise himself in this delicate form, feeling extremely embarrassed. But for the power of money, he had to bite the bullet and endure it. Outwardly, he maintained a professional smile and got straight to the point. Our opening product for today is the exquisite spider silk helmet, sold in a combo of 3. The starting price is set at 2,000 yuan, with a minimum bid increment of 200. All the guests below immediately started whispering in excitement. Incredible, I thought Wei Wo Du Quang would only put the poison mist set on the block. The stats on this new item are intense. It grants 15 physical defense and 200 health points. Where on earth did he hunt for this? The title of Quang Shen is well deserved. Once he unloads goods, he insists on selling 3 items at once. Lu Chen rapidly read out the card numbers. Bidder 455 offers 2,200. Number 198 raises to 2,400. Bidder 1,134 locks at 3,000. Does anyone want to outbid? Bidder number 711 bids 9,800. Going once, going twice, sold. Deal completed. Lu Chen's eyes had turned into currency symbols, and he calculated excitedly. Just 3 worthless helmets had reached 9,800, who knew how explosive that poison mist set would be. Not to mention, the treasure Ian Hin's protection was still sitting quietly in his inventory. This time I'll make a fortune. Right after Lu Chen smoothly closed consecutive rounds, the second round ended at 9,400, the third round reached 9,800. Only one last round remaining, everyone act fast. The crowd of players in the hall stared at each other in confusion. Terrifying, why is there so much gear? Where on earth did he get such a huge quantity? In this game, I surrender only to Quang Shen. Or did he use a hack to duplicate equipment? I bet money he is an undercover account of the Tian Hang management. Lu Chen pretended to be deaf to those whispers, his mind currently only focused on gathering money to take care of his little sister. He raised his voice to pull everyone's attention back to the stage. The warm-up event ends here. Now it is time to welcome the brightest star of the night. The poison mist set you all desire will be released in 3 sets at once. The starting price is 15,000 yuan, with a minimum bid increment of 2,000. The official auction begins. All the buyers felt like they were being thrown from one shock to another by their big shot. Good God, are you kidding me? Even the poison mist set is being sold in bundles of 3 at once. How many sets does he actually have in his bag? Savage, exclusive items are being sold like vegetables in a market. What are you still standing there for? Quickly raise your bidding board. Exactly, go for it. A flurry of bidding boards went up in the air simultaneously. Lu Chen shouted enthusiastically, Bidder 008 hits 40,000, does anyone else want to compete? Card number 003 leaps to 45,000 yuan, who dares to go bigger? Lu Chen was thrilled to his core. These rich guys indeed throw money around like trash. I love you guys the most in the world, kiss kiss. The auction's atmosphere was still burning hot. Lu Chen stood proudly in the middle of the stage and announced, 45,000 going 3 times, transaction successful. Congratulations to player number 003. Moving on to the second round of bidding, the item on the block is still a combo of 3 poison mist sets, with the starting price remaining at 15,000. A blonde-haired gamer with a muscular physique calmly raised his board and declared 45,000. The surrounding crowd was stunned by his aggressive move, whispering among themselves. This bidder number 3 indeed spends money like water. Is he planning to hoard all the poison mist sets? Hey friend, spare some for us. Entering the level 10 main city requires merging 3 novice villages. The competition is extremely fierce. The muscular guy who had just been called a big brother heard those words and raised his board again, pushing the price to 47,000. Other rich players also seemed to sense danger, realizing the vital importance of the set. Ding Quang immediately raised his card, bidding 50,000. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as if finding a gold mine, and he hurriedly struck the gavel. 50,000 once, 50,000 twice, sold at 50,000. Congratulations to number 027. The final round tonight will be a combo of 5 premium sets, starting at 25,000, with a mandatory bid increment of 5,000 or more. The frenzy of the auction showed no signs of cooling down. No one expected Wei Wo Du Quang to hoard so much poison mist gear. Good heavens, raising the board once costs at least 5,000. It's the last train, throw away your shame and fight to the end. Exactly, high risk, high reward. Suddenly, a figure outright raised his board and shouted 90,000. The entire hall gasped in shock. Oh my God, crushing people with wealth is real. It's over, the hope of snatching the last 5 sets has vanished into thin air. Lu Chen solemnly struck the gavel, 90,000 going 3 times, transaction complete, congratulations to number 042. The players who were too slow could only leave in disappointment. Let's go, disperse, game over. Watching this, we already know there's no way to compete with the tycoons. The wealthy elites out there are indeed countless. But just as they were about to leave, Lu Chen raised his voice. Our auction has been splendid beyond expectation. To show appreciation for your support, I would like to offer a piece of invaluable intelligence. Most naively think that surviving the Sea of Snakes is enough to easily leave the poison mist forest. But the harsh truth is, behind that gate, an even more terrifying nightmare awaits. Everyone was utterly shocked. What on earth? Something even more horrific than the snake swarm? Are you kidding? We haven't even cleared the snake cave yet. Is this rumor even accurate? Amid the crowd's despair and confusion, Lu Chen began to cast his hook. He smirked slyly, but heaven doesn't cut off all paths. In my hands, I currently hold a premium item. This item possesses the power to determine whether you have the strength to sweep the poison mist forest. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Quang Shen is still hoarding goods, and he dares to claim it's the key to clearing the poison mist forest. How can there be any weapon so overpowered in this world? Anyway, what kind of divine weapon is it? Not making the crowd wait long, Lu Chen brought the secret treasure to light. All right, the main course is finished. Now it is time for dessert with a special item. The item I am presenting is Avon Hill's protection. As for how insane the stats are, open your eyes and see for yourselves. The hall's atmosphere exploded in an instant. My God, blue tier gear. This is the first blue equipment to appear in the game. I'm so jealous my eyes are about to pop out. It grants 21 physical defense and carries 10 poison resistance. How can anyone play against such broken stats? especially that skill line that reduces the target's movement and attack speed. Mid the bustling sea of people, Feng Lingzai's team stood in a corner, their eyes wide with astonishment. "This is called dessert. Clearly this is the true final boss of tonight's auction." Shan asked eagerly, "How much is Kuang Shen going to price this?" The crowd immediately chimed in. "Exactly," quickly announced the starting price. Lu Chen slowly stroked his chin, calmly yet decisively making his announcement. "Okay, no more beating around the bush. I'll release a combo of 3 pieces at once, starting at 15,000, and please add at least 2,000 for each bid." Once again, the audience fell into utter shock. Throwing out 3 pieces of out-of-bounds gear at once like this? Dear Lord, Kuang Shen is supreme. With divine gear like this, let's just go all out and bid, brothers. Mixing with the shouting and praises, the price of this premium item was pushed to unimaginable numbers. Lu Chen's hands grew tired from striking the gavel. 60,000 going 3 times, sold. 65,000 going 3 times, transaction complete. The final round closes, 63,000 going 3 times, congratulations. Removing the virtual reality helmet from his head, Lu Chen grinned from ear to ear with joy. Well, in just over an hour of shouting and selling, after the system deducted its 10% cut, the profit collected still reached 397,980 yuan. The total balance in his card had officially broken the 450,000 mark. Absolutely wonderful. Testing his arm movements, he found it had returned to its normal flexibility, and his legs were also beginning to regain sensation. Perhaps the time to buy a proper home for the 2 siblings had arrived. Unfortunately, with his current capital, it still seemed a bit tight, so he would just have to tighten his belt and save up for a bit longer. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Having thrown such a large amount of excellent gear onto the market, he wondered if any team had cleared the poison mist forest yet. But on second thought, that had nothing to do with him now. On the road ahead, more valuable items would surely drop. For now, he would just wrap himself in his blanket and get some sleep, leaving everything else for tomorrow. While Lu Chen was sound asleep in the real world, in the virtual realm, a large army, including Feng Lingzai's team, was gearing up for a large-scale campaign, gathering together to discuss plans. A powerful male voice echoed, "I officially declare that the joint offensive campaign against the Poison Mist Forest, conducted by the Dao Jian Guild Alliance, the If Guild, and Feng Lingzai's team, has begun." The speaker was none other than the supreme leader of the Dao Jian Guild. As soon as the oath was uttered, dozens of figures roared fiercely and surged forward. The army, brimming with raging momentum and murderous intent, was determined to level the Poison Mist Forest tonight. "See you all at the level 10 main city." The battle broke out with extreme ferocity. Feng Lingzai, standing proud in her poison mist armor, fought fiercely in all directions. She looked back to boost her teammates' morale. "I know everyone is exhausted, but please grit your teeth and hold on a bit longer." In another corner, Shan held high an item she had just picked up and shouted, "We finally sent Alice to her grave, so the gloves drop from this one." Seeing this, other players were filled with morale. "Charge, brothers, crush that snake nest." In a flash, a bloody battle to the death erupted between the player alliance and the snake swarm, their cooperative spirit reaching its peak. A commander screamed hoarsely, "Maintain formation distance, absolutely no solo fighting. Team 15 and 16, hold your ground." Feng Lingzai also sharply commanded her troops, "Anyone who gets poisoned, find monsters to recover on your own. The rest, sweep forward with all your strength. This stage is about to be cleared. Team 3 and Team 4, give it your all." As the clock struck 4:50 in the morning, Feng Lingzai took the lead to guide the remaining troops forward. They burst into joy. "We escaped, we cleared it, haha." Feng Lingzai was moved to tears of happiness. "Thank heavens, we finally made it through this damn snake cave. We must be the first to break the record, right?" Suddenly, Feng Lingzai waved her hands in panic, signaling the army to halt immediately. "Stop right there, everyone look, what on earth is that monstrous thing?" Towering in front of the crowd's path was Avon Hill, the level 12 super boss and the true lord of the Poison Mist Forest. She cast a deathly gaze at them, as if decreeing that no living being would be allowed to pass over her corpse. A team member suddenly realized, "It's Avon Hill. The protection item is dropped by her. If Wei Wo Du Quang could defeat her single-handedly, then with so many of us, we can easily crush her to enter the main city." Everyone, pull your spirits together, prepare the formation to raid the boss. But before they could lay out their formation, Ian Hin made the first move. She spat out a massive web of spider silk, instantly freezing the entire player alliance, leaving them stunned in panic. Oh my god, how can we even dispel this cancer skill? What kind of miracle did Quang Shen use to get past this stage? Witnessing Ian Hin prepare to deliver a fatal follow-up blow, everyone could only scream in despair. We are doomed, preparing to go back to town naked, wasting all the blood and sweat spent grinding all night. Early the next morning in the real world, after a full sleep, Lu Chen casually put on his virtual reality helmet. Scanning the notifications, he muttered, "Well, they actually made it to Avon Hill. Impressive. Zai, Sanzai, Sizai, sheathe your weapons, let's move. It is time for us to say goodbye to this ragged novice village." Blocking his path right ahead was still the boss Ian Hin. Lu Chen's eyes rolled as he plotted, "Wait a minute, this spider's crowd control moveset is pretty sweet. If I don't acquire a copy of it, it would be a waste of a godsend." After all, a Royal Tier manual, the synthesis right, only cost 1,000 reputation points, a price well within reach. He eagerly opened the reputation shop to check, only to find the listed price of the book had jumped to 2,000. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. What on earth is this? Doubling the price so quickly due to inflation. The system is indeed a bunch of blood-sucking profiteers, but since I'm in a pinch, I have to grit my teeth and buy it. He unrolled the manual, and the system immediately announced the successful synthesis of the Spider Silk Entanglement skill. Spider Silk Entanglement, a Royal Tier ultimate skill. This move allows launching silk to seal targets, which can burn mana to extend the containment time. Each passing second consumes 1 mana point, with a maximum capacity to bind 10 enemies. Note that if cast on non-spider species, the system will automatically deduct 1 tough spider silk item per target. Lu Chen nodded. This skill set is quite useful. Luckily, I was quick enough to gather a few hundred rolls of tough spider silk earlier as capital. Zai, Sanzai, Sizai, get moving and follow me. The protagonist led his disciples to a fork in the road, where the signpost clearly marked one branch turning toward the Bai Shu Mountains and the other running straight into the level 10 main city. Lu Chen muttered to himself, "With my current hideous appearance, blending into a human city is an impossible mission. I might as well turn toward the Bai Shu Mountains to investigate the situation." As soon as the full view of the Bai Shu Mountains came into sight, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, the scale of this mountain range is grand beyond imagination. Zai, Sanzai, Sizai, stay close to me as we look around. Let's see if we can find any decent wild monsters nearby to add to our collection. Along the journey, Lu Chen encountered all kinds of unfamiliar monsters. First, there were wolf monsters, distinguished by their extreme agility. Then came tiger monsters, possessing claws that dealt lethal damage. And even bear monsters, carrying incredibly long health bars. He stroked his chin, considering, overall, the stats of these 3 species are decent, but to promote them to be my main henchmen, they still seem to lack a certain defining feature. He kept walking until he came across a stone tablet clearly engraved with 3 characters, Luanzang Hill. Lu Chen frowned slightly, analyzing. Luanzang Hill emits a dense, icy, murderous aura. This area is highly likely to harbor some monsters with premium, unique abilities. As soon as he lightly touched the stone surface, a system notification sent a shiver down his spine. Dry bones lie scattered, visited by none. A drifting soul in a foreign land struggles to dream of butterflies. Luanzang Hill map, level 20. Note, you have surpassed the level 11 threshold. The novice protection barrier has been officially removed. Players are urged to consider carefully before proceeding. Warning others might work, but using such warnings to scare our big shot was completely futile. Lu Chen ignored everything and casually took a step across the boundary. The moment his heel touched the ground, a pale, purplish, cold hand immediately reached straight up from the cracked mud. Next was the presence of a hideous, zombie-like creature. Her upper and lower body were loosely connected by a segment of exposed, stark-white spine. She was none other than the Minghe Banshee, a level 24 monster. Only at this point did Lu Chen start to break into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping as he muttered, "Damn, level 24. Why are the stats so vastly different?" The monster ignored his terrified expression and coldly raised her hand. throwing a human skull straight at Lu Chen. The skull's flight trajectory was incredibly eerie. Though thrown straight, it seemed to have eyes, automatically curving and changing direction. That skull dealt brutal blows to all his minions, draining their health severely by 94, 63, and 40, respectively. Lu Chen was frozen solid by that performance, staring with wide eyes and murmuring, "This chick's firepower is indeed no joke, and she even has area of effect damage. Haha, isn't such a heavy hitter the perfect piece I have been eagerly hunting for?" But before his smile could fade, a mob of monsters identical to the Ming-He Banshee swarmed forward. Lu Chen screamed frantically, "Zai, San Zai, Si Zai, everyone run with all your might right now." On their escape route, the entire group took a dozen heavy hits from the monster mob. After getting somewhat battered and bruised, he managed to pull his remaining forces out of that deadly zone. Panting heavily, Lu Chen warily glanced back. Goodness, those monstrosities are brutal beyond imagination. Luckily I have a damage reduction passive, otherwise Zai, San Zai, and Si Zai's lives would be gone. You guys back off, let me lure one out. It is time to test the power of the spider silk entanglement skill. After 2 minutes of waiting, Lu Chen pointed his hand straight ahead and shouted, "Spider silk entanglement." Unfortunately, the spider silk did not shoot from his hand as expected, but instead sprayed straight out from the protagonist's navel. He cursed in frustration, so this ridiculous skill actually uses the abdomen as its firing point. This stance looks incredibly peasant-like and foolish no matter how you look at it. After 10 minutes of struggling, the system notification finally rang with good news. "Congratulations, player, the Ming-He Banshee has surrendered and accepted your recruitment. Her current level has been lowered to 11. Lu Chen hurriedly opened the Ming-He Banshee's status page to check. The detailed stats displayed. Character, Ming-He Banshee. Quality, ordinary, no more than 21-star quality fragments. Level, 11, currently sealed. Body strength, strength 30, agility 30, constitution 24. Spirit power intensity, 11. Physical attack, 74, spirit attack, 11. Physical defense, 15. Maximum health, 1080. Talent, level 2 undead bloodline, possessing a passive aura that reduces the physical armor of all surrounding enemies by 10%, no more than 80 level 3 talent fragments. After reading, Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Top-tier firepower, plus a broad-range arm reduction effect. This unit was indeed an invaluable masterpiece. He muttered in delight, "Since my Legion slots have expanded to 5, why not grab another one of her to complete the lineup?" After 15 minutes of diligent grinding, the protagonist's team successfully recruited another Ming-He Banshee. Just as he looked at his minions with a satisfied smile, the system popped up a new notification. "The faction you founded has gathered 5 members, triggering the hidden quest chain. Shelter. Objective: expel an elite wild monster carrying the title of king in the Bai Shu Mountains to claim territorial ownership. Reward: full administrative rights over this land, plus the cool title, Tiger's Courage and Dragon's Might." Lu Chen began to look around, planning to establish his own territory. This seemed like a substantial bargain, but the wisest move was to set up camp in an area with superior monster levels. This way, even if those players wanted to, they wouldn't be able to easily crowd around and bother him anytime soon. This Guanyun Peak must be the highest peak of the Bai Shu Mountains, so let's settle here. He vaguely remembered that the level 25 white-striped Tiger King existed up here, deciding to sacrifice it. Thinking about it in his head felt light as a feather, but when confronting the fierce beast in reality, the story took a completely different turn. The monster, in the form of a giant tiger, suddenly glared with glowing eyes. It locked a cold, hostile gaze onto Lu Chen. Facing this towering momentum, our protagonist broke into a light sweat. The pressure radiating from this Tiger King was truly horrifying, but there was a silver lining. At least there were no extra small demons trailing beside it. Lu Chen quickly signaled to form a battle array. Zai, San Zai, Si Zai, along with number 5 and 6, quickly deploy long-range firepower. Leave this beast to me to solo directly. Let's go. The hideous creature had barely raised its claws to swipe at Lu Chen, and his health immediately dropped by 313 and 327 points consecutively. The young man hurriedly backed away, silently crying out, "Oh gods, the speed is terrifying and the damage is no joke. This puny health bar probably can't take another slap from it. Thus, he had to shout frantically, calling his pack to gang up on it, and his minions rushed forward upon receiving the command. The werewolves joined forces with the Minghe Banshees to fight fiercely against the high-level beast. 40 grueling minutes passed, and the giant beast lay defeated, its body covered in wounds. The system announced, defeating the White-Striped Tiger King will yield standard rewards. Choosing to expel the White-Striped Tiger King will complete the quest, and its respawn area will be reset. Lu Chen didn't even hesitate and chose the expulsion option. Watching the pitiful tiger dejectedly turn around and walk away, the guy wiped his sweat and sighed in relief. Well, it is finally done. The system immediately notified. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the shelter trial, officially gaining the right to establish your own base and obtaining the title, Tiger's Courage and Dragon's Might. Please clear the monsters at Guanyun Peak and rename the area. Lu Chen shrugged, not thinking much, and named it Benevolence Peak just to be cool. Then he curiously opened the title's stat page to look. The title, Tiger's Courage and Dragon's Might, is a testament to courage. Whoever possesses it will gain an additional 20% to their maximum health. Lu Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, this stat is truly overpowered, and it even stacks by percentage. The young man casually strolled around, laughing with delight. Having my own territory while being a monster, this game is pretty engaging. Let's go, brothers, clear the small fry to level up. From this moment on, this young master officially ascends as the king of the forest, truly fantastic. As Lu Chen and his minions continued their sweeping progress, the server had to work to the point of smoking to constantly report. Defeated a level 14 Silver Moon Nether Wolf, acquiring 120 spirit energy points, a tier 1 talent fragment, and 1-star quality point. Eliminated a level 12 Golden Striped Tiger, receiving 108 spirit energy points, along with a similar talent fragment and star point. Sent a level 13 Black Iron Bear to its grave, securing another 120 spirit energy points, along with the familiar reward points. A chime rang, dropped a white quality spiked mace. Lu Chen shouted with joy, wow, good gear is finally dropping, and it's generous enough to explode with 2 items at once. Another chime rang, picked up white wolf skin leggings. The young man immediately boosted his team's confidence. Keep it up, brothers, let's make sure everyone gets new clothes today. After an hour of enthusiastically grinding on Benevolence Peak, the guy suddenly realized he had just reached level 12. The system sound also chimed right on time, announcing that the player had met the requirements. The level 12 independent dungeon named Dark Moon Ravine, 1-star, is officially unlocked. The description clearly stated that the dungeon is a special mode of the 9 Heavens domain, including both solo and party types. While active, there is no limit to the number of participating players. Lu Chen stroked his chin in thought. So it's a dungeon, these Tianhang guys are pretty creative with designing features. The young man turned to instruct his 3 foolish minions to stay outside and grind on their own. Remember, don't be overaggressive and pull a whole mob of monsters. Just divide and defeat 5 at a time. If you see your health drop below the 40% mark, retreat and rest immediately. He scanned the rules further. This area will drop items based on the player's desires. Before entering, you must perform a prayer ritual by sacrificing items. The pioneer who first discovers this place will receive a 5-fold reward. The dropped reward will certainly not be inferior to what you sacrificed. Sacrificing an item for a specific slot will increase the drop rate for that slot. The system allows sacrificing a maximum of 2 items. After reading the instructions, Lu Chen scratched his chin to deduce. In other words, if he threw in a weapon, the monsters inside would spit out a weapon. If he offered armor, they would disgorge armor. A spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, and he slapped his forehead. Wait, why should I waste gear as an offering? Wouldn't dropping crafting materials be a much better deal? The rules say the dropped loot won't be worse than the offering, so all I have to do is upgrade the materials to 4 stars to make it a sweet deal. Toying with the gem in his hand, Lu Chen smiled slyly. Here is the 4-star bait. If the monsters inside really spit out 5 times the 4-star materials, won't I hit the jackpot? Just then, a notification announced that the prayer ritual was successful and invited the player to enter. The moment he stepped through the dungeon portal, Lu Chen gasped in awe. Well, this place is remarkably spacious. System announcements bombarded the server once again, triggering a server-wide alert. Player Weiwo Duquang had just unlocked the level 12 solo dungeon named Dark Moon Valley, 1 star, earning the title Dark Moon Pioneer. The Dark Moon Valley region was now cleared. Today's event hours were from 10:45 to 22:45. Any hero wishing to vie for the treasure should hurry over. The player community instantly erupted into a frenzy. Weiwo Duquang, a dungeon 2, what a level 12 dungeon, has that lunatic already reached level 12? Good lord, he even bagged the title. I heard titles are incredibly hard to get. Oh my god, I'm still struggling in the novice village and he's already rocking a dungeon. Unbelievable that it announced server-wide, the mad god is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was leisurely strolling inside, complaining under his breath, sheesh, just entering a dungeon and they have to blabber to the whole world. Is it really necessary to show off like that? The screen displayed a congratulatory message for obtaining the Dark Moon Pioneer title, which directly added 10% to his base strength. But before he could gloat, 3 ferocious Dark Moon silver wolves appeared in his line of sight. Catching his scent, the beasts lunged straight at him like arrows from a bow. Lu Chen immediately took a defensive stance to meet the enemy. Clicking his tongue, he thought, whatever, gathering resources is the real goal. With that, he eagerly hefted his weapon and charged straight into the wolf pack. Fortunately, the combat power of these Dark Moon silver wolves was quite subpar. Even taking on 5 at once barely made him break a sweat. A notification popped up. Level 12 Dark Moon silver wolf defeated, yielding 540 spiritual chi points, 5 tier 4 talent shards, 5 quality star points, and 5 energy points absorbed. Lu Chen threw his head back and laughed heartily, ha, it really dropped 5 times the loot. This young master has hit the jackpot. I'm going to be filthy rich this time. In high spirits, the young man continued to grind monsters like a machine. The unlucky Dark Moon silver wolves were beaten black and blue by Lu Chen, left battered and bruised. After an hour of grinding, Lu Chen swung his weapon and muttered in delight, haha, this combat is incredibly satisfying. Just 1 hour and I've leveled up again, and even gathered over 1,000 talent resources, more than enough to fuse them all into 4 stars. Afterward, he opened his stats panel to check, and the character details were displayed as follows. Weiwo Duquang title, King of Dark Moon Pioneers, Tiger Courage Dragon Might. Elite Minion, Grieving Werewolf Ziquan Wolf, 4-star perfection, 3 basic stats increased by 450%. No more than 325-star quality points, no more than 1 ancient heart. Title 1, Tiger Courage Dragon Might, base vitality increased by 20%. Title 2, Dark Moon Pioneer, base strength increased by 10%. Level 13, experience progress 224 out of 300,000. Physical attributes, strength 177, 132 plus 45, agility 163, 132 plus 31, physique 172, 132 plus 40. Spell intensity, energy 7. Damage, physical 223 to 233, toxic 10. Defense, physical 142, 61 plus 71. Maximum health, 4,928, 3,440 plus 1,488. Talent skill 1. Basic werewolf bloodline tier 4, double critical rate 23%, no more than 320 tier 5 talent shards, no more than 1 ancient shard. Talent skill 2. Basic venomous spider bloodline tier 4, poison damage chance up to 3%, base damage 150 plus 10 health points, lasting 5 seconds, movement speed increased by 20%, no more than 320 tier 5 talent shards, no more than 1 ancient puzzle piece. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the mace, a sharp glint in his eyes. Ever since he acquired the title King, he had officially transformed into a genuine boss. The only problem was that he had no idea where to find materials like the ancient heart or the ancient shard to break through his rank. Now all that was left was to deal with the boss monster to wrap things up. With physical damage exceeding 200, defense over 140, health close to 5,000, and poison damage in his arsenal, what did he have to fear from it? A short while later, Lu Chen was engrossed in a duel with the alpha wolf of the Dark Moon Silver Wolf Pack. Watching the numbers dancing above its head, 244 critical, minus 160 poison damage, followed by another 177 critical. The young man sneered, only 6,000 health. Is this boss really that weak? Actually, no, it's because this young master is just too overpowered. The screen immediately notified him that he had slain the level 15 Dark Moon Silver Wolf King, earning 4,000 spiritual chi points, 15 tier 5 talent shards, and 15 star points. Standing with hands on his hips beside the colossal carcass, Lu Chen laughed triumphantly. Haha, 35-star materials can be exchanged for up to 300,000 reputation points. I've really hit the jackpot this time. The World Channel erupted once again. The Dark Moon dungeon had been completely cleared and would officially close in 5 minutes. The players waiting outside were dumbfounded. Damn it, did it disappear that fast? Who knows when it will open again? Lu Chen irritably dismissed the blinking window. This system is so annoying, constantly spamming announcements, turning it off to get some peace and quiet. As soon as he stepped outside, the cave vanished into thin air. Lu Chen stood with folded arms, checking his stats, a slight smirk playing on his lips. With so much excess gear, he could just trade it all for reputation points to max out his summoning skill. After a few quick actions, the system confirmed the recruitment skill had reached its max level 10, allowing him to summon 10 minions. The captain title was officially unlocked, granting him command over a 5-member party. The faction quest now required building a headquarters. Players needed to chop 500 logs and gather 500 stones to construct the outpost. The bonus reward was a Tier 3 wide-area defensive formation called the 4-Direction Illusionary Armor Guardian Array. Lu Chen waved his hand and ordered, "You fools, stop what you are doing, follow Big Brother and let's expand our gang." Taking about 30 minutes, a rather imposing formation lined up neatly in the deep forest. Lu Chen stood proudly at the lead and began delegating tasks. Your next mission is to harvest timber and carry stones back here. The target is 500 units of each. Once gathered, pile them up at this campsite. Finish early, and I will take you all to level up. Removing his headset, Lu Chen returned to reality, a highly satisfied smile on his face. Earning 500,000 yuan in less than a week felt like something out of a science fiction movie. As he raised his hand, Lu Chen suddenly froze. His arm was moving as flexibly as before. Did this mean his entire upper body had truly healed? Lu Yi, I can feel my upper body again. The day I return to being a normal person is not far off, ha ha ha. After speaking, the young man leaned down to massage his legs. A warm sensation was spreading. In all likelihood, this would be the next part to recover. But wait, the urgent task right now was to secure a house. With 500,000 yuan, dreaming of a mansion was unrealistic, but buying a small apartment was well within his means. After all, it was just the 2 siblings. Making up his mind, he immediately surfed the web looking for real estate. The screen displayed a mini apartment project with exquisite design. The Huangshu Yipin residential area was officially on sale, featuring a prime location, integrated infrastructure, and fully furnished units ready to move in. The starting price was 400,000 yuan, with a reservation fee of 10,000 yuan and a down payment of 20,000 yuan, fully refundable if he changed his mind. Lu Chen liked what he saw instantly. Hee, this is perfect. I must go check it out first thing tomorrow morning to give Lu Yi a sweet surprise. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Country C's National Security Bureau, a red-haired man stood giving a presentation. He was the Special Forces Commander, Li Mu-hua. Director Lin, is our agency overreacting by sending an entire elite force to play a game? The man opposite him, holding a folder, replied in a deep voice, "You are gravely mistaken. This 9 Heavens system is by no means as ordinary as its outer appearance suggests. Not only our side, but nations around the world and their military forces have also gotten involved. Perhaps it holds the key to the fate of humanity." The speaker was none other than Director Lin Hai. He calmly added, "I have a feeling that, when the second heavenly domain server is launched, we will start to grasp the root of the matter. By the way, how is your team's leveling progress?" Li Mu-hua scratched his head with a wry smile. "We are still stuck in the poison bone forest. That obstacle is simply too brutal." The director laughed and said, "Let me give you a tip. Go find that young man Wei Wo Du Quang. I believe he can carry your team through this hurdle." With that, he slid a dossier across the desk. "This contains all the intelligence on Wei Wo Du Quang gathered by our specialized department. Keep this in mind. No matter the cost, We must establish a good relationship with him. The following morning, at the real estate sales office, as Lu Chen rolled his wheelchair inside, several shadowy figures began to tail him stealthily. Entering the lobby, a female staff member ran over, smiling warmly. "Welcome, sir. Are you here to inquire about the project? Let me assist you." Lu Chen politely smiled back and replied, "I'd like to look at some small-sized apartments." At a high vantage point in the building opposite, two of Li Mu-hua's subordinates looked through binoculars and whispered, "Is it really this guy? Why is he in a wheelchair?" The other nodded firmly. "No mistake, it's him. Even though the file states the target can only use his head and one arm, this appearance matches perfectly." Li Mu-hua fidgeted restlessly, smoothing his clothes before ordering his men to prepare to approach. Back at the sales office, the saleswoman was guiding Lu Chen around the physical model, her tongue wagging nonstop. "You can completely trust our project's reputation, sir. Putting your money here is guaranteed to be profitable. You'll never be cheated. Look, our small units are selling out fast, and this is the absolute last one left." Lu Chen nodded in approval. "Well, the design isn't bad at all." Sensing his interest, she quickly pressed further. "Then you should place a deposit right away, sir. If you're a minute late, someone else will snap it up." Lu Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and muttered, "Well, I'll be making plenty of money down the road anyway. Might as well go ahead and secure one as a grand gift for Lu Yi." But before the words could leave his mouth, a girl's shrill voice rang out from behind. "Excuse me, sir, absolutely do not throw your money into this project. Their buildings are garbage." Seeing her lucrative deal slipping away, the saleswoman grew furious and glared, shouting, "Who are you? What are you here to stir up trouble for?" The girl didn't bother arguing with her and instead turned directly to the crowd, shouting, "Everyone, please listen. Under no circumstances should you get involved with this Huangchu Yipin project. Their construction quality is disastrous. There is a risk of collapse at any moment." Many customers viewing the scale model, including Lu Chen, looked at one another in alarm. What's going on? Is she telling the truth or joking? Well, better safe than sorry. If there really is an issue with the project, wouldn't the money I've spent my whole life grinding for turn to ashes? Seeing the customers hesitate, the saleswoman angrily pointed straight at the pink-haired girl and screamed at the security team, "Where are the security guards? Drag this crazy woman out of here." The pink-haired girl remained defiant, crossing her arms and declaring, "I have solid proof. I only came here to expose the truth because I couldn't bear to see everyone get cheated. Please open your eyes, everyone." Lu Chen listened intently from beginning to end, a cold sweat breaking out. He thought to himself, once the money is transferred, it will take an eternity to get back. Whether this is true or false, it's best to keep a tight grip on my wallet for now. Just then, 3 security guards holding batons rushed in from the entrance. The captain strode forward, urging his subordinates, "Hurry up, don't let her wreck this lobby. If necessary, hit her a little harder." One of the lackeys chuckled, "Leave it to us, boss." The group charged aggressively toward the pink-haired girl. Because she was standing right next to Lu Chen, they accidentally bumped hard into him as they brushed past. The guard felt annoyed and stopped, glaring down at Lu Chen. "Get out of the way, cripple, don't get under our feet." The captain had now grabbed the girl, speaking sneeringly, "Little sister, let's take whatever grievances you have outside and chat." The pink-haired girl frantically shoved his hands away, screaming at the top of her lungs, "What right do you have to drag me out? Someone help me, please." Ironically, the customers she had just warned showed nothing but cold indifference. They pulled out their phones to record videos, laughing and gossiping as she was dragged away. Well, there's a good show to watch today. Are you recording? If this clip goes viral, the views will skyrocket." As she was dragged past Lu Chen, she struggled wildly, her voice growing hoarse. "Please stop filming. Is there no one with a sense of justice? I only spoke up for everyone's sake." A guard leaned in and growled, "Shut your mouth, come with us and you can bark all you want outside." Suddenly, Lu Chen reached out and firmly gripped the guard's arm, his voice flat. "Is bullying a woman with numbers something to be proud of?" Anger rushing to his head, the guard didn't hesitate to kick straight at him, snapping, "Is this cripple tired of living? Acting like some self-righteous hero?" Yet, that powerful kick was caught effortlessly by Lu Chen. He was utterly shocked himself. When had his grip strength become this incredibly formidable? Seeing their leader locked down, the 2 subordinates hurriedly rushed in with their batons, shouting, "Surround him." Beat this guy until he's completely paralyzed and can't even feed himself. One of them swung a baton down, mocking, not like he can take care of himself anyway. But before the words fully left his lips, he coughed up blood. Lu Chen had merely raised his elbow in a casual block, but the brute force sent the man flying. The other saw an opening and swung again, but Lu Chen caught it easily. He stared blankly at his own hands. Not only were his muscles stronger, but even his reflexes were incredibly sharp. Witnessing his two lackeys defeated so quickly, the captain clutched his aching body and gritted his teeth, ordering, "What are you scared of? Flip his wheelchair over." With that, a henchman charged forward with all his might, trying to flip Lu Chen's wheelchair backward. But just as the wheelchair tilted, a steady hand reached out to catch it, accompanied by a calm voice, "Steady there, we've got you." Li Muhua and his two subordinates formed a wall in front of Lu Chen, raising their chins and roaring, "Daring to touch our young master, you must be tired of living. Clean them up." Lu Chen's jaw dropped in confusion. "Young master? What is going on here?" Unfortunately, no one bothered to explain. Instead, Li Muhua and his entourage charged with murderous intent, beating the security guards half to death. With just a few moves, the security guards were thoroughly beaten. Li Muhua, seemingly unsatisfied, cracked his knuckles and glared down at the bodies sprawled on the floor. The captain shrank back and grimaced, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, if he's a young master, why didn't he say so?" Striking so heavily without a word. Seeing the underlings exhausted of any resistance, Li Muhua quickly circled behind Lu Chen, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "Young Master Quang, we let you be startled. Please leave the remaining trivial matters to me." Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat and nodded awkwardly. In his mind, he had already guessed that this guy was almost certainly a player from Nine Heavens who had tracked him down. At that moment, another group walked arrogantly into the lobby from the entrance. Leading them was a bossy man, flanked on both sides by two towering bodyguards. With his chin tilted up, he demanded, "Who dares to come and cause trouble at the Jianggong Group?" On his chest sat a shiny name tag that clearly stated his status: Jianggong Group Director Huang. Li Muhua, too lazy to argue with him, coldly pulled out his phone and dialed. "Hello Lao Zhao, I need a favor. You're familiar with Jianggong Group, right? They have a sales office under them called Huanshu Yipin, managed by Huang Defa." The director sneered upon hearing this, mocking, calling for backup. "Haha, too late, kid. Let me tell you straight, in this Jiangcheng, nobody dares touch a single hair of the Jianggong Group." Li Muhua ignored his words, hanging up his phone with a cold smirk. "You won't be holding this position for more than 10 minutes. The director didn't spare a glance at the cheap threat. He leisurely lit a cigarette and waved his hand to direct his bodyguards. "Wanna show off in front of me? I'll give you exactly 1 minute to end up on a stretcher. Kick them out." The two bodyguards smirked. "Don't worry, boss. Cleaning up this trash won't even take a minute. Exactly what can these scrawny guys do? My brother and I used to be martial arts champions." With those words, they charged with heavy fists, roaring, "I absolutely detest posers like you." But Li Muhua didn't flinch. He casually delivered a roundhouse kick, knocking the loud-mouthed bodyguard out cold before he could even blink. The remaining bodyguard took a devastating punch straight to the gut, his stomach churning as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. In the blink of an eye, the two beefy bodyguards were thoroughly dealt with. The director stood frozen in place, his eyes wide in disbelief at the reality before him. Li Muhua slowly approached the director, a strange smile on his lips. "There is still some of that minute left. I'll let you pull out your next trick." The director was drenched in cold sweat, his lips trembling. No need. I made a mistake." Li Muhua raised an eyebrow, questioning, "And where exactly did you go wrong?" The director sobbed on the verge of tears, whimpering, "Everything. I was completely wrong in everything. I apologize, I can pay compensation. I'll even resign if I have to." But before his pleas could finish, Li Muhua delivered a swift punch to his gut, causing his face to distort in agony. Glancing at the three bodies writhing on the ground, Li Muhua dusted off his hands and warned coldly, "Having the audacity to offend our young master and thinking a few apologies and a resignation will settle it. I will make anyone who dares touch the young master regret it for the rest of their days." Hearing that declaration, the onlookers began whispering again. Good Lord, what is the background of that disabled youth to be this powerful? Surely he's the young master of some massive family. The pink-haired girl countered, no way, why would a wealthy young master come by such a tiny apartment? The others curled their lips. Tusk, what do you know? This young master must have been feigning poverty for a family trial, and now that trial is over. As soon as those words fell, Lee Mu-hua suddenly bowed 90 degrees, clasping his hands together and roaring, "Young master, the 3-year trial period is over. We respectfully request your return to take charge of the family affairs." Lu Chen's jaw nearly hit the floor. In his mind, he screamed, "Holy hell, is this some ridiculous soap opera script? Do they have nothing better to do than act this melodramatically?" Yet Lu Chen adapted to the situation masterfully. Within seconds, he crossed his arms, let out a deep, troubled sigh, and said, "Alas, I only wanted to live peacefully as an ordinary person. Now it seems that a simple life is but a pipe dream." Witnessing this flawless performance, Lee Mu-hua was speechless, breaking into a sweat and cursing inwardly, "Damn, this kid acts even better than I do." In less than 3 minutes, sirens wailed outside, and a large squad of police officers flooded the lobby. They loudly read the arrest warrant for Jianggong Group for its involvement in a corrupt cartel, severe building safety violations, alongside charges of land embezzlement, fraud, and using violence to intimidate citizens. An officer stepped forward, cuffing the director and stating coldly, "Huang Defa, along with the entire leadership of Jianggong Group, you are required to accompany us to the station immediately." The director had no defense and submissively held out his hands for the cuffs, weeping inwardly, "Heavens, what a joke! Who could have guessed a guy in a wheelchair would have such terrifying backing?" At this point, the police commander hurriedly ran up to Lee Mu-hua, bowing and apologizing with a trembling voice, "Please forgive our negligence for allowing these criminals to remain at large for so long. We await your reprimand." Lee Mu-hua waved his hand dismissively, "Forget it, these small fry aren't worth the trouble. Withdraw your men, I still need to accompany the young master to discuss important matters." The officer complied quickly, "Yes, sir. We will take our leave then." Once the crowd dispersed, Lee Mu-hua instantly shifted to a sycophantic demeanor, smiling warmly at Lu Chen. "Young Master Quang, let us find a quiet place to chat." Lu Chen merely gave a casual nod, but his mind was racing. Even a high-ranking official had to follow orders submissively, meaning this group's background was massive. They went to such lengths because they surely wanted his help. He only hoped it wasn't too troublesome. As Lu Chen's wheelchair was pushed out, the pink-haired girl excitedly ran after him. "Thank you so much. I had no idea your background was so powerful." Lu Chen replied cheerfully, "Don't mention it. I'm the one who should admire your courage to speak up and warn everyone." Seeing Lu Chen pause, Lee Mu-hua immediately winked at his 2 subordinates. "The young master and I must head out first. Stay here and thank this kind lady on behalf of young Master Quang." The 2 henchmen complied obediently, leaving the girl frozen, not daring to utter another word. A short while later, at a luxurious restaurant nearby, Lu Chen, upon arriving, asked curiously, "Just who is your organization after all?" Lee Mu-hua calmly explained, "This information is currently classified. Inside 9 Heavens, a player named Wei Wo-du Quang has appeared and we desperately need his help. This is a retainer fee." Lu Chen feigned ignorance, asking, "What makes you so sure I can find this person?" Lee Mu-hua smiled mysteriously. "Our organization has its ways. Although Tianxing's firewall is exceptionally secure, the bank's database is not quite so perfect." Hearing the answer, Lu Chen remained silent. He took a sip of tea, deep in thought. They could easily tap into financial data. These people were definitely not to be trifled with. Seeing him in contemplation, Lee Mu-hua slid a card forward, saying cheerfully, "Our force of 500 is currently stuck in the Poison Bone Forest and desperately needs him to lead them through. By using this card, you can choose any villa in the Diamond Manor as compensation for your contribution." Lu Chen was shocked upon hearing this and quickly refused, "Making such a fuss over a simple matter and offering me such an exorbitant price, I really cannot accept this." Lee Mu-hua firmly pushed the card back, smooth-talking him, "The 9 Heavens system has only just begun. Our partnership will be a long-term one." Seeing the other pushy, Lu Chen decisively pushed the card back and said coldly, "I have never liked owing favors. What I want, I will grind and earn with my own hands." Lee Mu-hua was not at all offended. He pulled another card from his pocket to pitch. Holding this card, you will receive a 30% discount on any property at the Diamond Manor of Kaiengsheng Group. Let's call this a gesture of goodwill. Furthermore, we guarantee absolute security protection for you and your family. How about it? This time Lu Chen accepted the card but still cast a suspicious look. Deal. But I've been wondering, why are you devoting so much effort to a mere video game? Li Muhua sighed heavily, confessing reluctantly, Nine Heavens is absolutely not an ordinary game. Global governments and militaries have already intervened. Yet, we are still in the dark as to what monumental secret it is hiding. Seeing that further questioning was futile, Lu Chen didn't bother pressing. He quietly turned his wheelchair, leaving a brief remark, then the Poison Bone Forest will be cleared tonight between 7 and 7:30. I shall take my leave now. Li Muhua was caught off guard by his cold departure, quickly calling out, "Wait, you haven't given me the strategy to clear the zone yet." Lu Chen didn't even look back, only leaving a vague reply, "Just be there at that time, and you will have your answer." Stepping out of the hotel lobby, Lu Chen was elated. The 30% discount card was a great bargain, but the most crucial benefit was the security guaranteed for him and his sister. This deal seemed well worth the investment. At exactly 7 in the evening, a small army gathered at the edge of the Poison Bone Forest, murmuring in discussion. One player turned to Li Muhua and asked, "Boss, are you sure we can just charge in and survive? Our gear is weak." "Exactly, even if we spent a mountain of money, we couldn't find good gear right now. Who told the Poison Bone armor sets to be so rare?" Li Muhua, whose in-game ID was Tai Zhu Weiguo, had a worried expression, not knowing how to explain. Seeing the clock strike the hour, he clicked his tongue and led the charge, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop complaining. Everyone charge forward. Survive as long as you can." That plague like Lu Chen didn't give any instructions anyway. However, the moment they arrived at the entrance of the Poison Bone Forest, the entire group froze, breaking so hard they nearly fell. Over 100 people stood like statues, jaws dropped, stunned by the bizarre sight. Someone screamed, "Mother of God, what on earth is happening? This is absolutely ridiculous." What met their eyes was a horrifying reality. Dozens of monster corpses piled high like a small mountain. Their minds finally connected the dots, and they stammered in shock, "Good heavens, he cleared the entire mob spawn alone. Damn it, wiping out an entire beast tide single-handedly. I really can't believe my eyes. His power has surpassed all limits." Not far away, Lu Chen had just swung his mace to send the boss monster to its grave. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If not for the party-matching mechanics, this road-clearing job would have been incredibly tedious. About 20 minutes later, Li Muhua's brigade finally caught up, panting. Seeing the devastation, they shouted wildly, "Heavens, even Ian Hin was chopped to pieces." Awesome, the Poison Bone Forest that made so many guilds cry is finally cleared. Just how monstrous is that young man? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at the monster spawn in the 100 Beasts mountain range, Lu Chen was still grinding levels with fervor. He gathered and calculated his mounting loot: 47 spiked clubs, 55 wolf pelts, and all his minions upgraded to level 14. The results were outstanding. Just as he dealt the finishing blow to the last 3-petal flower monster, Lu Chen bent down curiously to look at a glowing item, muttering, "Strange, an item with a shape I've never seen before." Opening the glowing sphere, the stat panel popped up, received a level 10 white flower dress belonging to a unique fashion line exclusive to female characters. The dress was woven from special petals, featuring an exquisite appearance and a fragrant scent. It granted a 5% movement speed buff, along with a microscopic chance to trigger a charm effect. Charm ability: manipulate the brain of low-level targets for 30 minutes to take control of them. Lu Chen held the dress up against himself, his eyes wide. This game actually has such bizarre items, but after grinding like crazy for 2 days, only one dropped. This drop rate is brutal, and how on earth is a guy like me supposed to wear this? Lu Chen did not feel the slightest regret about liquidating the item. He set a starting price of 1,000 yuan, decisively putting the dress up for auction with a 20-minute limit, thinking to himself that he would just let everyone fight over it and accept whatever price it fetched. As soon as the item was listed, Feng Lingzai noticed it immediately. She excitedly called out, "Shan, that other group will take another hour and a half to escape the Poison Bone Forest. Why don't you all browse the market with me to see if we can snag some cool gear? That guy Wei Wo Du Quang just farmed another new piece of equipment. Glancing over the item's stats, she gasped in shock, "Oh my god, a special outfit. And it doesn't even take up an original equipment slot, restricted to female characters, increases movement speed by 5%, and has a chance to charm enemies. This is so amazing, I absolutely have to try it on." Trying the outfit on, Feng Lingzai couldn't help but marvel, "Oh, it's so gorgeous, and it even has an incredibly pleasant, faint fragrance. Oh my, I'm totally in love with it, I can't wait any longer, I absolutely must buy this." But looking at the auction screen, where the numbers were climbing at a dizzying pace, Feng Lingzai started to get so anxious she couldn't sit still. With so many people fighting for it, this is really making things hard for me. Elsewhere, a young lady was clinging to a middle-aged man's arm, coaxing him pleadingly, "Dad, this is the very first special outfit of the entire region. Please order your subordinates to win it for me." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses with a chuckle, comforting her with absolute confidence. "Agreed, I will definitely bring it home for you." Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. A couple wearing VR glasses suddenly squealed when they saw the item. The woman said coquettishly, "Oh, this special outfit looks so perfect on a good figure. Young Master Long, you must get it for me no matter what." The young man glanced at her curves with a lustful look, rubbing his hands together with a smirk. "Don't worry, I'm already raising the bid." After a long while, Feng Lingzai, who had been waiting anxiously, suddenly changed her expression and shouted, "5 minutes left. Stop chatting, everyone. The price has already skyrocketed to 65,300 yuan. This final moment is decisive. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the numbers kept driving up the price relentlessly, Feng Lingzai gasped in shock. "We're totally doomed. In just 60 seconds, how many wealthy players have jumped in to throw their money around like this?" At that very moment, Lu Chen received a system notification. "The auction of your item has concluded. Player Shuang Luxian Yu has spent 98,700 yuan to purchase the item. After deducting a 10% transaction fee, 88,830 yuan has been credited to your bank account. Please confirm." Lu Chen, who was absorbed in farming, was shocked backwards, yelling in disbelief, "Oh my god, over 80,000 yuan, that was a close call. I almost forced myself to sell it cheaply for 2,000. Who on earth are these rich people? Haha, nice, wonderful, my secret stash has now reached over 650,000. Just 30% more and I can easily buy a billion-dong apartment." Once the excitement subsided, he stretched to relax, muttering to himself, "Stay calm, haste makes waste." Now the priority is to merge and upgrade the Sanbian Hua Yao bloodline before planning the next step. The system immediately displayed a notification, "Inferior quality beautiful demon lineage, stage 4 beautiful demon merges with nature expanding field of vision to 400 meters, granting complete immunity to low-level charm skills." As soon as the upgrade process finished, a tiny leaf suddenly sprouted on top of Lu Chen's head. His eyes widened in surprise, and he puckered his lips to blow upward, realizing at the same time that the surrounding scenery seemed to have become incredibly sharp and clear. Lu Chen murmured in admiration, "Could this be the legendary 400-meter vision expansion effect? Tusk, if not for the unique ability of the Hua Yao, how could I have discovered that this damn place hid a secret area so subtly disguised?" He stepped forward and was immediately enveloped by a thick layer of fog. Lu Chen groped his way forward step by step, whispering quietly, "This mist must carry a low-level charm effect. No wonder before merging the Hua Yao bloodline I was practically blind and couldn't find the way. Who knows what treasure is hidden deep inside." After walking a bit further, what caught Lu Chen's eye was an ancient stone tablet engraved with a warning, "Lost Eden, a land surrounded by demons, the eternal path. Note, once you enter this area, the Lost Eden will continuously expand until players destroy all 8 array cores." Facing the threat from the stone tablet, Lu Chen was not only unafraid, but found it interesting, muttering to himself, "A land surrounded by demons, huh? Sounds highly dangerous." With that thought, he calmly walked straight inside. Immediately, a bright red notification broadcasted everywhere. "Server-wide warning, player Wei Wo Du Quang has successfully unlocked the Lost Eden. The system has officially launched the server-wide quest named Resist the Invasion." Countless players who were busy farming suddenly received the notification and began whispering in commotion. A land of demons sounds sketchy, feels like a really bad omen. That guy Wei Wo Du Quang is truly the center of the universe, causing trouble wherever he goes. What's the situation? Why did a server-wide quest suddenly pop up? What on earth did that guy do? Resist the invasion. Just hearing the name sends shivers down my spine. System did not leave the community in confusion for long, as a new chat window immediately displayed the entire quest details. Resist the invasion, a level 20 server-wide questline. Detailed description: a mysterious belt of fog is expanding rapidly east of the main city, bringing a catastrophic threat. This mist is capable of buffing wild monsters while severely reducing the damage and skills of the player faction, slowing down mana recovery. Primary objective: immediately destroy the 8 array cores hidden inside the Lost Eden. Reward: individuals who destroy an array core will receive an exclusive treasure chest. Upon successful completion of the quest, the entire server will enjoy a double experience buff for 10 hours. The bewildered crowd, upon reading the details carefully, gasped even wider and questioned each other. A level 20 quest. Has that guy Wei Wo Du Quang already reached level 20? That's impossible, it must be a lie. I guess because of the scale of a server-wide quest, the system intentionally cranked up the difficulty. But does anyone know where on earth the Lost Eden is? Heaven knows, let's get moving and search for it quickly. Before they could even set off, another system notification popped up. Since the server-wide questline has been activated, all level 10 main city areas and Bai Shu Shan will merge into a single mega server. All players please log out within the next 2 minutes. The merge maintenance will last approximately 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience. With the event growing to epic proportions, the players couldn't contain their excitement and roared. Are you kidding me? Merging the entire population of 24 main cities into a single map. That's a massive move, a full server merge. This scale is truly terrifying. The rewards must be top tier, guys. Spread the word quickly to assemble and check in 15 minutes from now. 15 minutes later, Feng Lingzai's group arrived, and she asked in a sweet voice, "Hello everyone, could our group join your party to clear this quest together?" Recognizing the familiar figure of Feng Lingzai, the other group of players hastily nodded in agreement, approved. Honestly, if we relied only on the numbers of the Pan Shi Guild, chewing through this quest would be a bit difficult. Now with reinforcements from the If Guild, plus the famous reputation of the beautiful Feng Lingzai here, our chances of success will definitely skyrocket. Returning to Lu Chen, when he read the notification, he was also startled and exclaimed, "Oh boy, I accidentally triggered something and it turned into a time bomb. Talk about attracting trouble while sitting still." But on the bright side, thanks to the Hua Yao talent, the 400-meter vision around here is as bright as day. Even those super mutated monsters wandering around are completely clear to me. Emerging from behind the hazy mist, a pack of giant wolves slowly approached. All of them bore the tag of super mutated monsters. Lu Chen scanned the area, clicking his tongue in evaluation. A pack of level 15 super mutated monsters gathering like this. This matchup seems a bit tough. But his quick-thinking brain immediately spotted the key point. He slapped his thigh and cheered in delight. Oh my, why am I so foolish? In essence, I am a monster too. If they can mutate, my side can easily mutate as well. Without overthinking, Lu Chen went straight to action. He directly upgraded his 2 Chai Lang Ren minions into super mutated elite forms. Immediately after, he promoted a Ming He Yao Nu straight to the super mutated elite level. Looking over the new stats of his minions, Lu Chen threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Haha, exactly as I thought, all my stats have doubled. Damage plus 400, armor plus 130, health reaching 10,000. Haha, being a wild monster has its elegant pleasures, this time I'm truly matchless. 15 minutes passed, Lu Chen slowly took off his VR headset, thinking to himself, the server merge is almost complete. With tens of thousands of people crowding into one place, the level 10 main city will definitely explode with people. I'd better slip over to Feng Lingzai's livestream channel to check out the situation first. On Feng Lingzai's broadcast at that moment, the scene at the level 10 Bao Feng Cheng was packed with a sea of people, with everyone shoving and squeezing tightly as they waited for the gates to open. The player population at this time was indeed denser than a disrupted ant nest, with countless comments scrolling rapidly across the screen. Please enjoy the panoramic view from the system. Look at Bao Feng Cheng post-merge. The grand scale of the current main area compared to the old beginner village is like night and day. What's more, from level 10 and up, the beginner protection shield is completely gone. Now the entire crowd is searching for the lost Eden. Could a bloody chaotic war be about to break out? A newly class-changed spirit master like me, who hasn't even found a single pet yet, is seriously terrified everyone. That was enough listening. Lu Chen put his headset back on to enter the virtual world, directly mobilizing his minions San Cha and Chi Tu to charge forward and plow through the monsters. He also shouldered his club, breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Competing as a normal player is too fierce. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes that I belong to the monster faction. Those players will probably spend a long time searching before they find the entrance to the Lost Eden. While they are struggling, I must take the opportunity to clear another big batch of monsters. Oh, but I have to find a way to cover this leaf sprout on my head first. Wearing this completely ruins the cool aura of a boss. Lu Chen fiercely charged into the monster pack again, as a series of dinging sounds from the system rang out continuously. Thanks to the effective support of his minions, the item drop notifications kept scrolling non-stop. Ding ding ding, successfully defeated a level 15 super mutated elite Yue Yin Lang. Collected 1,250 spiritual chi of all things, pocketed 3 stage 4 talent fragments, plus 3 4-star evolution points. Acquired a level 10 white quality spiked wolf fang club, along with 5 level 10 white quality wolf pelts. Scanning the scattered loot, Lu Chen happily smashed his club into a monster's head. Incredible, an elite monster actually dropped 4-star tier resources, and in triple quantity to boot. Such a generous drop rate is game-breaking. This is truly a legendary gold mine. I wonder what kind of top-tier stuff will drop when I take down that mini-boss. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen sent the mini-boss to its grave. A flurry of system notifications popped up again. Defeated Yue Yin Lang Wang, a level 17 mutated boss. Obtained 2,750 spiritual chi of all things, 3 stage 5 talent fragments, 3 5-star evolution points. Acquired a level 15 blue quality wolf king sharp claw, a level 15 blue quality dark iron ring, and a level 10 white wolf pelt. Lu Chen pulled up the detailed stats of the equipment to inspect them. Wolf King Sharp Claw, blue quality, level 15, physical damage ranges from 22 to 38, plus 16 strength, 21 speed, 19 constitution. Buffs critical strike rate by 3% and critical damage by 10%. Dark Iron Ring, blue quality, level 15, attack power from 1 to 18, increases critical strike rate by 4%. After reading the list of attributes, Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he cheered. The weapon's attack power is insane, and that ring specialized in boosting critical strikes is incredibly overpowered. Equip them immediately. As soon as he equipped the sharp claw on his hand, Lu Chen lightly swiped and tore through a solid wooden block. He grinned happily in his heart. Critical strike rate has reached 30%, plus an additional 10% critical damage. This weapon even has a mechanism to appear or disappear at will. It couldn't be any cooler. After being stuck with this shabby wooden club for so long, the day to retire it has finally come. Lu Chen pulled out the system window to check, browsing the market and muttering his deduction. Why have equipment prices suddenly skyrocketed? It must be because the server-wide quest was activated, causing the players' demand for gear to surge. Haha, the perfect time, place, and people, this is my chance to rake in a fortune. After disposing of the trash loot, Lu Chen enthusiastically led his group straight ahead. He turned back and roared to boost his minions' morale. Listen up, brothers. The goal is 10,000 yuan in 5 minutes. We get experience to level up and make quick cash. Everyone charge forward and crush them for me. At the same time at Bai Shushan, crowds of players leaving the city were busy searching, frowning as they discussed with each other. The items that Gaiwei Wo Du Quang just listed are all drops from the Yue Yin Lang pack. It's highly likely that the entrance portal is just around this area. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. Exactly, let's split up and search thoroughly. After searching a bit more, someone suddenly widened their eyes and shouted, "Hey guys, look at that mist over there. Come check it out." The crowd hastily followed the pointing finger, asking skeptically, could that be the entrance to that land? However, before they could even reach it, the system alarm rang out loudly. Player Wei Wo Du Quang has entered the territory of the Southeast Array Core. The expansion speed of the fog is skyrocketing. The crowd stopped in their tracks, buzzing in loud discussion. Oh my God, Wei Wo Duquang has found another array core. Stay calm, so what if he located the array core? It doesn't mean he has the strength to destroy that structure. After carefully analyzing the information, one person shouted the order, everyone follow the movement of the fog, the lost Eden is definitely over there. That's right, the entire army advanced straight into the mist. Returning to Lu Chen, standing right in front of him was a colorful, glowing stone pillar shooting a beam of light straight into the clouds. He folded his arms and watched from a distance, muttering to himself, is this the legendary Southeast Array core? How do I handle this now? Should I just charge in and smash this stone pillar? Because he wasn't completely sure, Lu Chen turned and nodded to signal De Tu to test attack and see if anything happened. Receiving the order, De Tu fiercely charged forward as the vanguard, spitting out a barrage of fireballs that slammed loudly against the stone pillar. But before the skills could land, a giant wolf emerged from the core of the stone pillar. It was indeed the level 20 demon wolf Hattie. De Tu, still in mid-charge, was slapped by the monster and sent flying away, two terrifying damage numbers of 1,255 and 1,286 health points popping up above his head. Witnessing this brutal scene, Lu Chen's eyes widened and he cried out, "Oh my God!" A single swipe of its paw vaporized half of De Tu's health. Infuriated, he dashed forward, shouting orders to his minions as he ran, "Damn it! This guy is too tanky, let me engage first, all of you fall back." As Lu Chen charged in, the wolf Hattie did not hesitate to pounce. Taking Lu Chen's full blow only chipped away a tiny fraction of its health, while Lu Chen taking its swipe lost 1,089 and 1,122 health points. He cursed angrily in his heart, "Damn it, I have 500 attack power, and I can't even pierce its armor. What kind of nonsense is this with health reaching 100,000? However, based on the feedback from De Tu's attack, it seemed this boss's magic resistance was a flat 0. If other players were to jump in, they would likely use mages to poke it to death. Lu Chen quickly turned around to pull back, his brain racing to devise a battle plan. This situation is extremely tight. A head-on duel is definitely a fail. I must buff my minions first, then use guerrilla tactics to wear it down. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone get ready, unleash your skills together now." From Lu Chen's lower abdomen, a clump of sticky spider silk shot out into the air. The wolf Hattie was caught off guard and bound tightly like a rice dumpling. Lu Chen's minions immediately scattered in all directions to unload damage. Lu Chen pulled the silk while shouting, "De Tu, drink a health potion to recover immediately. Zai, aim at the target and get ready to strike it." Knowing that the silk binding wouldn't hold it for long, Lu Chen also jumped straight into the eye of the storm. The life-and-death struggle between him and the wolf Hattie officially began. After a full hour of bitter fighting, the boss's health bar finally dropped to the critical red zone. At this crucial moment, Lu Chen became even more vigilant, constantly warning his minions, "Brothers, hold your positions, not a single mistake, hang in there." In a parallel development, the player community on other routes was also struggling to clear the pass. They swung their weapons while shouting encouragement, "Everyone focus ahead, that is highly likely the entrance." This pack of Yue Yin Lang is much stronger than normal monsters. Indeed, our weapon durability is dropping as fast as flowing water, mainly because our damage is terribly weakened by the fog. Feng Lingzai was also exerting herself to unleash skills on this flank, dodging attacks while panting in complaint. Are these wolves all mutated or what? How is their strength so terrifying? Shan beside her agreed, this mist doesn't just buff the monster's stats, it also cripples our damage-dealing capabilities. It's a total nightmare. But the crowd fought with increasing ferocity, shouting to boost each other's morale. If this toxic mist spreads all the way to the main city, we are done for. Why waste brain power overthinking? The urgent task right now is to find the entrance first and think later. While they were struggling to cope, two system screens flashed with brilliant notifications. Congratulations to player Wei Wo Duquang for successfully destroying the Southeast Array core, honored with the title of the Great Pioneer. As soon as the notification ended, those who were burning with battle intent froze in unison, everyone looking up at the sky and howling in despair. Wei Wo Duquang actually destroyed the array core already. Returning to the protagonist, the giant stone pillar was now shattered into pieces. A blinking text displayed in midair. Congratulations on completing the destruction of the Southeast Array core. The system is calculating rewards. Right beneath the ruins, Lu Chen and his minions were lying on the ground, panting heavily. He murmured through ragged breaths, "Phew, finally finished breaking this damn stone block. My limbs are exhausted." He glanced at the reward calculation notification, a corner of his lips curling into an ambitious smile. After spending this much sweat and tears, the system must reward me with a very generous payout. A moment later, countless windows popped up right in front of Lu Chen. "Brave warrior, you have outstandingly defeated the remnant soul of the demon wolf Hattie. Please choose your reward. Option 1, Hattie's Soul Fragment, allows you to summon a copy of Hattie to assist in combat. Its duration and combat power will be proportional to your character level. Option 2, Hattie Baby. The player can raise a newborn Hattie wolf pup. Its starting combat power is extremely weak, and it carries a hidden effect of attracting aggro from all types of monsters. However, once it evolves to maturity, it will bring the owner an explosive surprise." Facing this crossroad, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and considered carefully. "Right now I am already a local boss. Using a summon skill with a time limit is a bit cheap. I might as well bring a little baby back to raise in my territory and see how it goes." After hesitating for a few more seconds, he made his decision in a loud voice. "I pick option 2. The system immediately finalized the choice. "You have selected reward option 2, successfully acquiring a Hattie demon wolf pup." Right in midair, a fluffy ball of a wolf pup still sucking on a pacifier tumbled down, whimpering and crying loudly. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed the tiny creature, solemnly commanding the system to display its attribute panel. The detailed info panel immediately appeared. Hattie pup level cap infinity, infant state capped at level 10, growth points 0 out of 100,000, mana points 0 out of 100,000, bloodthirsty creature soul essence. Stats for strength, constitution, energy, and agility are all 1, attack power 1, defense 0, health points 100. All talents are currently sealed. Slinging the wolf pup over his shoulder, Lu Chen clicked his tongue in assessment. A pet with only 1 attack point is truly the ultimate trash. Furthermore, making it grow up requires a massive amount of mana. Well, haste makes waste. I will just raise it slowly. He raised his hand high, grandly issuing a new order. "Chi Tu, San Cha, let's go. Time to smash some monsters' heads to grind money, straight ahead to the next array core." Receiving the command, his minions raised their weapons high, letting out resonant howls to boost their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, at the players' assembly area, they were breaking a sweat casting skills while continuously shouting to organize their battle formation. Squad 7 quickly step up to hold the line, create space for Squad 3 to fall back and resupply. Hold the rhythm, we are about to counterattack. Formation masters keep the buffs coming continuously, don't miss a beat. The UUA Yin Lang pack won't hold out much longer. However, just a few moments later, the deadly text scrolled across the screen again. Player Weiwo Duquang has entered the territory of the Southern Array core. The density of the fog is increasing significantly. The collective crowd who had been working themselves to the bone clearing monsters all day cursed loudly upon seeing the notification. "Oh my god, that damn guy has already crawled all the way to the second array core. Time is running out, guys, risk everything and go all out. This makes no sense. Our numbers are so overwhelming. Are we really going to lose to a single individual's map-clearing speed?" After half an hour of painful grinding, this party finally dragged themselves to the teleportation portal. But just as a few players squeezed through the gate, the remaining crowd suddenly paused, whispering in discussion. Strange, as soon as you pass through the portal, you get randomly teleported. That could be considered an advantage. We can split into smaller groups and scatter in all directions to search. But the trickiest part is how to gather our forces back together. Exactly, this situation has gone completely off script from what we originally planned. In another corner, the internal members of the Huang Keo Guild were also gathering. The two prominent leaders, Huang Keo Tai Zai and Huang Keo Feng Tian, stood frozen in front of the gate, whispering in each other's ears. "How is the troop gathering going? Boss, we have about 70% of our numbers together." Huang Keo Tai Zai let out an arrogant smile, clapping in approval. "Well done. Do you have any updates on the movements of the other players?" A subordinate named Huang Keo Zio Sheng ran up hurriedly to report. "Boss, the alliance of Zheng AI and Heng Xiaotianzia has deployed about 70 people to the front lines to farm monsters. Huang Keo Taizai sneered, patting his chest as he instructed, Huang Keo Zio Sheng, ignore the minor monsters, the fog is thinning out. If we are unlucky enough to lose our lives here, dragging ourselves back will take too much time. Our objective is to pierce straight into the center to find the array core. Just as he finished boasting, the system screen mercilessly delivered another shocking news update. Player Weiwo Du Quang has successfully destroyed the southern array core. The number of available array cores is now 6. Huang Keo Tai Zai froze, screaming in terror, "What on earth is this?" But losing only a single second to compose himself, he hastily swung his weapon and charged forward, turning back to roar at his subordinates, "That brat has snatched another pillar. There are only 6 left in stock. Run like your lives depend on it." As for Lu Chen, he of course remained steadfast in choosing the second reward. Immediately, a bird with a bizarre shape tumbled down. He smiled with satisfaction, calculating, so the collection has added another divine beast, the divine Eagle Vivnia. Since I'm going to the trouble of caring for them anyway, raising 1 or hurting 2 is pretty much the same. Let's go, head to the next target. Lightly opening the system inventory to take stock, Lu Chen frowned slightly as he calculated. The looted equipment is decent, but my healing potions are almost completely depleted. With such a lack of supplies, what am I going to use to solo bosses? How annoying, this godforsaken place doesn't even have a general store selling potions. What a major hassle. While he was scratching his head in thought, the chatter of players suddenly drifted in from a short distance away. Wait, where did werewolf monsters come from in this corner? Lu Chen overheard this and rejoiced in his heart, delicious prey served right to my doorstep. The group of players began to form a perimeter surrounding Lu Chen's area, constantly reminding each other. Heaven knows, this land is already full of strange things. Watch your steps, don't agitate the monster packs. The thick fog blocks all vision, keep close distance, observe carefully before acting. But before the warning could fade into the mist, glowing crimson eyes glared threateningly from behind their formation. Someone who happened to look back suddenly screamed in terror, "Oh my God, what kind of boss has such a long title? Oh boy, is its name so colorful because of that super mutated tag. I can't make out its shape, but the pressure it radiates is too fierce." Lu Chen, with his phantom-like movements appearing and disappearing in the mist, smirked and bared his teeth at his prey, murmuring excitedly, "I was just grieving over running out of potions, and these angels shipped them right to my bed. In that case, I will gladly accept them. San Cha, Chi Tu, feast time, boys." As soon as the order was given, the scattered formation was immediately battered into oblivion. Lu Chen's minion army swept forward to wipe them out, not letting a single soul escape. A short distance away, another party was also fumbling their way forward. Detecting a barrage of attacks heading their way, they cursed in panic. "Damn it, who was wicked enough to lure the monsters over here? What on earth is this? What kind of attack is this that makes our health bars evaporate so fast?" The situation became increasingly chaotic. Several players leading the vanguard stopped in fear, screaming frantically, "We're doomed, the whole team is about to get wiped out." "Ignore it. Members of the Zhuxian Guild follow close behind me, charge in and crush them." But before the loudmouth who shouted most passionately could even take a step, his health bar hit flat 0. He collapsed to the ground in utter shock, causing his teammates standing nearby to turn pale with fear. "Oh my God, the captain is wiped out already." Hiding deep in the dense fog to enjoy the massacre, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. As for that unfortunate group, even in death they remained completely clueless, only able to complain repeatedly. The beasts lurking in this lost Eden possess such disgusting strength. It's over, the entire team is completely wiped out. 5 minutes passed, and the battlefield was completely cleared of any living players. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes to look around while silently analyzing. Their equipment dropped all over the place again. Oh right, players who cross the level 10 mark lose their beginner protection shield. This mechanic is pretty interesting. It seems like pursuing the career of a boss means I must diligently farm players to get rich quickly. Once he was sure those guys had all gone back to town to recuperate, he snapped his fingers, "San Cha, Chi Tu, pick up the new gear, boys." Pricking his ears to listen to the noises echoing from deep within the fog, Lu Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. These players' marching speed is quite impressive. The coordinates here are extremely close to the southwest array core. Let's use the Holy Fire skill to clear the path as an opening move. At the same time, at the southwest array core area, a large group of players was frantically battling a boss shaped like a giant scorpion. Lu Chen had crawled right up behind them, but not a single soul caught wind of his presence. Hiding behind the white shroud, he began to make calculations. A crowd of about 300 people, coordinating quite systematically. The captain seems to have figured out the boss's mechanics, and the support players are covering smoothly. Let's see how the stats reduction effect works on players after they get wiped out. Lu Chen leisurely browsed through his system inventory to check his items, comforting himself that he might as well enjoy some snacks and tea. The other players had been grinding for over an hour now. He would just wait until they and the boss wore each other down to the bone before stepping in to sweep up the spoils. It certainly wouldn't be too late. Squeezed into the crowd of grinding players was none other than Feng Lingzai. Casting spells while shouting into her live stream, she said, "Hello, dear viewers, I am currently at the Western Array Core. Judging by the speed of this offense, conquering this boss is probably going to take a while. Let's switch the camera angle to see how things are going at the other array cores." The stream screen kept switching channels as the harsh clashing of blades echoed continuously. The boss guarding the southwestern array core was losing health at lightning speed, indicating that side would likely take the prize for the fastest clear. The strong runner-up was the force at the northwestern array core, and the slowest pace belonged to the western array core. Catching this valuable piece of information, Lu Chen was overjoyed. Having a tour guide update the situation in real time like this was incredibly convenient. His only task now was to sit back, relax, visit each location leisurely, and steal all the fruits of their labor. After 30 minutes of patient waiting, realizing the time was ripe, Lu Chen immediately summoned his minions. Cracking his neck joints, he gave the order, "San Cha, Chi Tu, now that you are fully charged, get moving. Showtime has arrived, let's go steal some bosses and lives, boys." As the slaughter began, Lu Chen leaped out from his hiding spot, immediately activating his signature spider silk binding skill and wrapping all the players together in a single bundle. The players who were passionately burst damaging the boss suddenly found themselves stuck to one another. Everyone cried out in panic, "Where on earth did this spider silk come from?" Before they could recover and find the cause, Lu Chen rushed in at breakneck speed. The piercing noise coming from his direction made a few players turn their heads, only to scream in panic. "What the heck? Why is there another wild monster ambushing us? Oh my god, what on earth is that thing? Its title is so long it's a total tongue twister." Not wasting any time on their gasps, Lu Chen plunged straight into the crowd, wildly slashing with his claws and scattering the fragile backline formation. On the front lines, the Scorpion boss, freed from its restraints, went wild in counterattacking. The piercing screams of hundreds of people echoed through the silent space. "We are doomed. Another boss is blocking our way. We're being forced into a corner and wiped out. Who would have thought this boss has the ability to summon reinforcing monsters?" After only 8 short minutes, the entire player faction was sent back to the graveyard. Lu Chen turned his spear and charged to battle the guardian boss. The creature, of course, did not take it lying down. Though its health bar was almost depleted, it still fought back fiercely against the fatal blows. After another 5 minutes, Lu Chen successfully sent it to the afterlife. The system announced as usual, player Wei Wo Du Quang has successfully destroyed the southwestern array core. Without a second thought, Lu Chen pressed the button to choose the second reward, laughing triumphantly in his head. "Haha, this is a pretty decent harvest. I farmed players for potions and successfully snatched the boss. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Time to pack up and find the next pillar." At the Western Array Core, the crowd was exhausting their strength to shave off the boss's last remaining health. Loud cries of encouragement echoed everywhere. "Hang in there, guys, just a little bit more. Focus on dodging its skill, don't let it drain your mana bar, and squeeze in some more damage." Waiting until the boss's health was down to a sliver, Lu Chen suddenly appeared out of nowhere like a god, wiping out the player lineup. He rushed in to bash the boss while silently analyzing its strength. This hellhound had the ability to convert mana into health to regenerate. Interesting. The later ones are indeed stranger and more terrifying than the previous. An hour and a half later, a lion-like pet hatchling that Lu Chen claimed from the second reward landed safely. Seeing its ecstatic behavior, it was obvious how thrilled it was to recognize its master. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, with his body covered in clinging pets, was staring intently at the notification. Player Huangkeo Tai Zai has destroyed the Eastern Array core. He clicked his tongue, evaluating. I have snatched 5 of them under their noses, and finally, someone is competent enough to unlock another array core. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling system interface popped up. Congratulations, you have gathered the complete set of the 4 great ancient ominous beasts, including Hattie, Vivnia, Hellhound, and Chimera. The ultimate ominous beast hidden questline is officially unlocked. This is an exclusive quest tied to the Lost Eden event. Please note that this questline is time-limited and offers only a single chance to complete. Quest details. Players can activate the challenge by defeating any combination of the 4 ancient beasts or evil beasts. Within the quest limits, successfully purifying the remnant soul of just one of the 4 ancient beasts will reward you with a summoning stone of a great ominous beast or a corresponding hatchling. The time limit is 24 hours. The target list includes world-destroying demon wolf Fenya, black dragon of despair Nidhogg, world serpent Midgard, and North Sea giant monster Kraken. If you decide to take on the challenge, please select one of the 4 legendary creatures mentioned above. Glancing over that spine-chilling list, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Absolutely terrifying, so there's an even more overpowered final boss hidden behind this facade. Well then, I will settle the score with you. Without hesitation, he tapped and selected the black dragon of despair, Nidhogg. The system interface immediately refreshed to show a notification. The challenge target has been locked. The ultimate ominous beasts questline has officially commenced. The player is required to place the summoning stones of the 4 great ancient ominous beasts, or their corresponding hatchlings, onto the 4 designated stone altars. Instantly, the ground around Lu Chen's position trembled, and 4 towering pillars rose from the earth, trapping him in the space in between. Lu Chen carefully picked up the delicate hatchlings and placed them onto each stone altar. But as soon as he finished, he started to feel uneasy, murmuring in worry, "This situation feels familiar. Don't tell me it's like the Wonder Island instance, where once you offer the items, the system just swallows them up and never returns them." The system remained dead silent without a single reply. Instead, the hatchlings on the pillars suddenly tilted their heads back and let out bone-chilling, blood-curdling howls. Right behind their tiny figures, giant adult illusions gradually materialized, roaring continuously and shaking heaven and earth. Looking up from below, Lu Chen's jaw dropped to the floor, and he let out a gasp of utter panic and sheer shock. When he rubbed his eyes and looked for a second time, the tiny pets had completely transformed into their majestic adult forms. They stood towering atop the pillars, as if waiting for some force. This scene made Lu Chen's mind reel. "Oh Lord, the rules aren't forcing me to fight all 4 of these ominous beasts at once, are they?" But before an answer could come, a dark shadow that blotted out the entire sky suddenly descended right before his eyes. Staring up at the colossal, oppressive figure, Lu Chen's entire body froze as if petrified. Trembling all over, he wailed in misery, "Are you kidding me? With an oversized thing like this, how on earth am I supposed to survive a fight against it?" Suddenly, the 4 divine beasts leaped down from the stone pillars in unison, blocking the way in front of Lu Chen. Baring their fangs and claws, they growled threateningly at the giant dragon, making him feel as though a heavy weight had been lifted off his chest. So these 4 big brothers were sent to support me in fighting the boss. The dire wolf Hattie is a combo specialist, the divine eagle Vivnia is the master of clones, the hellhound drains all mana, and the chimera provides stun crowd control. Well, this match seems to still have a chance. Having figured it out, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and decided to go all in for a life-and-death battle. Gearing himself up for the fight, he pointed his weapon straight ahead and commanded solemnly, "Listen up, for the first step, try to buy some time and create a gap for me." The Earth Dragon, of course, was not about to sit idle. It slammed its massive legs onto the ground, instantly creating a violent shockwave that blew everyone backward. Seizing a precious second of vulnerability, it opened its massive maw and spat out a blazing column of fire that scorched the earth. The unfortunate ominous beasts caught in the blast instantly had 20,000 health points vaporized. Standing far away in the commander position, Lu Chen panicked and shrieked upon witnessing that horrifying scene. "Oh my goodness, that is magic damage. A single breath strips away 20,000 health. If it weren't for the four great ominous beasts tanking this, my little life along with Chi Tu and San Sha would surely have been sent to the underworld." With no time for secondary thoughts, Lu Chen hastily threw a bundle of spider silk forward while retreating frantically, shouting in a panic, "All forces scatter immediately. Chi Tu, San Cha, retreat to a safe zone right now." Lu Chen's spider silk attack shot forward, tightly binding the giant boss's legs. The crowd control effect this time was relatively decent, managing to hold it in place for approximately 1 second. I used to look down on this spider silk binding skill as trash, but I never expected it to become such a life-saving god-tier skill in these life-and-death moments. Seizing every golden split second, Lu Chen urgently issued a new command. "Hellhound, quickly activate Mana Drain. Chimera, charge and unleash your stun skill on it, hurry." The eager pets charged forward to spam their skills, but the critical blow only scratched a mere single point of damage. On the bright side, the poison effect drained 300 health points from it. Observing that the supersized, colossal monster was starting to show signs of health depletion, Lu Chen smirked with satisfaction. "This beast possesses up to 500,000 health. This is definitely going to be a prolonged war of attrition." After an hour at the Northeastern Array Corps, a giant boss was taking its final breaths, waiting for the players to finish it off. Down below, a woman from the Zhan Shen Zuyu Guild cried out in panic, "Huang Sha, the Huang Kao people are playing dirty. They are deliberately blocking us from approaching the stone pillar. I'm afraid Huang Kao Tai Zai plans to backstab us." Seeing this, another member of Zhan Shen Zuyu chimed in with frustration. "We clearly agreed to cooperate and split them evenly, one for each side. Is that bastard planning to swallow the whole harvest?" Catching wind of this conversation, the surrounding players immediately realized what was happening. They quickly reorganized their formation and pressed closer to the stone pillar to prevent the Huang Kao members from pulling any dirty tricks. Elsewhere, Huang Kao Tai Zai was waving his hand, instructing his lackeys, "Hold back those Zhan Shen guys for me. This final beast must belong to Huang Kao. Who cares about those Zhan Shen fools?" Hearing this, his subordinate hastily flattered him, "You can rest easy, Tai Zai." In a flash, as Tai Zai placed his hand on the stone pillar, the system immediately popped up an announcement. "Player Huang Kao Tai Zai has destroyed the Eastern Array Corps." And naturally, he casually snatched the second reward, just as Lu Chen had done. Immediately, a crimson server-wide announcement flashed. "The full-scale campaign has been successfully completed. Thanks to the hard work of all heroes, we have successfully repelled the Mi Wu invasion. However, the hidden instance is still ongoing, so please wait near the exit for a moment. The double experience reward will be fully distributed when the event officially concludes." Witnessing that infuriating sight, the members of Zhan Shen Zuyu were fuming with rage, growling, and cursing. "Damn you, Huang Kao. If we don't avenge this grudge, we are not human. At all costs, we must snatch the pet back and send their entire guild to the graveyard." The group had no choice but to gather resentfully at the instance's starting point, waiting for the teleportation light to send everyone out. As soon as they stepped outside, the crowd sighed and lamented with a mix of emotions. "Oh God, we survived, but the painful part is that we got absolutely nothing and couldn't even grab a single divine beast. But Wei Wo Du Zun went really big, taking 5 of them all by himself. However, combat mode is enabled here. If those aggroed wild monsters swarm out, we're done for." Meanwhile, at the Array Core area, the two guilds were still glaring at each other, refusing to back down. The Zhan Shen members furiously charged into a brawl, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Spit out that pet, you despicable scoundrels. The second reward clearly belonged to us. How dare your Tai Zai rob us in broad daylight? Zhan Shen brothers, sweep up these trashes." Seeing the Zhan Shen players rushing over like they were on adrenaline, Tai Zai defended himself while crying inwardly, "The system has locked us in combat, so I can't manually log out. If I force quit, all the pets will drop. Which absolute plague is lingering in that hidden instance? Please drag your feet out here already." The person he was desperately waiting for had just sent the Earth Dragon in the hidden instance to its eternal rest, celebrating with an excited grin, "Oh heavens, I've finally finished off this giant lizard." Despite taking its last breaths, the Earth Dragon still struggled, launching counterattacks against the continuous assault of the ominous beasts and Lu Chen. Coincidentally, at that very moment, outside the entrance of the Lost Eden, various guild forces were happily beating the living daylights out of each other to loot whatever they could. Witnessing the chaotic battlefield, some passersby stared in disbelief and asked, "What on earth is going on? Why is everyone suddenly fighting to the death?" A kind-hearted player nearby explained, "Are you living under a rock? Huang Kao just snatched the divine beast right out of Zhan Shen's hands." Hearing this, the other guy felt a sudden rush of righteous indignation and yelled, "How is that fair?" With that, he rolled up his sleeves and dived straight into the chaotic brawl. A flurry of fights broke out everywhere, leaving the unaffiliated players scratching their heads in confusion. What kind of grudge does that group over there have to be fighting too?" A voice called back, "That guild over there is stealing the divine beast of Tu Xian Chuan Yuan. Stop asking so many questions and hurry up and join the loot before it's all gone." With that, a group from another guild eagerly jumped into the massive free-for-all, roaring, "Charge, brothers." The game announced names on the World Channel just so we'd know who to rob. Exactly, the drops are bound to be amazing, let's go. Seeing someone fire the first shot, the other factions couldn't just sit back and watch the delicious prey get swallowed up. They all brandished their weapons and roared, "Comrades, for the future of our guild's divine beasts, crush everyone in our way." Contrary to the commotion outside, Lu Chen, deep inside the hidden instance, leisurely opened his control panel and stared at the notification. "Congratulations on passing the ultimate ominous beast challenge. The legendary hidden quest, Shenzhou Mo Chang, has been officially unsealed." Rubbing his hands with glee, he thought, "Excellent, another hatchling in the bag." The information panel turned to the next page, revealing a long list of quest objectives. The requirements for Shenzhou Mo Chang were to completely defeat both the ultimate ominous beasts and the ultimate evil beasts, while also clearing 3 hidden instances: Twilight of the Gods, Demon God Temple, and Ghost Valley. The collection progress for the 4 ultimate ominous beasts was currently at 1/4, including Black Dragon Nidhogg, World-Destroying Demon Wolf Fenya, World Serpent Emenget, and North Sea Giant Kraken. The collection progress for the 4 ultimate evil beasts was also at 1/4, listing Typhon, 3-headed Hellhound, Medusa, and the 9-headed giant Black Dragon. Progress for the Twilight of the Gods instance was empty, the Demon God Temple was untouched, and Ghost Valley remained pristine. The promised rewards were a drop of god blood and a demon insect. Reading through the text, Lu Chen's eyes almost popped out, and his inner self screamed wildly, "Good lord, what kind of hellish challenge is this? Even if you're designing a game, you should tone down the cruelty a bit." But before his brain could fully process this, another announcement flashed in front of him. "Your journey in the Lost Eden has officially concluded. The system will now eject you to the landing zone." In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was pushed outside. The scene welcoming him was a sea of players fighting frantically like a chaotic marketplace. Even though no one breathed a word or spared him a glance, he still froze for 5 seconds, holding his head in panic and thinking, "What a chaotic mess. Thousands of players are tearing into each other. Is this a martial arts tournament or something?" Just then, a few players standing nearby caught sight of him. Immediately losing their wits, they pointed and screamed, "Oh my God, why is there a boss rushing out from the Lost Eden? The title above its head is as long as a scroll." But before they could make a bigger scene, Lu Chen bolted at full speed, darting like a blurry gust of wind and vanishing without a trace. With his current health sitting at only around half, he muttered calculations as he fled. "With a crowd this dense, if I get gang beaten, I'll definitely be crushed. Better slip away quickly. Luckily, my lair is close by. Going home to clean up and rest is the best plan." As soon as he stepped back into his lair, Lu Chen cheerfully summoned his minions, clearing his throat to declare, "All clear now, boys. Come on out and breathe some fresh air. We are finally back home." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his eardrums were bombarded by a loud commotion echoing from afar. "Huang Kao Tai Zai, even if you grow wings, don't think you can escape. You 2 lunatics." Lu Chen pricked up his ears to listen, wondering, "Oh, is there something fun going on? Are they chasing each other all the way into my territory?" Taking advantage of the enhanced vision buffed by the system, he faintly caught sight of the skirmish on the outer perimeter. Recognizing the one who was attempting to throw away his pride and flee for his life. A sly smile curled at the corners of his lips. These esteemed guests sure know how to choose a location. How dare they show off their skills right in front of my doorstep? If I don't pluck them clean this time, I'd surely be letting my ancestors down. On the battlefield, the group of three was still lunging at each other like moths to a flame, throwing non-stop verbal abuse. "You shameless scoundrel, you're definitely dying here today. Fraudster Tai Zai, surrender your life quietly." At the peak of the fiery clash, Lu Chen's ragtag army suddenly leaped out, casually tapping each of their heads with a mace to help purify their souls. The most miserable was Tai Zai, whose head was pressed down and dragged against the dirt by two Yaksha guardians, instantly logging him out of reality. Lu Chen calmly strolled over and casually swept up the loot that the guy had just stolen. Twirling the divine beast orbs, he smiled widely. No wonder the system kept broadcasting the name of the core destroyer. It was just kindling to encourage everyone to rob each other. At this rate, the drop rate must be a solid 100%. Realizing this truth, a flawless roguelike expression appeared on his face. Gesturing with his chin to his minions, he said, "Follow me, let's go check things out. Maybe we can snatch the last one." With that, he marched proudly at the front, shouting back as he ran, "Perfect timing and location. The last one is still unattended. Luck has truly landed on our heads." Right at the divine beast's coordinates, Feng Lingzai's group was in a melee with an unfamiliar faction, their deafening shouts echoing, "Charge, brothers! Its health bar is almost empty. Don't let it escape, fight to the death and send it back to town." Without warning, Lu Chen dashed out from the bushes, turning the entire lineup pale with fear. "Oh my god, it's that plague of a boss again. Why does it look even buffer than before? Is this godforsaken place cursed? We are absolutely doomed." In a split second, Lu Chen cleared the battlefield, happily holding the final divine beast in his hands with a satisfied smile, and that makes a complete collection. The interface immediately lit up, praising the player for gathering all the hatchlings and officially starting the ultimate evil beast hidden quest. Note: the quest scroll only exists for 5 minutes and must be completed within the deadline. This is a unique quest in Miwu Sen Lin. Miss it and you cannot retry. Details require the player to select one of the 4 ultimate evil beasts, then enter the Huan Shu Zhen to purify the remnant souls. Countdown is 24 hours. The attached reward is the corresponding hatchling summoning stone or a direct hatchling form. Scanning through the text, Lu Chen tapped confirm without hesitation. "I got the hang of it last time, this trip will definitely be a breeze." After 2 hours in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's shoulders were weighed down by 2 more divine beast companions. He let out a long sigh. "I'm completely drained. I'll throw the rest of this junk onto the auction house, and then I have to crash and get some sleep." Returning to reality, Lu Chen took off his virtual reality helmet and muttered his calculations. "Smooth sailing. Once I sell off this stash, my account should easily have around 1 million. This time I must buy a really grand house to completely blow Lu Yi away." Just as he pulled out his phone, his face fell and his mind raced. What on earth is this? 16 missed calls. Did something happen to Lu Yi? Lu Chen hastily called back, his voice full of worry. "Lu Yi, I fell into a deep sleep. Is there something serious going on over there?" The other end of the line immediately let loose a torrent of frustration. "What else could it be but that mess in the game, brother? Our guild is being heavily targeted by those Huang Ko lapdogs. Whenever we try to farm, they disrupt us, and now they won't even leave us alone in the safe zone. It's a massive headache." After chatting for another half hour, Lu Yi's voice brightened up again. "Hee, thanks, old bro. Venting all this anger makes me feel so much better. It's late, go to sleep early to rest up." Lu Chen smiled gently and replied, "It's a pity you don't know I'm also playing, otherwise the 2 of us would have ruled the server by now. Anyway, be good, wrap yourself in the blanket and sleep. A bright future is just ahead." As soon as the screen went black, the smile on Lu Chen's face vanished. He stared into space, silently reflecting that if he revealed his current monstrous status, the girl would probably die of shock. It was best to keep it a secret for now. But those Huang Ko underlings dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers by teasing my sister. They'd better start preparing their coffins. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Lu Chen shouted with joy, "Oh yeah, my right leg is completely cured. I have finally returned to being a whole human being." Expertly slipping the virtual reality helmet over his head, he did some quick math. I'm currently sitting comfortably at level 14. At this rate, grinding 3 more levels will restore my real-world body's physical strength to 100%. What kind of bizarre origin does this Jiu Chang Tian Yu game actually have to be so miraculous? It certainly wasn't created by mere mortals. After loading his character, Lu Chen glanced through his inventory and began assigning tasks. San Sha, Chi Tu, you two take these 10 newbies out to get some battle experience. Split them up to protect one each, and absolutely do not let a single one die. Big Brother is going to take a stroll. After tossing aside those minor chores, Lu Chen opened the chat interface, scanning it while saying to himself, trying to search for the Huang Kao guys on such a vast, forested map would take forever. It's better to borrow the hands of the community to make it quick. Deciding on a plan, he immediately sent a message to the World Channel. Is there any brother free to check the coordinates of the Huang Kao Guild for me? A manager from Taizu Weiguo promptly replied warmly, no problem. I will instruct my subordinates. As soon as we spot Huang Kao, we will ping you right away. Lu Chen politely typed thank you, but the other party humbly replied, Big Brother Quang Shen, don't mention it. In the future, if any rare items drop, just prioritize offering them to us, and we'll give you a great price. He nodded and sent back a brief reply, definitely. In just 5 minutes, the coordinates of the Huang Kao lambs were in his hands. Lu Chen swept in like a harvester, leaving the victims crying out in confusion, oh gods, what kind of boss is this? What hole did it crawl out of? This is terrifying, my double experience scroll is completely wasted. Clearing the scene, Lu Chen casually gathered the dropped health potions, lost in thought. To completely root out the trouble and protect Lu Yi, I must become the biggest protective umbrella for her, and the first step to becoming a big boss is to find a decent human body. Aha, my memory serves me well. The rule to exchange interfaces in the reputation shop is that you must defeat 1,000 creatures of the same race to unlock the corresponding skin. Logically speaking, these players can be counted as a type of two-legged monster, right? Lu Chen quickly opened his achievement panel to check. The number displayed for the human skin was currently at 439 out of 1,000. Seeing the bright stat before him, Lu Chen threw his head back and laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, my theory is spot on. This time, I can confidently step forward and act as a guardian for my little sister. From that great discovery, the double experience grinding event suddenly turned into a bloodbath. Lu Chen herded the players like ducks to accumulate points for the skin. After 10 hours of relentless slaughter, he pinched the bridge of his nose and reflected, this skin exchange requirement is such a grind. Cutting down so many barely makes a dent. If I keep hunting them like this, those rookies might all hide in their safe zones. Forget it, let's go check on my little sister's situation. Decisively logging out, he picked up his phone to call his dear sister. The other end immediately erupted in frustration. It's a total mess, brother. Those pests came to ambush my guild again. I really can't stand them anymore. Lu Chen cleared his throat, calming her down gently. Cool down, young lady. Give me your character name. I know an influential expert who will definitely help clear this mess for you. Hearing this, Lu Yi asked in astonishment, where on earth did you get such a VIP connection? Lu Chen clicked his tongue helplessly, trying to put out the fire. Doubting your brother again, are you? Just trust me, that expert slays monsters like cutting grass. But Lu Yi stubbornly argued back, you don't even play the game, how would you know? Not waiting for her to ramble further, Lu Chen cut her off firmly. Stop being so curious. Left with no choice, Lu Yi obediently confessed, all right, my character name is. Saving the ID, Lu Chen hung up, whispering with affectionate eyes, sleep tight, little girl. Just leave this trash for Big Brother to clean up. The next day, as soon as he entered virtual reality, Lu Chen quickly finalized his plan. I might as well enable anonymous mode to add her as a friend. If the name Wei Wo Du Quang gets exposed, she might suffer a major culture shock. Just a few seconds later, the system notified him that he had successfully friended Yuan Tri Enhat. Looking at this flattering nickname, Lu Chen's heart bloomed with joy. Haha, that indeed is my sweet little sister. Under the cloak of anonymity, he typed in a dignified tone, hello, beautiful. I am a friend of your older brother. I heard your side is having some trouble up here. Lu Yi poured out her grievances. That's exactly right. That guy Huang Keo Zio Wu Nyang and his gang actually dared to block the quest turn-in NPC in the safe zone, cutting off our livelihood. Lu Chen pretended to be naive and poked further. How can there be such wicked people doing such pointless, immoral things in this world? Lu Yi added in frustration. Oh, they have nothing better to do than lurk around and steal grinding spots, a bunch of absolute villains. Reading the long lament, Lu Chen silently calculated. The safe zone was swarming with players like ants. Bringing his monstrous body there might cause a stampede disaster. Suppressing his rising anger, he replied, "Calm down, young lady. Give me the coordinates. I am currently occupied with some matters. Once I am free, I will swing by and sweep them away." Lu Yi immediately dropped the location. "We are currently staying in Sector H3 of Baofeng Main City, right next to NPC Siren." Lu Chen steered the conversation to probe further. "By the way, do you happen to know where the core members of Huang Keo are gathering?" Lu Yi replied casually, "Today they are targeting the wild boss, Hoa Ban Bao Wang, over at Bai Shu Shan." Lu Chen typed back briefly, "Got it." Lu Yi, being quick-witted, added, "Okay, I'll record a wide-shot clip later and send it over so the expert won't get lost." Having successfully closed the deal, Lu Chen dashed off like an arrow cutting through the wind, feeling ecstatic. Hee, I was just scratching my head over lacking a few dozen human kills to transform, and here comes the perfect opportunity on a silver platter. If my memory serves me right, Bai Shu Shan is right adjacent to this area. At the spawn site of the boss Hoa Ban Bao Wang, the Huang Keo faction was surrounding and attacking it. Tai Zai was loudly directing, "Tighten the formation, it's almost dead. Squads 2 and 3 set up a defensive perimeter. If any pests wander close, chop them to pieces." But before his warning could settle, Lu Chen leaped out from the bushes like an exploding shell, causing the entire formation to scream in terror. "Damn it all, it's that calamity beast from the Lost Eden again. It brought its carcass back here." Before the Huang Keo sheep could even raise their shields, they were scattered in all directions. They lamented with twisted expressions. "What terrible luck! What kind of grudge does it hold against our guild to pursue us so relentlessly? Its movements are truly unpredictable." After a dance of slaughter, the players were all lying scattered on the ground counting down their respawn timers. Lu Chen leisurely sharpened his sharp claws and stepped forward. Beneath his feet, Tai Zai was crawling inch by inch on the grass, grumbling anxiously. "Does this monster have obsessive-compulsive disorder or what? Why does it keep targeting me?" But before his thoughts could finish, the poison took effect, sending him flat on his back to merge with nature. Glancing at the miserable scene, Lu Chen clicked his tongue in disdain. Dreadful luck. It only dropped a few cheap health potions, not a single decent item came out. Just then, Lu Chen's mailbox flashed with a notification of a message containing an attached video. Opening the file, he muttered a guess. It must be the footage sent by Lu Yi, quite curious to see how goofy this brat's in-game character model looks. Through the lens of the video, Lu Yi's figure fighting back and forth appeared along with her clear voice. "Hey there, anonymous expert. Those guys seem to have retreated quietly. If I can finish this quest on my own, then I won't bother you anymore." To her surprise, just as the last word was spoken, a series of vines shot up from the ground, tightly binding her limbs. Lu Yi shrieked in shock. "Oh no, I hit a hidden trap." From a nearby blind spot, a coquettish woman stepped out, laughing mockingly. "Hee, dying to hand in the quest, aren't you? Kneel down right here, bark 3 times and call me grandmother, and maybe I'll show some mercy." Before the words could fully settle, she whipped her lash with a loud crack, laughing savagely. "Isn't your name Yuan Tri Nhat? Where is your paper hero, brother? Why hasn't he come to save you? You stubborn brat, I'm going to whip you to pieces to satisfy my grudge." Witnessing this torture, Lu Chen's blood boiled in anger. He gritted his teeth and roared, activating his human interface. "Huang Keo Zio Wu Nyang, wash your neck and wait for me to settle this score." The roar announcing his bodily transformation echoed, shaking the quiet forest. Lu Chen's massive form slowly shrank, eventually forming a complete human physique. Feeling his body, he laughed in satisfaction. "Haha, this is indeed the handsome look of this young master. Finally, I've escaped being a monster. This lord has officially upgraded to grand human," he laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. Opening his status screen, Lu Chen turned off his character name display and praised himself. Going anonymous makes it more mysterious. This look is truly the most beautiful definition of a beast in human clothing. But just as Lu Chen was about to message Lu Yi, he received her final words before she logged off. "Great God, I'm so sad. I'll slip away first and let you know when I'm back online." Reading this outburst, the killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes surged again. She must have suffered a mental breakdown. He decided to let her have some quiet time to recover. "First, I'll head to the level 10 main city to scout the situation." "Oh, almost forgot. I need to take off some flashy gear to play the part of a poor commoner." Switching to the real world, Lu Yi ripped off her gaming helmet and screamed in frustration. "Ah, I'm going crazy from this injustice." Her roommate sitting nearby quickly patted her back to comfort her. "Xiao Yi, calm down. The big bosses went to recharge. Once they're online, we'll mobilize our troops to turn them into mincemeat and get justice for you." Lu Yi blinked and asked doubtfully, "Really? Did the boss actually offer to back us up?" Her roommate nodded instantly, "Absolutely guaranteed." But Lu Yi slumped her shoulders gloomily and sighed softly. "But this is a personal grudge between me and Xiao Wunyang. If the bosses get involved, it'll turn into a large-scale guild war. What if it affects everyone's livelihood?" Put on the spot, her roommate scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "It probably won't be that bad. Huang Kao is a major force after all. Would they really play so dirty?" Not daring to give a guarantee, she could only add a faint, hopeful comment. "Let's just hope the gods protect us." Back in the virtual space, after scanning through gear until his eyes were tired, Lu Chen settled on a blunt iron staff as a toy. As he strolled toward the main city gate, a gooey Mayan Kairoa crept up and tried to sneak bite him. Looking at the hideous appearance of the level 11 monster, Lu Chen curled his lips and thought, "This design is quite artistic. Let's put it out of its misery." But in the distance, a group of players spotted the elite monster and rushed over like moths to a flame. Before Lu Chen could even swing his staff, they had pinned the monster down and beaten it senseless, shouting loudly to show off, "Brother, you're playing solo, right? Don't panic, we're here to rescue you." Scanning the enthusiastic team, Lu Chen paused when he saw a familiar beauty who had helped him the other day. So this beauty also played Jiu Tian, with her glowing character name displaying Hua Luo Zhai Xiang. As the monster turned to ash, another older sister quickly snatched the dropped armor piece, turned to Hua Luo Zhai Xiang, and said with a smile, "Everyone has enough shoulder guards, so I'll sell this on the black market later. We'll split the money evenly." Hearing this, the girl could only nod shyly. "I will completely follow your lead, Sister Leng Ru." The strong woman named Leng Ru then turned her gaze to Lu Chen and asked friendly, "Why is this brother wandering alone in this treacherous forest? Did you get separated from your party?" Lu Chen pretended to scratch his head awkwardly. "I prefer acting independently and have never joined any guild." Then he approached the young man in the team and teased, "In this dangerous world, others take a life every 10 steps. Do you kneel down every 10 steps, my friend? Playing like this must be hard on your knees." Hit where it hurt, the young man gasped, speechless. Standing beside them, Leng Ru couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. This guy bragged so loudly at first, saying he'd make the whole world kneel at his feet. Who knew reality would beat him to a pulp? Embarrassed and flustered, the young man scratched his head, his face turning red as he explained, "Sisters, please stop exposing me. It was just a slight slip-up." Lu Chen tagged along with the group toward the city, chatting along the way, "Which sector you all from? Why wander into the toxic fog forest? Your gear looks a bit poor." Leng Ru replied honestly, "We are free-to-play players. We don't have enough money to hire escorts through the toxic fog forest. Aren't you the same as us?" Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat, giving a wry smile. "Haha, we're exactly the same." After walking for about 10 minutes, they passed through the city gates. Lu Chen gasped in amazement. "Wow, is the main city always this crowded?" Hua Luo Zhai Xiang explained enthusiastically, "This is nothing. You're a complete newbie, so you probably haven't experienced the traffic jams in the main city before the server split, right? During those glorious days, people practically stepped on each other to move. It was even tighter than the novice area. Of course, the population is still quite large now. Just look at how the crowd is squeezing through that massive gate." Watching the flashing board hanging above the gate, Lu Chen tilted his head up and mumbled curiously, "What's that?" Seeing his confusion, the young man played the role of a guide. "That's the leaderboard of the Twin Towers, buddy. What's crazy is that this list has been frozen for a long time and no one has been able to break it. They are absolute monsters in the gaming world. Anyone passing through this gate looks up and drools with envy. Resting proudly on the gold board was a list of famous players who had cleared the Twin Towers, ending at rank 122 in the Baifeng main city region. Hua Luo Zhaixiang added, "Rumor has it that rank 1 Qingyi Daoji is a real-life hunter. His reflexes are insanely fast." The young man clicked his tongue. "No wonder he sits at the top. How can ordinary folks compete with that?" Leng Ru corrected his mindset. "Don't be so pessimistic. In this game, gear, level, and tactical thinking are decisive. That ranking will be shaken up sooner or later." Hearing these words, Lu Chen stroked his chin and calculated. The forum users had revealed that guilds of all sizes were fighting fiercely to get onto this leaderboard. The competition was brutal. Now that he had officially entered the city, was this his chance to test his skills? Before his thoughts could settle, the guy next to him shattered his dream. "Forget about it, brother. That ranking isn't for small fry like us unless you are that legendary figure." Lu Chen was startled and asked, "Which legend?" The young man's eyes shone with admiration. "Who else could it be? It's the world-famous Wei Wo Duzun, but unfortunately you don't have the protagonist's aura, so just feast your eyes and leave it at that." But Hua Luo Zhaixiang stood on her toes and whispered into his ear, "You turned off your name display. Could it be that you are actually that great god in disguise?" Startled and blushing, Lu Chen waved his hands in denial. "No way, of course not." She continued to tease, narrowing her eyes. "I figured as much. Looking at the ragged clothes you're wearing, Sai." Before she could finish teasing him, Leng Ru cleared her throat and scolded loudly, "You too, stop whispering. Hurry over to the medicine shop to buy some supplies." Hearing her name called, Hua Luo Zhaixiang swallowed her words and responded loudly, "Coming right now, Sister Leng Ru." Walking to the shop, Leng Ru suddenly threw out an idea. "What are your plans for the near future? How about we pool our resources and establish a guild?" Hua Luo Zhaixiang covered her mouth and giggled. "Sister Leng Ru, are you planning to retire from the red carpet to start a gaming business? You're seriously addicted." On the contrary, the guy raised both hands in approval. "That's a brilliant idea. After all, Sister Leng Ru is already sick of those film directors." Lu Chen walked behind them with his hands in his pockets, listening in and thinking to himself, well, so she's a movie star. No wonder her poise and aura are so sharp." Soon, the group squeezed through the crowd into the city center. A bustling, prosperous scene filled with thousands of stalls and active buyers and sellers. Looking at the towering skyscraper in the middle of the square, Lu Chen's jaw dropped in awe. So this is the legendary Twin Towers. His mind raced. The dungeon mechanism was divided into solo and raid paths. Since I'm all alone, why not take a quick trip to the Chu Xian Tower and see what happens? But just as he was admiring the architecture, some random guy bumped into him from behind and yelled, "Kid, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Get out of the way." His lackey joined in. "Do you have a death wish, blocking the way of the boss of Qingyi? Don't you know my big brother is a dragon and tiger here in Baifeng City? Looking at your rustic appearance, you must have just crawled into the main city. In the future, when you see our brothers, make sure to step aside." Treating them like thin air, Lu Chen walked forward, leaving room for the buzzing crowd. The three great generals are preparing to challenge the Chu Xian Tower again. Qingyi Daoji, Yuming Guzhu, and Longteng Zhantian. These three names have held the top spots for a long time, right? Exactly, they are the three pillars of the Chu Xian Tower. Who knows if they can breach the 4th floor this time? I heard someone on the foreign servers has already cleared it. Surrounded by praises for others, Lu Chen smiled and calculated. Since Lu Yi had already logged off, he might as well use his free time to test his luck and see how high he could climb. Having made up his mind, he quietly squeezed through the entrance, immediately attracting curious glances. Where did that young man come from, daring to enter the Chu Xian Tower? Probably a newbie who just reached the main city. Obviously, veteran players wouldn't enter at the same time as Dao Ji's crew. Look at the trashy gear he's wearing. When the big screen broadcasts all 4 rooms together, he'll be utterly humiliated. Definitely. Didn't you see he's so scared that he hid his name? I bet he won't even last 20 seconds before getting kicked out. Ignoring the chatter of those narrow-minded players, Lu Chen casually walked to the NPC counter. "1 entry pass to the Chu Xian Tower, please." The NPC nodded mechanically. "As the warrior wishes, the registration is complete." Lu Chen walked confidently through the glowing portal, leaving behind countless mocking stares. Wow, he actually went in. Forget that fool. It's much better to watch the three great experts set a new record. Feng Yang, who is ranked 4th, wouldn't even dare challenge these guys. That young man is reckless. The group that had accompanied Lu Chen stood there in shock, looking at each other blankly. Guys, pinch me. Am I seeing things? That figure who just entered the tower looks exactly like that brother Wu Ming from earlier. Your eyes are as sharp as a knife. It's really him, a complete newcomer who doesn't even know the rules. Brother Wu Ming, oh brother Wu Ming, if you wanted to test yourself, you should have asked for my advice first. Now you're doomed. Being broadcasted alongside those three great gods will make you a laughingstock. All right, stop complaining, the system countdown has started. On the giant LED screen in the center, the data of the 4 players immediately flashed. Qingyi Daoji, Yuming Guzhu, Long Tengzhan Tian, and a pitch-black box for Anonymous. Looking at this, Leng Ru's team could only shake their heads in dismay. Only brother Wu Ming chose to hide his face. The young man scratched his head and groaned. Why show his face and get publicly roasted? Hiding it at least keeps some dignity. Leng Ru could only sigh deeply and comfort them. Everyone, stop talking. Keep your eyes open and watch the broadcast to learn from the top server players. On the other side of the wall, the 3 powerful experts were using all their strength to chip away at the monster's health inside the Chu Xian Tower. Their aura burned brightly like a lighthouse, determined to surpass their own old records this time. In contrast, among the spectators, Leng Ru's group was shouting in surprise. Oh my god, brother Wu Ming has lasted past 15 seconds, and his movements are surprisingly smooth. Indeed, he looks like a professional. Who would have thought that behind those beggar-like clothes lies a hidden talent? Should we invite him to join our team later? As the time crossed the 2-minute mark, the crowd below erupted again. This is unreal. That newcomer has lasted for over 2 minutes. How is he so durable? He probably studied all the guides on the Chu Xian Tower. Mere theory isn't enough. Reaching the top 10,000 server-wide can't be done just by memorizing steps. He likely found a game exploit. Leng Ru broke into a cold sweat, pointing and stammering. Look, it has crossed into the 3rd minute. The first stage should have ended by now. Why is brother Wu Ming's timer still running so fast? A moment later, the system updated the progress of the anonymous player at the 3 minutes and 11 seconds mark. Meanwhile, the 3 great experts stared blankly at the electronic board, murmuring in disbelief. We already cleared everything. What is going on? Why hasn't the server moved us to the next floor? On the other side, Lu Chen was running and fighting at full speed. Notifications popped up continuously. Successfully defeated level 10 UUA Silver Moon Wolf, obtained 100 copper coins. After clearing a pack of monsters, Lu Chen smiled triumphantly. Hee, the market price is 100 coins each. I am completely broke, so this is truly a godsend gold mine. Thus, he lost himself in a dance of slashing, ignoring those on the other side scratching their heads in wait. At this point, the system was forced to issue a forced command. Warning, player has been in the Chu Xian Tower for over 4 minutes. The server will automatically transfer you to the next floor. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen and the other players were thrown to the 2nd floor. The monsters had scaled up to level 11. He frowned and grumbled to himself. These tiny small fry, this game isn't enough of a challenge for me. However, the gloomy atmosphere vanished instantly as he plunged back into the slaughter. The double coin drop effect triggered his greed. Heh, wonderful, wonderful. Let's continue cleaning up the trash. Another 4 minutes passed, and the speechless system could only drag Lu Chen and shove him directly onto the 3rd floor of the Chu Xian Tower. Entering the 3rd stage, the high density of monsters allowed Lu Chen to slash to his heart's content. Swinging his staff to crush skulls, he calculated his profits. Haha, almost reached 40 silver. This gold mine is truly the love of my life. Meanwhile, in the spectator area, the players jumped up and screamed, "Is the server glitching? That random guy actually made it to the 3rd stage. Whose family kid is he to hack through all 3 floors? Unbelievable. We thought he was a newbie, but is he actually a hidden expert?" Leng Ru's team also stood frozen with their mouths wide open. Is that figure definitely brother Wu Ming, or am I blind? Obviously, who else could it be? But this brother is truly amazing at hiding his skills. It's mind-blowing. Let's see how many seconds he can last on this brutal 3rd floor. Exactly 2 minutes and 33 seconds passed, and on the third floor, the first challenger was defeated. Just 5 seconds later, at 2 minutes and 38 seconds, the second person followed. Exactly 3 minutes later, the third person finally cleared the stage. Wiping his interface, he scratched his head in confusion. Weird, is the system malfunctioning today? But that's fine, getting a whole minute of rest on each floor. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted and unable to reach the fourth floor. Just as he finished recovering his energy and prepared for battle, a line of text warned, "Staying on the third floor of the Chu Xian Tower for over 4 minutes. The system will force you up to the next floor." Having set foot on the fourth floor for barely 38 seconds, this player panted heavily, his limbs weak as he murmured, "I'm done, I can't hold on anymore. Well, at least this is the most glorious record of my life." When he was kicked out, seeing the noisy crowd, he imagined they were praising him. Pretending to sigh deeply, Jin Zun mumbled humbly, 48 seconds on the fourth floor, it's indeed tough." His core members immediately roared in flattery. "Dao Ji is truly amazing, fitting for the rank one war god." "Exactly my eternal idol." Flattered, he looked proud, but remained puzzled in his heart. Why are those two old fellows, Yuming Guzhu and Long Teng Tian, so quiet? Strange. Glancing over to see them wide-eyed and open-mouthed, he broke into a cold sweat. What's going on? What are they looking at? Meanwhile, those two could only shake their heads in admiration. This person is truly too dominant. The lackeys of the top player finally looked up, shouting in panic, "Oh my God, the timer is still ticking. What on earth is happening? Where did this cheat come from?" The top player finally turned around to look, seeing a notification of an anonymous player sitting on the 5th floor with 6 seconds recorded. His mind raced as he realized there had been another monster player stuck inside this whole time. Shortly after, the gold board flashed again. "Stage cleared. Anonymous player, 4th floor record, 1 minute and 2 seconds. Inside the tower, Lu Chen was also panting, wiping his sweat and laughing to himself. "Haha, fantastic, 400 gold from just one monster." Having stayed too long, the system prompted again, remaining on a floor of the Chu Xian Tower for over 4 minutes, preparing for forced transfer to the next floor. Lu Chen shrugged helplessly, calculating with a smirk, "Well, another 63 silver coins in my pocket. Great, that makes a total of 150 silver coins. Let's tackle the next floor." Standing in the hall, Leng Ru's team stared at each other in disbelief. What is this anonymous brother made of? Good Lord, what trick is he using? Remember when we were worried he'd be food for the UUA Silver Moon Wolf? The whole city must be losing its mind. The surrounding crowd was extremely excited, their eyes glued to the board, screaming, "Oh my God, the 5th floor. The first person to reach the 5th floor on the entire server. Why isn't there a live broadcast? Who on earth is he? Don't tell me it's that famous guy. No way, everyone says he's just a rising newbie." Although Wei Wo Du Zun isn't a newbie, no one has ever seen what he actually looks like. Stop jumping to conclusions. Wei Wo Du Quang just appeared on Feng Lingzai's stream. The crowd quickly opened Feng Lingzai's stream, just in time to hear her cheerfully welcoming him. "Welcome, Quang Shen." The comment section immediately exploded. "Oh my God, the real Quang Shen, so dazzling. Brother, why haven't you taken your sword to clear the Chu Xian Tower yet? Your skill is more than enough to crush that 5th floor record." Absolutely right, Quang Shen is invincible. Surprisingly, in the chat box, Lu Chen casually typed, well, someone managed to reach the 5th floor, let me go and check it out." After typing, he stroked his chin in satisfaction. With this acting, no one will suspect I am actually Wei Wo Du Quang. If this identity is exposed, it'll be a huge hassle. But I can't keep grinding endlessly. Going too far will make me the center of attention. Ending it at the 5th floor is perfect. Settling on this plan, just as the timer hit 2 minutes and 19 seconds, Lu Chen quietly slipped away. He patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, secured 200 silver coins. Running away is the best choice. Seeing him suddenly emerge, the crowd waiting in anticipation immediately slumped, their faces filled with disappointment. But Lu Chen was the one truly startled, as he looked up only to find himself surrounded by a sea of players. The young man from Leng Ru's team rushed over with joy. "Brother Wu Ming, how on earth did you clear up to the 5th floor? That's unbelievable." Lu Chen put on an innocent look, widening his eyes as he asked back, "Oh really? I made it all the way to the 5th floor." The boy immediately bowed and cupped his hands. "Big brother Wu Ming, what trick did you use? Please teach me your secrets." Speechless, Lu Chen scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Well, just run forward. Run as fast as you can to get through." Hearing this bland answer, the top player roared in anger, "Nonsense! How could you clear even the 1st floor just by running? You're wearing absolute trash. What cheat did you use? Speak up, what is your background?" The surrounding lackeys immediately chimed in. "He definitely used a system exploit. I smell dirty play. You'd better speak up, this place is our territory." Ignoring the small fry barking, Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. "I don't have time to explain to you, but there is one thing I will remind you to keep in mind. Stop making noise. From this moment on, this place is no longer your playground." After his final remark, he walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving the crowd whispering behind him while the top player stood speechless, his face stiff with embarrassment. Once Lu Chen's figure completely vanished, the man's face turned pale as his mind raced. He is the only one in the entire server's main city, maybe even the only one in the world, to crush the 5th floor. Someone like this must have a deeply mysterious background. Seeing their leader's expression, the lackeys whispered in shock, "Amazing, even the members of Qingyi are too scared to breathe. Could he really be the real Wei Wodu Quang? Let me check the forums to see if there are any leaks. Oh look, he's heading to the Fu Mo Tower." Lu Chen walked casually to a female NPC, who smiled sweetly. "Please declare the name of your guild." He paused, thinking hard. "A guild? I can't just choose any random guild. My ultimate goal is only to grab those magic power fragments as rewards. They can increase magic grinding speed by 1.2 times. But the problem is, to establish a guild, I need to gather a party of at least 4 people." He glanced toward Leng Ru's group, and an idea came to mind. On the way, these people seemed to have mentioned their dream of establishing a guild. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen offered, "I'm planning to establish a guild, mainly to gather rewards from the Fu Mo Tower. Could you please lend a hand? Later on, if you want to switch to another guild, you are free to leave." Hearing the proposal, Leng Ru hesitated and frowned. "This." Next to her, Hua Luo Zhaixiang waved her hands in embarrassment, "Clearing the Fu Mo Tower, but we are too weak, we won't be of much help." Lu Chen, reading their concern, laughed heartily. "Just letting me in is enough. Of course, I won't make you work for free. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll protect you. Oh, and if there's a chance, I'll take you to gather some good gear." As soon as he finished, Leng Ru quickly averted her eyes and spoke in a cool tone, "We will support you on this, but we'll pass on any payment or rewards, so don't worry about it. Let's go, the guild registration desk is over there. Let's complete the procedures." A moment later, Lu Chen stood in front of the counter. The female NPC pulled out a form and declared, "The fee to establish a guild is 50 silver coins. Please make the payment." Hearing the expensive price, Hua Luo Zhaixiang covered her mouth in shock. "That much money? We just struggled through the toxic fog forest. Where would we get that kind of fortune?" But Lu Chen casually waved his hand and smiled. "I'll handle the money. You just need to sign." The young boy in the team gasped, "Oh my God, brother Wu Ming, are you a hidden tycoon?" Just over 5 minutes later, the paperwork was complete. Lu Chen turned to the trio and thanked them sincerely. "Perfect, thank you all. The Quanglang Guild is officially open from this moment." Hua Luo Zhaixiang cheered happily. "Wonderful, now we can officially clear the Fu Mo Tower." Leng Ru suddenly offered, "Let us tag along. Though our strength is limited, we can at least act as meat shields to take some hits for you." But Lu Chen, afraid of having his cover blown, quickly waved his hand and politely declined. "No need to worry, I appreciate the kind offer." He glanced at the crowded onlookers, frowning and mumbling, "Weird. Why are there so many spectators? Are people not busy grinding levels instead of sitting around doing nothing?" Seeing him charge inside completely solo, the outsiders took the chance to gossip. "Are you kidding me? He dares to go in alone? The Fu Mo Tower requires an entire guild to enter, right?" "Absolutely correct. This madman is truly opening our eyes. Watching this today was definitely worth it." Not long after, the electronic board flashed with the text, "Quanglang Guild, 1st floor cleared, time, 11 seconds. Outside the entrance, Leng Ru's group whispered, The Fu Mo Tower is filled with guild-level bosses. Did Brother Wu Ming really clear the first floor all by himself? Just look at his calm demeanor and you'll know it's a sure win. I put my full trust in Brother Wu Ming. 4 minutes passed, and the onlookers stared with dropped jaws, shouting, "Oh my God, he reached the second floor. What kind of genius is he? Completely solo. What kind of magic is he playing? Is this even believable?" Back in the real world, as Lu Yu was pouring a glass of water, her best friend's loud voice rang out. "Ah, an expert just broke the Chu Xian Tower record of Dao Ji from the Qingyi Guild." Lu Yu was startled and turned around quickly. "Are you joking? Is the person who challenged Qingyi Daoji actually Wei Wo Du Quang?" Her friend jumped up in excitement. "Wrong, it's an anonymous player." She took off her virtual reality helmet, frowning in curiosity. Or did Wei Wo Du Quang use an alt account? Lu Yu stroked her chin and reasoned. Highly unlikely. Rumors online say that while the anonymous player was clearing the tower, Wei Wo Du Quang was active on Feng Lingzai's stream. So who on earth could it be? While she was still deep in thought, a young man pushed open the door and entered, shouting, "Lu Yi, get online quickly. We will carry you through. That Xiao Wunyang is pushing things too far." A group of people followed behind, fists clenched in high spirits. "Exactly, she started all of this, and she's being so arrogant. Let's go show them how strong our Xiao Yi's backing is. We'll help you vent your anger." Before Lu Yi could even speak, her best friend clapped her hands and smiled brightly, thanking everyone on her behalf. After making their decision, the group quickly put on their devices and logged on together. At the same time, inside the Fu Mo Tower, Lu Chen was swinging his staff, pounding the boss like garlic. After taking a beating for a while, the tough monster foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Rubbing his hands in delight, he thought to himself, "Clearing the third floor is done. My ultimate goal is just to collect enough rewards. Greed leads to ruin." Right outside the hall, Leng Ru's team cheered loudly. Brother Wu Ming is truly incredible, reaching the third floor and topping the board in an instant. One person's strength crushing an entire guild is peak performance. Wait, does that mean our Quang Lang guild is dominating the entire server? Theoretically, absolutely. While the crowd was discussing excitedly, Lu Chen was suddenly teleported out, drawing everyone's waiting eyes as they gasped in awe. "He's out! The Quang Lang guild is explosive. Actually, Brother Wu Ming is too amazing. Great, absolutely correct." Leng Ru stepped forward to greet him. "Brother Wu Ming, aren't you going to visit the guild headquarters?" Lu Chen smiled and dismissed it. "Forget it. Honestly, I have no interest in building a sect. I don't have the energy to manage it." Seeing him turn and walk away, Hua Luo Zhai Xiang quickly called after him. "Then when you're free, could you carry us to level up?" Lu Chen waved his hand lazily without looking back. "Like floating clouds and flowing water, we will meet again if fate allows. I'm off." Once his figure disappeared, the crowd finally began to discuss loudly. "A record of 32 minutes and 40 seconds on the third floor. What kind of terrifying group is Quang Lang? They completely knocked down Qingyi. The world is going to be in chaos." Exactly, Quang Lang has soared to the heavens. The top guild spot will definitely fall into their hands. While everyone else was scratching their heads, the young man from Leng Ru's side jumped with joy. "Haha, this young master has now become a founding member of the #1 guild. Sister Ru, you have officially climbed to the vice leader position of the strongest guild." Leng Ru glared at him and threw cold water on his excitement. The top guild with only 4 members sounds too absurd. But Hua Luo Zhai Xiang had a different thought, nudging her and advising, "Sister Ru, thinking about it carefully, this might be a golden opportunity for us." Leng Ru widened her eyes and pressed for answers. "Where is this opportunity?" Hua Luo Zhai Xiang craftily explained. "If the guild leader neglects it, we just step in and take over management. What of it? Think about it, sister. That guild sign is prominently sitting at the top of the leaderboard outside the city gate. Why worry about a lack of applicants?" Leng Ru was still hesitant, rubbing her temples in contemplation. "Doing that, isn't it a bit of an eyesore?" Hua Luo Zhai Xiang immediately fueled her motivation. "How is it an eyesore? We aren't stealing anyone's livelihood. Whoever is pleased with it can just join voluntarily. Then we all gather, form teams to grind, hunt monsters, and do quests. Wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone?" Leng Ru did not dare make the decision on her own, so she glanced at her younger brother to send him on an errand. "Shibu, Run along and ask for Brother Wu Ming's opinion to see if he agrees." The young boy immediately patted his chest. "Understood, leave it to me." The young boy ran for his life to catch up with Lu Chen, frantically waving his hands and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Big Brother Wu Ming, wait for me." On this side, Lu Chen was frowning and calculating. "This is bad. I am currently using my original face. If Lu Yi sees it, I will be exposed immediately. I must quickly get a mask to cover this face." Just as he secured a satisfactory mask, that kid also managed to catch up, catching his breath to explain, "Big Brother Wu Ming, we want to discuss something. Can our brothers manage the guild ourselves?" Lu Chen casually waved his hand. "As you wish, manage it however you all like. I don't really care." Having received the golden answer, the young man was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, jumping up and down in excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Chen toyed with the item in his hand, secretly worried in his heart. "I wonder how Lu Yi is doing over there." Shifting focus to Lu Yi's side, she and her previous team were forming up to directly confront Xiao Wunyang. Seeing her all alone, a man in the team stepped forward and shouted, "Grudges should be settled, not tied up. If you are smart, clear the way. We are not free to look for trouble either." However, Xiao Wunyang stubbornly remained rooted in front of the NPC, placing her hands on her hips and snapping back. "Just because you say not to fight, does this old lady have to listen? Who on earth do you think you are?" Hearing her insolent tone, the man flared up and shouted, "Don't push your luck. Our brothers didn't even care to touch a single hair of yours. You are the one who started trouble for no reason first." Xiao Wunyang's face darkened, and she let out a despicable smile to mock back. "So what? I find that woman's nameplate and face extremely irritating to look at. This young lady likes to beat her up. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, come and bite me." Witnessing her attitude of wanting to devour others alive, the team leader ran out of patience, waving his hand grumpily. "Truly a stubborn and foolish creature. Brothers, charge and deal with her." But this vixen was not foolish enough to strike a stone with an egg, immediately turning around and running like mad, shouting while fleeing, "Brother Tai Zai, help, someone is trying to bully me." In an instant, an army belonging to the Huang Kao Guild, led by Tai Zai, swarmed out, yelling with murderous intent, "Who dares to pluck the tiger's whiskers and tease my woman?" Seeing the enemy reinforcements appear, Lu Yi's group hastily retreated into defensive stances, whispering in panic, "Huang Kao Tai Zai is personally here. How do we handle this?" The team leader quickly reassured them, "Stay calm, don't panic, let me handle it." He stepped forward to block the front of his teammates, proudly declaring his name, "Tai Zai, I am Lai Yang Zhantian of the Zhantian Guild. In-game conflicts are common. I think both sides should value harmony and avoid escalating the conflict, right?" But Tai Zai arrogantly raised his chin. "You think it's that easy to just let it go? Trying to use the Zhantian name to intimidate me? I'll tell you straight, the Zhantian Guild is nothing but trash in my eyes." Insulted so blatantly, the leader angrily shouted, "You are being too outrageous." Tai Zai didn't care, leisurely scratching his ear. "So what if I'm outrageous? With this young master standing here, you guys can forget about passing this quest." The leader had to swallow his anger, shouting helplessly, "What on earth do you want?" Only then did Tai Zai turn to look at Wu Niang gently, coaxing softly, "Wu Niang, you tell me, how do you want to handle them?" She raised her chin triumphantly. "Make them all kneel down and apologize, and call this old lady Great Aunt 3 times, then I might spare their lives." Immediately, the entire group on Lu Yi's side roared in unison, "No way." Upon receiving the refusal, Tai Zai's face darkened, stepping forward with his wooden staff in hand, coldly spitting out each word. "HMPH, a bunch of people who don't know the height of the sky or depth of the earth, let this master open your eyes to see how powerful I am." Before he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack the head of the leader of Lu Yi's side. While everyone had yet to prepare, he had already jumped to sneak attack the others, leaving them without even a chance to put up any resistance. Witnessing his teammates being completely defeated in the blink of an eye, Lu Yi's face turned pale as she cried out, "Frightening speed, this guy is too strong, he swept through our entire team all by himself." She quickly turned to shout at the leader, "Boss, everyone retreat and preserve your strength, ignore me." But he gritted his teeth in determination, "We are a team, if we fight together." Just as the solemn vow was uttered, a gust of powerful wind swept across, sending the entire formation tumbling once again. Only then did Tai Zai withdraw his move, standing from a distance and curling his lip in mockery. Well, quite a display of solidarity, truly touching. Unfortunately, it's nothing more than a pile of garbage. With that, he strolled toward Lu Yi, uttering cold and harsh words. This is all because of a jinx like you, otherwise your friends wouldn't have had to die. I will show some mercy and give you one chance, kneel and beg Wu Niang for forgiveness, and I will go easy on you. Lu Yi did not yield in the slightest, raising her weapon to face him, shouting straight at his face, "Keep dreaming." Tai Zai did not care to show any pity for the fair maiden either, leaping to deliver a heavy strike with his staff, laughing savagely. Then this master will wait for you right here. In just a few short seconds, Lu Yi's entire side was sent back to the city to revive, heavy sighs echoing around. Looking around the area, Lu Yi asked in confusion, where is our boss? Her friend held her head and replied dejectedly, the manager went to find the leader of the Zhan Tian Guild, hoping the guild will step in to handle this matter. While feeling depressed, Lu Yi suddenly startled as she saw a notification pop up. Oh, someone is messaging me, wait a moment for me to reply. On the screen, the masked Lu Chen chatted, are you online? Things on my end have wrapped up, I am heading over there now, I will arrive very soon. Lu Yi panicked and quickly typed to stop him. Don't come here, the main force of Huang Kao and that Tai Zai guy are stationed here. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen calmly replied, it's fine, it won't affect the two of us doing our quest. After reading this message, tens of thousands of question marks exploded in Lu Yi's head, completely baffled. Did I not explain clearly enough? She couldn't help but send another advisory message. The main force of Huang Kao and their leader are guarding the NPC Siren, showing your face there is just seeking death. Lu Chen still calmly reassured her. Don't worry, who dies is yet to be known. Completely helpless, Lu Yi had to confess the current situation. Our boss is contacting the guild leader, we should still wait for reinforcements. Just as the message was successfully sent, the team leader also trudged over, explaining with a wry smile, Lu Yi, I'm sorry our guild leader wimped out. He doesn't dare poke the Huang Kao hornet's nest. Hearing this, Lu Yi smiled forcedly and replied, everyone doesn't need to worry about me. I am truly extremely sorry for causing so much trouble for the brothers. Her friend nearby impatiently chimed in, then what about your quest? Lu Yi clicked her tongue. At worst, I will put this quest on hold and go grind monsters to level up instead. I don't believe they will stay rooted at that NPC's spot for their entire lives. Just as she finished her sentence, another message from Lu Chen popped up. I have arrived, where are you? Lu Yi hastily waved her hands at the team members, walking off while instructing them. Everyone, don't worry about me anymore, just go do what you need to do, I will take my leave first. Witnessing her lonely figure gradually fading away, those left behind could only sigh among themselves. Poor Xiao Yi, that Xiao Wu Niang is truly obnoxious, and that Tai Zai guy is even more hateful, it's just a pity that our strength cannot match his. Switching scenes to the NPC Siren area, Lu Chen approached with a mask covering half his face, surrounded by surging murderous intent. Catching sight of a stranger approaching, Tai Zai frowned and cursed angrily, what piece of trash drifted in here? Scram, this master is extremely unhappy right now. But Lu Chen treated him like air, asking back in a cold voice, you are the group that ganged up to bully Love's brother most, right? Hearing the opponent mention Lu Yi's name, Tai Zai turned around and asked loudly, what's this? Planning to take revenge for her? Xiao Wu Niang beside him also covered her mouth and sneered, oh my, could you be the legendary beloved older brother of hers? Because Lu Yi was there, Lu Chen did not hesitate to pat his chest and confirm, that's right, it's me. It's still not too late to apologize voluntarily. Hearing this, the entire crowd of Huang Kao Guild lackeys held their stomachs and rolled on the ground laughing. Apologize? Are you crazy? Haha, hilarious, relying on that piece of trash equipment of yours to play the hero. You are really good at telling jokes. Just at that moment, Lu Yi also ran over in a hurry, crying out breathlessly, anonymous brother, I'm fine now, leave me alone and run quickly. Lu Chen remained calm without a change in expression, leisurely raising his steel staff, and tossed back an indifferent, reassuring line to the girl beside him. Put your worries away, they are just a few pieces of trash. I will definitely handle this matter." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd opposite burst into wild laughter, pointing at his face and mocking him. "Relying on yourself to oppose Huang Kao, are you so delusional that you think you are Wei Wo Du Quang? This is the first time we've met a guy who can brag so stormily, yet refuses to look in a mirror to check his own face." A lackey stepped forward, bowing and smiling to Tai Zai. "Boss, you don't need to do anything. One slash of mine will send him to the graveyard." Tai Zai, with a cold face, replied lazily, "But remember not to let him die too easily." Seeing the tense situation, Lu Ye anxiously grabbed Lu Chen's arm, trembling as she advised him, "Masked brother, please escape quickly. These are all elite soldiers of Huang Kao." Lu Chen remained as steady as a rock, his voice flat without a ripple. "Calm down, my rule of working has always been to finish what I start." Before the words even left his lips, the lackey fiercely lunged forward, swinging his blade downward along with an insult. "Finish what you start. Finish your grandfather's grave." But before the blade could even get near his hem, Lu Chen casually waved his hand, a sweeping strike cutting through the wind and sending him flying far into the distance. Witnessing that flash of a scene, the mocking smiles on the lips of those people immediately vanished. The atmosphere fell into silence for a few moments. Lu Yi and the surrounding crowd stared in astonishment, speechless. Xiao Wunyang and Tai Zai changed expression, their minds screaming in panic. What on earth just happened? Surely the system has a bug. In contrast to the chaos, Lu Chen maintained his calm composure, pointing his steel staff straight at the crowd, coldly spitting out each word. "Apologize now, otherwise all of you will lie dead here." Infuriated by his arrogant attitude, Tai Zai gritted his teeth and ordered, "Stop barking, our side is this numerous, how could we be afraid of a nobody like you?" As soon as the signal was given, the crowd from all directions swarmed out like a disturbed beehive, charging straight at Lu Chen with murderous intent. Ignoring the numbers, Lu Chen just waved his arm gently, his steel staff blowing away all obstacles and sending the entire crowd flying far away, their health bars instantly dropping to around 0. In the blink of an eye, the powerful army from earlier was now scattered on the ground, leaving only a few stragglers standing helplessly around the NPC. The survivors of that terrifying moment shrieked in shock. "Oh my God, what kind of monstrous play is this? One hit, one life. Tai Zai, what do we do now? Let's run for our lives." Unfortunately, before they could even lift their legs, Lu Chen's figure flashed close, delivering a heavenly blow along with a roar, trying to escape. Too late. Facing the life-ending strike, Tai Zai frantically yelled, "Use numbers to block him for me." A few loyal lackeys desperately charged forward to sacrifice themselves, using their flesh and blood to buy time for their master to escape. The noisy battle drew the attention of passing players who gossiped and discussed. "Isn't that Brother Wu Ming? Oh my goodness, someone actually dared to pluck the whiskers of the top climber of Zhuxian Tower and Fumo Tower. Who are these guys? They truly have no eyes." Another clicked his tongue in admiration. "So young yet clearing the top of both towers, is this guy a monster descended to earth?" Turning back to Lu Chen, after cleaning up the small fry in his way, he walked over slowly, tapping his iron staff in hand, looking down condescendingly at Huang Kao. "Tai Zai, it's your turn, boy." Tai Zai fell flat on the ground, scrambling to raise both hands in plea. Please spare my life, great benefactor, I was wrong." Before his apology could be completed, a thunderous strike landed directly on his head, causing him excruciating pain and silencing him forever. Ignoring the motionless corpse on the ground, Lu Chen pointed the tip of his staff straight at Xiao Wunyang's face, delivering a sharp ultimatum: "Apologize obediently, otherwise your guild can forget about having a single day of peace." The little vixen backed away in fear, her face pale as a sheet, nodding stammeringly. Yes, I understand." Not daring to hesitate, she knelt down and kowtowed before Lu Yi, her smooth mouth babbling her confession. "1,000 apologies, it was my foolishness that caused trouble for no reason. I hope you can be generous and forgive me." Lu Yi softened, murmuring shyly, "If you know you were wrong, then." Before the words could fully escape, Lu Chen cut her off, raising his staff again to threaten. "How can it be that easy? You have to cough up at least some blood to compensate for the losses." Catching his drift instantly, Xiao Wunyang trembled as she took out a weapon and offered it to Lu Yi, squealing miserably. "This mace is my atonement. I hope you accept this token of our sincerity." As soon as they saw the dazzling item appear, the onlookers from afar fell into a state of excitement. "Oh my God, that's Sui Shi, a priceless treasure that money can't buy. This is now a priceless artifact of the city, so enviable." Just then, Lu Yi's friend also trudged over, screaming in excitement upon seeing this scene. "Oh my goodness, Lu Yi, you actually have a connection with such an awesome big brother. Soloing and crushing an entire guild by himself. Hey Lu Yi, hook me up so I can get to know him." Lu Yi shyly glanced at her benefactor, her eyes showing a trace of embarrassment. "Masked brother, thank you 1,000 times. Can you reveal your identity to me? Who on earth are you?" Lu Chen swept his eyes over the mixed crowd, knowing it was inconvenient to reveal his true identity, so he patted his chest and replied proudly, "Just call me Wu Ming, I am your brother's bosom friend." Hearing this, Lu Yi offered the Sui Shi mace, hesitantly declining. "I didn't do anything, accepting such an expensive gift wouldn't be right." Lu Chen reached out his hand to push it back, his voice firm. "I basically have no need for these trash weapons." He gently patted her shoulder, then deliberately raised his voice to show authority to the surrounding crowd. "From now on, your grudges are also my business. Whoever dares to bully you, just call me. I'm off." Having said that, Lu Chen turned around and walked away in a carefree manner. The friend beside Lu Yi grinned from ear to ear. "Xiao Yi, you are so lucky. With Mount Tai backing you up from now on, you don't have to worry anymore." Stepping into a secluded corner, Lu Chen affectionately lifted his pets into his hands. He examined the little rascals, murmuring and calculating. "Gathering mana is too slow. I wonder what effect those mana pills distributed by Zhu Xian Tower daily have. Whatever, I will test it tomorrow. The urgent matter right now is to upgrade my gear and level up." Acting on his thought, Lu Chen waved his hand to launch the campaign, ordering the 3 idiots to go grind levels. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and gazing at the brilliant aura wrapping around him, he happily squealed, reached level 15. Also killed enough fox demons to activate the level 4 fusion talent. Damage output is almost doubled. Sweet. Let's see if there are any decent new dungeons to sweep. Opening the system database to examine, his eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh wow, the highest level on the Korean server is barely touching level 14. Looking through the level 15 Fox King Cave dungeon guide, well, the 3 Saints guilds on the Korean side are betting their honor, claiming the first clear of Fox King Cave. Quite interesting indeed." Right on the screen displaying the challenge board, the 3 Saints Guild was arrogantly throwing down the gauntlet to challenge the entire realm of Huaxia, boasting to see which side would clear this dungeon first. Grasping the situation, Lu Chen smirked, waving his hand to order. "This 3 Saints Guild is quite arrogant, brothers. Grab your weapons and follow me to open the Dark Fox King Cave and see what it's made of." At that same moment, at Feng Lingzai's base, the assistant named Shan had just overheard a secret and hurried to report. "Sister Lingzai, the live stream of clearing the Fox King Cave dungeon on the Korean server has just gone online. It seems they are trying to show off their power and intimidate our side." Feng Lingzai frowned in surprise. "Being that outrageous? Let me have a look." As soon as she turned on the channel, the commentator's voice roared loudly. "The current record is level 14, a whole tier higher than our server, and their cooperative mindset is extremely systematic. The 3 Saints Guild this time is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Shan bit her nails in anxiety and whispered, "Big sister, our side is completely out of info regarding Fox King Cave. Must we really eat their dust?" Feng Lingzai stroked her chin in contemplation, murmuring, "Then we must wait and see if the 2 Grand Buddhas, Kuang Shen and brother Wu Ming, are willing to take action." Switching the camera back to Lu Chen, the system notification sound for killing monsters and looting gear chimed continuously in his ears. Slain level 15 Agile Scarlet Star Striped Fox Elite, obtained 2,712 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy, collected 2 pieces of 3rd-order talent, accumulated 2 points of 3-star quality, along with 2 top-tier mana extractions. Browsing for a moment, Lu Chen caught sight of a new treasure. He cherished the item in his hands, examining it before grinning from ear to ear. "Haha, A lucrative dungeon indeed. It actually dropped green gear. Let's open the inventory and try it on right away. In the blink of an eye, the status board flashed to report. Equipment successful. Physical defense increased by 21, strength rose by 20, agility increased by 22, constitution boosted by 26, movement speed increased by 8%. Feeling his feet as light as feathers thanks to the newly pumped stats, Lu Chen frantically charged toward the boss, internally screaming, "These boots are truly insane." He rushed to the front line like a hungry tiger, roaring to order his minions to lock onto the target on the right. "Brothers, charge and pluck its feathers." Adding a few heavenly strikes to boot, the giant boss, no matter how thick its hide and flesh, crumbled halfway, beaten dizzy by Lu Chen, gasping for breath without any chance to counterattack. Finally, the ultimate boss of the dungeon dragged its body out, a striped tiger as huge as a building roaring to shake the earth, lunging into the battle with bloodlust as soon as it showed its face. Lu Chen didn't even blink, charging straight into close combat. Although the physical damage on both sides chipped away slowly, thanks to the continuous poison drain from Lu Chen's ultimate, the beast's HP bar steadily plummeted. Back in the computer room of Feng Lingzai's group, she turned around and urged, "Is the translation done yet? What are the stats of that ragged hat?" Shan kept her eyes glued to the Korean server screen, quickly reporting, "Refined fox leather hat. Physical defense plus 19, strength plus 19, agility plus 18, stamina plus 25. Feng Lingzai gaped upon hearing this, gasping in shock. This is way too absurd. It seems the strength of the Three Saints group will reach a whole new level. Shan frowned with unease. The Korean server is pointing its spear at us. They are even mocking us for claiming to be the #1 guild. Cold sweat poured down Feng Lingzai's face. She clasped her hands to pray. Our Huaxia players are too pitiful, Brother Quang Shen, Brother Wu Ming, where on earth are you heroes hiding? At that critical moment, deep inside the Tiger King cave, a dazzling golden notification hit Lu Chen's eyes. Slain level 18 Silver Pattern Dark Moon Tiger King obtained 8,000 points of spiritual energy, 2 pieces of 5th Order talent fragments, 2 5-star quality points, along with 2 pure spiritual extractions. Lu Chen pulled his sword from the massive boss's corpse, raising it high toward the cave's ceiling and laughed heartily. "Ha, now this is worthy of being called a divine weapon. With this much damage, even I'm scared of myself." With that, his hands began to itch, so he delivered a few more slashes to test its power. The system board chimed continuously. Slain level 19 Dark Gold Sharp Claw Tiger King collected 9,200 points of universal spiritual energy, 2 pieces of 5th Order talent fragments, 2 5-star quality points. Loot includes Level 12 Green Refined Tiger Leather Leggings, Level 12 Green Soft Tiger Leather Hat, 5 tiger hides, 5 tiger teeth, and 1 tiger liver. Glancing over the dropped items, Lu Chen widened his eyes and wailed internally. Oh boy, grinding tirelessly yet not a single blue item dropped. Well, at least having new leggings makes up for it a bit. Just as his thought flashed, a series of bright red warnings suddenly blinked repeatedly. Clear time for Tiger King Cave is 21 minutes and 27 seconds. Congratulations to the player for setting a new speed record. Emergency alert. Because you cleared Tiger King Cave in under 45 minutes, this action has infuriated the Shadow Gale Tiger. Please prepare to face the wrath of the beast. Hidden boss Shadow Gale Tiger is about to arrive. Countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Please note, if you flee the dungeon now, your previous record will still be preserved on the leaderboard. If you bravely accept the challenge, the clear time will be accumulated. Lu Chen stroked his chin, thinking for a few seconds before smiling radiantly. Oh, there is actually a hidden boss mechanic. Maybe this is the first hidden boss in the entire game. Bring it on, baby. I wonder how far our friends on the Korean server have crawled. In complete contrast to Lu Chen's leisurely stroll, the top experts on the Korean server were currently being thrashed by the first boss. Players died in heaps like flies, everyone's morale utterly miserable. Watching the live stream, Feng Lingzai's group witnessed the tragic scene and couldn't help but gasp. They've been wiped out 5 times already. This monster is truly tough, but it seems they are about to defeat it. After 3 long minutes of gritting their teeth and enduring, the Korean experts finally shaved off the boss's health bar. The entire group rejoiced and shouted loudly, "Oh my God, we finally crawled past the first stage." 3 whole green items dropped. Huaxia players, you'd better take notes. 3 Saints is invincible in the world. Hearing their opponents boast so loudly, Feng Lingzai's group felt anxious, gathering to whisper, "This is bad. With those 3 quality items, 3 Saints' combat power will be like a tiger growing wings." Shen also let out a heavy sigh. "We can't help it, our side can hardly gather such a formidable lineup. Even with all those level 14 heavyweights, 3 Saints still died repeatedly. For us to catch up in a short time is truly a pipe dream." Some viewers watching along also grumbled in frustration. "Where has Wei Wo Du Quang vanished to? And brother Wu Ming, why haven't they made a move yet? Don't tell me they've been hit where it hurts by 3 Saints, all talk but zero actual strength." Regardless of the outside world bustling like a chaotic market, deep inside the dungeon, Lu Chen was pouring sweat and blood, dancing with the game's exclusive hidden boss. After an earth-shattering struggle that beat the fierce beast to a pulp, the hidden boss finally collapsed submissively. A heavy shower of reward notifications poured onto the screen. Slain Shadow Gale Tiger, Diamond-grade hidden boss, level 18 dungeon. Obtained a total of 10,200 points of universal spiritual energy, 2 6th-order talent fragments, 2 6-star quality points. Drops include level 15 Blue Dark Gold Black Iron Sword, Tiger's Blood, level 15 Blue Shadow Gale Cloak. Glancing over the words, Lu Chen went wild with joy, screaming, "Oh my god, 2 blue items. Open and check the stats of the Shadow Gale Cloak right away." The item info board immediately popped open, radiating a magical blue glow. Shadow Gale Cloak, level 15 blue tier quality. Description: a cloak gathering the power of wind and the deep night. Physical armor: 29 magic armor, 8 plus 23 strength plus 42 agility plus 28 stamina. Active skill: wind motion, burst 20% attack speed in an instant, plus 10% movement speed and 10% dodge, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Passive skill: Night Demon, blending into the darkness grants an additional 10% movement speed and 10% dodge, notably usable simultaneously with wind motion. After examining the stats of the high-quality cloak, Lu Chen was ecstatic, squealing triumphantly, "Oh my god, this item is practically a cheat." Without hesitation, the young man immediately draped the treasure over his shoulders. Draped in the splendid cloak and holding his majestic sword, Lu Chen grumbled internally, "How annoying! Where on earth can I find a decent pair of pants? A top expert yet still wearing tattered novice shorts. It looks incredibly cheap." Just as he was complaining, a bright red notification identical to before suddenly hit his eyes, startling him. Emergency alert. Because you cleared Tiger King Cave in under 30 minutes, this behavior has enraged the Frost Precious Tiger. Please prepare to face its wrath. Hidden boss Frost Precious Tiger will descend after a 10-minute countdown. Notice, if you exit the dungeon immediately, your current record will be locked and registered on the Tiger King Cave leaderboard across all servers. If you courageously accept the challenge, the runtime will continue to accumulate. Reading the flashing words, Lu Chen cried out in dismay, "What kind of joke is this? Do they think this is a Russian nesting doll, layered one inside another? And I even have to sit and yawn for 10 minutes. I only hope this second-generation hidden boss has mercy and drops a decent pair of pants." At that same moment, the elite team on the Korean server had just finished dividing the looted gear, and the entire group was excitedly motivating each other. "The good gear is equipped. Brothers must stay extremely focused. Let's clear the stage in one go. Let's go. Once our brothers grind to level 13, we'll join the fray together. As long as we can beat down the first boss for loot, we will grow strong like a kite in the wind." "Exactly. By then we must beat that Wu Ming guy to a pulp." "Makes sense. Wherever we see his face, we will send him back to the city." Roughly 20 minutes passed, including the long wait for the second hidden boss to appear, and now it was beaten black and blue, gasping on the verge of death. Lu Chen spun and danced to evade the beast's desperate final bites. Frost magic unleashed to cover the entire corner of the cave. If he missed a beat by even a single second, he would instantly be turned into a freezing stone statue. Seizing a fragile opening, the fierce frost beast aggressively lunged forward to seize its prey. The ice layer shattered and splattered, and Lu Chen standing inside could not withstand the impact, being blown back several steps. He scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he raised his sword and charged, playing a double-or-nothing game. Want to test who is tougher? Lucky for you, I have a massive health pool. A sword strike focused, with all his might cleaved straight down onto the beast's head, the boss immediately tumbling to the ground, passing away from the world. The system notification danced merrily again. Slain diamond-grade hidden boss Frost Precious Tiger, level 19 party dungeon. Pocketed 13,600 points of universal spiritual energy, 2 pieces of 6th order talent fragments, 2 6-star quality points. Quality drops include level 15 blue dark gold black iron sword, level 12 green refined tiger leather gloves, level 15 blue dark frost cloak, 4 tiger teeth, 2 tiger hides, tiger's blood. Lu Chen happily ran over, patting the cold head of the beast that had just gone to the underworld, sorting through the items, laughing heartily in sheer delight. Haha, 6th order fragments indeed, and 2 more blue items. This run is incredibly rewarding. With that, he hurriedly examined the stats of the new cloak. The item detail board opened smoothly. Dark Frost Cloak, level 15 blue tier. Description: sowing horror and ultimate despair to enemies under layers of freezing frost. Physical armor: 19 magic resistance, 8 buffing, 32 strength, 38 agility, 16 stamina. Active skill: Frost Roar. When cast, a circle of frost explodes around, instantly freezing all targets within 27 seconds, area of effect up to 25 meters, costs 300 energy to use. Set bonus: if fully equipped with Shadow Gale Cloak and Dark Knight Trousers, the range of Frost Roar will be extended by another 15 meters, manual activation required. After reading the text about the set's hidden effect, Lu Chen widened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Oh my god, so this dungeon really drops trousers. Then why haven't I picked up any yet? Or is it because my clear speed is still too slow, so the third hidden boss hasn't spawned yet? Just wait, in a bit I'll sweep through it one more time until it's completely cleared." Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system notification popped up. Clear time for Tiger King's Cave, 41 minutes and 18 seconds. Congratulations, you are the first individual to clear Tiger King's Cave, honored with the title of 8 Tigers. The privilege of the 8 Tigers title grants a 10% buff to all base stats. Your record is about to be engraved on the Tiger King's Cave server-wide leaderboard. Do you want to make your display name public for everyone to admire? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Hide it from me. A blink of an eye later, the server-wide interface slowly displayed the golden leaderboard of Tiger King's Cave. In the Huaxia server region, Rank 1 belonged to an anonymous player with a time of 41 minutes and 18 seconds, receiving the daily bounty of Tiger's Blood. Rank 2 was vacant, and Rank 3 was empty. Right after the announcement, the system gently reminded Lu Chen to wait for another half an hour before being allowed back into Tiger King's Cave. The guy let out a frustrated sigh. A whole 30 minutes. Well, I guess I'll just drag myself outside to hunt some trash mobs to pass the time. As soon as he poked his head out of the cave entrance, the young man froze for 3 seconds and gasped, "Oh my, where did this massive crowd of people come from?" The crowd immediately stared at his glowing armor, pointing and whispering with drooling eyes. "Oh my god, what kind of gear is that glowing? So dazzling, a blue cloak, blue battle armor, and even the weapon in his hand is blue. Oh, isn't this the famous Wu Ming? Did he just tear through Tiger King's Cave?" Seeing that the crowd recognized him, Lu Chen quickly bolted, running while cursing under his breath. "How strange, why does everyone gather to stare at me wherever I go? Time to slip away, running is the best option." Seeing him run off without a word, the players started gossiping even more excitedly. Could Big Brother Wu Ming have swept through Tiger King's Cave all by himself? Maybe he was annoyed by the arrogance of the Koreans, so Brother Wu Ming had to personally put them in their place. A bystander waved his hand and said, "Stop jumping to conclusions, just open the leaderboard and we'll see the truth." The guy hurriedly opened the ranking list. His hands trembling as he looked at the displayed text, he turned and asked urgently, "How much time did the Three Saints group take to clear it?" "As of now, it's 46 minutes and 24 seconds, and they are still struggling with the final boss," another person quickly reported the situation. "What on earth is wrong with Du Lang's side over there anyway?" Switching to the perspective of the Korean server, the top-tier team was still busy live streaming their fierce battle with the monster. Having just finished off the final obstacle, the arrogant captain poked his face into the camera and smugly announced, 47 minutes and 44 seconds. Have the viewers from China and Japan watching this opened their eyes yet? That's right, Chinese players should just grab their books and learn from us. Open your eyes wide and look at this. Blue gear dropped. Are you drooling yet? Hearing that insolent tone, the Chinese player community was boiling with rage and shouted, "Be a little less arrogant. You act like you are the center of the universe just because you cleared a single dungeon." So frustrating, but unfortunately, no one on our side is skilled enough to teach these guys a lesson right now. Oh look, everyone go and read Du Lang's comment. Right under the broadcast channel, the youth named Du Lang delivered a critical typing blow. Du Lang commented, "You Korean kids better open your eyes wide and admire the Tiger King's cave record board in China's region 122. Rank 1, an anonymous player who formed their own team and went solo, finishing at 41 minutes and 18 seconds, even receiving the regular Tiger's blood." After reading the message, the comment section exploded. "Oh my God, is our server's hidden idol Big Brother Wu Ming? Terrified, did he really split Tiger King's cave in half all by himself? Of course, who else in this entire server could accomplish such an earth-shattering feat besides him?" Reading the comment, the experts from the land of kimchi turned pale as sheets, shouting in protest. "You guys are bluffing. There is no way anyone could clear the stage that fast. It must be some kind of trick without video proof. Don't expect anyone to believe it." Exactly, it's obviously fake. Du Lang was determined not to back down this time, typing back a direct retort. "Just wash your eyes and wait. The system just announced that Tiger King's cave will reopen in half an hour. Let's see where you will hide your faces when Brother Wu Ming makes his comeback." Feng Lingzai heard this and excitedly dragged Shan Shan away, laughing merrily as they went. "Shan Shan, let's quickly bring the camera to Tiger King's cave to stream it for everyone." Half an hour later, Lu Chen strolled back to the cave entrance, only to see a sea of people packed together, whispering, "Look, Brother Wu Ming has arrived, so cool, he's fully geared in blue, brothers." Lu Chen frowned in annoyance, his mind racing. Good grief, are you kidding me? Why did a crowded market suddenly pop up in this corner? Feng Lingzai squeezed through the crowd and shouted with all her might, "Thank you for successfully avenging us Chinese players." Lu Chen let out a weary sigh and reluctantly spoke, "Please make way, everyone, let me through." The sea of people immediately split in half as if by magic, and a few youths even bowed obsequiously. "Please go ahead, Big Brother Wu Ming." Lu Chen scratched his head in confusion. Are they just bored out of their minds? Or is there some gift-hunting event going on around here? Whatever, the urgent matter now is to farm a decent pair of trousers, because wearing these tattered shorts ruins my image as an expert. The guy stepped into the restricted zone, and all the players outside held their breath in unison, cheering loudly. "Brother Wu Ming is entering the dungeon again. Camera crew, hurry up and start recording to see how many minutes he takes this time. You brats from the Three Saints of the Korean server better open your eyes and learn." Lu Chen didn't bother wasting time, throwing the sphere to summon all his core minions to sweep the area, shouting, "Brothers, activate super speed mode for me this round." With the powerful assistance of the aggressive wolf pack, Lu Chen's clearing speed skyrocketed. His only goal now was to aim straight for the boss's heads and strike. Swinging his sword until his arms grew tired, the guy smiled contentedly to himself. "Haha, leveled up. This time my clear speed is going to reach a whole new level." Outside the cave entrance, Feng Lingzai clasped her hands and muttered a prayer to the gods to bless Brother Wu Ming to set an even more terrifying record this round. In the midst of this tense moment, Shan Shan hurriedly brought bad news. There's a big move from the Korean side. After clearing Tiger King's cave, the Three Saints group handed over all their top-tier gear to the kids in the Jin Ting Guild. Now they are live-streaming another run of Tiger King's cave, clearly intending to break our brother Wu Ming's record. The two girls held their breath and stared at the screen, their hearts racing. They are armed to the teeth like that, their clearing speed will definitely be as fast as the wind. This is truly chilling, Brother Wu Ming, you have to carry the team. 30 minutes passed, and the Korean server team had finished off the dungeon. They strutted in front of the camera, laughing and bragging, 39 minutes and 3 seconds. Have you peasants opened your eyes yet? Have you understood the dread of absolute power? Under 40 minutes, this is the true class of the Opals. You useless bunch can keep hiding in your turtle shells. Witnessing this shameless trash-talking, the Chinese player community foamed at the mouth and cursed. This shameless bunch is passing gear around to farm. This time brother Wu Ming is all by himself and might struggle to compete with them. What a bunch of cowards. Where did Quang Shen go? Quickly come out and team up with brother Wu Ming. That's right, join forces and slap these deceitful guys. While the crowd was weeping, Lu Chen inside the cave was overjoyed. There really is a third hidden boss. I beg you, please drop a pair of trousers for me. The third-generation hidden boss was named Blazing True Fire Tiger, its body burning with roaring flames. After exchanging a few basic sword strikes, the beast reluctantly met its end. The familiar ding-ding sound rang out again, successfully defeated the Diamond Boss, Blazing True Fire Tiger, Level 19 Squad Dungeon. Rewarded 14,800 spiritual chi points, 2 Tier 6 talent shards, and 2 6-star quality points. Rewards include Level 15 Blue Dark Knight Trousers. Seeing the item he had been longing for so long, Lu Chen jumped for joy. Yeah, I've finally escaped the pantless life. It didn't stop there. A series of glowing golden text continued to pop up, delivering a massive thrill. Looted Level 15 Blue Black Iron Dark Gold Sword, Tiger's Blood, Purple Fierce Blood Gloves, and Level 15 Purple Tiger's Cry Weapon. Lu Chen's jaw dropped in shock. Purple gear, it's purple gear, oh my god. This boss was so generous it even dropped purple gear. The young man brushed aside the boring record-setting notifications, yawning as he dismissed them. Hide my name, please. Then, he excitedly opened the stats panel for the Dark Knight Trousers and the Tiger's Cry Weapon. The virtual screen immediately popped up. Level 15 Blue Dark Knight Trousers, carrying the power of Blue Flame True Fire. Physical Defense 23, Magic Defense 8, plus 29 Strength, 32 Agility, 38 Stamina. Active Skill. Blue Flame True Fire, when activated, burns any enemy within a 10-meter radius, dealing 1,080 magic damage per second, costing 10 mana per second to sustain. Level 15 Purple Quality Tiger's Cry. Left-hand dual sword deals physical damage from 37 to 43, plus 28 Strength, 34 Agility, 32 Constitution, increasing critical hit rate by 11% and critical damage by 80%. Exclusive Skill. Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain. The right-hand sword shares the same stats as the left hand and also possesses the Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain effect, converting the next 3 strikes entirely into magic damage. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Holding the dual swords in his hands, Lu Chen stroked them and thought. Playing with dual swords where each hand has its own separate stats is equivalent to carrying 2 weapons at once. This mechanic is truly broken. Waiting outside the cave entrance for a long time without seeing any sign of Lu Chen, the crowd began to point anxiously. Oh no, this round those Koreans might have turned the tables. The entry time has already exceeded 40 minutes. I don't believe it. Let's open the leaderboard to make sure. Feng Lingzai quickly swiped her hand to bring up the system info panel to quell the anxiety. Catching everyone's eyes was the hot notification on the Huaxia Golden leaderboard. First place was still the anonymous captain with a super-fast record of 38 minutes and 44 seconds, receiving the daily gift of Tiger's Blood. The entire crowd went wild like a broken beehive, shouting, 38 minutes and 44 seconds, everyone. Feng Lingzai was overjoyed, putting her face close to the camera and screaming, Did you see that, brothers? 38 minutes and 44 seconds, brother Wu Ming has crushed the record of the Jin Ting bunch. The chat section immediately erupted. Oh, I'm crying, big brother Wu Ming is the absolute best. Oh my god, he took on both of Korea's major guilds all by himself. Brother Wu Ming, please marry me. Right at that moment, Lu Chen slowly stepped out of the cave, clumsily pulling his hood down to cover his face, but he couldn't hide it completely. The crowd still spotted him and shouted, Look, he's coming out, he's out, he's out. Lu Chen looked around in confusion, weeping inwardly. What a disaster! Why are there so many people gathered here like a festival? Before the guy could even open his mouth, the crowd roared deafeningly, Greetings, idol Wu Ming. Long live big brother Wu Ming. Oh look, brother Wu Ming has trousers to wear now, so handsome. Oh my god, brothers, take a look at the weapons strapped to his back. So blinding, don't tell me that's legendary purple gear. Brother Wu Ming, show us the stats so we can admire them, show off a bit, idle. Mobbed by the group of fanatical fans, Lu Chen had no choice but to give in. All right, I'll let you take a quick look, then please let me leave. Saying that, the guy tapped gently on the interface panel. A pair of dual swords strapped to his back obediently flew out and hovered in midair, opening up the two attached stat panels. After looking at the stats, the crowd's eyes widened and they screamed, "Oh my god, it really is drop-dead purple gear, the first purple item to drop in the entire server. I surrender to this crazy stat system, wielding dual swords where the stats are doubled like this, who can even compete?" Half an hour passed, and Lu Chen strolled back to the cave entrance, where the crowd was still waiting. "Look, Brother Wu Ming is in the mood to farm again. I am definitely staying here to watch him clear this run." Lu Chen clicked his tongue and muttered, "Such a lucrative dungeon, I'd be a total fool not to milk it for money." After saying that, he walked straight inside. Nearly 40 minutes later, the gossiping crowd outside was buzzing again. The Three Saints side just completed their second run at 36 minutes and 22 seconds. Wonder if Brother Wu Ming can beat them this round. He definitely will. He's holding a purple divine weapon. How can he lose? Deep inside the dungeon, Lu Chen managed to snap the neck of the third-generation hidden boss right during the final seconds of the countdown. The system clock stopped at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, and Lu Chen habitually shouted, "Hide my name." The guy slapped his thigh in delight. This new gear slices monsters so smoothly. Seeing the screen still spinning to process the notifications, the kid clicked his tongue greedily. Is there a fourth hidden boss popping up for me to butcher? Craning his neck to look but seeing no movement, Lu Chen clicked his tongue and mocked himself. Human greed really is bottomless. Harvesting 23 green items, 11 blue items, 1 high-quality tiger's cry, a mountain of miscellaneous materials, and swallowing 28,000 experience points in one go, this is the good life. Right then, outside the dungeon, Feng Lingzai refreshed the leaderboard and squealed in excitement. Ah, he broke the record again. But Shan Shan beside her squeezed her arm in worry. It's not over yet. Word is that 4 major guilds of Korea have allied to form a 5-man strike team. They've sworn to drag us through the mud this round no matter what. Feng Lingzai immediately chuckled and patted her chest. Just sleep easy. Our brother Wu Ming's skill level can clear dungeons at an even more godlike speed. 40 minutes later, Lu Chen dragged himself out with a completely worn-out face. Feng Lingzai widened her eyes in shock. Oh, Brother Wu Ming, you were barely in there for 10 minutes. Why did you crawl out already? Hearing her question, the surrounding crowd started playing detective. Could Big Brother have slipped and gotten beaten to death by monsters? What nonsense! Those weak mobs at the outer entrance couldn't possibly kill an expert. Lu Chen stood scratching his head and muttering, I am truly the king of fools. I was clearly checking the trousers stats, then accidentally spoke the exit command aloud so the system locked in my completion. All the best loot drops at the very end. This is so frustrating. I could spit blood. It's a complete waste of an entry ticket. Feng Lingzai, standing nearby, didn't understand a thing but still patted his shoulder to comfort him. Brother Wu Ming, don't be sad, you did your best anyway. Mid-sentence, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening like marbles. Wait a minute, did you just say you completed the dungeon? You mean you cleared the whole thing? Not even waiting for Lu Chen's confirmation, she hastily opened the leaderboard and glanced at the newly updated results. Feng Lingzai covered her mouth and screamed in horror. Oh my god, what kind of devilish number is this? Right in the center of the screen, several lines of golden text flashed before everyone's eyes. Huaxia server clear record. Rank 1. Anonymous captain, total time, 9 minutes and 32 seconds, reward includes regular tiger's blood. Rubbing their eyes several times to make sure they weren't seeing things, the crowd exploded in a chaotic frenzy. Big Brother Wu Ming is insanely good. What kind of god descended to Earth? Only 9.5 minutes. How on earth did he pull off this madness? And just now he was complaining that it was a mistake. Haha, let me take a screenshot and throw it into the Korean channel to make them burst with anger. Right at that moment, in the comment section of the Korean server's broadcast channel, a glowing text was pinned. Huaxia speedrun leaderboard. Rank 1. Anonymous captain, clear time, 9 minutes and 32 seconds. Have you Korean brothers opened your eyes to admire this yet? Top figures on the Korean server were utterly terrified. shouting in chaos, 9 minutes and 32 seconds. What a blatant lie, there is no way a 9-minute record could exist, unless from the very start he knew all the shortcuts and went straight to beat the hidden bosses. Maybe the overpowered gear those guys were bragging about was looted from those hidden bosses too. Is this guy a monster in human form? He strangles the boss faster than we clear trash mobs. With this kind of skill gap, even if we farm to death, it's useless. Shut down the stream quickly, otherwise people will flood in and flame us to death. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lu Chen was completely oblivious to the storm outside. He was still holding his face, cursing himself. So stupid, how could I make such a dumb mistake after running the dungeon for so long? Oh, my purple quality tiger's cry weapon is gone. Muttering a few more curses, he walked away dejectedly. The onlookers stared at his retreating back, discussing, he set such an unprecedented record, yet he looks so frustrated. I really don't understand the mindset of an expert. I wish I could make a mistake like that once to show off. Lu Chen walked a bit further, still calculating. Soloing 4 runs already pushed me to level 17. Let's get out of this circus, sell the spare gear to make some cash, and then plan the next move. The moment the words left his mouth, the system announcement blared again, server-wide announcement. Since an anonymous master cleared Tiger King's cave in under 10 minutes, starting from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the administration will grant a double experience buff to all players for the next 24 hours. Reading the shocking news, Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Who would have thought there'd be such a sweet bonus? He dragged himself to a rock, sat down, and thought while checking his inventory, I should probably use the guild's name to sell off this pile of gear. White junk can be dumped at any price, green items can be priced a bit higher, but the headache is how to price these blue and purple items without underselling them. This high-tier gear can only be worn once players reach level 15. If I list them on the market now, people won't appreciate them until they see the results. How would they recognize their true power and pay up? Forget it, tomorrow the game opens the double exp event. It won't be too late to sell them once everyone levels up. Took a stroll around the forum's black market and saw people frantically buying materials. Urgently need materials for class advancement. Buying tiger skin, tiger bones, tiger gallbladders, tiger claws, tiger teeth at a sky-high price of 100 yuan each. If anyone has miscellaneous items from demon tigers, drop them here and I'll take them for 150. If you get tiger's blood, let's talk in private, guaranteed top price. Buying class-specific gear for 200 yuan each. Lu Chen was stunned. Are you kidding me? So these random materials are actually in such high demand. Opening the transaction history, his jaw dropped when he saw that in just a few minutes, over 3,000 of each item had already been sold. Damn it, someone listed them for 300 yuan each, and people are still buying them. My inventory is currently storing thousands of these junk items, so the things that make the most money are actually these trash materials. The guy moved his fingers like playing a piano, listing every single item onto the trading platform, laughing in delight. Heh, this time I'm about to strike it rich. After sipping a cup of tea for a few minutes, his phone buzzed non-stop with balanced notifications. 10 tiger teeth listed under the name of Quang Lang Guild have been sold, 5% system fee deducted, ding ding 2,700 yuan added to the card. 10 tiger skins listed under Quang Lang Guild also sold successfully, 5% transaction fee deducted, another 2,700 yuan in the pocket. The crafted tiger skin hat also found a buyer, 5% processing fee deducted. Ding ding 2,250 yuan sent straight to the account. 15 short minutes passed, and Lu Chen opened his bank app to check his messages. Looking at the balance jumping on the screen, the guy was so excited he couldn't close his mouth, shouting, "Ha ha ha, a whole 510,000 yuan. Made a huge fortune, everyone. I still have a bottle of tiger's blood and 2 pairs of tiger gloves that haven't been put on the market yet. With the inventory generating this much cash, who can sleep? Let's keep farming. Let's take a trip back to Renai Peak to grab my pets first. Although dragging them along will slow down my X-bar a bit, whatever, let's farm a few more runs to make some cash." Action followed words. Lu Chen immediately rushed back to pick up his pet squad, bringing his entire entourage to aggressively dive into the dungeon to farm and level up. After clearing another run completely, Lu Chen threw his head back and yelled, Haha, Tiger King's cave, you really are the true love of my life. Just as he stepped out of the restricted zone, Lu Chen's phone rang. The caller was Li Mu-hua. The guy put the phone to his ear and asked naturally, "I'm listening, boss, what is it?" Li Mu-hua didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "My side is buying materials from you. Don't worry, I'll pay double the market price." Lu Chen said cheerfully, "Deal, how much do you need, bosses?" Li Mu-hua calculated, "Tiger teeth, tiger skins, tiger bones, tiger gallbladders, tiger hearts, pack 100 of each for me, can you handle that?" Lu Chen patted his chest, "Easy as cake, no problem." Li Mu-hua suddenly adopted a serious tone. "There is something I must warn you about. Your character's appearance has been leaked all over the internet, so influential figures will definitely try to dig up your real identity. Do you need a safe cover? Our organization can easily cover this up for you." Lu Chen paused for a moment, his mind weighing the pros and cons. Having just made a mountain of money in a short time, and with this Nine Heavens game taking the world by storm, being alone made it wiser to be safe than sorry. Lu Chen made his decision. "Then please spread some smoke and mirrors to hide my identity, boss, and please protect my little sister as well. As a token of appreciation, I'll give you this batch of materials at the original price. No need to double it." Li Mu-hua laughed heartily and guaranteed, "Just leave it to me, I promise to keep it completely under wraps. Unless they live under your bed, those random people on the internet can type until their keyboards break and still won't find a single strand of your hair." As soon as the negotiation ended, Li Mu-hua immediately took off his virtual reality helmet and stepped outside. A colleague sitting next to him frowned with worry. "Boss, look at the current situation. The gap between our regional server and the foreigners is like heaven and earth. I'm afraid that when the game merges maps, they will walk all over our people." Li Mu-hua also sighed deeply. "In this situation, I'm afraid the hopes of the entire Huaxia region have to rest entirely on the shoulders of that young man Lu Chen." Next day, when the clock struck 9:50 in the morning, our Lu Chen was still rooted in the game, refusing to log out, happily calculating his finances. Roughly pocketing another 2,340,000 last night, combined with the 3 million from the previous jackpot. Oh, how brilliant life is. His entire squad of disciples, San Sa and Chi Tu, had now reached level 17, and his 10 divine beasts had also broken their level limits. Well, a few more runs before calling it a day, and sleeping won't hurt. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield on the Korean server, the noisy group from the other day gathered again to scheme. The group leader rolled his eyes at his subordinates and cleared his throat to shout, "Are all the guilds fully checked in?" "Present, boss." A lackey quickly reported the numbers. The leader continued to order, "Our survival mission today is to hinder that Wu Ming at all costs, not letting him get a single drop of double experience. The guy stays inside Tiger King's cave all day to farm, right? Then we'll just camp at the cave entrance and wait for him. Soul Exorcist's team, listen up, as soon as we start, spam the Soul Lure skill on his head, binding him so he can't use resurrection talismans to call for help or activate combat skills." "Received orders, big brother," a follower yelled back. After giving the instructions, the leader raised his chin and walked ahead, grandiosely brainwashing his subordinates. "For the future of the Republic of Korea to trample over the Huaxia Kingdom, we must complete this great mission. The top priority is to beat him until all his top-tier gear drops." The followers behind also roared with momentum, "Victory or death." After taking a few steps, some youth started getting cold feet, timidly grabbing Captain Dao Cao's sleeve and whispering, "Brother Dao Cao, are we really skilled enough to stop that Wu Ming? He cleared the dungeon all by himself, and his speed still crushed our elite squad. And only the Huaxia server has that trick of summoning divine beasts. Who knows where they got that exploit? Maybe that Wu Ming is still hiding a trump card." Dao Cao sneered, "Relax, kids. Our allies from neighboring servers are about to deploy reinforcements. As for that nonsense divine beast trick, we'll expose it sooner or later." Right at this moment, the alliance from other servers had also gathered in crowds, roaring loudly. "Brothers, send teams to disrupt the Huaxia players from farming levels. As for backstabbing Wu Ming, leave that to us, let's butcher him. Chop that Wu Ming into 100 pieces, hide your display names first, then go hunt down that Wu Ming." Lu Chen dragged his exhausted body to a mossy cliff, his mind dizzy as he thought, I've stayed up all night farming. Let's struggle through this one last run and then log out to meet the god of sleep." He glanced and saw a whole forest of strangers hiding around the bushes, his intuition warning him that trouble was about to fall on his head. After 36 minutes of struggle, Lu Chen ran completely out of energy, collapsing onto a flat rock, his eyelids drooping heavily. "So sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open, too lazy to log out. I'll just lie down and have a deep sleep right inside this dungeon. Whatever happens tomorrow can wait." While the main character was fast asleep, outside the entrance of Tiger King's cave, a massive international alliance was packed together, scratching their heads and asking each other in confusion, "Strange, we've been camped here waiting for over 40 minutes. Why hasn't the prey shown his face yet?" The infamous Korean captain chuckled to reassure them, "What's the rush? Anyway, our covert disruption has already taken effect. Those Huaxia people won't get a single drop of experience to climb the tower so easily." At the busy grinding spots, Feng Lingzai was running while live streaming, "Brothers, look at this eyesore." Another pack of masked, anonymous assassins carrying daggers to backstab players. I don't know how many times we've been ambushed by now. I browsed the forums and found that the situation isn't just ruined here, the entire Huaxia server plane is being ganged up on by them. I'd guess these people are definitely remnants flooding in from neighboring servers. The foreigners are determined to suppress and crush us. A sword strike grazed her shoulder, and she quickly rolled to dodge, screaming in panic, "We are doomed. I got hit too, everyone." Just as I dodged one slash from this guy, another rushed in to tear me apart. Taking a direct critical hit, she lay flat on the ground, complaining bitterly, "Just how many foreign forces have gathered here to bite randomly like this? This really drives people crazy." All the way until 4 o'clock that afternoon, the Korean captain stubbornly remained at the entrance of Tiger King's cave, waving his weapon and laughing. "Haha, unbelievable. The multinational alliance brought a whole army of 400,000 elite players here to blockade the Huaxia realm. Quite a grand force. Let's see how those Huaxia people manage to level up now." A lackey beside him quickly chimed in, "Absolutely correct, boss." After showing off for a bit, Brother Wu Ming has now vanished, and those weaklings on the Huaxia side can only bark in vain. Feng Lingzai had no heart left to stay in the game, quickly logging out, staring at the system interface and muttering with resentment, "Are you crazy? Why would you abandon your allies like this? Where on earth is Brother Wu Ming hiding?" At that same moment, on a certain cliff, Lu Chen finally woke up. Stretching his limbs thoroughly, he sighed with satisfaction. "Ah, taking a nap in the middle of a dungeon feels absolutely amazing, though my stomach is starting to rumble a bit." Suddenly spotting a blinking notification, he casually opened it and stared in astonishment. "Well, that's weird. Why is Feng Lingzai spamming my inbox like crazy?" Scrolling through the flood of messages, anger flared up inside him. Those shameless players, in order to suppress the levels of Huaxia players, had ruthlessly slaughtered everyone on the foreign servers. Worse, they basely camped the resurrection points and even went as far as invading the Huaxia forums to post provocations. It was truly beyond arrogant. He immediately logged out back to reality. Just then, his phone rang with a call from Lu Yi. Was Xiao Yi calling? Lu Chen pressed the phone to his ear with irritation. "Xiao Yi, who dared to bully you?" Lu Yi sobbed in response. "Brother, our guild's shard was smashed before we could even warm it in our hands, and even the poison fog Greaves met the same fate." Lu Chen asked in a deep voice, "Who did this?" Lu Yi whimpered, "It was the crowd from the foreign servers. The guild leader put all his hopes on me for the double exp event and even bought me a full set of gear so I could grind hard. But now my equipment is completely ruined, and I'm too ashamed to face the guild leader." Lu Chen comforted her in a gentle voice. "Silly girl, stop crying. What's the big deal about losing a few items?" But Lu Yi cried even louder. "What do you know? That gear was the guild's collective capital. After I used it, I was supposed to pass it on to others." Lu Chen cut her off. "It's fine. I'll hunt down some new gear to compensate you." Hearing that, Lu Yi finally stopped crying, though her voice was still filled with grievance. "Brother, they are so despicable. They are corpse scamping us so we can't return to the main city. The moment we resurrect there, they rush in and strike us down again." Lu Chen spoke coldly. "Give me the coordinates where you fell. I'll call the brothers over to clear them out." Lu Yi obediently replied, I'm at the southwest mountains of myriad beasts, coordinates 48,144. But forget it, brother, don't drag your friends into danger. Lu Chen reassured her firmly, just leave it to me. With that, he grabbed his virtual reality headset and put it on, muttering through gritted teeth, "You scum, stretch out your necks and wait for me." Meanwhile, in front of the Tiger King cave, a Korean server player reported with a smirk, "Boss Daokao, another group is trying to rescue Wu Ming. They've brought a huge crowd this time, at least 400 people. But which wave is this already? Our side has gathered 800 elite players here, so why should we fear them?" The cold-faced leader ordered. "The same old rule stands. Send them all to heaven." The reinforcements this time were Lu Chen's guild. The Hua Luo Zhai Xiang group charged with blazing morale, pointing their weapons at the Korean server players and roaring, "Even if we die, resurrect on the spot immediately. No matter how high the price, we must get Brother Wu Ming out. Charge, brothers." However, after only a brief clash, their side was already struggling and crying out, "Sister Ru, we're in trouble. These guys are too tanky. They're wielding dozens of Wu Jin swords and are decked out in blue gear. Our attacks aren't even scratching them." Leng Ru dodged an attack with a swift twist of her body while maintaining her fierce resolve. "No matter what, we must push forward. Any burden we can share for Brother Wu Ming is worth it." At that very moment, not far from the entrance of the Tiger King cave, Lu Chen strolled over and roared at the top of his lungs, "You scum! Your grandpa has descended." The resounding voice caused the entire battlefield to freeze instantly. All the Huaxia players burst into joy. "He's here! Brother Wu Ming has come to rescue us. Heaven is watching." The Korean leader named Daokao gripped his sword hilt tightly, his pale face turning grim as he gritted out, "It's good that you showed up. Everyone, focus fire and crush this guy. Send him to his grave quickly. How dare he keep me waiting for 7 hours?" The moment his words fell, a mob of lackeys recklessly charged forward, roaring, "Let us bury your legendary reputation with our own hands." The mob blindly slashed and stabbed away, while Lu Chen calmly stood there like a punching bag. Yet, the damage numbers popping up above his head were nothing but a measly -1. Refusing to accept this, they continuously unleashed their ultimate skills, from blazing cannons to sword chi filling the sky, but the displayed number remained a mocking -1. After putting all their effort into the assault, they began to feel utterly depressed. What on earth is going on? How can something so absurd happen? Witnessing this, Leng Ru and the others stared in blank dismay, their weapons dropping. "Oh my God, the guild leader is too awesome, truly unmatched under heaven. Just how thick must Brother Wu Ming's defense be?" The Korean leader began plotting again. The only difference between Huaxia and their side was the appearance of divine beasts. Could this insane tankiness come from a divine beast? He smacked his fist, convinced. That must be it without a doubt. Out of the 8 beasts, 5 fell into the hands of Wei Wo Du Quang, and 3 went to that mysterious individual. So that mysterious player is absolutely Wu Ming. Lu Chen didn't feel like wasting another minute. He calmly drew the twin swords on his back and spoke loudly, "Thank you, brothers, for making the effort to come to my rescue. For everyone's losses today, I will definitely make these bastards repay them 100-fold. Daring to bring your faces to Huaxia to run wild, did you think everyone in Huaxia was dead?" The moment he finished speaking, Lu Chen immediately combined Feng Dun and Menghu Zia Shan, generating a massive pressure that pinned down the Korean server players. Before Lu Chen's skills were even fully unleashed, they were already hit with a barrage of -110 critical strikes popping rapidly above their heads. Followed by a chilling sword dance, a large crowd of them was mowed down like wheat with a single strike. The few survivors who slipped through the cracks shook in terror, shouting in panic, "His speed is so fast that the naked eye can't even track it. Brothers, do not panic. Even if the group leader bit the dust, I, the vice leader, am still here to take charge." Unfortunately, he had barely finished his words of comfort when his throat felt a chilling cold as a blade swept through silently. Fighting his way through the encirclement, Lu Chen casually muttered in disdain, "So much noisy garbage." He completely tore through their formation, sending hundreds of prominent figures from the Korean server to their graves in one fell swoop. Wielding twin swords as if dancing, not a single person could withstand his strikes. They all fell submissively to the ground. Feng Lingzai's group hurriedly ran over to admire the battlefield. Wow, Brother Wu Ming is completely on another level. Let's see if those rookies dare to come to Huaxia to cause trouble again. One strike, one kill, what a beautiful sight. 20 minutes passed, and Lu Chen had completely cleared the garbage from the area. He turned around and instructed the crowd, I have some matters to attend to and must leave now. Brothers, please help me gather the scattered loot and pile it up. Looking at the equipment lying all over the ground, the crowd rolled up their sleeves to gather it while scratching their heads in confusion. We're not keeping this gear for ourselves. True, those bastards cost our brothers so much sweat and tears, we absolutely cannot forgive them. Lu Chen nodded firmly, of course we won't let them off. That's why I'm using this gear as bait. Understanding the plan, the crowd grew excited once more. So Brother Wu Ming is setting a trap. Our Long Teng will gladly help. Anyone who dares to pocket anything will be kicked out of the guild immediately. Yuming Valley also promised to lend a hand. Just trust us, brother. We guarantee no one will take even a single item. Lu Chen didn't waste words. Adjusting his mask, he said, Then I'll leave everything in your hands, brothers. Internally, he eagerly calculated, it's time to rescue Xiao Yi. A moment later, over at Lu Yi's location, the girl was face down on the ground praying, hoping her brother's friends would not come to this place, as there were currently a dozen elite players from the foreign servers watching over it. At that critical moment, Lu Chen, wearing his mask, swept in like the wind. With a single sword strike, he sent several players to their graves. The swift execution happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Yi unable to even follow with her eyes. She secretly wondered, could this expert be the comrade my brother mentioned? But how could something so surreal happen? Lu Chen landed steadily. Gesturing toward the dropped items, he said cheerfully to Lu Yi, all done. Grab all of this loot to make up for the gear you lost. Lu Yi asked curiously, brother, are you my brother's comrade? Lu Chen nodded in confirmation. That's right. If you want to thank me, go show some filial piety to your brother. As he spoke, he silently calculated. The situation outside the dungeon is probably not much different right now. Minutes later, as Lu Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the Tiger King cave, Feng Lingzai's group immediately swarmed around to report their success. He's back. Brother Wu Ming has returned. Boss Wu Ming, we've completely cleared the weapon pile. While everyone was still chatterboxes, Lu Chen suddenly drew out a pair of deep purple twin swords from his bag, his very own Hu Qi. He threw the valuable weapon directly into the middle of the junk pile and smirked. Gotta add some high-quality bait to get the fish biting quickly. If those foreign invaders have the guts, let them come and get it. Witnessing Lu Chen's lavish throw, the crowd was dumbstruck once again. Good grief, that's Hu Qi. Brother Wu Ming actually had Hu Qi on him, it makes my mouth water. But isn't this kind of bait a bit too expensive? Feng Lingzai snapped out of her daze and called out excitedly, broadcast the news immediately. Didn't they say there were 100,000 elites wanting to crush our Huaxia? Let's see if they have the guts to come and claim this gear. She immediately turned on the live stream, confidently provoking them. All the gear you dropped is piled right here in Zone 122. If you have the guts, come and pick it up. Or did you lose your nerve? Why are you suddenly acting like cowards? Just seconds later, the San Sheng Guild's side started clamoring. Leader, a whole army of rogue players is swarming Zone 122. Our scouts checked thoroughly. They actually put out 2 Hu Qi swords as bait. What, Hu Qi? Did they lose their minds? Hurry, we need to go check this out too. At the Tiger King Cave outpost, Feng Lingzai stood on her tiptoes to watch the massive crowd arriving, squealing with delight. Everyone, look. Players from other servers are starting to fall into the trap. This is going to be so much fun. Not just foreign servers, even players from neighboring zones are lining up to watch the drama. She turned to look at Lu Chen. Brother Wu Ming, give it your all. Lu Chen kept his expression cold as he swept his gaze over the approaching players, calmly instructing, brothers, once you gather the gear, withdraw quickly. Leng Ru worriedly advised, guild leader, take care of yourself. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just leave it to me, tell our Huaxia players to log out and save themselves the trouble. Lu Chen immediately equipped the twin Hu Qi. Standing tall, he confronted the crowd rushing in like moths to a flame. Come at me, you foreign trash. The mixed group of players from other servers had now assembled a massive army. shouting in unison as they initiated the sweep. Showing no fear, Lu Chen charged like an arrow into the enemy formation, immediately activating Menghu Ziashan. Howling storms combined with Lanyan Zhenhua instantly swept away a large patch of players, sending them flying in all directions. The lucky survivors screamed in horror, "Oh my God, how can that guy's divine beast be this terrifying? Even with our numbers, we can't do a thing. When did the Huaxia server produce such a freak?" Hiding far in the distance, a few Huaxia players watched the battle with agape mouths, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Wu Ming really just needs one hit to send someone to their grave. The power gap is too massive. Fortunately, he's on our side." After a round of slashing, only a few prominent players remained. Lu Chen strolled over and said calmly, "So it turns out you guys were the masterminds behind sabotaging Huaxia's double exp event." The leader immediately gritted his teeth and snapped back, "Wu Ming, what right do you have to act so arrogant here? You're just leeching off the stats of a divine beast. If our side had won, it would never be your turn to show off." Hearing this, Lu Chen pondered silently. "So these fools actually believe I'm this powerful because of a divine beast. Whatever, if they want to live in a delusion, let them keep dreaming." He casually retorted, "If you hadn't disrupted Huaxia's server-wide event and caused us to lose a massive amount of experience, did you really think you could surpass us in level?" They sneered triumphantly. "So what? Your precious time was ruined by us. In the end, you are still the losers. That's right, level 15 is a critical turning point. Once we get the blue gear from the Tiger King dungeon, our leveling speed will only get faster and faster." Lu Chen brandished his twin swords and shouted, "Initially, I only treated this as entertainment and didn't care to overthink things, but you have truly crossed the line. Today, I will carve a rule into your minds. Within 5 days, bring compensation and kowtow an apology to all Huaxia players." They shrieked in fury, "Wu Ming, did you take the wrong medicine, asking us to bring gear and bow to you? Do you think we are fools or have you lost your mind? Apologizing? In your dreams." Lu Chen didn't bother to explain further, only delivering a razor-sharp remark. "I bet that in less than 5 days you will obediently crawl here to apologize. We're done talking. Now go to hell." Action followed his words as he unleashed several superb sword strikes, wiping out every single foreign server player and sending them all back to the city. Only then did the Huaxia players log back in. Dazzled by the pile of loot, they cheered, "Brother Wu Ming, you are my idol, absolutely amazing." Leng Ru, however, saw the real issue, her brow furrowing with worry, "But with them disrupting us like this, our progress in catching up to the foreign servers is basically ruined." Lu Chen reassured them, "Everyone, put your worries aside. The storm is not over yet. My body is exhausted today. I need to get some rest for the night." With that, Lu Chen took off his gaming device and looked out the window, telling himself to get a good night's sleep and head out tomorrow with his blade to settle the score. Exactly 10 hours later, he logged back into the game and headed straight for the Korean server, murmuring, "Even though we missed out on the Tiger King dungeon, that classic saying is never wrong. Whoever dares to offend Huaxia must be eliminated, no matter how far they run. The entrance to the Lost Eden must be somewhere around here." Walking a bit further, a slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he felt elated. "Just as I thought, it's right here. Hee, I've found it. Let the show officially begin." What caught Lu Chen's eye was the stone tablet leading directly to the Lost Eden. Stepping forward, he muttered, "You rookies, I'm going to teach you a painful lesson about the price of provoking Huaxia." Instantly, the entire Korean server received a glowing red announcement. "Urgent warning for the Korean server. An anonymous player has accidentally unlocked the Lost Eden, activating the level 20 server-wide quest, Resist Foreign Invasion. Alert! A mysterious fog is spreading rapidly in the eastern region of the main city. The fog contains highly toxic properties that buff monsters while reducing players' attack power and martial skill effects. In particular, it permanently corrodes equipment, reducing maximum durability beyond any blacksmith's repair, while draining energy and slowing down cultivation progress. Players are urged to quickly destroy the 8 array links within the Lost Eden. Note: the entire Korean server will enter a merger phase. The Korean players scratched their heads in confusion after reading the notification. What kind of crazy quest forces a server merger? Wait, could this be a quest line to get a divine beast? That must be it. We're about to get our hands on a divine beast too. Haha, this is awesome. Lu Chen sat cross-legged by the stone tablet with a sneer. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 cannot cross. Today, your grandpa is staying right here. Let's see how you grind this quest. Take your time enjoying the toxic fog and wild beasts swallowing your whole server. The Korean players scrambled to search for the entrance. Before a cup of tea could cool, someone spotted the monsters and shouted loudly. The leader of the anti-Huaxia faction received the news and slapped his thigh, ordering, "Start a live stream right now and let those Huaxia players drool as they watch us claim a divine beast." His lackeys chimed in. "Huaxia only managed to rise because of their divine beasts. Now that we'll have our own, why should we fear them? Let's see how much longer that Wu Ming can act so smug." Feng Lingzai's group was shocked when they tuned into the stream. Oh no, the Korean server found the lost Eden. This is bad, their strength is going to skyrocket. What a headache. Just as the crowd of Korean players reached the stone tablet, Lu Chen stood tall, sword in hand, blocking their path. He spoke coldly, "Listen up, kids from the Korean server. To avoid any language barrier, I've pre-installed a translation software. Hear this, if you want to set foot in the lost Eden, you'll have to go over my dead body." Recognizing him, several players who had participated in the Huaxia server raid shrieked in terror. "That purple weapon is Hu Qi. He is definitely Wu Ming. What the hell? Why is Wu Ming here? Is heaven playing a joke on us?" This grand scene was witnessed by the Huaxia viewers, sending them into wild cheers. "Ah, it's Brother Wu Ming, so he was guarding that spot. Brother Wu Ming, please marry me. Is he planning to take on the entire Korean server alone? Oh my God, my blood is absolutely boiling." After freezing for a few seconds, the Korean leader urged his followers forward. "Brothers, don't be afraid. This fog has a passive that debuffs stats and corrodes equipment. He has been soaking in it longer than us, so we have the upper hand. Fight for the divine beast." Encouraged by his words, the crowd surged forward again to surround Lu Chen. As Lu Chen swung his sword to strike them down, he laughed inwardly. "I have the wild monster system. This damn NPC fog actually turns into a priceless buff for me." Staring at the broadcast, Feng Lingzai's group couldn't believe their eyes. Am I hallucinating, or is Brother Wu Ming's damage output unreal? There's no mistake, just look at his area of effect skills to see how monstrous his damage is. How strange is the toxic fog completely ineffective against him. The Korean players also began to realize something was off, breaking into a cold sweat. Damn it, why is he even tankier than last time? The fog completely fails to weaken his skills. Is this guy even a creature from Earth? This is so frustrating. Lu Chen spoke lazily, his razor-sharp eyes locking onto the crowd as his battle-intent soared. "Just come at me. No matter how many lives you offer, I will take them all." Leng Ru's group commented excitedly from the sidelines. "Our leader is truly cool. That proud stance, blocking 10,000 troops by himself, it's the exact aura of one person carrying thousands." Even Luya was glued to the stream, her mouth agape in admiration. Brother Wu Ming is just too outstanding. For a full hour, Lu Chen continued to torment the Korean server players. Their worn-out weapons fell all over the place, and even the sword in Lu Chen's hand began to show faint hairline cracks. The Korean players tried a few more futile waves before fleeing for their lives. "This fog destroys gear too fast. We're finished, we've lost everything. How on earth does his bare-fisted punch hurt this much?" In that critical moment, a figure wearing dazzling, glowing armor stepped forward. The leader hurriedly ran up to arrogantly introduce him to Lu Chen. "Open your eyes and look. This is our Korean elite." Before the last word could leave his lips, Lu Chen threw cold water on him. "I'm not interested in talking. It's not the right time yet." The group leader immediately flared up. "Do you have any idea who this is? I'm talking about his real-life status." Lu Chen brushed it off, waving his hand to dismiss them. "Why should I care about your background? Why haven't you gone to hell yet?" The elite turned on his heel, his face dark as charcoal as he muttered in frustration. "Then let's withdraw first." The leader, speechless, could only agree submissively and tuck his tail to follow. Unwilling to linger any longer, Lu Chen waved his hand to summon his pet divine beast. A cool purple dragon appeared, coiling in the air. Lu Chen patted it and instructed, "If anything happens, wake me up." At exactly 6 o'clock the next morning, Lu Chen blinked his eyes open, stretched with delight, and said, "Well, trying to seek death and yet failing. But that works out fine, saves me a lot of trouble." By this time, the toxic fog had swallowed everything all the way to the main city gates of the Korean server. The billowing fog sent the populace into a panic like a disturbed beehive. "We're doomed. We'll be stuck in the city forever. You still dream of going outside? I bet sooner or later, staying inside the city will get us killed too. Is the Korean server really doomed to perish this time?" As soon as Lu Chen reconnected, a group of Korean server officials lined up to yield. "Mr. Wu Ming, we represent the Guild Alliance of Korea. We hope you can be magnanimous and forgive our past conflicts. We sincerely apologize. Mr. Wu Ming, we earnestly beg you to leave the Korean server a way out. We beg of you." The Huaxia community danced with joy. "Ha ha ha, where are those tough talkers who swore they'd never apologize? Now you know how to kneel. I've never felt this satisfied. Brother Wu Ming single-handedly crushed the Korean server. Ha ha ha, I'm totally crushing on him." Lu Chen repeated his usual routine, calmly drawing his twin swords and uttering indifferently, "If you don't want to die, get lost." The leader on the other side swallowed his anger with difficulty, pointing a finger at Lu Chen's face and growling, "Wu Ming, what is up with your attitude? Don't push your luck. Do you prefer to do this the hard way?" Lu Chen raised his twin swords, his cold voice echoing, "The hard way? Serve it if you can. Your 7 countries ganged up to suppress my Huaxia, and now you want to settle this with a mere apology. You are daydreaming." The leader, tongue-tied, argued back, Doing this violates the common rules of the game. Your actions should be condemned." Lu Chen immediately barked back, "When you sneaked attacks on Huaxia, why didn't you bring out those rules to read? Compared to your dirty tricks, my treatment of you is still plenty humane." The main boss of the Korean server alliance quickly intervened. "Mr. Wu Ming, what conditions do you require to show us mercy?" Lu Chen smirked. "That depends on what you can offer as bribes. Now, beat it." Leaving them with his final words, he leisurely turned around and walked away. The Korean faction, faces pale as ashes, whispered among themselves, "We have no choice but to retreat and reassess. We should try to call in more reinforcements to see if we can turn things around, but at this rate, the fog is spreading too fast." At dawn the next day, Feng Lingzai went live again, greeting with a bright face, "Hello, fellow friends. Today's wonderful broadcast is held in accordance with the wishes of the Wu Shen Guild, along with the participation of Brother Kimono Wu Shen Fengyan." Wu Shen Fengyan led an army of 177 guild leaders who had been involved in the Huaxia ambush, lining up with clasped hands. Before Feng Lingzai could finish her sentence, they all knelt down in unison. "Greetings to our Huaxia brothers. Regarding the incident the other day, we bow our heads and admit our guilt. We beg everyone to generously overlook our foolish impulse." Feng Lingzai stared in surprise. "Oh, why did Brother Kimono suddenly come to apologize so obediently?" The viewers in the chat laughed, probably scared Brother Wu Ming would slap their server down if his hands got itchy. Brother Wu Ming is forever the best. The guild leader crawled forward on his knees, carrying a massive chest. "To prove our sincerity, we put in the effort to collect this modest gear. We hope this gift is enough to soothe the losses suffered by our Huaxia brothers." Feng Lingzai began auditing the compensation list. 1 black iron Wu Jin sword, 2 Avon Hue protector pieces, 30 pieces of green gear, 200 pieces of common gear, 100 material scrolls, and 5 shiny gold coins. The old guild leader sweet-talked, "This is the compensation rate for each zone. All 3 zones will receive the exact same gift package. Also, we hope Miss Feng Lingzai can whisper some sweet words to Mr. Wu Ming, urging him to spare our lives." Feng Lingzai nodded. "Okay, deal. I will pass your words to Brother Wu Ming." He bowed repeatedly. "1,000 thanks to Miss Feng Lingzai." Once the deal was finalized, Feng Lingzai waved the list in front of the camera, shouting, "See that, brothers? Our Huaxia server is not a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze." As her private inbox blew up, she squealed with joy, "Oh, the Guild Alliance from the 5 major nations has also come knocking on our door. We're set, no need to worry about lacking gear anymore. I'll forward the news to the Huaxia guilds so we can arrange a fair distribution for everyone." At exactly 8 in the evening at the Korean server headquarters, they held their heads and lamented, "We're trapped, brothers. The toxic fog surrounds the main city. The moment we step out, we're dead. I contacted a big shot in Huaxia, and he stated that if Wu Ming doesn't agree, they won't accept our apology gifts. We're out of options. We'll have to shamelessly ask Wu Ming for help once more. That very night, they lined up at the stone tablet, bowing 90 degrees and pleading, "Brother Wu Ming, we've learned our lesson. We promise to compensate properly. Please show us mercy." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Have you really felt the pain yet?" The leader quickly bowed his head to the ground. "We have truly engraved it in our hearts." Seeing their obedient attitude, Lu Chen slowly spoke. "Sparing you is fine, but my effort to unlock the Misty Forest took quite a bit of sweat. So, besides paying compensation like the other groups, I demand 4 divine beasts as a toll." The guy in the glowing armor cried out in pain over the cost. "This. Can we pay double? No, triple the fine instead, brother." Lu Chen immediately extinguished their thin hope with a cold tone. "No bargaining. Without me leading the way, you would search your whole lives and never find the Misty Forest. Don't make me change my mind." Breaking into a cold sweat, the guy stammered, Yes, we will follow your arrangements." Lu Chen gestured with his chin and ordered, "Send word to Huaxia immediately. Tell the representatives from Tai Zhu Legion, Crimson, Black Eagle, and Quang Lang to come over here to collect the goods." Minutes later, several familiar faces arrived, grinning from ear to ear, cheering, "Brother Wu Ming, we owe you big time. We didn't expect you to hand over such a sweet deal to us." "Guild leader, we've arrived. Brother Wu Ming is too cool, please accept my bow." Lu Chen hated beating around the bush and immediately urged them, "Let's go, brothers. I will guide you inside to capture the divine beasts." Long Teng still hesitated, asking, "Boss, is it okay to abandon our post like this?" Lu Chen laughed heartily and replied shortly, "No need to worry. Even if you dared them, they wouldn't have the guts to break the rules." After an hour of grinding, Lu Chen had claimed all the divine beast spoils into his bag. The Korean server officials ran out, waving like birds freed from a cage, wishing the great heroes a safe journey. Waiting until his figure completely disappeared over the horizon, they wiped away their cold sweat and sighed in relief. "That monster finally let us go. All right, disperse. Let's go inside and urge them to deliver the compensation to Huaxia." As dawn broke the next day, Lu Chen woke up groggily. Stretching his body, he muttered, "Damn, grinding these past few days nearly broke my back. At least the storm has finally died down a bit." Noticing his right leg was about 90% healed, while his left leg was still a bit stiff, he calculated that raising his level by 1 more tier would do the trick. Adjusting his virtual reality headset, Lu Chen smiled as he pictured a bright future. "Just wait a bit longer, Xiao Yi. Your brother will soon be able to walk proudly right in front of you." Just stepping into the virtual world, he glanced over the news board and calculated that the first thing he had to do was scout the trading market. Surely, after the deluge of compensation items, the value of trash equipment had plummeted by about 75%, which was decent enough, so he might as well get right to grinding gold. But the number 1 priority was to level up the Legion token first and worry about the rest later. A panel popped up right on cue. Legion token first upgrade. Soldiers reached 433 out of 400,000 monster reputation points. The number of recruitable followers was 11, and the base stats of all soldiers were buffed by 25%. Specifically, it unlocked the inheritance skill, allowing members to absorb a portion of the base stats, growth rate, combat style, and talents of foreign races. Lu Chen rubbed his hands and squealed with excitement. "Oh wow, this is a gene-swapping game to get a better species. This feature is just too sweet." He proudly led his army of followers marching forward, calculation blooming in his mind. "Let's hit the road. Have to tame another Stygian siren, and once that's done, pay a visit to the Tiger King dungeon to grind for some gear upgrades." After a tiring round of monster slaying, Lu Chen headed back to base to tally up, having grinded through 9 dungeon runs and burned 83,000 gold worth of materials just to crawl up 1 level, and now he had to say a bittersweet goodbye to the Tiger King's den. Seeing that players on the foreign servers were starting to dump Gale Shadow cloaks and Dark Iron Dark Gold swords, he immediately got the idea to liquidate his long-held inventory. His current liquid assets consisted of 42 Dark Gold swords, 27 Gale Shadow cloaks, 26 Black Snow Frost coats, 24 night trousers, and finally, 25 top-tier Tiger Roar swords. No use overthinking and tiring his brain. Might as well just set up some auctions to keep things simple. He then used the name of the Wild Waves Guild to send invitations everywhere, announcing that the auction event would go live at exactly 8 o'clock tonight. As soon as the news was dispatched, the entire server seemed to explode in a sea of cheers. Oh my god, the rich bro Nameless decided to dump his stock. There's even Tiger Roar on the shelves. And not just Tiger Roar, grabbing a cloak and trousers to wear would also be super cool. Poor guys like us only dare to dream of holding a dark gold sword, and we would be satisfied, sitting on our slippers waiting in anticipation. That evening, in the bustling auction hall, Lu Chen wearing a mysterious mask walked calmly under the spotlight. Thank you guys for taking some of your precious leveling time to drop by. To save time, tonight's appetizer will be the dark gold sword, a set of 3 up on the block with a reserve price of 20,000, with each bid increment no less than 1,000. The entire hall immediately scrambled in a bidding frenzy, 30,000, 40,000, closing at 45,000, no, 47,000. Lu Chen watched, breaking into a cold sweat, wondering why people were fighting over a common dark gold sword like it was a bumper harvest. As a result, all 13 sets of dark gold swords were sold off at sky-high prices of over 50,000, while 3 sets of Gale Shadow cloaks brought in a sweet 81,000. He continued to throw a few more unique items on the table. Next up is a combo of Frosty cloak and trousers that you gentlemen have surely never laid eyes on. This time, we are putting out 2 items, but let me quickly read the stats for everyone to get a grasp of it first. Frosty Cloak, level 15 Emerald equipment. Lore: the cold shroud of night will sow terror and despair into the enemy. Specific stats: physical defense 19, magic resistance 8, strength plus 32, agility increased by 38, stamina plus 16. Accompanying skill: Icy Roar. Once activated, it releases a ring of jade ice crystals spreading in all directions, forcing enemies into a frozen state for 2 to 7 seconds within a 25-meter diameter. Casting cost is 300 mana. Hidden passive: if equipped together with the Gale Shadow cloak set and night trousers, the range of Icy Roar will be expanded by 15 meters. The crowd below cheered in excitement. That is the Frozen Roar ultimate, so the overpowered skill that bro Nameless often uses comes from this cloak. Oh my goodness, 100-meter range of damage, drops from the second hidden boss are indeed no joke. The Tycoon players competed to raise their bidding boards, shouting exorbitant prices. 50,000, pushed up to 60,000, and straight to 80,000. Lu Chen tapped his gavel to remind them, everyone please note that the items on the block are sold together as a pair. A high roller immediately slapped down a bid of 100,000 gold. Lu Chen was stunned into silence. Are players going this big these days? The real top-tier masterpiece has not even been pulled out of the vault yet. He decisively brought down the gavel, 100,000 going twice, 100,000 going thrice. Congratulations to the lucky winner. Now we are talking, the full Tiger King set including Gale Shadow cloak, frost coat and night trousers. The room went into a frenzy again. Oh my god, plus 13 defense, 24 magic resistance, and up to 1600 health. This is absolute perfection. The 3-piece Tiger King combo is truly game-breaking, a real power leap. With the Tiger King set paired with Tiger Roar, no wonder bro Nameless is so ridiculously overpowered. Lu Chen tapped his gavel. Starting price is 100,000. Let the bidding begin, big spenders. Like a disturbed beehive, the bidding boards constantly shot up along with staggering numbers, 110,000, 130,000, straight up to 150,000, sold at 170,000. Having cleared everything out, Lu Chen waved his hand and loudly announced, tonight's main attraction is now on the stage, Tiger Roar. The brilliant stat board flashed right before everyone's eyes. Left-hand Tiger Roar, level 15 purple weapon. Physical damage ranges from 37 to 43. Strength plus 28, agility plus 34, constitution plus 32. Secondary stats increase critical rate by 11% and critical damage by 80%. Passive, Tiger's Descent, turns the next 3 attacks into a combo chain. This combo inherits all effects of the main body, with each strike dealing 80% of normal attack damage and a 60-second cooldown. Right-hand Tiger Roar is also level 15 purple weapon. Base stats are identical to the left hand, with damage, strength, agility, constitution, and critical hits fully synchronized. The only difference is the passive Earthen Pulse, which converts the next 3 strikes into magical damage, with a 60-second cooldown also. Below the stage, another storm of discussion broke out. Purple-grade items are indeed on another level. The stats and passive effects are absolutely insane. Drooling over it, but my wallet won't allow it. The key point is that this pair of tiger roars is too cool. Walking down the street carrying these 2 banana-colored swords to show off would be incredibly badass. Lu Chen shouted out the starting price of 150,000. Bidding immediately went off like a machine gun. 170,000, 190,000, straight to 200,000, sold quickly at 210,000. With the deals done, Lu Chen rejoiced inwardly. Still having 60 vials of tiger's blood and 2 tiger heads in his bag, tonight he was absolutely going to hit the jackpot. The auction closed. Lu Chen took off his virtual reality helmet and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally got rid of all the inventory. Let's check how much dough we made. Just glancing at his account balance, Lu Chen jumped up to celebrate. Aha, over 14 million, haha, Zioyi. Our days of eating instant ramen are officially over from today. While he was muttering to himself, his eyes accidentally drifted down to his legs, his voice suddenly breaking with shock. My legs. I can walk now. Lu Chen excitedly leaped from his chair, screaming at the top of his lungs, haha, Zioyi. Tomorrow morning, I will go buy a supersized mansion right away to give you a big surprise. The next day, in front of the reception hall of the Diamond Manor estate, Lu Chen strolled casually, his mind drifting back to when he had first entered Nine Heavens. Back then, he only dared to dream of making a few thousand a month to scrape by for the 2 of them. Who would have thought that life's twists and turns would lead to him pocketing tens of millions? That silly girl was still working her life away on night shifts to save up for his wedding. She probably wouldn't even dream that her big brother was about to hold the red book for a luxury villa. At the same time in the waiting area, a female employee named Su Zio Wei was enthusiastically pitching a house to an elderly customer. A few female colleagues gathered in a far corner whispering, as if having a pretty face can put food on the table. If she can't close sales, she'll be packing her bags and on the streets soon enough. The girl spent gallons of saliva, but the customer still walked away, so she let out a sorrowful sigh, empty-handed again. Seeing Lu Chen walk in wearing casual attire, the employees curled their lips in mockery. He looks like a total peasant, probably just some random sightseer. I'm too lazy to attend to him. Push him to Su Zio Wei. After all, she is desperate enough to pitch a whole presentation to anyone she catches. Zio Wei eagerly rushed out to greet the guest. Welcome, sir. Is this your first time visiting our project? May I know if you are looking at the mid-range or high-end apartment segment? Lu Chen calmly replied, I prefer villas. Lu Chen blinked in surprise. Wait a second, isn't this person his high school friend Su Zio Wei? Why on earth did she end up working as a real estate agent? Su Zio Wei still marketed brightly, our area specializes in ready-built, turnkey villas. Let me walk you through the details. Lu Chen brushed it aside, skip the tedious formalities, take me directly to inspect the site on the spot. Su Zio Wei nodded excitedly. Is your car parked in the lot, sir? May I ride along with you? Lu Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. I walked here, I don't have a car. The gossip squad over there took another opportunity to sneer, traveling on foot, but still demanding to see villas. She won't even sell to a ghost. Only that naive Su Zio Wei would be free enough to drag that tag-along around. Su Zio Wei offered, if you don't mind, you can ride on my electric golf cart. Lu Chen quickly nodded and agreed immediately. Settling into the cart, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask Su Zio Wei, don't you remember who I am? It's me, Lu Chen. Su Zio Wei's eyes widened in amazement. Are you really Lu Chen? I heard rumors that you. Lu Chen laughed and cut her off, became a cripple, right? My illness is all sorted out now. Now tell me what's been going on with you. Su Zio Wei lowered her voice and sighed. My story is quite long to tell. Listening to the story for a while, Lu Chen frowned in indignation. So that old manager is intentionally picking on you. Su Zio Wei admitted bitterly, that's right, I'll probably have to pack up and leave soon. Lu Chen patted his chest confidently. Stay calm, the one who is going down will be him, let me make a phone call. Lu Chen just dialed, and the other end of the line chuckled. The sales manager of Diamond Villas, such a trivial matter is not worth my intervention. You still have the card I gave you last time, right? Just show it, and the regional manager over there will run as fast as he can to pay his respects to you and sweep that small fry manager right out. Lu Chen admired, wow, is it really that powerful? The other person proudly added, it's nothing. If I personally showed up, with just one word their general manager would have to pack his bags and sleep under a bridge. Lu Chen hastily interrupted, all right, stop bragging, old man. With your assurance, I can sleep soundly now. A while later in the office, Lu Chen pushed the paper aside and said calmly, 8 million is a small matter to me. But I heard a rumor that you plan to take away my friend Su Xiao Wei's livelihood. Wang Jingli smirked upon hearing this, sir. It seems you didn't come here simply to close a house deal. A nosy female employee chimed in loudly, Boss Wang, where would this kid get the money to buy a house? He doesn't even have a car to shield him from the rain and sun. No matter how you look at it, he and that Su Xiao Wei girl have an affair going on. Wang Jingli immediately changed his face, straining his neck to mock, so you are Su Xiao Wei's lover, coming all the way here to seek justice for your girlfriend. Lu Chen shrugged casually, so what? Wang Jingli sneered maliciously, young and talented but so arrogant, unfortunately you've stepped into the wrong territory. A wet behind-the-ears kid like you thinks he can play the hero saving the beauty here. Believe it or not, I can slap you until you can't even crawl. Guards, get over here. Su Xiao Wei cried out in a panic, Lu Chen, let's just go back. Lu Chen still leisurely half-closed his eyes, calm down, I will definitely clear this grievance for you. With that said, he slammed a card down on the table, lifting his chin to ask Wang Jingli, have you ever laid eyes on this toy before? Wang Jingli looked at the diamond card in confusion. How would I know what this damn thing is? Lu Chen curled his lips in mockery, your petty position isn't high enough to see this, call your big boss to find out. Wang Jingli hastily dialed, boss, sorry to bother you for a moment. I am Xiao Wang from the third phase of Diamond City. Have you heard of the diamond card of our project? A sharp scream came from the other end, what? The diamond card is with you guys. Oh my god, what kind of major figure is this? Forget it, no need to know who it is, in short, they must be some deity descended from above. You must keep that person there, serve them well, I am driving over right away. Wang Jingli's face turned pale as cold sweat broke out. I'm really finished. The general manager wants to come here in person. This card is definitely a protective amulet for some heavyweight figures. How can I save my own skin now? Enemies meet on a narrow path. Right at that moment, a gang of thugs carrying batons rushed in like a whirlwind, shouting loudly, who wants to die making trouble in diamond territory? Wang Jingli jumped as if stepping on fire, pointing straight at the thugs' faces and roaring, who let you crawl in here? Get the hell out of here, scram. The thugs scratched their heads in confusion, Boss Wang, didn't you just call us in? Wang Jingli screamed in a rage, when did I call you, beat it quickly. Having cleared the trouble, Wang Jingli clasped his hands and bowed deeply before Lu Chen while trembling, sir, I was foolish. I was blind not to recognize MT. Tai, please show mercy and spare my worthless life. The female employee from earlier had her mouth wide open as if she could fit an egg inside, utterly bewildered and unable to believe what she was seeing. Regional Manager Liu Yun ran in out of breath, shouting, where is Wang? Where is the esteemed guest who owns the diamond card? Take me to pay my respects immediately. Lu Chen didn't even bother to let the manager speak, raising the diamond card himself. Manager Liu, there is a bit of trouble here. I hope you can give me a clear and fair explanation. Hearing Lu Chen's detailed explanation, Liu Jingli turned with burning anger and roared, Wang Lu Yang, this group does not tolerate scum like you. You are officially fired. He dealt another fatal blow to the gossipy female employee. You too, go down to the finance department to get your final month's pay and pack your bags. After getting rid of the two nuisances, he turned to Su Xiao Wei with a flattering smile, Miss Su, starting from now, you will take the seat of the branch manager for this area. Having settled things smoothly, he bowed to Lu Chen again, I deeply apologize for causing you trouble. Please step inside, and I would like to offer an additional 30% discount on top of the diamond card privileges as compensation. Lu Chen rejoiced inwardly, 30% off and then another 30% off. This way the house price is less than half, saving several millions. What a huge bargain. Having finalized the villa, Su Xiaowei hurriedly ran after him with endless gratitude. Lu Chen waved his hand with a faint smile. It's nothing, I just helped along the way. I'll take my leave first. Su Xiaowei called out hesitantly, hey, are you playing Nine Heavens, the hottest game right now? Lu Chen waved his hand. Interesting, hope we have the chance to meet in the virtual world. Just arriving home, Lu Chen immediately dived into the game, walking straight to the mass grave, telling himself that since he had reached level 17, hunting the Tiger King would be child's play. He casually defeated 1,000 Stygian sirens, while scanning around for an ideal leveling spot to grind experience. After clearing monsters for a while longer, his eyes caught sight of a giant stone door, and his movements came to a sudden halt. A stone door appearing here, could the entrance to a new map be behind it? He keenly noticed a little girl sitting dejectedly in front of the gate, her soft weeping echoing, "My life is so miserable. Someone save me, please help me." Lu Chen didn't hesitate to speak up, "Hey kid, is there any quest for me to make some profit?" The little girl sniffling nodded, "Yes, but this is a solo-only quest." Quest info, wipe out the winged spirits, level 22 elite monsters. Background, human lives pass away and turn into ghosts, ghosts pass away and turn into wings, my body resting in this place minding my own business. Who would have thought that the winged spirits would descend, dragging our souls daily to feed that terrifying creature? Once that monster revives, both you and I will meet the King of Hell. Requirement, assist the spirit of Xiao Min to defeat 500 winged spirits hiding behind the door. Loot, 1 ancient heart. First clear bonus, dungeon origin, allowing players to create their own personal dungeon. Lu Chen glanced through the panel and swung his sword in excitement. The ancient heart is finally showing itself. He marched forward confidently, pressing his palm against the cold stone slab. I'll take this job. The gate shifted with a rumble, revealing a bunch of strange monsters. Well, these must be the winged spirits, all carrying the level 22 elite label. The difficulty of this quest is truly brutal. After tangling with them for a round, Lu Chen cried out in shock, "What kind of sorcery is this?" All damage dealt to them was completely negated. He quickly and agilely switched his attack style, and the health bars of the monsters finally began to budge and drop. Are you kidding? Turns out they are only vulnerable to magic attacks, but the required damage output is sky-high, so this time I'll have to prep the Tiger's Cry skill to convert physical damage into magic attacks. Lu Chen slashed a powerful strike, the Tiger's Descent ultimate exploding with power. Chains of attacks, perfectly combining physical and magical elements, rained down mercilessly on the heads of the winged spirits. The two leading targets immediately lost their lives. System notification. Successfully defeated level 22 elite winged spirit. Player pockets 1,570 points of universal spiritual energy, drops a tier 5 talent shard, earns 1 5-star quality point, and loots a manticore soul core. Having to slash and wipe them out from all 4 sides to finish them off, they are quite stubborn indeed. But picking up this thing called a manticore soul, it's perfect food for my spiritual beasts to grow big and strong. The cooldowns of the Tiger's Descent and Tiger's Cry skill sets are too long. Clearing out 250 of them is going to take a bunch of time, but for the sake of the sweet reward, he decided to grit his teeth and bear it. Grinding relentlessly for 10 hours, he finally cleared the job. The little girl floated closer, bowing cheerfully to thank him. Lu Chen glanced at the reward notification and laughed out loud with joy. Awesome. With the ancient heart in his bag, he was about to break through his quality limit once again. Caressing the treasure in his hand, Lu Chen shouted loudly, "Activate ancient heart." The screen immediately flashed a warning. Current shell is insufficient to withstand the upgrading energy. Player is advised to remove human disguise. Lu Chen obediently complied, and as soon as he revealed his true form, he heard the little girl scream and cry, "Weia, I'm so scared." Lu Chen, in his form of half-wolf on top and half-spider on the bottom, muttered speechlessly, "Hey, you're a female ghost, aren't you? Why are you such a coward?" He crushed the ancient heart with force. A surge of power coursed through his entire body. Lu Chen growled in excitement. Let's open the attribute panel. Lu Chen stats. Level 18, 5-star Tier 1, stats from attack to defense surged simultaneously. Strength reached 426, base 204, gear bonus 181, title bonus 4. Agility 424, base 204, gear bonus 2. Stamina 421, base 204, gear bonus 197, title bonus 20. Physical damage ranges from 557 to 577. Total health reached 10,796. Reaching level 18, 5-star Tier 1, all offensive and defensive attributes were sublimely elevated. Well, let's see if there are any other hidden quests to scavenge around here. Lu Chen glared at the little ghost. Hey, quiet down, I'm the one who should be terrified. Speak up, is there any other sweet deal? The little girl remained dead silent, not daring to utter a word. Lu Chen muttered in annoyance, fine, I'll change skins, okay? Is my appearance really that offensive? You are a ghost yourself, yet you're putting on acts. He put his human skin back on, strolled closer with a friendly smile. Can you share the information now? The little ghost's face immediately lit up. Thank you, kind sir. Could you be generous enough to wring the necks of 3,000 more winged spirits for me? Hearing the number, Lu Chen jumped in shock and shrieked, what, 3,000 of them? Those tough and annoying monsters. You are truly not human, you evil ghost. Though cursing under his breath, having no other choice, he could only swallow his bitterness and nod, fine, I'll take this job. Consider it my bad luck to have crossed paths with you. The digital panel immediately popped up with the notification for the Winged Spirit Extermination quest. Details. The disaster at the mass grave is still critical. Xiao Min earnestly begs you to wipe out 3,000 winged spirits. Rewards, 2 ancient shards and 1 dungeon origin. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, whatever, since he had already absorbed the bloodline of the Stygian siren. At least now he possessed a large-scale clearing skill. He commanded loudly, fuse headless zombie bloodline. The second system panel opened. Innate skill bloodline aura level 4. Reducing physical defense of targets within the area of effect by 15%. As soon as Lu Chen finished merging, he casually threw 2 skulls flying straight ahead. The 2 human skulls bounced back as soon as they struck the monsters, automatically bouncing and striking randomly among the surrounding minions. Lu Chen stood watching with folded arms, calculating in his mind. 1 throw hit 6 targets. Just as I expected, the clearing speed increases significantly this way. While clearing, he took his spare time to check the rankings. Wow, the leveling speed of other players is quite formidable. Many have already shot up to level 16. Praying to the gods that clearing this monster den will drop some nice gear for me. After 3 full days, Lu Chen strolled through the mass grave, telling himself that hitting level 19 was indeed fast, and the quest quota had also been met. The only problem was that this godforsaken place dropped absolutely no gear, so he probably had to venture deeper behind the door to find clues for the next quest. Slipping through the thick fog, he was greeted by the sight of several figures standing as still as statues in the valley. Damn it, what secret does this misty valley actually hold? Why is every wretched creature hiding out here? The clearing where that group of people was holding out was an ancient array, guarded on all sides by 6 giant stone pillars. Meanwhile, the winged spirits hovered and soared continuously above the array diagram. A moment later, the monsters kneeled down in perfect order. Lu Chen frowned in confusion. What kind of sacrificial ritual is this bunch performing? As if responding to his question, a giant carrying a greatsword walked slowly out of the mist. The displayed name was the commander-in-chief of the Winged Spirit Vanguard, Cenobus, sitting comfortably at level 27. Lu Chen was startled and broke into a sweat. Oh dear mother, don't tell me the next step of the system is to make me go head-to-head with this mad bull. The winged spirit leader slowly marched straight into the center of the magic array. His eye sockets burned with an eerie blue flame, his voice raspy like rubbing gravel, speaking up. Respected supreme undead god, please accept the sacrificial offerings of your servant. Finishing his words, he swung his hand and slammed the heavy sword straight through the core of the array. The entire array burst with a dazzling resonant light, and the winged spirits that had just helped summon him were instantly crushed by the ring of light, turning into dust. Lu Chen cried out in shock once again, damn it, sacrificing even their own kind. This boss is cold-blooded to the extreme, I'm no match for him, better sneak back and hand in the quest to be safe. A moment later, he laboriously pushed back the stone door, little Xiao Min chirping and bowing in gratitude again. Lu Chen ignored her and stared intently at the system panel, rubbing his hands and telling himself that these 2 ancient shards were finally enough to upgrade 2 bloodlines, Solok and the werewolf's critical hit, and the demon tiger's multi-strike chain to make it perfect. Werewolf Bloodline Tier 5 increases critical rate by 25% for double damage, plus a 5% critical rate for triple damage. Hybrid Demon Tiger Bloodline Tier 5. Each strike will immediately unleash a rapid 3-hit combo chain, each strike dealing 70% of normal attack damage. In particular, this combo chain can trigger secondary status effects such as critical hits, burning, slow, and poison. Lu Chen laughed heartily with his head tilted back, haha, a triple crit combo plus 3 consecutive slashes, so awesome. Must quickly dig up more quests to grind for shards. Lu Chen turned excitedly to ask the little ghost, Xiao Min, do you have any other matters that need this big brother to handle? The little girl hesitated in embarrassment. Benefactor, you have done so much for me already. How could I have the face to order you around anymore? Lu Chen waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, come on, it's no trouble at all, please go ahead. Giving in to his enthusiasm, the little girl smacked her lips, okay, but going alone you must be extremely cautious. This mission is hanging by a thread. Lu Chen patted his chest forcefully and shouted majestically, throw it here, no matter how dangerous, I'll take it on. This is exactly my style. Immediately the quest panel popped up with a notification, Steal Spiritual Energy. Background. The deepest layer of the Winged Spirit Army has just set up an earth-shattering array, specializing in draining souls to refine them into power to stimulate the revival of that evil demon. You are urged to stop them. Requirements. Ambush and wait for the undead array to activate, then steal 500,000 magic points produced by the array. Note, the stolen spiritual energy will be temporarily stored in the player's spirit core and automatically cleared upon quest completion. Rewards. 10 Tier 1 mana pills, 1 10,000-point mana pill, along with 1 dungeon origin. After reviewing the requirements, Lu Chen threw open the stone door and whistled cheerfully, stealing magic, huh? Once done, pocketing a whole 100,000 points is enough to feed a baby spiritual beast. This deal is too sweet. At this rate, the day Cenobus dies won't be far off. He made his way back to the old spot, looking down at the bottom of the abyss and muttering, Cenobus hasn't shown his face yet, but how do I get the stuff now? Don't tell me I have to dive straight into the center of that array. Casting aside his hesitation, Lu Chen swung down and leaped into the sacrificial altar area below. Examining the lines of runes carved on the stone pillars, he nodded in agreement, confident that the quest intentionally left a loophole here for players to gather points, so he might as well sit cross-legged and try meditating to harvest them. As soon as Lu Chen focused his mind to channel his energy, the screen exploded with continuous notifications of swallowing 4,000 pure spiritual energy points. He closed his eyes and calculated with satisfaction, perfect. The absorption speed is quite fast too. After absorbing spiritual energy for a while, Lu Chen suddenly rolled his eyes and cried out, oh no, Cenobus is arriving and I haven't extracted enough mana yet. Right at this moment, the giant commander carrying a greatsword approached slowly once again. Lu Chen was frozen in fear, motionless like a stone statue, whispering prayers, Amitabha Buddha, Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, please bless me, and blind that evil demon so he doesn't spot me, amen. As soon as his prayer finished, the leader plunged his sword straight into the center of the magic array. While taking strides, the leader suddenly stopped, and the giant sword in his hand vibrated violently along with his momentum. Amidst the dense smoke, he swept his gaze in all directions, wondering why the power of the array was so weak this time. Could someone have dared to reach in and steal it? Taking advantage of the other guy's confusion, Lu Chen quickly absorbed the remaining mana and slipped away, rubbing his chest to celebrate as he ran. So lucky, finally finished stealing. Gotta run fast or I'm toast. Just a few breaths later, another valuable item was safely nestled in his inventory. Lu Chen sat cross-legged next to the little ghost, smiling cheekily. Xiao Min, does your system have any other hidden quests? Bring out more. The little girl didn't bother to beat around the bush either, pouring out a stream of words. Benefactor, you are indeed a true gentleman. Why don't you just take your blade and chop up Cenobus for me too? Hearing that demon's name, Lu Chen's face darkened, his mouth twisting as he waved his hands. Kid, you've got the wrong person. Go find someone else to do your heavy lifting. But the little girl clung to his sleeve like a leech, pleading, Benefactor, don't worry. Thanks to you draining the energy source completely, Cenobus's current combat power is only a tenth of what it used to be. Lu Chen paused and turned back. Well, that sounds reasonable. The time seems ripe indeed. Keep going, let me hear it. Xiao Min hastily added, defeating Cenobus will grant you the key to open the Gate of the Dead, which is the core clue to unlock the God's Dusk dungeon. Lu Chen's eyes widened as he thought to himself, isn't God's Dusk the crucial stage in my main questline? The notification panel expanded accordingly to display the main questline, Divine Blood Magic Worm. Requirements: defeat the two-story arcs Ultimate Divine Beast and Ultimate Slayer Beast, while also clearing 3 major hidden dungeons including God's Dusk, Demon God Temple, and Ghost Valley. Current status: Ultimate Slayer Beast at 1 out of 4, Ultimate Divine Beast at 1 out of 4. The 3 major dungeons remain uncompleted. Reward items: 1 drop of Divine Blood, 1 portion of Magic Worm. Lu Chen glanced through the summary, grinning and nodding. He would take this job. Xiao Min jumped up, clapping enthusiastically. Wonderful, keep moving forward with confidence. I've got your back. Just as the little ghost finished speaking, the system popped up a new quest: send the gatekeeper Cenobus to his grave. Background: a once-in-a-millennium opportunity as Cenobus is at his weakest. Strike back before it is too late. Requirement: team up with Xiao Min to slay the undead Cenobus. Note 1: a 5-hour countdown begins after the spiritual energy theft ends, and the quest will be forfeited if time runs out. Note 2: if the player dies in battle, the boss will automatically absorb their stats and grow stronger. Rewards: Purple Quality Soul Pet Xiao Min, a unique system rare, compatible with all classes, along with a personal dungeon. Lu Chen stood dazed, murmuring, well, a purple quality soul pet, just hearing the name sounds amazing. Moments later in a desolate valley, Lu Chen and Xiao Min walked in. He asked curiously, by the way, what ultimate skills do you actually have? Spill them all so I know how to arrange our formation. Unexpectedly, right after he asked, Xiao Min recklessly dashed straight down. Lu Chen screamed in shock in his mind. Hey, this little girl, who allowed her to act on her own and go solo. Left with no choice, he had to risk his life to jump down and follow closely behind. Right at the center of the magic formation, a blood-red bead hovered, surrounded by continuous flashes of lightning. Lu Chen was about to reach out and grab it, asking quietly, is this bead right in the middle of the magic formation the core to activate the spell? Xiao Min shrieked in panic. Stop, absolutely do not touch it. Startled, Lu Chen turned his head back. What is wrong? Xiao Min broke into a cold sweat and explained in detail. That is an imitation of the Chen Zhou Dian. Although the fake cannot match the real one, touching it even slightly will send you to the afterlife. My entire family is trapped inside this miserable bead. Currently you cannot take it anywhere. We must drag Cenobus out and deal with him first. Lu Chen nodded, casting his gaze through the mist. Deal. Far over there at the foot of a stone pillar, Cenobus was holding a greatsword, snoring soundly, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and suggested to Xiao Min, how about this? I will charge out to lure the monster, and you take the opportunity to steal the bead. Xiao Min cried out in a panic. I would just die, how can I withstand his strikes? His magic damage is over 10,000. Lu Chen stared at her with a blank expression and narrowed eyes. Are you kidding? Didn't you say earlier that he was crippled? If this is considered weak, am I trying to break a rock with an egg? Xiao Min clasped her hands, pleading, Benefactor, when I said weak, I meant he is slow in movement, slow to strike, and sluggish in casting skills. We just need to dance around to dodge his attacks to survive. Note that long-range poking is strictly forbidden, or he will immediately close in and counterattack. Lu Chen calculated his strategy, calmly raising his sword into a defensive stance. I have to take the risk for the reward. Xiao Min, in short, whatever support skills you have, Bring them out to carry me. Xiao Min patted her chest and promised, Benefactor, rest easy. At the moment of life and death, I promise to pull out a supportive buff. Everything is ready. Lu Chen charged forward like an arrow with a sword in each hand, grumbling angrily, Fine, you better not mess this up for me. Cenobis, meet your death. He closed in for close combat and slashed furiously. Cenobis, fast asleep, was completely passive and took the beating, his health bar dropping continuously. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This guardian body has quite low health, only 30,000 health points. Just one round of attacks has already shaved off a quarter of his health bar. At that moment, Cenobis woke up, slamming his sword into the ground, causing it to shake, and roared in anger, Damn it. Seeing the change, Lu Chen quickly backed away. Xiao Min screamed loudly in warning, Careful, he is about to unleash a strike. It is the royal-grade ultimate skill Ju Zhu Heng Sao. He will slash out 3 crescent-shaped sword chi waves sweeping a 13-meter radius. Benefactor, run for your life. Lu Chen grinned inwardly. This is good stuff, dropping a gold royal-grade ultimate skill. Lu Chen stopped abruptly on his heels and shouted, Extract royal-grade cultivation technique fragment, activate. But at that exact split second of pausing, the leader swung down a thunderous blow. Fortunately, Lu Chen emitted a golden glow of reinforcement and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Seeing the second wave of sword chi tearing through the air towards him, he did a somersault and ran away, secretly complaining, Damn it, getting hit by one of these would probably split me in half. Xiao Min screamed again from the sidelines, Benefactor, take advantage of his exposed flank to counterattack furiously. Following the order, Lu Chen rushed in, swinging his swords like a machine, carving out another huge chunk of the giant's health. Xiao Min screamed in a panicked voice again, Fall back immediately, he is channeling his power again. Lu Chen leaped back, veins popping on his forehead as he thought dryly, Sigh, this useless girl turns out to be just a commentator standing on the sidelines. A stream of dark, gloomy energy escaped from the leader's teeth. He swung his greatsword high into the air, and a ghostly blue flame instantly erupted. The ultimate skill Ling Jian Hua Yu was activated. Catching a glimpse of the overwhelming killing intent from the sword, Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat and ran for his life, shouting to Xiao Min, What kind of devilish skill is this? Explain it quickly. Xiao Min replied in shock, This ultimate skill will bomb and blow up the entire valley, run out of the gate quickly. Hearing this, Lu Chen almost coughed up blood, cursing in anger, Damn it, why didn't you warn me beforehand? At that very moment, the entire sky poured down a rain of blue arrow-like meteors, blanketing the area. Lu Chen had just dragged himself to the cave entrance. Looking at the sight of the arrow rain plowing the ground and causing deafening tremors, he swallowed hard and asked Xiao Min, What tier is this skill? Xiao Min answered concisely, Mystic grade. Hearing the tier level, Lu Chen swallowed hard with greed. I wish I could get my hands on this secret manual. Xiao Min counted down the time and called out, Take the chance to charge in and counterattack now. Lu Chen grit his teeth and rushed forward with his sword, his heart boiling as he cursed inwardly. This kind of hit-and-run harassment is too exhausting. After 8 minutes of intense fighting, Lu Chen struggled to dodge the giant's attacks, screaming in despair in his heart. Oh no, I am running completely out of stamina. As if catching his brainwaves, Xiao Min suddenly hovered in midair, her entire body radiating bright golden light. She smiled and whispered, Benefactor, keep your promise. On behalf of me and my clan, wash away this deep blood feud. In the blink of an eye, the little girl dissolved into a massive golden orb of light. All of her pure, surging vital energy poured into Lu Chen's body. He cried out in surprise and joy, My stamina bar is fully restored. With his blood surging again, Lu Chen did not bother to dodge anymore, charging straight ahead with his sword to clash head-on with the commander. The shield was shattered into pieces by the giant's tearing slash. Lu Chen emerged from the ruins like a specter, roaring his finishing move, Hu Xiao, trigger a critical hit. As his words fell, a massive illusion of a ferocious tiger roared behind his back. Following his momentum, he swung his hands to unleash 3 consecutive lightning-fast slashes. The commander's health bar dropped to a solid 0, and his massive body crashed heavily to the ground. System notification. defeated story boss Cenobus level 27, obtained 23,000 points of universal spiritual energy, 10 bottles of pure mana, obtained dungeon source, obtained mystic grade secret manual Ling Jian Hua Yu, picked up the key to the Wang Ling Men quest item, and unlocked purple tier soul pet Xiao Min. Lu Chen clenched his fist in joy and cheered. Awesome, the mystic grade secret manual Ling Jian Hua Yu actually dropped. But the tricky part is that Xiao Min has vanished. Now which NPC should I turn the quest into? Just as he finished murmuring, the spirit of Xiao Min slowly drifted out, replying with a wide grin. Benefactor, thank you for taking the enemy's life for me. Now my destiny is to be an undead spirit. If you do not mind, may I stay with you as your servant? Lu Chen shuddered. Just imagining having a ghost lingering by his side sent a chill down his spine. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Sure, why not? The system notification flashed immediately. Lu Chen glanced at the flickering screen, furrowed his brows and said, a purple quality soul pet must be incredibly overpowered. Let me check her attributes. Soul pet Xiao Min stats, purple grade, server exclusive spirit type level 19. Passive skill 1 spirit body, immune to all physical attacks, gains permanent invisibility under sunlight. Passive skill 2 possession, allows her to possess an ally, increasing the possessed target's movement speed by 35% once every 2 minutes, completely blocking one fatal strike, while also allowing the active trigger of daytime invisibility for 100 seconds. Passive skill 3 aura, radiates and transmits spiritual energy over a wide area, reinforcing teammates within a 20-meter radius to receive an additional 80% of magic damage from Xiao Min on every basic attack, which stacks 81 points of damage. After digesting the long list of stats, Lu Chen roared with burning enthusiasm, clenching his fist. Immune to physical attacks, possession for speed boost, plus a damage-boosting aura, oh my god, this support is insanely overpowered. Overjoyed, he pulled out the key he had just picked up and held it up to Xiao Min. Hey, what exactly is this key to the Wang Ling Men used to open? Xiao Min replied obediently, yes, master, it is the pass to challenge the level 50 elite dungeon Wang Ling Men around here. Hearing the sky-high level requirement, Lu Chen disappointedly put the key away and pulled out another item, asking, forget about level 50. How do we use this dungeon fragment? Xiao Min eagerly explained, the best function of a personal dungeon is specifically used for gathering items, refining, and synthesizing essence cores. Monsters killed in the dungeon will drop essence core fragments, which the dungeon automatically collects and stores, waiting for the player to refine them into complete essence cores. Hearing this, Lu Chen opened his inventory screen and countered. Stop lying, couldn't the collected essence cores just go straight into the personal inventory? But upon counting the number carefully, his expression changed and he cried out, oh no, some essence cores are missing. It went from 3,500 to 3,200. He rubbed his chin, quickly calculated, and decided, looks like I need to build the personal dungeon quickly. Essence cores are the food to fatten up my divine beasts. Let's head back to Ren AI Feng to feed them first. A few minutes later, landing at Ren AI Feng, Lu Chen pulled out the young beasts and fed them essence cores to fill their bellies. Counting the spoils in his inventory, he muttered, 12 Juling Dan, 10 Yipin Juling Dan, 3 Ling Yuan fragments, 5 dungeon sources, 1 Wang Ling Men secret letter, 1 low-grade royal-grade secret manual Zhu Heng Sao, along with a low-grade mystic-grade Ling Jian Hua Yu. Not to mention getting enough experience to reach level 19, this was indeed a bountiful hunt. Let's use all of this up. Lu Chen whispered triumphantly, finally got a perfect crowd control ultimate skill. Let's quickly learn the low-grade royal-grade secret manual Zhu Heng Sao. At that exact moment on another map, Leng Ru was clashing swords with an unfamiliar player in a fiery match. 2 members of Lu Chen's guild stood aside with their arms crossed, cheering. Sister Leng Ru is majestic, her skill grinding is amazing, her execution is perfect, and her movements are incredibly smooth. Long Teng sighed and interrupted, she is indeed precise, but the level gap between the two is too obvious, not to mention that old Dao Ji is still holding back and hasn't unleashed his full power yet. After a few more rounds of combat, Dao Ji suddenly sneered, your fighting style is decent, but this young master is tired of playing with you. Right after saying that, He unleashed a powerful sword strike, treading away a huge chunk of Leng Ru's health. Leng Ru was startled and immediately raised her sword into a defensive stance. However, Dao Ji suddenly unleashed the skill wand giant Qi Fa, and a rain of swords descended relentlessly upon her. Leng Ru was instantly overwhelmed and collapsed on the spot. Dao Ji led his subordinates over and mocked, "Forgive my bluntness, but your moves are too basic. After this match, everyone will see that your Quang Lang guild is actually just a bunch of empty vessels." Swallowing her anger, Leng Ru leaned on her sword to stagger to her feet and snapped, "This is a personal grudge between you and me. Why drag Quang Lang's name into this to slander us?" Dao Ji smirked arrogantly and pointed directly at her. "I am the team leader of Qingyi, and you are the head of Quang Lang, so what is wrong with me speaking on behalf of my representation?" Leng Ru grit her teeth and shouted back, "I have already submitted my resignation to leave Quang Lang, so this match is just you getting lucky against me. There is absolutely no way Qingyi can step all over Quang Lang." Hearing this, Long Teng and Hua Luo Zhai Xiang turned pale and shouted to stop her. "Big sister, calm down. Do not act rashly out of anger. You spent so much sweat and tears building that guild." Dao Ji remained arrogant and mocked. "Oh, you left that pigpen? Then that is perfect. A trash guild of commoners is basically just a nest of useless people. Leaving it is a very wise choice." Hearing the continuous insults, Leng Ru dropped her shoulders in sorrow. "I cannot bear to watch the name of Quang Lang be trampled on. I will leave first. Goodbye to you both." At that critical moment, Lu Chen walked out gracefully and spoke in a deep, warm voice. "Did I ever nod and give you permission to leave?" He stepped casually out of the teleportation array, arrogantly putting his hands behind his back to confront the rival guild's group with a faint smile. Upon seeing his figure, the crowd gasped in shock. "It is Wu Ming." Lu Chen walked over, patted Leng Ru's shoulder and asked gently, "Were you bullied?" Leng Ru replied with tearful embarrassment, "Leader, you actually came. 1,000 apologies to you. I have brought shame upon our guild's reputation." Hearing this, Lu Chen turned towards the enemy, leaving behind a firm sentence. "The one who should bow and apologize is me. Just step back and relax. Leave this place for me to clean up." Dao Ji beat his chest and declared war proudly. "Today, if the Qingyi guild does not walk away in glory, we will surely send your guild to the grave." The onlookers buzzed with gossip. "Oh my God, how arrogant, threatening to wipe out an entire guild. Isn't that a bit too boastful? Wait, look, Wu Ming is still wearing old equipment. Can he hold on? We will find out once the fight starts." Dao Ji became even more arrogant, lifting his chin and shouting, "Wu Ming, do you think this is still 20 days ago? Let me make it clear to you, I was the pioneer who set foot on the 8th floor of the Zhu Xian Ta. Our Qingyi is currently undefeated." Lu Chen ignored him with contempt, casually walking away with a final remark. "Fine, bring your bodies to the outskirts for a deathmatch to settle this once and for all, do you dare?" Dao Ji boasted, beating his chest. "As if I am afraid of you, let's do this." A few minutes passed, and on the wasteland outside the city, the two guilds lined up clearly opposite each other. Waiting with no action, Dao Ji lost his patience and shouted loudly, "You Quang Lang members, listen up. Our Qingyi will let you take the first step. When you lose, obediently pack your bags and get out of here." Before Lu Chen could even speak, Leng Ru angrily drew her sword and called out, "Everyone, form up. Listen to my orders together later. Absolutely no running around." Lu Chen turned around in confusion and asked, "Wait, what are you guys trying to do?" Long Teng ran up to report, Aren't we preparing for a guild brawl? Rest assured, the brothers will do their best to assist you." Lu Chen patted his forehead and waved them off, speechless. "Who asked you to fight in a mob? Cleaning up this pile of trash is more than enough for me to handle alone." After speaking, he dashed to the front line and declared loudly, "Today I will deeply engrave an eternal truth in your brains. No one is allowed to touch a single hair of my soldiers." Members of the Qingyi Guild shouted in anger, "Wu Ming, you are looking down on us too much. The Qingtier dungeon has opened, you have long been left behind, you are truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Everyone charge, shred him for me." Dao Ji drew his sword and rushed forward, roaring to boost morale, "Brothers, chop him up. Even if our 200 brothers have to crawl, we can still crush him. What is there to fear? Advance." Lu Chen did not want to waste his breath, calmly raising his weapon to prepare for the clash. He sneered in his heart, "My spiritual energy damage is over 1,000. Can the magic defense of you minor fries stop it? Keep dreaming." With his thoughts settled, the Hu Zio skill was activated. A massive illusion of a ferocious tiger roared and lunged, while Lu Chen swung the Juque to unleash a sweeping strike, using these small fries to test his new skill. The crowd watching the drama outside began to whisper loudly, "Has Wu Ming lost his mind? Throwing himself like an egg against a rock like this will surely get him killed." It's over, the legendary war god's final act has arrived today. Daoji fiercely pointed his sword directly at Lu Chen, roaring loudly, "Wu Ming, if you want to fight, I will chop you into pieces today to avenge my grudge." Lu Chen dashed forward calmly, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Sorry, but you guys are far too green to chop me up." The Juque continued to draw sweeping sword lines that shook the battlefield. Those standing outside the battle stared wide-eyed at the damage radius, shivering in fear. Heavens, what kind of ultimate skill is this? Such terrifying area of effect damage indeed decides the battle with a single swing. The experts of Qing Yi who took the hit instantly lost over 1,000 health points each, and the entire group was sent flying back like autumn leaves in the wind. Daoji stood frozen on the spot, holding his sword, completely dazed. What kind of devilish move is this? A casual sweep actually dealt thousands of damage. Lu Chen naturally did not waste time waiting for the enemy to recover. He swung his sword continuously, and the chaotic mob took heavy damage before they could even touch the hem of his clothes, flying back as if swept by a storm. In just a matter of seconds, the grand formation of Qing Yi lay scattered on the ground. Daoji stood alone, looking around in bewilderment, crying out, "This is unreal, are they all dead? What on earth is happening?" He stared trembling at Lu Chen, his face pale as he thought to himself, "It's over, this move was completely wrong. Wu Ming did not disappear, he simply ascended to a realm I cannot reach." Realizing the situation, Daoji immediately threw his sword down and obediently lay on the ground, pretending to be dead alongside his comrades. The development was so rapid that Leng Ru's faction was completely petrified. Everyone wondered in disbelief. Only 10 slashes and the enemy was wiped out. Does this kind of power really exist? The spectators were also too shocked to close their mouths, shouting loudly, "Are they all wiped out? Wu Ming is still swinging his sword like a chopping machine. At this rate, even if they resurrect 10 times, they will still choke to death." Having resolved the trouble, Lu Chen casually swung up to his 35th strike before finally stopping. He withdrew his skill, looked around, and scratched his head in confusion. That is strange. Where are the fans? Where is the loud applause? Where did all the flattering praises go? How could he know that the audience's brains had stopped working from shock, only able to stare at each other and shudder? Monster, this guy is absolutely a monster, not a human. Oh my God, our guild leader is so terrifyingly strong. From now on, who would dare try to pluck a hair from Quang Lang's head? Waiting with a stretched neck but seeing no one applaud, Lu Chen shrugged and sheathed his sword. "Never mind, if no one praises me, I will just do the main task myself. Shuang Ta, here I come." Hearing the next target, the crowd immediately snapped out of it, cheering loudly. "Wu Ming is aiming for Shuang Ta, follow him quickly. There is a good show to watch today. If you are slow, you will lose a good spot." An hour later, at the majestic Shuang Ta in the center of the city, Lu Chen transformed into a tornado, sweeping away all obstacles inside. The Juque danced wildly, and wherever it went, monsters were sliced into pieces. While slaying monsters, his brain was also calculating. He thought to himself that he should try to clear all the stages today to avoid wasting energy running back and forth. While he walked leisurely, the sea of people outside closely surrounded the leaderboard, buzzing like a chaotic market. The rule of Zhu Xian Ta gives 3 minutes per floor. How did this guy take only 10 seconds to clear it? Did he slaughter all the monsters? Confusion spread rapidly. Slay all monsters. Is there a need to shatter other people's perception to this extent? In the midst of the excitement, Feng Lingzai appeared, holding a camera with a bright smile. "Dear viewers, did you see that? Our big brother Wu Ming clears the tower by flattening everything. Floor 5 only took him 13 seconds. Come over and place your bets from floor 10 to 15. Which floor are you betting on?" Her call made the surrounding people discuss even more enthusiastically. Floor 15 was indeed an unimaginable number. A fake expert stroked his chin and analyzed. The strongest Yingtao expert only dragged himself to floor 8. I bet on floor 12 because this tower gets harder the higher you go. Seeing this, Leng Ru's team was full of morale, beating their chests and proudly placing a big bet. I put 2,000 gold betting the guild leader passes floor 15. Too bad the bookmaker did not open a higher limit. Another member chimed in enthusiastically. Exactly, our guild leader is number 1. Currently he is already on floor 12 of the Zhu Xian Ta. Inside, Lu Chen grumbled in annoyance while slashing wildly. In the end, is there no way to gather all the monsters at this floor to make a quick meal of them? The crowd outside screamed until their voices went hoarse. Look, floor 12 took 5 minutes, his strength must have hit rock bottom. I bet the absolute limit is floor 13, or at most 14. Time passed quietly, and Feng Lingzai suddenly flushed with excitement, shouting loudly, Wu Ming has stepped onto floor 15, everyone. A guy nearby sneered sourly. Players on other servers all say our region is just exaggerating and putting on a show. Ignoring the mockery, Feng Lingzai's cheeks were still flushed with intense admiration. She muttered to herself, exaggerating, I have a feeling brother Wu Ming will crush even higher floors. Shortly after, Leng Ru's group cheered happily again. Losing the bet feels good too, now who dares bully us? The news makes everyone fall backward. Brother Wu Ming has reached floor 16. Oh, it's over, the bookmaker took everything because no one bet correctly. Haha, brother Wu Ming is truly majestic. A few short minutes passed, and the entire crowd cried out in disbelief. Oh my God, he broke through to floor 17. What level has this guy reached? No wonder in the fight with the Korean server, he only lost a tiny bit of health. No wonder earlier when he was ambushed by the whole crowd, his health bar remained as steady as a rock. In the battlefield of Zhu Xian Ta, Lu Chen continued to swing his sword tirelessly, stepping through floor 18 and casually flattening floor 19. Even the notorious boss guarding floor 20 was sent to the underworld by his casual, effortless thrust. After swinging his sword a bit more, Lu Chen sighed and sheathed his weapon, slowly walking out of the dungeon with a bored face. Sigh, I am still too weak. The monsters on floor 21 are as strong as bulls. I cannot break their defense, I give up. His complaint was like a thunderous slap to the faces of those standing there with open mouths. The crowd roared in anger. Speak human language, big brother. Do you sell tofu so I can buy a piece to smash my head and die? Watching you show off like this makes me die of anger. Ignoring the crowd's anger, Lu Chen headed towards another building, his brain calculating again, switching to Fumo Ta then. Ling Yuan fragments are currently the only thing that can upgrade the territory. Let's go with that. Having made his decision, he walked in proudly to challenge, thinking triumphantly. I also climbed up to the 7th floor of Fumo Ta. At this distance, even if those people run with all their might, they won't catch up anytime soon. Witnessing his final boss style, the crowd shook their heads in disappointment and dispersed. Let's disperse, everyone, this guy is insulting others too much. Exactly at this level we can only stand far away and cry. One person sighed. Quang Lang really covers the sky with one hand now. As soon as she saw Lu Chen coming out, Leng Ru rushed over to greet him with a bright smile. Guild leader, thank you for stepping in. Lu Chen quickly swiped on the system interface, pulled out a few items, and said casually, no need to be polite, as the guild leader I have neglected my duties, making the brothers suffer a lot. I will only take the Ling Yuan fragments from this loot, you can take the rest back to share among everyone. Leng Ru took the bag of items in surprise, asking hesitantly, is this really okay? Lu Chen replied firmly, I said it is fine. He also warned seriously, by the way, remember to tell the brothers, once you pass the level 25 threshold, the role of mana will be extremely important. So tell everyone to focus on grinding mana. I have to slip away first, I have sent you a friend request. If the Qing Yi people still stubbornly cause trouble, or if anyone dares to provoke us, just send me a message and I will handle it. Receiving high-quality backing, Leng Ru stared blankly at his firm back, her eyes shining with admiration. It turned out the guild leader had always been quietly supporting Quang Lang. The onlookers nearby immediately caught the key point. Did everyone hear clearly? Wu Ming said mana will rule above level 25. Yes, so doesn't that mean he has already far surpassed level 25? Heavens, how terrifying. On his way back to the base, Lu Chen contemplated again, thought those underground mine dungeons will drop about 3 level 20 items anyway. But my level is too high now, grinding monsters inside will definitely give 0 experience. Should I just wander around to see if I can unearth any hidden boss? At this moment, the lobby in front of the mine entrance was packed with people, crowded and noisy like a festival. Calls to find teams echoed loudly. Urgently need a healer, team of 4 missing a healing physician. Loot will be split equally, looking for a carrier, required to have a fine iron sword. Looking for a skilled spiritualist or a puppeteer who knows how to pull monsters into the team. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Chen silently slipped through the gaps and snuck inside. He muttered, "Let's do a casual run first, who knows, maybe I can uncover a hidden dungeon." He pulled his mask down to cover his face and charged into the monster slaughter with the speed of a meat grinder. The final boss of the mine had just jumped out aggressively to show off, but before it could strike a cool pose, Lu Chen crushed its skull, causing it to die miserably. Stepping on the ruins, Lu Chen stayed behind to pray. A level 23 boss is indeed as soft as noodles. Please, gods, grant me a hidden dungeon. It seemed the heavens really heard him, as the system notifications rang continuously. Your party cleared the level 20 mine, time 2 minutes 18 seconds. Honoring the new record holder, your name will be displayed on the gold board. Clearing the objective in under 6 minutes has enraged an evil entity deep underground. Do you wish to continue the deathmatch? Challenge time will be added. If you choose to retreat, your current score will be saved. Looking at the bright red text, Lu Chen was overjoyed. My guess was right, a hidden dungeon, continue the battle. As soon as the command was given, the system rang again. The Shen Yuan Jiangshi Wang is about to rise. Preparation countdown, 4 minutes 59 seconds. After waiting for 5 minutes, the ground under Lu Chen's feet cracked open with deep, gaping fissures. From the dark abyss, a massive dark figure tore through the air and leaped high up. It was indeed the level 30 Shen Yuan Jiangshi Wang, a diamond-tier hidden boss. Looking at its hideous appearance, Lu Chen frowned slightly and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this demon is an eyesore. But its level is indeed high, 2 tiers higher than me. Putting aside all distractions, Lu Chen rushed straight at his opponent to unleash his skills. However, the massive weight gap caused him to take a heavy slap, sending him flying backward and smashing into the cliff face, creating a huge hole. The system flashed alarms loudly. Warning, local binding, limbs paralyzed and unable to move. Countdown of 3 seconds. Meridians blocked, skill casting forbidden, movement speed reduced by 40%. Duration 10 seconds. State of panic, physical defense reduced by 20%, heavy bleeding, losing 3% of maximum health per second. The 10 seconds of torment felt as long as a century, and Lu Chen grit his teeth to crawl back up. His eyes flashed with fire as he stared at the boss roaring to show its power. This is truly deadly, this beast is too strong. The beast, naturally, had no concept of mercy, charging forward like a tank to beat him relentlessly. Lu Chen rolled hurriedly to dodge the attacks, casually striking back with a slash. His heart was pounding. No wonder people are terrified of a level 30 boss. A casual graze shaved off a quarter of my health. He grit his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I am about to fail to chew this hard bone." Saying so, he still fought desperately with the monster. After clashing for a while, he was shocked to see that the total damage he dealt was only a little over 7,000 points. The beast's skin was incredibly thick, and its health bar still stood firm at over 60,000. High defense, high health, and hard crowd control. At this rate, even bringing the whole guild in would result in a wipe. In just a split second of Lu Chen's distraction, the boss caught his opening and directly delivered a thunderous slap. Lu Chen immediately backed away to open up some distance, his mind quickly analyzing the creature's strange movement just now. What was its intention? Was it trying to use some burrowing trick to escape? At the same time, outside the dungeon, a shocking server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. Breaking news, progress in the underground mine is frozen. A group of warriors is risking their lives against the hidden boss, the abyssal Jiangshi. The system announces, the The right to unlock the second floor of the mine is riding entirely on the outcome of this deathmatch. The dungeon's outer lobby erupted like a madhouse as the red announcement scrolled across the world channel. Someone gasped and yelled, "Does a hidden boss really exist here? How on earth did anyone find it?" Rumors spread like wildfire. Which god did this? No wonder the mine shook so violently earlier. Could it be a hidden expert in our area? Another chimed in. What kind of high-profile figure has that kind of skill? The parties grinding smoothly were suddenly frozen. Who could handle this frustration? Back inside the dungeon, the cold system voice announced, "Warning, all players will be kicked out in 5 seconds." Lu Yi and her best friend stamped their feet in frustration. This is infuriating. The boss was about to die, and some party pooper had to trigger the hidden boss and lock down the system. Her friend quickly patted Lu Yi's shoulder to comfort her. "Calm down, if they unlock the second floor, we'll get to benefit from it too." But Lu Yi still pulled a long face and pouted. "Our team doesn't have a wealthy backer. We had to grind like crazy to reach the top tier of the guild. Being shut down out of nowhere like this will definitely ruin our ranking." She let out a frustrated sigh. Just what kind of jobless person would do such a useless thing? Her friend seemed to suddenly wake up, slapping her forehead. "Has grinding turned your brain to mush? Looking around this place, there is only one person capable of poking that hidden boss." Lu Yi widened her eyes in curiosity. "Which god?" Her friend lowered her voice and whispered mysteriously, "It's the great god Wu Ming." Hearing this big name, Lu Yi nodded and muttered, "Wu Ming. His reputation is like thunder to my ears, but I've never seen his face. Let's see what he looks like when he shows his face later." Amidst the extreme tension, Lu Chen suddenly appeared right next to them. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "Xiao Min, buff me with stealth quickly." Xiao Min, the support pet, obediently replied, "Yes, master." In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's figure blended into the air. In a state of absolute invisibility, he approached the boss completely undetected to retaliate. Unfortunately, after fighting for a while, he had to stop abruptly, cursing in his mind in frustration. "This little brat keeps diving into holes every second. How the hell am I supposed to land a hit?" As if overhearing his cursing, the boss suddenly popped its moldy head up right under Lu Chen's nose. Thanks to the high-tier stealth effect, the beast was completely clueless about the enemy standing right in front of it, clumsily turning its head to search. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, scheming. "The stealth state is truly overpowered. This beast is completely blind now. My time has come. This is a golden opportunity." Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward like a demon, raining a barrage of attacks down on the monster's head. He sneered proudly, "This time I'll shave your head bald. Don't even think about hitting me again." The Zombie King roared frantically, spinning around to find the sneak attacker, but all its efforts were in vain. After 30 minutes of being battered, the giant monster finally died in frustration. A series of bright notification screens burst over the corpse. Successfully defeated the Abyssal Zombie King, a level 30 diamond-grade hidden boss. Received 19,000 points of Heaven and Earth spiritual energy, collected 02 Tier 6 talent fragments, and 02 6-star evolution points. The dropped loot included Zombie King's Mask, level 30 purple equipment, Soul-Shaking Talisman, level 30 purple equipment, Sturdy Miner's Suit, level 20 blue equipment, Zombie King's Powder purple material, Dungeon Recruitment Order rare item, and second floor key, used to unlock the entire second floor area of the mine. Scanning his eyes over the shining loot, Lu Chen shouted with joy, "Awesome, loot is everywhere." He rubbed his hands excitedly. "Let's check the recruitment card first." A short description popped up, "Acquired the privilege to summon the Abyssal Zombie King." Lu Chen laughed heartily with joy. "So cool, this is no different from taking the dungeon boss home as a minion." After feeling pleased, he turned to appraise the power of the mask. The detailed stats slammed him right in the face. Zombie King's Mask, level 30 purple quality. Physical armor 36, magic resistance 14, increases strength by 81, agility by 94, and constitution by 100. Passive skill, Soul Gathering Blood Seal. Basic attacks have a 10% chance to block the enemy's meridians, causing a weakening effect. The affected target is silenced for 5 seconds and slowed by 15%. Effect can stack. After reading the attributes, Lu Chen gasped as he understood the situation. No wonder my hands and feet were tied up earlier. Turns out this item was responsible. Boosting 3 basic stats, what a huge bargain. Finally, he picked up the most important item, the fateful key to unlock the second floor of the mine. The description read, used to break the barrier, allowing entry into the second floor of the mine, level 25 zone. Lu Chen stroked his chin and pondered, only level 25? A bit low. Let's not use it yet, keep it for later. For now, let's slip back to my territory to rest. His mouth said one thing, but his hand accidentally pressed the key's activation button. Instantly, the server loudspeaker blared again. The level 20 gatekeeper boss Abyssal Zombie King has been defeated. The level 25 mining area is officially open for business. The crowd outside gasped in excitement. Wow, the great god Wu Ming cleared the mine. Absolutely insane, this power is terrifying. Leah looked up at the golden text, her mouth wide open as she muttered, our party struggled so hard and couldn't finish it, yet that guy Wu Ming crushed it as easy as a feather and even managed to trigger a hidden boss. Does that guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? A young man standing next to her shrugged. Your question is what everyone here is wondering too. Just wait patiently, he is about to come out. At that exact moment the portal flashed, and Lu Chen quietly stepped out in a state of absolute invisibility. He chuckled secretly. Well, a whole forest of people waiting to greet me. Lucky I had my stealth active, otherwise it would be big trouble. Slipping past a few people, he paused when he caught sight of a familiar face bustling in the crowd. He gasped in surprise. Oh, isn't that my Xiao Yi? What is this girl doing squeezing in here too? Driven by curiosity, Lu Chen gently approached, planning to tap his sister's shoulder to check the situation. He nodded and plotted, just a tiny touch to inspect her health bar and find out her current level. Unfortunately, his featherlight tap accidentally triggered a bunch of overpowered effects on Lu Yi. Damage numbers danced frantically above his sister's head, making Lu Chen panic and scream in despair. Oh my god, a light touch and the damage still explodes like this? Stop. Lu Yi, standing there in a daze, suddenly saw her health bar plunge. She jumped in panic, screaming frantically, ouch, who is attacking me? Lu Chen stood watching as cold sweat poured down, screaming in his heart, you silly girl, stand still for me. Moving a single step will multiply the damage by another 10%. But it was already too late. In just a few short breaths, Lu Yi dropped dead on the spot, dropping a weapon right next to her corpse. Lu Chen scratched his head and wrung his hands, crying tears of grief. Oh heavens, please no, I just personally sent my own sister to the afterlife. Only then did her best friend regain her senses, kneeling down next to the body in panic, shaking her and calling out in despair, Yi, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly get wiped out like this? Who on earth backstabbed you? Seeing the crowd start to gather and nose around, Lu Chen quickly slipped away from the scene, his heart still pounding and his legs trembling. Lucky he managed to pick up her dropped item in time. This must absolutely not be known by that girl, otherwise she will skin me alive. My dear sister, I swear it was an accident. Fall back to save my life. A moment later, after sitting comfortably and breathing a sigh of relief at Ren Ai Feng, Lu Chen squeezed into a quiet cave to hide, his mind starting to formulate a strategic plan. The dungeon is moved to the foot of the mountain, and the trail down is half blocked. This terrain is perfect for easy defense and hard offense. Having laid out his plan, he pulled out his items to cast, officially starting construction on a custom brand dungeon. Looking at the majestic stone portal that had just taken shape, Lu Chen did not hesitate to step inside, wondering out of curiosity, let me go in and inspect what this place actually looks like. Pacing around inside, he scanned every corner with his eyes. It's empty with not a single mob, looks like I have to manually set up many things to get this working. Well, let's look at the dungeon stats first. A blue virtual interface popped up, showing each category clearly. Dungeon name, Weiwo Du Quang. Upgrade requirement, level 2 Guild Hall. Entry barrier, none. Current level, level 10, awaiting upgrade. Monster system, empty. Drop rate and experience for participants, 1.8 to 2.2 times. Trigger hidden boss, number soul refining efficiency, 1 per 10,000 deaths. Soul storage, 0 out of 300,000. Ranking system, empty. Lu Chen focused on the settings, starting with the entry conditions. There were 4 packages for him to choose from. First, free entry. Second, charging copper coins. Third, silver coins. And fourth, a flexible ticket style. Staring at the money-making methods, Lu Chen grinned and calculated. He excitedly did the math. With this fee system, if 10,000 players enter a day and each forks out just 1 copper, I'll be swimming in money. I can just lie down and get rich this time, so cool. The system added a detailed set of rules. Fixed fee package. First trial is free. From the second time onward charges 1 coin ticket price scales with dungeon level. Flexible ticket package. First entry is free, second entry is fined 100 coins, third entry raises the price to 1,000 coins, fees customizable based on dungeon level. Looking closely at the rules, Lu Chen immediately changed his mind. 1 coin is still money, tiny drops make an ocean. Let's lock in the flexible package, but first, I need to boost this dungeon to level 20 to make it worthy. With his account having just evaporated 50 gold coins, the system announced, "Congratulations, dungeon successfully upgraded to level 20. Lu Chen danced around with joy. At level 20, charging 3 coins per entry will easily net me 90,000 a day. This is a massive profit. Without stopping, he switched to the monster allocation tab. Let's scatter some spotted leopards and push the reward rate to the maximum of 2.2 times to lure customers. The boss seat will be taken by the level 20 abyssal zombie. Set the max drop quantity to 6 items and especially choose rare drops that are hard to find outside to stimulate their greed." With the setup complete, Lu Chen folded his arms, looking at his virtual army and smiling mischievously. "Brothers, let's open the doors for guests. As for myself, I'll just take my time upgrading to level 30 first." In less than 10 minutes, a few curious players had already gathered outside the cave entrance of the dungeon Lu Chen had just created, pointing and gesturing. "Is this a dungeon entrance? There was no such place yesterday. Let's go in and check." A brave guy reached out to touch it, and the system immediately slapped a notification in his face. "Exclusive dungeon, Weiwo Duquang level 20. Warning, this is a private personal area party players cannot enter." Reading the strange text, they stared at each other and screamed in shock. "Oh my god, the Weiwo Duquang dungeon. Players can actually build their own dungeons. Quang Shen is showing off too much." Some curious newbies scratched their heads. Who on earth is Quang Shen? The others immediately gathered to educate them. "Haven't you heard of Weiwo Duquang? His whereabouts are 10,000 times more mysterious than the war god Wu Ming. Back when he was the king of the trading area, Wu Ming hadn't even debuted yet. Guys, start the livestream quickly. We are the first to enter. We'll definitely go viral." Seizing the opportunity, one guy adjusted his camera angle and introduced excitedly, "Hello everyone. Today I will explore the personal dungeon of the great god Weiwo Duquang. Let's see if there are any gold or silver mines inside." They eagerly rushed in like a swarm of bees, crazily unleashing their skills on the monsters. The notifications popped continuously. Killed elite spotted leopard level 20. Received 1,760 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy. 1 point of pure spiritual energy. Collected 2 beast bones. Reading this text, the young men couldn't contain their excitement, shouting with joy. "So awesome, guys. 1 mob gives 1,700 experience, it's easy to fight, and it drops rare beast bone materials. This dungeon is absolutely fantastic." Tasting success, they grinded with high energy, and the stream was shared widely even to foreign servers. After grinding for a while, the final roar subsided as the dungeon boss was defeated. System notification lit up again. Defeated Zombie King level 20 dungeon boss. Added 4,800 points of spiritual energy. Items acquired. Beast necklace level 20 green equipment. Prophetic crystal from a golden grade manual set and some beast hides. Seeing the shining gear drop, both the players and the viewers screamed in frenzy, "Oh my god, a green necklace dropped. Guys, green gear and a golden manual, we're rich." The player who landed the finishing blow laughed gleefully into the camera. The chat channel was flooded with comments. 90,000 exp, so cool, I want that necklace. Coordinates for this farming spot, please. Some even cast away their dignity to beg, "I beg you, please give the address. I will kowtow and thank your ancestors for 8 generations." The streamer ignored the thousands of pleas from the audience, declaring smugly, "This dungeon is incredibly satisfying. I'll spend 300 coins later to run a second round." His teasing attitude immediately angered the online community, with insults flying in. "Fine, keep your coordinates to yourself," another grumbled. "Exactly, it's faster to go and look for it ourselves. Let's close the stream." And so, thousands of people turned off the stream at the same time, leaving him staring blankly at the empty screen. Guys, Why did you all run away?" Not long after, a scout party made their way to the vicinity, whispering together. "It's definitely around here. The background from the stream earlier matches this place perfectly. Split up and search every nook and cranny. Hey, a few guys over there suddenly vanished. They definitely stepped on the dungeon entrance." Loud cursing broke out as the crowd pushed and shoved. "Who dares to grope me? Watch out, I won't be polite. You guys at the front, if you're not entering, move aside and make way. Why is everyone suddenly rushing here? Is there no authority to maintain order?" As for the owner, Lu Chen, a detailed revenue report was sent over. Total challengers today, 47,174. Free challenges, 20,113. Copper coin challenges, 15,325. Accumulated profit, 459 gold coins, 75 silver coins. Special paid challenges, 12,430. Total revenue, 36,909. Soul essence storage, 268. Lu Chen looked at the report and cheered happily. "My God, earning gold coins so fast. Making money and gathering soul essence, this dungeon is too profitable." After checking the notifications, Lu Chen left to explore a new area. He calculated in his head, buying a level 2 guild hall in the shop costs a lot of reputation. I might as well wander over to a high-level map to grind and level up along the way. Wandering a bit further, a simple and rustic house caught his eye, tucked away at the end of a purple brick paved road. Lu Chen stepped inside and saw an old man casually sweeping the yard with a broom. Noticing a guest, the old man stopped, stroked his beard, and smiled gently. "Young man, you are the first to set foot in my place. Come sit and rest." Lu Chen felt a bit awkward and obediently replied, "All right." A speculation arose in his mind. Could this be a quest-giving NPC? The old man slowly poured a hot cup of tea and praised, "It is truly rare. You actually managed to tame 2 top-grade divine beasts. On this mountain, only 4 exist in total." Lu Chen was startled upon hearing this and quickly asked, "4 of them? Where are they, old master?" The old man calmly replied, "Aren't you already holding 2 keys? Use them to open a secret door." Given the hint, Lu Chen reasoned carefully. "Among my current keys, one is the undead chamber key and the other is the mine's 2nd floor key. Could their lair be at the bottom of the mine?" Before he could ponder further, the old man patted the white cat next to him and continued, "This old man won't reveal more, lest it spoil your fun of discovery. I am about to travel far, young lad. Could you help me take care of De Huang?" Lu Chen squinted at the cat and probed in a low voice, "Another quest? Or is your De Huang a disguised divine beast? How could you entrust it to me so easily?" The old man replied with a serious face, "You are overthinking. De Huang is just an ordinary cat." Hearing this, Lu Chen did not hesitate any longer and readily agreed, "All right, old master, I will take good care of it." The old man was overjoyed and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Wonderful, thank you, little brother." As soon as the thanks left his mouth, a system notification popped up next to Lu Chen. Completed hidden quest, Xian Yuan. Rewards, 1 ancient fragment, 1 ancient heart. Looking at the notification, Lu Chen gasped in shock. Good heavens, is it really that easy? Right then the old man's figure slowly floated into the air and began to fade, his elegant voice echoing, "The time of parting has come, little brother, fate will bring us together again." Lu Chen looked up at the fading figure and hurriedly asked aloud, "Wait, are you a descended immortal?" But only silence replied. The old man had vanished without a trace, leaving Lu Chen sitting blankly by the tea table, clicking his tongue in regret. What a pity, leaving so quickly. Right then, another notification popped up. Successfully consumed immortal tea dregs, permanently adding 50 magic damage points. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he cheered, "My God, a whole 50 points. Before this, my basic magic damage was only a measly 68 points." He hurriedly picked up the teapot to inspect it, then sighed in disappointment. How depressing, it's completely empty. After being down for a few minutes, Lu Chen became excited again, muttering to himself, "Whatever, having the ancient fragment and ancient heart to boost my bloodline and talent is already great. Physical damage is over 1,000, defense is over 500, and my health pool is almost at 22,000. Not bad at all. Let's check if De Huang has any special traits." The pet stats panel immediately popped up. Pet, De Huang White. Age, 202 years old, infant stage. Body stats, Strength 28, Agility 24, Constitution 30, Physical Defense 14, Health Bar 600. Innate skill, Super Scent, capable of warning of external dangers within a 600-meter radius. Upon glancing at the panel, Lu Chen was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, 202 years old yet acting like a spoiled baby." He quickly bent down, staring intently at the cat. "De Huang, you've lived long enough to drain your entire youth. Do you know where the remaining divine beast is located?" The cat raised its paw, pointing directly to a designated direction, and replied decisively, "Main City." Lu Chen began to scratch his head and ponder. Main City? What kind of gutsy monster would dare trespass there? Unless that divine beast plays a role in guarding and protecting that place, are you kidding me? How would I even capture it then? This weird divine blood quest is really making things too difficult. Forget it. Let's head to the level 3 map to check things out first. At that exact moment, at the headquarters of the Long Teng Guild, a crucial meeting was underway. A man standing proudly on the stage spoke clearly about the upcoming internal PK tournament. After days of deliberation, we have finalized the plan. Each guild member must pair up with an outsider to form a complete team. A quiet buzz immediately broke out below. Is this meant to recruit new members? This promotion trick is actually decent, but the problem is, where do we find someone compatible now? Man on the stage laughed proudly and continued, "You guys are sharp. Indeed, we are using this to make some noise and gather rookies. More importantly, this PK arena will be held at the 72 Days Flame Pillars arena right in the middle of town." He raised his voice threateningly. "Those sky-piercing light pillars there deal over 1,000 damage per hit, and you only have exactly 1 second to dodge. I had to grit my teeth and fork out 20 gold coins just to rent this high-end venue." The hot secretary standing next to him added, "We're going big this time. Lady Feng Lingzai herself will stream live to promote the guild. If you manage to recruit a qualified rookie, you will easily pocket 500 yuan. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Yi and her childhood friend were also listening closely. Her friend nudged Lu Yi's shoulder and suggested excitedly, "Lu Yi, doesn't your older brother play this game too? Bring him into the guild." Lu Yi hesitated, her face full of reluctance. "Him? Forget about that idea," she sighed. "To be honest, even if he plays with his mediocre skill, he probably hasn't even reached a high level." Her friend grinned encouragingly. "Just try it, who knows, maybe 500 yuan will suddenly fall on your head." Lu Yi had no choice but to smile wryly and nod, brushing it off. In another scene, Lu Chen was standing in a daze at a crossroads, facing a dozen different paths. The coordinate he targeted this time was none other than the ancient battlefield. Lu Chen took a step, slowly wandering into the dense purple fog, his mind racing. This ancient battlefield might be connected to the ancient heart. Let's just wade in to investigate. After a few steps, the system alarms blared dangerously. Affected by blood poison, draining 0.5% of maximum health per second. This kind of damage was a life-corroding effect. No matter how thick his armor was, it was useless. Lu Chen glanced at the alerts jumping continuously on the system panel, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So this is the territory of the Bai Yue Zhu Kai, huh? This life-depleting effect is truly absurd. Just then a call window suddenly popped up, startling Lu Chen. He muttered, "Is it Xiao Yi? Why is she looking for me out of nowhere?" With that, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Yi's bright voice poured into his ears. "Older brother, have you been living in the game these past few days?" Lu Chen replied casually, "I've been playing, but just to pass the time." Lu Yi was instantly overjoyed and squealed excitedly, "That's perfect. I have a match that needs your support." She poured out a stream of explanation. "The thing is, tomorrow my guild is holding a doubles PK tournament in the main city. The rules require a guild member to bring an outsider. So I targeted you for the pairing. Just relax, I'll carry you completely." Lu Chen found his sister's confidence amusing and teased her on purpose. "Oh, you're going to carry me? Deal, my old life is in your hands then." Lu Yi patted her chest and promised, "Leave it to me, talk to you later." Ending the conversation with Lu Yi, Lu Chen fell back into deep thought. Since I have to find the last divine beast anyway, I might as well go along with her plan and surprise Xiao Yi. But looking at the current situation, he shook his head, this poison at Bai Yue Zhu Kai is way too lethal. While he was having a headache, the white fluffball De Huang walked over cutely and advised in a low voice, "In my opinion, you should wrap me up and hide me well. This corner is thick with the scent of darkness. It's very dangerous." Lu Chen chuckled upon hearing this and waved his hand, "Come closer." De Huang tilted its head looking into the distance, adding, "Though my age is still young, my paws have stepped on several worlds." Lu Chen listened to its boasting and cursed in his mind, "Damn it, you've lived for over 2 centuries and still dare to call yourself young." He squinted, trying to peer through the blurry fog. "I don't see anything unusual, and yet you try to threaten me." Before he could finish his sentence, a pack of giant monsters suddenly emerged. De Huang's high-pitched voice warned, "Intruders, it's the blood skeletons." Lu Chen scanned the crowded monsters, his lips curving with interest. Humanoid monsters that know summoning tricks, quite interesting. But when he clashed in close combat, Lu Chen was suddenly dumbfounded. What kind of weird formation is this? Why is my health dropping so fast? Exchanging a few more blows, he widened his eyes and yelled, "Good heavens, these guys can inflict blood poison, and what's worse, this poison stacks. That means I'm losing at least 10.5% of my health per second. Under these conditions, there's no way to slip past to enter the ancient battlefield." Lu Chen decided to give up on this spot and quickly changed his target to explore another corner of the map. The next landing spot Lu Chen chose was Sha Cheng, the lair of the level 32 Zhu Sha Daihu. Lu Chen stroked his chin in curiosity. "I wonder what kind of innate talent these brand new creatures possess." Of course, the wild macaques weren't going to just stand there and let him analyze them. They shrieked and rushed forward to claw at him instantly. After slaying a few, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, muttering in amazement, "Don't tell me this is their talent. Teleportation? This truly violates the laws of nature. I really like this talent, that's for sure." Highly motivated, he actively charged in and slashed. The system immediately popped up a notification. Killed Zhu Sha Daihu level 33, gathered 840 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy, collected 1 tier 3 talent fragment, 1 2-star quality point, 1 pure magic point, and dropped items. Macaque tail, along with a level 24 green quality macaque belt. After clearing out the macaque lair, Lu Chen paused to think. Even these small fry can drop green items, let's try wearing it right away to see the effect. After spending a whole day grinding in Sha Cheng, Lu Chen put on his signature mask and cloak, feeling secretly pleased. Finally made it to level 30, that purple item from defeating the Abyssal Zombie King earlier can definitely be used now. He glanced at his macaque bloodline stats. The rapid teleportation ability had soared to tier 4, allowing him to flash 20 meters away in 0.5 seconds, and his stats were also boosted by 20%. This is more than enough to protect Xiao Yi in her PK match. A moment later, right at the PK arena in the game, seeing a masked young man walking over leisurely, the crowd gathered around inquisitively. "Brother, that's a cool mask. Mind if we check its stats?" Lu Chen replied with a straight face. "Just bought it from a random stall, just wearing it for show." Behind his mask, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Show them. Not even with a gun to my head. Showing off level 30 purple gear would cause a riot in the entire server." Wandering a bit further, Lu Chen spotted Lu Yi waiting anxiously, and he excitedly waved and called out to her. Stepping closer, Lu Chen cleared his throat and asked, "Are you just going to ignore your own brother?" Lu Yi stroked her chin and scrutinized him for a while, then mocked her brother. "Where did you get that eyesore of a face mask? Don't tell me you got scammed at a grocery store. That place sells nothing but trash at ridiculously high prices." Lu Chen saw that his sister was still clueless about the high-end gear, so he grinned and defended himself. "Actually, I think this look is pretty stylish." Lu Yi was speechless and muttered, "Stylish my foot, it looks cheap as hell and you even hid your name, trying to copy Wu Ming's style." Lu Chen burst out laughing and said, "Your brother is so amazing, why would I copy that guy?" Lu Yi was too tired to talk, turning her face away and squeezing into the crowd. She turned her head back to warn him, "Keep dreaming. From now on, you are forbidden from throwing money out the window on this useless junk, got it? Copper coins here are as precious as gold." Lu Chen could only scratch his head helplessly and agree, "Understood, m'lady, but the crowd here is packed like sardines." At that same moment, on the arena, brilliant pillars of light poured down together, signaling the opening, and the entire stands immediately erupted in cheers like a swarm of bees. Lu Yi strained her eyes to observe the light beams, advising Lu Chen on every little detail. "Those flashing light pillars are the 72 Days Flame Pillars. Getting hit once will immediately wipe out 10,000 health, and they appear in a flash with no pattern at all. When we enter the arena later, make sure you dodge them carefully." Lu Chen waved his hand to show he understood. "Leave it to me. Looks like the fight is about to start." Few seconds later, the female commentator Feng Lingzai's voice echoed through the speakers. "Without keeping everyone waiting, I hereby declare the Longteng Guild's PK tournament officially open. The opening match will be a clash between Jianghu Longteng and Bai Yi Longteng. Both sides, please step onto the stage." The 4 champions of the 2 teams immediately stepped proudly into the center of the arena, and a loud countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1, fight. The crowd cheered wildly again. "Jianghu, go get them, knock them down." Noticing Lu Chen keeping his eyes glued to the arena, Lu Yi nudged his shoulder curiously. "Someone you know?" Lu Chen clenched his fists, nodded, and said, "Yeah, brothers from the same team, everyone's strength is about equal. This time, whoever wins will secure a ticket straight into the main roster." After just 3 minutes of back-and-forth fighting, the match was decided. Feng Lingzai's voice rang out again to announce, "The Bai Yi Longteng team has claimed the glory." Lu Yi's face darkened as she looked at the battle, sighing heavily. "Brother, I plan to let you play casually for fun, but looking at this situation, I'm afraid it's bad. They're fighting way too fiercely." But when she turned her head, Lu Chen's spot was already empty. Her face went pale as she shrieked in panic. "Weird, where did he vanish to?" Lu Chen didn't care about the people beating each other up on the stage. He just wandered around, looking in all directions and whispering to himself, "Where on earth is that damn divine beast hiding? Don't tell me it's right under the ground and is the one behind those pillars of light. If so, that's really chilling." While he was lost in thought, Feng Lingzai's voice rang out loudly again. "The next match will be Longteng Yi versus Longteng Zhanyang." Hearing this, Lu Chen gasped in surprise. "What the heck? I just turned around for a second, and they're already calling our team." Seeing her brother spacing out in the clouds, Lu Yi quickly pulled his arm and urged, "Stop worrying about other things, hurry up. It's our turn to head to the chopping block." Lu Chen snapped out of it and nodded. "Ah, right, our time has come. Let's go." He slowly climbed up to the arena, his mind still in a tangle, racking his brain for a way to drag the divine beast out. What a pain. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's face was as tense as a guitar string. She anxiously reassured herself, "Please let the partner of Zhanyang be ordinary, otherwise our ticket to the main team is as good as gone." As both sides took their positions on the stage, the sea of people below erupted into feverish chatter. One guy couldn't keep his mouth shut and shouted, "Guys, look who's standing next to Zhan Yang. Holy crap, it's Si Shen." Another guy asked blankly, "Who's Si Shen? Are you living under a rock? He's the boss of Zone 430, formerly the ace of the Tian Hui team. Now they've all moved over to Ju Tian to farm. This means Longteng Yi is definitely toast this time, right?" The spectators were all convinced that Zhan Yang had the upper hand, making him boastfully thump his chest in self-satisfaction. "Yi, sorry about this, but drawing me as your opponent is indeed a regrettable move for you. Where did your friend dig up that hilarious mask? In a bit, I'll blow it to pieces, and whatever drops onto the floor will be my loot." Lu Chen's face remained emotionless as he retorted disdainfully, "No matter who my Xiao Yi draws as an opponent, her seat on the main team is already guaranteed." Zhan Yang smirked, raising his chin mockingly. "I hope your skills are as big as your mouth." Seeing Lu Chen arrogantly provoking them without any restraint, Lu Yi hurriedly pulled his arm. "Brother, do you even know that the guy in front of us is called Si Shen?" She frantically tried to fill him in on the details, but Lu Chen cut her off, coldly muttering, "I don't care what his name is, you have me standing firm right here." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lingzai shouted from the high stage, "The decisive moment is here, 3, 2, 1, fight." The moment the command was given, Zhan Yang and Si Shen immediately split up to flank them from both sides. Feng Lingzai delivered a passionate, fast-paced commentary. The Sword Spirit class focuses on dealing range skill damage, while Yi is a martial arts practitioner. As for that masked fellow, if he's not a martial arts practitioner, he's at least a monk. With 2 melee fighters clashing against 2 ranged snipers in the middle of this chaotic 72 Days Flame Pillars battlefield, the melee side is definitely at a massive disadvantage. On the stage, Lu Yi swung her sword and charged straight at Zhan Yang, but he seemed to have anticipated her move, smirking disdainfully. "Trying to throw yourself into my arms? You're too naive, little girl. look behind your neck. Right behind Lu Yi, none other than Si Shen had already set up an ambush. He uttered a bone-chilling sentence, "Today, there's nowhere for you to run." Looking at the situation, Feng Lingzai broke into a cold sweat, saying to Xiao Mei, "Your friend is in a tight spot. All paths forward and backward are completely blocked." Meanwhile, Xiao Mei was staring intently at Lu Chen, frowning as she gasped, "Wait, why did that masked guy suddenly put on the shadow cloak? We're clearly in the middle of a match, how can he change equipment?" Lu Chen had actually quickly swapped his weapon for dual swords. Xiao Mei curiously asked further, "Sister Lingzai, what rule allows someone to strip down and change gear right in the middle of a chaotic battle?" Feng Lingzai analyzed clearly. Basically, the PK system in this arena works in a way where a target must be designated, or you must be targeted by an opponent for the system to confirm you are in a state of combat. Both guys on Zhan Yang's side have completely ignored that masked fellow so far. He is completely out of their sights, which is why he could openly change his equipment. Xiao Mei still scratched her head in confusion, but what does changing clothes achieve? Did he pull it out just to look fancy? Feng Lingzai clicked her tongue. Nonsense, he calculated everything. He wants to use the special skill attached to that piece of gear. While the two were engrossed in their analysis, on the battlefield, Si Shen had already rushed forward to seize Lu Yi, roaring menacingly, "Your life ends here, myriad swords art." At the critical split second, Lu Chen suddenly appeared, cleanly blocking the fatal, dangerous blow for Lu Yi. He immediately used his ultimate skill, Frozen Howl, to completely neutralize Si Shen's sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yi instantly unleashed her suppressive dance, causing Si Shen's health bar to plunge continuously. Feng Lingzai heightened the excitement of the match, shouting, "Suppressive dance! The signature move that made the name of the martial artist class is here. This time, Zhan Yang's side is surely going to suffer. A move that packs both massive damage and hard control like this leaves no way to defend. Indeed, it is foolish to let a martial artist master get close and lay hands on you." Taking the full brunt of the skill, Si Shen collapsed onto the floor, struggling but unable to crawl back up. Zhan Yang turned pale, shouting in panic, "Si Shen, quickly retreat to this side." Lu Yi stood firmly blocking the way, her sharp gaze warning Zhan Yang, "Stop dreaming, you won't last until your teammate backs you up." The spectators erupted into another chaotic buzz. Did this girl Long Tengyi hide her skills this well? Her agile movement is so flexible that she completely shut down Si Shen, preventing him from unleashing a single move. Open your eyes and look, guys, this is the true class of female players in the game, fearing absolutely no one. Lu Chen lowered his head and casually said to the defeated Si Shen, "My little sister has never been a useless ornament, so people like you don't stand a chance of making a comeback." Feeling bitter, Si Shen gritted his teeth and cursed silently, blaming Zhan Yang for being too useless. Si Shen's frustration was not unjustified. In that corner, Zhan Yang had been slashed several more times by Lu Yi, leaving him in tatters. She shook her sword and declared confidently, "This match stakes our lives as a bet, and I'm the one taking all the money on the table." But how could Zhan Yang tuck his tail and run so easily? He struggled out of the crowd control and dashed headlong toward the flame pillar. Panting heavily, he grinned triumphantly, "You're far from finishing me off, little girl. This pillar of light is about to erupt. I dare you to take even half a step in here." However, the moment Zhan Yang's toe touched the glowing boundary, the flame pillar suddenly erupted. A wild, destructive force surged straight down from above, mercilessly slicing him in half. Witnessing this blindly suicidal display, the entire crowd could only gape and shout, "He's finished." Feng Lingzai yelled with all her might into the microphone, "Glory goes to Long Tengyi. Congratulations on officially becoming the ace of the Long Teng Guild." Overjoyed, Lu Yi threw both hands in the air to celebrate. On the contrary, Lu Chen's face remained as cold as ice. Just as he turned on his heel to slip away, Si Shen quickly called out, "Kid, your skills are quite sharp." Lu Chen only shrugged indifferently, "Just stretching my limbs a bit for fun, farewell." Si Shen strained his neck to provoke him, "Wait, that Zhan Yang was just a dead weight dragging me down. I bet you don't have the guts to have a rematch with me." Without turning his head, Lu Chen tossed back a single line, "I have no appetite for this, not interested." Furious, Si Shen roared, 100,000 per life. If you want a team fight, I'll accommodate you. do you dare to accept the bet? Smelling the money, Lu Yi's eyes lit up like headlights. She nudged her brother's arm. Brother, 100,000 is no small amount. Lu Chen patted his sister's back to reassure her. Calm down, you have me standing firm right here. Catching the sight of Lu Yi's face glowing at the mention of money, Si Shen threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Haha, short on cash, are we? Your sister looks pretty smooth. Maybe bringing her over to pay off your debt to me would be quite reasonable. Not yet satisfied, he suddenly channeled his energy and roared across the arena. Boss Long Teng Zhan Tian, hear me out. Let the Si Shen rent this venue for a moment. I'll cover all the expenses and transfer the money shortly. Then he turned around sharply to confront Lu Chen. I, Si Shen, officially issue a challenge to both of you. Call as many reinforcements as you want. Whichever side falls, each life will cost 100,000. If you're too cowardly to accept, tuck your tails and get lost. The spectator stands fell into another chaotic uproar. Good heavens, is he going all in? Si Shen has really gone mad. At this rate, he might summon the entire Tian Hui team to shred this battlefield. If so, where on earth will that duo find a way to survive? Seeing a juicy bait fall from the sky, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to take it. He cleared his throat. Si Shen, it seems your pockets are quite deep. How about we change the rules a bit? He smirked arrogantly. Since we're playing big, let's raise the minimum bet. 200,000 per life. Summon 40 of your men in here to fight all at once. Do you have the guts to accept this bet? The two girls, Feng Lingzai, who were on the commentary stage, also gaped in shock at Lu Chen's bold speech. Lingzai blurted out, goodness, a total wipeout means pocketing 8 million yuan. Is your friend some hidden tycoon? Sweating, Zio Mei stammered, nonsense, where would Zio you get that kind of cash? She's dirt poor, even poorer than that eccentric brother of hers. Has this sibling duo completely lost their sense of fear? Si Shen growled, questioning Lu Chen, kid, are you trying to bluff me? Lu Chen's face remained calm and unbothered. Honest people don't beat around the bush. I'm serious, why would I waste my time trying to scare you? Pushed into a corner, Si Shen's pride flared up, making it impossible to swallow his anger. He gritted his teeth. Very well, kid. I'm only afraid you won't be able to dig up that 8 million. Lu Chen concluded mercilessly. Deal, let's keep it clean. Empty your wallet and deposit the bet directly into the PK system. Seeing Lu Chen refuse to take half a step back, Si Shen felt a sudden pang of hesitation. Are you really going to do this? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you think I have nothing better to do than stand here and perform a comedy show for you? Without hesitation, Si Shen picked up his device and called his guild master. Quang Long, get all the brothers from the Tian Hui battle team to drag themselves over here right now. Exactly 10 minutes later, the entire Tian Hui team under Si Shen had arrived, packing the arena. Every single one of them had a fierce look, with muscles as bulging as guardian deities. Feng Lingzai enthusiastically commented again, this Tian Hui team is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Look, all 40 of them standing there, each adorned with 3 pieces of Tiger Cry and Tiger King equipment. Their leader, Quang Long, is also known in the underworld as a reckless daredevil. This time, Long Teng Yi has truly kicked a hornet's nest. After counting his men, Si Shen tilted his chin and urged, my army is lined up. Summon your reinforcements quickly, we don't have time to stand here catching the wind. Looking at Si Shen's battle-ready mercenaries, Lu Yi felt butterflies in her stomach. Brother, maybe we should swallow our pride and beg our guild's main team to back us up. At least we won't lose so miserably. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need to make things complicated. Lu Yi whimpered, on the verge of tears. I don't know where you're going to dig up that mountain of 8 million yuan, but if we fail and lose everything, the two of us won't even be able to pay off the debt if we work for the rest of our lives. Lu Chen patted her head to comfort her. You silly girl, your brother didn't leave his brain at home when playing this bold game. Lu Yi patted her chest, still feeling uneasy, muttering, earlier I thought otherwise, but your behavior right now really looks like someone who has a short circuit in their brain. Right after that, Lu Chen fueled the fire with an unexpected decision. He waved his hand. Forget it, you should also leave the stage to save us some trouble. I can handle this place alone. Actually, I plan to keep these secrets and reveal them to you at a better time, but under the circumstances, I guess I have to show my hand early. Lu Yi gaped in astonishment. Brother, what are you blabbering about? Have you gone mad from fear? Lu Chen merely smirked. If you won't leave, then just stand still and open your eyes wide to watch. Standing there watching the two siblings whispering endlessly, Si Shen got annoyed and barked. Hey, what the hell are you planning? Why have we been waiting forever and yet not a single reinforcement has shown up? Lu Chen threw him a contemptuous look. I'll handle this match entirely on my own. Stay calm, if you can beat me, the 8 million is yours, I swear I won't take back a single cent. Hearing this, Si Shen's henchmen burst into wild laughter. Oh my god, haha, truly a national comedian, planning to pocket 8 million all by himself. I thought I was the craziest person in this world, but who knew I'd meet a real lunatic? But pity your pea-sized brain, being a walking punching bag like this is just sad. Ha ha ha, just by lying around, we get handed a golden bowl of 8 million right into our mouths. Ignoring their racket, Lu Chen silently activated a skill, and his overall stats instantly surged by 100%. Feng Lingzai quickly caught the moment and shouted, "The masked man who just changed gear is glowing with the effect of a mask. Oh, is that a legendary purple-grade equipment? But that appearance looks strangely familiar, as if we have met somewhere before." Si Shen glared in disdain and scoffed. Kid, did your ancestors' graves smoke today for you to snag a purple mask like that? Do you think equipping fancy gear will magically give you wings? Too bad for your life running into me, Quang Long, today. In a bit I'll smash your mask to dust. Lu Chen didn't bother to be polite either, sneering back. The world is full of flies trying to crush me. What makes you think you're qualified to stand in line? It's a blessing for 3 generations of your family that you aren't in the same region as me, otherwise your death would be guaranteed. Stop barking and bring it on. Lingzai then screamed the countdown, 3, 2, 1. The moment the command fell, the arena's atmosphere instantly boiled over. Quang Long's fierce faction charged forward in a massive wave to strike first. Lu Chen remained standing still without moving, but in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into thin air without leaving a trace. The spectators gasped in panic. Heavens, he has gone completely invisible. Quang Long braked in confusion and asked, "What kind of devilish skill is that?" Si Shen's jaw also dropped as he cried out in terror, "I've been roaming around Jiu Tian for so many years, yet I've never seen any martial art that makes someone vanish like a ghost." While the two were scratching their heads, Lu Chen suddenly landed right behind them, whispering, "This is no martial technique, just Xiao Min's active stealth skill. Now brace yourselves for the blow, boys." Lu Chen swung his arm, and the ultimate technique tiger roar Ju Quest sweep sliced through the air, crashing straight down onto Si Shen and Zhan Yang's heads. Feng Lingzai also stammered in shock. "This is insane, how did that guy execute that famous Ju Quest sweep?" The entire stands erupted in a chaotic discussion. "Oh my god, don't tell me that's the real Wu Ming. I vaguely recall only him being able to perform this Ju Quest sweep in this whole place. It's definitely him, but since when did Wu Ming have such a ghostly stealth move? He probably just farmed and learned it. It's definitely Wu Ming." The two girls and Lingzai rushed over to surround Lu Yi, grilling her. "Yi, tell us the truth. Is your dear brother the ultimate boss Wu Ming? My head is about to explode right now." Lu Yi was also dumbfounded, looking lost at this shocking turn of events from her brother. With a strained smile, she said, "Sisters, whether that guy is Wu Ming or not is no longer important. The real question is whether that person showcasing those moves over there is actually my biological brother. This is just too absurd." In the heat of the moment, Lingzai took control and shouted through the speaker, "Everyone calm down. If you want to verify if he is the real Wu Ming, just look at the damage numbers and it will be crystal clear. The other day, brother Wu Ming slashed Xiao away, dealing around 1,200 damage. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled to see how much this guy deals." The result was shocking. Lu Chen's destructive power this time was even more explosive than before, with a single sweep wiping out up to 1,600 of his opponent's health. The audience gasped in shock once again. "Gosh, 1,600 health gone in one strike, that's insane." Lu Chen swung his sword continuously, arrogantly counting under his breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. "Let's see you laugh now. Aren't you all dying to strip off this mask of mine? I shall grant you a perfect opportunity. Come and take it." Lu Chen decisively tossed his mask away, revealing his flawless, handsome face, causing the entire stands to explode in shock. "Wu Ming, oh my god, he's the #1 Wu Ming, the real deal." Damn it, I should have guessed from the start. Besides brother Wu Ming, who else could be this overpowered? His strength has just reached a whole new level. The moment Lu Chen's face was revealed, Quang Long's legs trembled as he crawled over and bowed deeply. Long live big brother Wu Ming. It was because my underlings were blind that they offended you. He spun around to scold Si Shen. You disaster. Did you eat a tiger's heart to dare pluck the whiskers of brother Wu Ming? Do you want to drag my entire sect to meet the king of hell? I'm not getting involved in this anymore. Giving Si Shen a crushing mental blow, Lu Chen folded his arms and smirked, calmly speaking. Is your brain working now, kid? Now let's figure out who has to cough up that 8 million, shall we? Si Shen's face was completely bloodless, yet he still gritted his teeth and roared, No, I do not accept this, absolutely not. You bastard, you set a trap to bury me from the start, didn't you? Lu Chen replied slowly, his words like poisoned daggers. I extended my hand to give you a way out. If you had taken a step back earlier, you wouldn't have brought this humiliation upon yourself. Unfortunately, your arrogance is in your blood, leaving no escape for others. Let me ask you, if I didn't have this Wu Ming title, you would have torn me to pieces a long time ago, wouldn't you? Si Shen gritted his teeth, scheming in his head. It's not over yet, this match can still be saved. This fool isn't looking at his feet. He's stepping right on the core of the 72 heavenly flame pillars, and right when it's about to erupt. I just need to hold him tight, and it's over. To carry out his dirty scheme, Si Shen suddenly swallowed his pride, fell to his knees in front of Lu Chen, and begged, All right, I admit my mistake today. I completely accept my defeat and apologize 1,000 times. I hope you show mercy and don't send me to the graveyard. Please leave a shred of dignity for this coward. Lu Chen looked straight at his fake expression and sneered, Dignity is earned by oneself. But looking at your deceitful face, I can guarantee that repentance is never in your dictionary. Before his voice could fade, the space beneath Lu Chen's feet suddenly exploded with a flame pillar. Thinking his scheme had succeeded, Si Shen laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you idiot. This time you're blown to smithereens. Trying to boast after touching my hornet's nest. You're still too weak. Feng Lingzai quickly caught the variable and screamed frantically. Wait, everyone, look closely inside the heavenly flame pillar. The sea of people fell into a state of extreme shock once again. This is magical. What kind of god is he? Heavens, he took the pillar direct hit and felt nothing. The damage of the heavenly flame pillar is no joke, dealing 10,000 damage per second. How on earth is he not dead? Lu Chen stood casually scratching an itch amidst the firestorm of the heavenly flame pillar, clicking his tongue as he asked Si Shen, What are you grinning at, buddy? I thought the heavenly flame pillar was powerful, but it turns out to be just mediocre. Si Shen's face turned green, stammering, A trick. This must be a trick. This is too insane. The onlookers above almost had their eyes pop out. Let's calculate. Taking a full 2 ticks of burning means Wu Ming must have a health pool of over 20,000. That's terrifying. My mind is about to shut down. Is this guy made of iron and stone? How could a human endure that? Feng Lingzai immediately read the status report. Brother Wu Ming has a whopping 28,000 health, a truly monstrous number. He cleared the trial and reached level 30. Didn't you always tease your brother for just keyboard smashing for fun? Then what kind of joke is this towering level 30? Lu Ye smiled wryly. How could I possibly understand? Quang Long watched the subsequent events with wide eyes. The battle remained intensely hot. Despite taking 2 full burning ticks from the heavenly flame pillar, Wu Ming's displayed health bar still completely overwhelmed Si Shen's battered body. Si Shen was now like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Lu Chen casually toyed with Si Shen. He casually unleashed the warm wine down 3 mountains' skill, then slipped like a ghost into a blind spot, leaving Si Shen unable to even touch the hem of his robe. The outcome naturally saw Long Tengyi claim the championship, with the massive sum of 8 million yuan sliding smoothly into their pockets. The death match concluded, and Si Shen's lifeless body lay flattened on the floor. Lu Ye hurriedly rushed to her beloved brother's side. Lu Chen grinned and teased, So, silly girl, do you still look down on your big brother? Lu Ye put her hands on her hips and pouted, You're something else. How dare you trick me, saying you were just playing for fun while secretly grinding like crazy. Wait, that time I was stealthily poisoned and died in the middle of nowhere. Speak the truth. Was that your mischievous doing? Lu Chen blinked and played dumb. What alien language are you speaking? I don't understand a thing. Why would I waste my time poisoning my own sister? Seeing his slippery denial, Luya caught him red-handed and screamed shrilly in his face. It was obviously you. Stop denying it. Besides your petty habit of backstabbing, who else in this world has the ability to completely drain such a massive health bar? Lu Chen scratched his head to defend himself. Hey, I swear that was just an accidental slip of the hand, completely unintentional. Luya snorted. All right, now that I've hit the mark, your tale finally shows. Yet in less than half a beat, switching from her grumpy state, the little girl started acting cute and tightly hugged her brother's arm, saying sweetly, Brother, that heart-stopping performance earlier almost made my heart jump out of my chest. Lu Chen smiled wryly. Well, I did warn you beforehand to just stand there and watch quietly. As both of them stepped out the door, Xiao Mei timidly jogged over. Lu Chen gave a friendly smile and said, You're Xiao Mei, right? Interested in joining Quang Lang and standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yi? Xiao Mei blushed in embarrassment. Is that allowed? My skills are very mediocre. I can't compare to Lu Yi at all. I even failed to secure a spot in the main team. Lu Chen patted his chest confidently. Nothing to worry about. If you're Xiao Yi's best friend, then you're family to me. Your big brother here will back you up all the way. Then he turned around and patted the shoulder of the young man standing awkwardly nearby. My apologies for getting you two dragged into this mess earlier. The young man scratched his neck and laughed. Senior Wu Ming, you are too polite. It is our fault. We were blind at first not to realize that Yi Yi is your precious sister. Lu Chen said in a warm, gentle voice, You all went through a lot of trouble to protect Yi Yi. I should be the one thanking you. The guy squeezed out a stiff smile. Yes, that's great then, wonderful. Though he tried to look calm on the outside, his heart was pounding like a drum inside his chest. It's a blessing for 17 generations of my family that I never tried anything funny with Long Teng Yi Yi, otherwise the Long Teng gang would have been wiped out long ago. Right at that moment, Feng Lingzai crept closer and whispered, Brother Wu Ming, may I venture to ask you a question? Lu Chen replied casually, Go ahead. Lingzai hesitated before getting straight to the point. I wonder if you know Quang Shen. Lu Chen frowned, looking confused. Quang Shen? Why are you so sure I have a connection with that guy? Lingzai quickly explained. The thing is, in the current community, those skilled enough to match you can be counted on one hand, and Quang Shen is one of them. I thought perhaps the two of you had clashed before. If by any chance you run into him, could you kindly deliver this secret letter for me? To be honest, I've been very anxious about his safety lately. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed heartily, teasing Lingzai, Oh, trying to use me to confess your love. Lingzai blushed deeply and waved her hands frantically to clarify. Oh no, you misunderstand. I'm just an ordinary person. It's just that he saved my life before, so I've been longing to find a way to repay his kindness. Seeing her flustered state, Lu Chen didn't have the heart to tease her further. He nodded calmly. All right, if I happen to run into him, I'll put in a word for you. Let's go. Disconnecting and returning to reality, Lu Chen turned to instruct Lu Yi and Xiao Mei. Xiao Yi, you've also left Long Teng now. Hurry back and pack your bags. We're moving house, just bring some essential clothes and bedding. The girl opened her eyes wide in confusion. Move where? Brother, suddenly some guards knocked on the door and the big boss suddenly summoned me over urgently. Xiao Mei, standing next to her, also nodded repeatedly. I also got the exact same summon. Right at that sensitive moment, Lu Chen's eyes accidentally caught a familiar figure. His eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, Li Mu Hua, what on earth is this eccentric guy plotting now? Receiving a call from Li Mu Hua, Lu Chen curiously asked what was going on. On the other end of the line, Li Mu Hua replied, Big Brother Chen, I have already sent people to pick up your little sister. They should arrive in about half an hour. As for her and Xiao Mei's trouble, this side will clean it up thoroughly. You can sleep easy. Lu Chen was truly astonished by his junior's thoughtfulness. Unable to resist, he said, Sending bodyguards, isn't that a bit too flashy? Li Mu Hua explained in a serious tone, It's not overdoing it at all, brother. Recently, 3 extremely brutal PK incidents broke out in the West. It's obvious there's a gang behind it, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. The Divine Beast's location is definitely at the bottom of the Heavenly Flame Pillar. Unfortunately, with my current strength, touching it would be suicidal. I have no choice but to return to Sha Cheng and grind hard to upgrade my combat power. In a flash, Lu Chen logged back in and appeared in a secluded corner of Sha Cheng. He looked around and clicked his tongue in evaluation. The monsters here are too sparse. Should I risk entering the Bai Yue blood pool? But with the health drain there like a river, even healing up with HP potions would be useless. Oh, there's a trickling sound inside this rock block. Don't tell me this is a secret mechanism. Lu Chen immediately checked and saw a system notification. Strength measuring cliff. Depending on the player's strength, the system will unlock dungeons with corresponding rewards. Please use your fist to strike the stone door to experience the absolute realism of the game. Please turn on the pain perception mode with a minimum level of 10%. Once activated, the strength measurement can proceed. Lu Chen grumbled inwardly, making me enable pain perception. This game's design is getting weirder and weirder. Swallowing his resentment, Lu Chen had to raise his hand to activate the pain perception mode, adjusting the endurance to the 10% threshold. Well, I'm about to go seek some pain. Without further delay, he channeled his strength and delivered a thunderous blow straight down onto the ground. The system instantly returned the results. Strength output rate 91%, reaching 1,011 points. Congratulations! Officially unlocked in Gao Ancient City for level 30, 5th-tier dungeon reward. Would you like to test again? Lu Chen rubbed his hands and muttered, doesn't seem too bone-deep yet. Since the opening has already been unlocked and I even got an unexpected reward, I might as well drag myself inside to explore. Lu Chen walked to the bank of a small stream. It turned out the trickling sound from earlier was coming from here. Just then, the system popped up another warning. Deactivating pain mode before completing the dungeon is strictly prohibited. Reading the words, Lu Chen hesitated slightly. Is it really necessary to push people so hard? Forget it, 10% won't hurt much anyway. In for a penny, in for a pound. While he was engrossed in reading the notification, two bloodthirsty beasts suddenly appeared looming right behind him. Without even thinking, Lu Chen swung his arm and unleashed the Ju Quest sweep to clear the two monsters, but to his surprise, they remained completely unmoved, like stone. Lu Chen widened his eyes and gasped in surprise. Are you kidding me? It can even resist spiritual damage. Nevertheless, in less than 3 seconds, Lu Chen followed up with 2 Tiger Descending the Mountain strikes, landing critical hits that shaved off 2,536 health points from the beast, while the poison effect drained another 674 points. Right after sending the 2 monsters to their graves, system notifications flooded in. Defeated level 33 Elite Spirit Slaying Macaque, obtaining 50,000 worldly spiritual chi, 10 tier 4 talent shards, 10 4-star quality points, and extracting 10 points of pure mana. Skimming through the text, Lu Chen was overjoyed. Damn, a mere mob gave a whopping 50,000 experience points, truly fitting for a treasure of a tier 5 dungeon. System continued to shower him with loot, obtained 10 pieces of monkey skin, 15 pieces of monkey bone, and grabbed 5 level 30 blue quality monkey king belts. Lu Chen gaped in amazement. Oh my god, even blue gear drops 5 at once. Does this tier 5 dungeon really need to be this generous? If normal mobs drop items like crazy, defeating the boss might drown me in a sea of gold tier loot. Haha, bring it on. The notification board popped up again. Defeated level 33 Elite Spiritual Flame Macaque, pocketing 50,000 worldly spiritual chi, 10 tier 4 talent shards, 10 4-star quality points, extracting 10 pure mana, and gathering 15 pieces of monkey skin, 10 tail bones, and a monster core. Lu Chen scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is a monster core? Whatever, I'll just slaughter them all first and figure it out later. I should check this blue belt to see if it's any good. The bonus effect is a 70% increase in health regeneration after exiting combat. But this item seems a bit useless. Holy crap, this is actually top-tier gear, and it's a +1 enhanced belt, something never seen before. It regenerates HP even during combat, absolutely insane. Monkey King Belt +1, level 30, blue quality, physical defense 40, magic resistance 5, strength 45, agility 65, constitution 50. Attached effect. Out-of-combat health regeneration increased by 95 points, in combat regeneration buffed by 21 points. After examining the stats, Lu Chen tried the belt on. He muttered doubtfully, does gear from level 30 onwards have an enhancement function, but what on earth do I use to enhance it? Wait, could it be that monster core from earlier? The system screen flashed again. Requires 300 mana points to perform equipment enhancement. Lu Chen didn't even blink, decisively pouring in 300 mana points, and the belt instantly glowed to signal a successful enhancement. The system then prompted that 2 identical items were needed as fodder. He generously replied, "Have it your way, here are 2, and continued to infuse more mana. Monkey King Belt +2, level 30 blue gear, physical armor 48, spirit resistance 6, strength 48, agility 69, constitution 53. Special skill. Out-of-combat health regeneration increased by 135 points. In combat, regeneration increased by 41 points. Lu Chen rejoiced inwardly. Sweet, this gear is actually useful. If I can get a few more health regen items and enhance them all, I might easily take a stroll through the Bai Yue blood pool. Hahaha, in that case, let's go all the way, make it glow brightly for me. Half an hour passed, Lu Chen opened his info panel. The experience bar had moved by nearly a third, and he had accumulated a whopping 180 Monkey King belts. Oh wow, at his age, this was the first time he got to bathe in a sea of blue gear, and free stuff at that. Alright, time to clear the way for the boss, let's max out this belt first. Right after that, he engaged in close combat with a bloodthirsty level 35 golden-furred blood-slaying macaque. Lu Chen muttered to himself, strange, can it only be enhanced to +3? Immediately a glowing notification appeared. Monkey King Belt +3, level 30 blue item, physical defense reached 54, spirit resistance 7, strength 54, agility jumped to 73, constitution 62. Attached skill. Out-of-combat health regeneration immediately increased by 178 points, and while fighting, recovery increased by 64 points. After skimming the stats, Lu Chen smirked with satisfaction. No need to say more, let's start with stealth. Monkey brother, don't let me down. Lu Ye pushed the door open and entered just as Lu Chen was about to engage the beasts. Brother, I'm back. Lu Chen waved his hand to signal her. Quiet down, there's Coke in the fridge, help yourself and wait a bit. I'm busy dealing with a boss. Hearing about the boss, Lu Ye curiously crouched next to her brother. Brother, can I have a peek? Lu Chen nodded. Yeah, turn on the Bluetooth on your helmet to watch the live stream. And so, Lu Ye quickly put on her helmet, eagerly keeping her eyes glued to the deathmatch between her brother and the giant beast. She opened her eyes wide in admiration. Oh my god, that boss is humongous. Are you really planning to solo it? Lu Chen struck as fast as lightning, causing the monster's blood to splatter, losing 648 points, poison draining another 653, another minus 653 from poison, then a critical double damage strike taking away 2,340 health, followed by another minus 653 from poison. Her brother casually assured his sister while spamming skills. Just relax, your brother relies entirely on true skill. The monster frantically swung its sharp claws at Lu Chen, the heavy strike instantly taking away 7,223 of his health points. Lu Ye screamed in panic. Oh my god, you two are ridiculous. One strike from you takes 15,000 of its health, and one scratch from it takes over 7,000 of yours. Are you two playing out a battle of the gods? But just a blink later, the little girl had to take back her words when she saw Lu Chen using Ice Storm Gale to rush toward the monster. Holding her chest, she muttered, My goodness, this guy is striking so fast. This is no divine battle. This is clearly madmen risking their lives against each other. The moment Lu Chen brushed past the beast, its dominant arm was instantly frozen solid. He hastily asked, How much longer until stealth is ready? Lu Ye quickly reported, 17 seconds left, big brother. Seizing the momentum, Lu Chen activated wind movement to slip away, maintaining a safe distance from the monster. He calculated as he ran, this annoying thing is debuffed with a 40% speed reduction, but is still charging like crazy. When the effect ends, I might not even be able to outrun it. Damn, this brute is about to speed up. Lu Chen had to quickly back away, trying to maximize the distance as much as possible. Finally, the stealth skill completed its cooldown. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the monster suddenly suffered a barrage of damage, its health bar skyrocketing downward. Tiger Descending the Mountain dealt 648 damage, Spreading Poison dealt 653, Poison ticked again for 653, followed by a double critical hit that shaved off 2,340 health. After about 2 exhausting minutes, the victory notification from the system sounded. defeated Goldenford Spiritual Flame Macaque, a level 30 strength-type boss. Rewards included 300,000 worldly spiritual chi, 10 tier 6 talent shards, 10 green quality evolution points. Ding! Obtained 5 level 30 purple quality Monkey King strength boots, got 5 level 30 blue quality golden light rings, and collected 5 level 30 wood attribute monster cores. After reading the loot list, Lu Chen threw his head back and laughed heartily. So satisfying, tier 6 materials falling like rain, purple and blue gear dropping 5 times over. Life is complete. Seeing her brother grinning from ear to ear, Lu Yi leaned in curiously. Did you find a gold bar or something? Why so happy? Lu Chen bragged proudly. I got a whole set of purple boots, blue rings, monster cores, plus a basket of rare materials. Lu Yi's jaw dropped in shock. Whoa, purple combat boots. This might actually be the very first exclusive pair in the entire server. She muttered as she read the stats. Monkey King combat boots, strength type. Level 30 purple quality, physical defense 89, spirit 14, strength increased by 300, agility increased by 50, constitution also 50. Skill 1, super flash, exhausting one's agility potential to blink 15 meters in just half a second. Other skills can still be cast normally while blinking. Cooldown is exactly 1 minute. Skill 2, buffs flash distance by 50% and halves the cooldown. It was Lu Chen's turn to be stunned. What kind of crazy stats are these? Buffing strength by 300 points, no wonder they are called strength boots, but the weird part is the flash effect. Ironically, my innate talent is also a flash movement. Doesn't this mean I can use 2 flashes? Maybe they can even stack, I must test it. Lu Chen eagerly activated the extreme flash skill. Ha, wonderful, they can indeed be used in tandem. Plus, with the reduced cooldown, I can blink twice in a single minute. Absolutely insane. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Wait, big brother, what on earth did you just do? What kind of skill makes you move like a flash? Lu Chen beamed with pride. Hee, a special skill from the purple boots. Isn't your brother cool? Lu Yi pouted playfully. Cool my foot, I didn't even have time to see anything. This trick of yours is probably better than what the bosses have, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen laughed and comforted her. Just sleep easy, your brother will definitely save a nice set for you. He continued to search his inventory. Oh right, let's see if any of these boots are already enhanced. This one is plain, this one is nothing, and that one is even worse. Lu Yi asked in confusion, you said only 2 items dropped. This pile looks like you copy-pasted it. How on earth could purple gear drop in such bulk? Quit bragging. Lu Chen explained calmly, I meant 2 different types of items dropped. Didn't I tell you that every time this boss drops loot, it explodes into 5 identical items? Lu Yi choked on her spit and burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? 5 purple items from a single kill? Is this boss a family member sent by the system to bless you? Keeping his eyes on the screen, Lu Chen replied to his sister with delight. Haha, found an enhanced pair of boots, and it's even +3. We hit the jackpot this time, sis. Lu Yi felt completely out of her depth, her mind spinning. What the heck is enhancement? In short, what crazy dungeon are you stuck in? The things you're telling me are giving me a headache. Lu Chen brushed it off. It's a long story, I'll tell you the details when we have time. Basically, enhancement is upgrading stats. Each success makes the gear a step better. For instance, with this +3 pair I'm holding, its skill cooldown is shortened by a full 10 seconds compared to the base version. This blue strength ring should be quite decent too. Let me check if it can be enhanced. I'll definitely save one as a starter for you. Lu Yi eagerly snatched the ring, her eyes narrowing into a bright smile. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. 1 purple, 1 blue, I definitely need to power level right away. Lu Chen nudged her playfully. Hey young lady, you're incredibly lucky. You just got 2 strength rings pre-enhanced to +3. Lu Yi pouted and sighed deeply. But my level is still so low, it'll take forever to reach level 30. Having good gear is just for show, I can't even use it. It's making my mouth water. Lu Chen laughed and ruffled his sister's hair. Come on, why the fuss? Didn't you just get into the Quang Lang Guild? They can easily carry you to level up in no time. Encouraged by her brother, her eyes lit up again. Spot on, why was I so silly? I'm currently the darling of the Quang Lang Guild after all. Understanding the situation, Lu Yi took off her VR helmet and chirped, Big brother, you really are a Superman. Lu Chen smiled proudly. Of course, I am your brother after all. All right, let's grab some food first, then we'll clean up and move to our new place this afternoon. Luya eagerly raised her hand in agreement. Approved, let's do it. After having lunch, the siblings rolled up their sleeves and started packing. Luya pointed to the kitchen corner. Are we throwing away this rice cooker, brother? I think it can still manage a few more meals. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. We've used it for ages. The outer shell is rusted to pieces. Throw it away to save some trouble. Lu Yi, being naturally frugal, clicked her tongue regretfully. Yeah, I guess I'm just used to keeping things, so throwing it away feels like a waste. Understanding his sister's nature, Lu Chen advised gently, Kiddo, from now on you don't have to live so frugally. We're officially saying goodbye to this slum to move into a mansion. Lu Yi blinked and asked innocently, How big is it, brother? Lu Chen gave a mysterious smile. Well, once you see it with your own eyes, you'll definitely be speechless. After packing everything up, they loaded their belongings and set off for the new place. And at this moment, standing majestically before them was a grand, incredibly luxurious estate. Luya's eyes nearly popped out as she stumbled back. Oh my God, this place. Is this mansion seriously this humongous? Are you kidding me? Only then did Lu Chen spread his arms to introduce. This is Super Villa A16, located right in the most expensive area, the best location with top-tier security. Now a warm welcome to Princess Lu Yi to her new mansion. Lu Yi cheered happily and rushed inside, shouting back, I'm going to claim the room with the best view first. Right at that moment, Li Muhua happened to drop by. Looking at Lu Chen, he smiled and said, Now that you're settled in your new home, boss, are you planning to buy some wheels to cruise around? Lu Chen clicked his tongue and replied, A car. When you're free, encourage Lu Yi to get her license. I'm too lazy to drive. Li Muhua winked suggestively. If you're not in a hurry, I have an excellent deal for you. Basically, for the upcoming 50th anniversary of Jiu Tian's release, the Tianjin Group plans to go big, launching a lottery event for a limited edition sports supercar. Rumor has it that only 200 units were made worldwide, with only one allocated to each country, so you couldn't buy one even with a mountain of cash. Lu Chen slapped his thigh. Oh, that amazing. Your description sounds quite exciting. It's making me a bit tempted. Seeing his brother interested, Li Muhua encouraged further, You definitely have to grab this masterpiece to match your status. I wouldn't dare borrow it, just sitting in it would make me happy. Oh, tonight I'll send some technicians over to install security cameras and an anti-theft system for you, ensuring not even a fly can slip through. After finishing his instructions, he waved goodbye and sped off. Lu Chen stood frozen for a moment, processing the information, then laughed and shook his head helplessly. With the new house in order, Lu Chen climbed back into his gaming capsule, finally free to continue grinding. The system displayed a notification. Based on the player's constitution stat, the dungeon stage with corresponding rewards will be set. Lu Chen frowned and calculated. The previous test measured strength and dropped offensive gear. Maybe measuring constitution this time will drop health regen gear. The screen finalized the constitution result, 1,233, maintaining status at 90.3%, measurement complete, proceeding to launch the Tier 5 reward dungeon. Lu Chen didn't bother with minor details. He instantly teleported to the monster area. Whatever, I'll just dive in and clear them all out first. In an instant, he wiped out the minions, with notifications popping up rapidly. Defeated level 33 elite stone-armored macaque, bringing in 50,000 spiritual chi, 10 Tier 4 talent shards, 10 4-star quality points, and obtaining 10 pure points. Ding pocketed 10 pieces of monkey skin, broke 10 monkey fangs, picked up a monster core, and gathered 5 level 30 blue quality Monkey King shoulder guards. Gathered another 5 level 30 blue quality wind-riding Monkey King cloaks. These stone macaques were much weaker than the spirit-slaying macaques from before, and they generously dropped mostly health regen gear, which was great. Lu Chen glanced over the stats. Shoulder guards regenerate 204 health during combat, 70 out of combat. The cloak was slightly better, recovering 215 health in combat and 72 while walking around. Hee, let's see what interesting loot the main boss at the end of the map will drop. Lu Chen leisurely took a few more steps forward. An oversized giant beast suddenly blocked his path. Holy crap, its health pool is 240,000. With such tanky health, how am I supposed to fight? Lu Chen comforted himself. Fortunately, tanky monsters usually strike as slow as a turtle, otherwise I'd be dead for sure. To his surprise, the monster let out a deafening roar, and its depleted health bar instantly filled up again. Lu Chen turned pale and cursed, "Oh crap, it can even heal itself. What kind of cheap trick is this? Recovering nearly 200,000 health at once, equivalent to 80% of its HP bar, that's just unfair." After laboring for half an hour, Lu Chen finally took down the massive beast. The notification appeared: defeated Golden-Furred Stoneskin Macaque, a level 30 Constitution-mutated boss, securing 300,000 spiritual chi, 10 Tier 6 talent shards, 10 green quality evolution points. Ding. Pocketed 5 level 30 purple quality Constitution type Monkey King coats, 5 level 30 blue quality Constitution type Monkey King pants, and 5 level 30 wood attribute monster cores. Another purple drop, absolutely amazing. Let's check if the stats are wild. Enhanced Monkey King coat +1, level 30 purple gear, physical armor 94, magic resistance 30, strength increased by 55, agility 55, constitution boosted to 330. Hidden skill: when HP falls below 10%, activates Monkey King Reverse Blood, buffing control resistance by 35%, stomping to cause a shockwave that stuns targets within a 15-meter radius for 3 seconds, while regenerating 80% HP within those 3 seconds. Skill cooldown is 10 minutes. Lu Chen rubbed his hands. Wow, this passive is absolutely insane. With this, it's like having an extra life, and it comes with area of effect crowd control. Matching this coat with those blue pants, I might actually be strong enough to grind through the Bai Yue blood pool. After gathering the loot, Lu Chen took out his phone to check his inbox. Caught his eyes was a message from the guild leader. "Boss, the client wants to hire us for power leveling. The split ratio is 9-to-1. They take 90%, our guild gets 10. Can you arrange to take this job?" Lu Chen frowned and replied, "What do you mean 9-to-1? That's sheer labor exploitation. At the very least it should be a 50-50 split. Whatever, let's highball the price first. Since the guild is already established and Lu Yi is in it, I might as well go help out." Leng Ru replied, "They are bargaining around 500,000. Lu Chen scoffed, "Too cheap, quote a minimum of 3 million for me. Tell them this is just a special introductory price for the first client, future offers will be even higher. Also, remind them that I will only provide protection for exactly 1 hour, no more, no less." Leng Ru asked timidly, "Will such a high price scare the clients away?" Lu Chen smiled as he typed, "Trust me, there will always be some rich fools who like to show off by throwing money around." Lu Chen thought to himself, "Before taking these kids through the dungeon, I need to find a way to boost my movement speed first. I'll think about other things later." On the other end, Leng Ru broke into a cold sweat reading the message. 3 million for 1 hour, that price was indeed steep. But having no choice, she grit her teeth and sent that quote directly to those companies. While waiting, Lu Chen used the monsters as punching bags again. The system chimed in: defeated Golden-Furred Swift Macaque, a level 34 Constitution-mutated boss. Rewards: 300,000 spiritual chi, 10 Tier 6 talent shards, 10 green quality evolution points. Ding! Obtained level 30 purple quality Rui staff, got level 30 blue quality Golden-Furred Macaque mount, and gathered another 5 level 30 wood attribute monster cores. So strange, why did it drop only 1 item this time? Usually it drops 5 of each. Whatever, let's check its stats to see if it's good. Long Rui staff, level 30 purple quality. Legend has it that this was once a casual toy of a certain old gorilla during his cultivation days. Physical damage ranges from 134 to 208, strength 174, agility 280, constitution 104. Increases critical hit rate by 18%, adds another 20% critical damage. Passive 1, Earth Shatter, slams the staff onto the ground in a designated direction, creating a devastating impact that deforms the terrain, opening a deep fissure 100 meters long and 15 meters wide. Anyone unlucky enough to take the full blow will suffer physical damage x3 up to 6,411 points, along with a 3-second stun. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Passive 2, Phantom Clone, creates a fake shadow inheriting 30% of the host's attributes but taking x3 damage in return, lasting for 2 minutes, cooldown 5 minutes. Passive 3, Monkey climbing allows the user to cling and leap between branches with a distance of up to 30 meters. Each jump can carry one teammate along. Lu Chen inspected the weapon. Wow, an 18% critical rate, and it even comes with 3 bizarre skills: Earth Shatter, Cloning, and Tree Climbing. Oh my god, what kind of divine artifact is this? Out of curiosity and itching for a test, he decided to check the weapon's power, swinging his arm to slam the staff straight into the hard ground. The ground shook and cracked open in two. This is wild, such a massive fissure, plus 6,000 accumulated damage and a 3-second stun. This staff is absolutely insane. Lu Chen yelled excitedly, "Rise, my shadow clone." This cloning trick is quite versatile. It can fool enemies, draw attention, and even deal extra damage. Awesome. Oh right, if gear can be enhanced, there must be a skill fusion system, right? Looks like I need to head to level 300 Ling Xiao City to find out. But before taking on the gig, I should unbox this blue golden-furred macaque to see what kind of monkey it is, and it only dropped a single one, which is annoying. Golden-furred macaque, blue quality, level 30. After using, it summons the golden-furred macaque mount. Riding on its back automatically grants a 70% movement speed buff. Lu Chen was overjoyed as if finding gold. He snapped his fingers and called out, "Appear, my darling mount." Obeying its master's command, a dazzling flash of emerald light suddenly shone before his eyes. Once the light faded, a massive beast stood majestically. Lu Chen gaped in amazement. "Oh my god, are mounts in Jiu Tian really this cool?" He gently patted the beast's back and instructed, "Golden-furred macaque, let's get out of this dungeon and go for a ride." In the blink of an eye, the man and the monkey teleported, successfully changing their location. Lu Chen slapped his thigh in delight. "Wow, riding this beast in public is truly majestic. Let's go, darling." Heading towards the main city of Ling Xiao, let's see if there is any way to fuse equipment. Without delay, he urged the golden-furred macaque to gallop straight towards Ling Xiao City. Standing before the towering, magnificent architectures, Lu Chen stared in awe. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, the title of the central hub of 13 cities is indeed well-deserved. Even in the vast land of Huaxia, there are only about 30 such prosperous places. He arrogantly rode the giant monkey, intending to enter the gates of Ling Xiao, but before he could step inside, he was blocked by a row of level 70 guards. The guard cleared his throat and barked, "Mounts are strictly forbidden inside Ling Xiao." Lu Chen glanced at the levels above the guards' heads and immediately felt intimidated. Damn, all level 70 elite guards. Messing with them is just asking for trouble. So Lu Chen obediently put the golden-furred macaque back into his inventory and walked into the city. The streets were empty with no players in sight, which made it easier to breathe. Oh, there is a middle-aged man swinging a hammer over in that corner. 80% chance he's a blacksmith. Lu Chen traveled all the way to Ling Xiao for this very reason. He approached the blacksmith and asked softly, "Brother, do you offer skill transfer from one item to another here?" The blacksmith glared at him and replied, "It can be done, but you are not part of the blacksmith guild. Our rules forbid us from serving outsiders." Lu Chen asked eagerly, "So what are the requirements to join the guild?" The man didn't even hesitate, holding out his hand to state the price. "Hand over exactly 1 coin." Lu Chen was stunned. Wow, that cheap. Once the transaction was complete, Lu Chen officially became a blacksmith. The man waved his hand and said, "Bring out your gear and fuse it yourself. My skills are still lacking. Now that you have entered the trade, try doing it on your own." Lu Chen was still a bit clueless, but he opened the fusion panel to check it out anyway. "If I have to do it myself, then I'll do it." Fusion requirements: transferring skills from level 15 Purple Tiger Armor to level 30 Purple Rui Staff. Allowed to transfer the passives Tiger Descending the Mountain and Tiger Roar. Buffs critical hit percentage and critical damage. Condition: 5-star blacksmith. Each fusion or skill addition consumes materials. 1+4 Rui Staff, sacrificing 5 pieces of Tiger Armor, destroyed after fusion. 5 level 30 Wood Attribute Monster Cores. 500 random materials dropped from white-quality monkeys, and a service fee of 100 coins. Reading the price list, Lu Chen's face contorted. Damn, this game is a massive money sink, burning 5 sets of tiger armor plus a bunch of expensive scraps. And the hardest part is that it requires a 5-star blacksmith. Where on earth am I supposed to get that level with my novice status? Lu Chen immediately turned to ask the blacksmith how to level up his profession. The man replied leisurely, "Just expend your mana to dismantle, enhance, or fuse weapons. The more actions you perform, the higher your proficiency will soar." Lu Chen gasped, his eyes lighting up. "If that's all, it's a piece of cake. I'll just chug mana potions like water and continuously enhance items. After all, this young master is loaded with fortune." Monkey King Belt +1 enhanced successfully, gaining 20 profession experience points. Monkey King Belt +2 enhanced successfully, gathering 50 proficiency points. Monkey King Belt +3 enhanced successfully, securing 200 blacksmith points. After relentlessly hammering for 4 hours, Lu Chen finally dragged himself to the rank of a 5-star blacksmith. Well, I've finally reached the 5-star title. Time to bring out that staff and fuse the passives. Rui Staff +4 successfully fused with Tiger Armor +3, level 30 purple weapon, base physical damage increased from 204 to 308, strength 254, agility 440, constitution 184. Critical rate increased by 22%, critical damage skyrocketed to 1,800%. Passive 1, Abyssal Tremor, slams down a deep fissure 150 meters long and 20 meters wide, dealing 14 consecutive physical strikes equivalent to 10,932 points to the enemy, automatically stunning them for 3 seconds. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Passive 2, Phantom Clone, summons a clone inheriting half of the host's stats and taking double damage, remaining on the field for 3 minutes, cooldown 5 minutes. Passive 3, Monkey Climbing, leap and swing between branches with a maximum distance of 45 meters, each jump allows carrying 2 teammates. Passive 4, Tiger Descending the Mountain fused. Passive 5, Tiger Roar fused. Admiring the masterpiece fresh out of the oven, Lu Chen praised endlessly, "This staff is amazing, feels like I'm holding a divine weapon. My health has crossed 50,000 and base damage is close to 6,000. I feel as majestic as Qi Tian de Sheng." Right at that satisfying moment, the notification from Leng Ru chimed again. Old Liu Wen, the head of Shang Fei Media Company, has agreed to pay for 2 power leveling slots. "Boss, when do you plan to head out?" Lu Chen smirked and typed back, "Just when the netizen community is calling them rich fools and accusing us of being scammers. I'm free right now, go ahead and schedule it." Over here, Leng Ru called out loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, please stay calm and wait in place. The team leader has agreed. Also, we will be live streaming the power leveling process, and the channel already has 24 million viewers tuning in." The crowd whispered among themselves, "Wow, Wu Ming's reputation is huge, huh? But I bet netizens are tuning in just to mock him. Charging a steep 3 million for an hour, this guy really knows how to milk people's money." Liu Zong shot a razor-sharp glare at the 2 people whispering next to him, barking softly, "Shut up! Are you doubting my vision?" The secretary startled, quickly bowing her head and whispering, "No, I wouldn't dare." The young assistant still stubbornly argued, "Liu Zong, you can scold me, but I still have to give you some honest advice. This deal is definitely them taking us for a ride." While the trio was whispering, a familiar, crisp voice called out, "Who said you're being taken for a ride? Let this young master tell you, you've hit a goldmine this time." The girl suddenly shrieked, "Oh crap, there's a boss about to slaughter us." The young man next to her was also alarmed, asking, "What on earth is this? Why would such a terrifying boss appear in this low-level area?" Seeing that, Lu Chen burst out laughing to reassure them, "Calm down, don't panic, it's just me, Wu Ming." The 2 of them gasped in awe, "Oh my god, that's incredibly cool. Heavens, is this ferocious boss actually your mount, big bro?" Lu Chen smirked with pride, "A boss? Are you talking about Jin Mao? It's just my iron horse." Leng Ru finally jogged over to join them, her eyes wide with amazement. "Holy crap, boss, where did you get this massive beast from? You could search this entire game and never find another mount this cool. It's literally making me drool. Help, I wish I could get one exactly like it." Lu Chen clapped his hands to gather their attention and said cheerfully, "Are you guys ready? Hurry up and make the most of your time. My joints are a bit stiff today, so I'm only boosting you for exactly 1 hour." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ling Zai waddled over, eagerly claiming credit. Big brother Wu Ming, save a spot for me too. This young lady is the visual director for today's live stream. Lu Chen heard this and waved his hand and made a decision. In that case, Feng Ling Zai and Leng Ru join the party too. I will take all four of you ladies along at once. Feng Ling Zai paused, hesitant. Is that really okay? Bringing more people will dilute the experience points for our clients. Leng Ru nodded in agreement. Yeah, taking away their exp out of nowhere will get us roasted by everyone. Lu Chen stroked his chin calmly. I never said I was only boosting the two of them. It doesn't matter anyway, our level-ups don't depend on this tiny amount of exp. I'll handle whatever people say, just ignore them. You two, accept the party invite quickly, let's go. At the same time, some random guy wearing a VR headset watching the livestream burst into a malicious, delighted laugh. That arrogant Wu Ming bragged about boosting them in an hour, and now he's bringing 2 deadweights to leech exp. This time, I'm going to jump on this drama and trash you completely. With that, he immediately typed like a machine gun, spamming toxic comments into the live chat. Exactly, I swear I'll put an end to your arrogance. Those entertainment companies are just a bunch of idiots with too much money to throw away. Reading the flood of malicious comments, Ling Zai turned to complain to Lu Chen in annoyance. Captain, there's someone insulting us in the live stream chat. Why don't we just leave the party to save ourselves the trouble? On the contrary, Lu Chen seemed completely indifferent and replied casually, Why bother? Get on my mount quickly, we are heading straight to the Shaimen world. Completely clueless about this place, Ling Zai asked curiously, Where on earth is the Shaimen world anyway? Leng Ru was equally confused. Is it a new dungeon? How come I've never heard of it? Lu Chen was temporarily speechless, not knowing how to explain it to the two ladies, so he chose to remain silent. After all, they would see for themselves once they arrived. The scenery shifted, and the team set foot into the Shaimen world. The area exuded a chilling, eerie atmosphere with countless wandering souls drifting everywhere. Sensing human presence, the spirits immediately swarmed around to watch them. Leng Ru glanced around and muttered uneasily, Are you kidding me? Are they all level 22 elites? Ling Zai also shivered slightly and groaned, This place looks way too creepy. Lu Chen patiently explained to the two girls, These mobs all use magic attacks, so you two don't need to bother pulling them. Just stand still here and wait for me a moment. With that, he turned and walked away. Ling Zai impatiently turned to ask Leng Ru, Ru Jai, didn't the captain promise to level us up? Why are we just standing here? Although Leng Ru was a bit anxious, she still trusted him and replied, He probably went to pull mobs. The captain's area of effect damage is insane, so pulling many monsters at once makes them easier to clear. With nothing to do, Leng Ru opened the news tab to check the gossip. The Zhan Long Guild had started a livestream to draw attention, and this was definitely a direct challenge to Wu Ming. Let me see what's going on over there. On the livestream, Qingye Daoji bragged with a smug face, Did everyone see that? With a talented captain like me plus 2 vice-captains, our experience points will shoot up like a rocket. I heard that in Quanglang that Wu Ming guy dumped his party in a dungeon and went completely MIA. What a useless loser. 20 minutes passed in vain, and anxiety began to take over the group in the Shaimen world. The 2 young girls anxiously whined to Leng Ru, Sister Ru, the captain said he'd only carry us for an hour, but 20 minutes have already flown by. We haven't seen any exp yet, what should we do now? Although her own heart was racing, Leng Ru still firmly believed he would return. She gently comforted the younger members. Just wait a little longer, the captain definitely has his own plan. The girl in purple frowned and turned to her friend, Zai Hao, since we've already signed the contract, we have to put our faith in Quanglang. Zai Hao let out a long sigh, I tell myself that too, but the current situation is just a bit. Before he could finish, Feng Ling Zai jumped up in joy and interrupted, Look, he's here, big brother Wu Ming is back. Lu Chen majestically rode Jin Mao forward, pulling a massive horde of monsters behind him. The entire group burst into excitement. Oh my god, there are so many monsters, it has to be at least thousands. This is amazing, just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Ling Zai cheered in admiration. With a massive sea of monsters like this, can big brother Wu Ming really clear them all out? Leng Ru smiled confidently and chimed in, Of course, he absolutely can. At that moment, Lu Chen calmly drew his Ruyi staff and patted his mount, instructing, Jin Mao, go back and rest up, leave the next show to me. It's finally time to let loose. What I hold in my hand is the divine weapon used by De Sheng himself. Come and meet your doom. After dismissing Jin Mao, Lu Chen gripped his Rui staff tightly and charged fiercely into the middle of the horde. His red cloak fluttered wildly, making him look as majestic as a true De Sheng. He roared with momentum, "You petty monsters, take a hit from Lao Lu's staff." He channeled his strength and slammed the staff hard onto the ground, the trajectory of the divine weapon cutting through the air to form a blinding golden light. The moment it hit the ground, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, the fierce shockwave cracking the earth and sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. Feng Lingzai widened her eyes in shock, quickly covering her mouth to suppress her rising excitement as she shrieked, "Oh my God, such terrifying power!" Without giving them room to breathe, he continued to swing his iron staff in a violent horizontal sweep, executing the Ju Quest sweep skill to tear through the demonic horde. The attack was so powerful that monsters collapsed wherever the iron staff swept. Lu Chen struck continuously, and in the blink of an eye, the entire army of monsters he had spent so much effort pulling was completely wiped out. Yet he still had a dissatisfied, regretful look on his face. Such a waste to spend 20 minutes pulling them, only for it to end after a brief moment of fun. It didn't even scratch my itch. At the same time, in another place, the crowd watching the livestream erupted into a frenzy of shocking comments. "Listen to him, didn't even scratch his itch. 10 people together might not clear a monster army of that scale. Is he even human? That is seriously insane. This is the first time I've witnessed such a mind-blowing boost." Another young man stood with folded arms, sneering mockingly. "Where are those people who were talking trash about Big Brother Wu Ming and the Quang Lang Guild earlier? If you're so good, show your faces and talk some more trash. Why are you all suddenly silent?" Having cleared the battlefield, he calmly turned to remind Leng Ru, "Hurry up and open your experience bar to see how much it has increased." Feng Lingzai quickly pulled up her details panel, then asked Bing Zai with a confused face, "Wait, my X bar jumped by a whole block and a half, which is equivalent to 7.28 million points." Leng Ru heard this and quickly checked her own system, then frowned in protest. "That makes no sense. Why is my experience point bar still completely still? This is impossible. Is there some mistake?" The young man who was with them anxiously walked over to ask Lu Chen, "Big Brother Wu Ming, what exactly is going on?" Lu Chen chuckled and playfully scolded the kid. "You silly boy, were you blind to the golden light flashing just now?" The young girl beside him innocently chimed in, "What golden light? We were just staring open-mouthed at you killing mobs. How could we pay attention to any blue or golden light?" With his guidance, they quickly reopened their character interfaces and screamed in unison, "Oh my God, how could we be so clueless? We actually leveled up," the girl bragged. "I jumped straight to level 21. Feng Lingzai was so shocked she even used slang. "This is absolutely mind-blowing. I jumped 2 whole levels, hitting level 20. Leng Ru couldn't hide her excitement either, eagerly bragging that she had also gained 2 full levels in just 20 short minutes. Seeing the girls solely focusing on their levels, Lu Chen reminded them, "Check your mana bars too, see if there are any changes." "Are you kidding me?" Feng Lingzai's familiar sharp scream pierced the air once again. "My mana shot up too, reaching exactly 1,000 points. Am I awake or dreaming?" Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This harvest is decent. The monsters in this area definitely drop mana points. I just cleared 4,000 of them, divided equally among the 4 of you, so each person gets a clean 1,000 points." Feng Lingzai slapped her forehead and sighed. "Heavens, look at this, a whole 1,000 mana points. Grinding like crazy in the guild's training area for 14 straight hours would barely get us to this level." The young girl walked up to Lu Chen and asked shyly, "Big Brother Wu Ming, where on earth is this place? What kind of species are those weird-looking monsters? I've never encountered them before." Lu Chen turned his head, advising her in a gentle tone, "For now, don't worry about the monsters here. With your current strength, you have no chance of defeating them. If you don't believe me, just pick any random one and try attacking it." Provoked by his words, an unlucky monster was immediately targeted by the young girl. Quick as lightning, the girl drew her sword and rushed forward, slashing continuously. 1 hit, 2 hits, and then 3 hits in a row. Sadly, all her attacks registered as immune, and the monster just stood there smugly, grinning to mock her. The girl stamped her feet in frustration. This is so annoying. Physical damage is not only useless, but I even took reflect damage. Boiling with anger, the girl rushed back to report to Lu Chen, my physical attacks are useless, and when I switched to pure magic, my damage couldn't keep up with its health. Big brother Wu Ming, can you just take it out for me? Lu Chen was too lazy to explain much, so he just told everyone to stay put and wait for him to pull more mobs. With a casual swing of his sword, he dealt a devastating strike straight to the face of the monster that dared to bully his people. Taking critical damage, it dropped dead instantly. After just 1 hour of hard work, everyone's harvest reached an astronomical level. Feng Lingzai rubbed her eyes repeatedly, checking her character panel over and over, still thinking she was dreaming. Oh my god, in the blink of an eye, just 1 hour, and I jumped straight from level 18 to 22. That is too insane. Leng Ru was equally stunned, her eyes tearing up with emotion. This difference is seriously ridiculous. I've reached level 23, officially stepping into the ranks of the highest level players on the entire server. Meanwhile, the public outside could no longer sit still. Witnessing Lu Chen's beautiful display of power on the livestream, everyone was eager to find any way to get in touch with the Quang Lang Guild. They had to hire this team to boost them at all costs, with some wealthy players even offering a price of 5 million. The scene shifted elsewhere as a female assistant ran in panting to report urgently. Zhang Zong, Quang Lang replied that their queue list is overloaded. They are applying a policy where whoever bids higher gets priority, so we have no chance of getting in line unless we raise our offer. Hearing this, Zhang Zong barked, his face showing extreme urgency. Summon everyone for an emergency meeting immediately, quickly draw up a plan to increase our bid for me. Returning to Lu Chen, now that the task was successfully completed, he cheerfully sent the 2 young girls off. It's done, goodbye you two. If fate allows, we'll party up again next time. If anything comes up, just contact me through Leng Ru. I'll take my leave first. After the farewells, Leng Ru and Feng Lingzai also walked away. Lu Chen turned and gestured to Jin Mao. Let's hit the road. Our next target is the Bai Yue blood pool. Once that's done, we'll push east with everything we've got. Jin Mao growled softly in agreement. As soon as they set foot in the Bai Yue blood pool, Lu Chen and Jin Mao were unfortunately ambushed by native monsters using the blood poison curse skill. Watching his health bar drop rapidly, Lu Chen was extremely annoyed, losing 0.5% of health per second, and it even stacks infinitely. This blood poison curse skill is truly inhumanly cruel, but the most annoying thing is that the monster density in this area is insane. Fearing that the situation would get worse if this continued, he decisively summoned Xiao Min to cast stealth on him. Summoned, the girl immediately appeared and bowed, I am here, master. I will activate the stealth skill for you right away. Thanks to the perfect camouflage, Lu Chen walked proudly right past the monsters. He wandered through every corner to scout the path but still couldn't find it, wondering to himself, where on earth is the entrance to the ancient battlefield hidden? After searching a bit further, he finally discovered a secret path. Lu Chen cheered happily, aha, found it. Right in front of the cave entrance, a sign was carved with the words, path leading to Ui, please dismount and walk. As he stepped inside, he calculated in his head, the damage from the blood poison curse of these Bai Yue cultists is quite formidable. Should I kill a group to integrate their bloodline, and maybe recruit a few subordinates along the way? If I can summon 20 units carrying the blood poison curse to fight the boss, that tactic would be quite reasonable. Chen opened the system interface and operated it quickly. First, he exchanged fragments for reputation points, and the next step was to upgrade the Legion recruitment order. Upgrading the Single Soldier Legion recruitment order to the Liangyi Legion recruitment order boosted members' maximum health by 10%. The progress of the Liangyi Legion recruitment order currently stood at 32,441 out of 300,000 monster reputation points. After completing all the procedures, Lu Chen was extremely pleased. Not only did he expand the recruitment capacity limit, but he also gained an extra 10% to the health bar, truly exceeding his expectations. All right, Bai Yue cultists, I'm coming for you. Pushing deep into the lair, he showed no mercy and cleared out all obstacles in his way. Every time an enemy fell, the system popped up a notification. Killed a level 35 Bai Yue cultist, received 1,080 points of heaven and earth spiritual chi, collected 1 level 3 talent fragment, increased 1 3-star evolution point. The chain of notifications rang out continuously. After clearing the battlefield, he approached the corpses of the mobs, planning to use the martial force subjugation skill, but the system immediately reported an error. The minds of the Bai Yue cultists have been controlled by the Blood Fiend. Recruitment operation failed. Looking at the warning, Lu Chen frowned in confusion. Their souls were manipulated by the blood demon and taken prisoner, so all my fighting and sweating just now was a waste of time. Suddenly, at that exact moment, a crimson teleportation gate appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a notification triggering a hidden quest: purify the souls of the Bai Yue cultists. Lu Chen stood looking at the gate, thinking to himself, a hidden quest. I wonder if this leads to a normal dungeon or a rare secret realm. He began to calculate a bit. If it's really a secret realm, based on my previous experience exploring the UUA secret realm, there will definitely be a stone altar inside. Just sacrificing items there would yield a 5-fold reward. But still, how could such luck repeat itself so easily? Before he could even process it, another bright announcement flashed across his vision, making him visibly excited. Haha, another server-wide announcement. I'm pocketing another new title. Quang Shen is about to blow everyone's minds again. The content was clearly displayed. Recognized player Quang Shen as the first individual to discover the Zhu Kai secret realm. Congratulations on obtaining the title Zhu Kai Pioneer. In other areas, tens of thousands of people tracking Quang Shen's journey in the Bai Yue blood pool read this announcement, immediately starting a heated discussion. Quang Shen dug up another secret realm. Are these places his backyard? He unlocks them wherever he goes. Someone blurted out, honestly, I feel like Quang Shen is a notch above old Wu Ming. The person next to him immediately refuted, you're talking nonsense, Wu Ming is definitely more overpowered. The crowd argued back and forth, but how could they know that Quang Shen and Wu Ming were actually the same person? From afar, Feng Lingzai was also overjoyed and thought to herself, I knew Quang Shen hadn't left the game, but last time, whenever a secret realm popped up, it triggered a server-wide quest chain without fail. I wonder if that script will repeat this time. Right at this moment, the system sent a notification straight to all players. Server-wide quest activated, Blood Demon Invasion. The system will merge all level 10 main cities at 15 o'clock this afternoon. All players must log out. The server will go down for maintenance and restart in 10 minutes. Background description. The Blood Demon General will lead the Legion of Bai Yue cultists to launch a total offensive on level 10 main cities at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Brave warriors, please prepare yourselves. Quest objective: successfully defend and survive the assault of the Blood Demon Army for 12 hours. Victory reward: double experience and double drop rate server-wide for 48 hours. Failure penalty: the system will permanently wipe out all level 10 main cities. Skimming the penalty, Feng Lingzai turned pale in shock. All level 10 main cities permanently wiped out. Heavens, is the system joking or serious? She hurriedly opened her communication channel with Shan Shan. Little sister, is your class prophet mage. Quickly cast a divination to see what the difficulty level of this quest is. Help me. The other side of the line immediately replied, Sister Lingzai, stay calm, I'm divining it right now. Please wait for me a moment. While waiting for the results from Shan Shan, Lingzai strained her brain to analyze. The previous quest had almost triggered a war among neighboring countries, so there was no telling how far this crisis would go. And tomorrow also perfectly coincided with the 50th day anniversary of the server's opening. Suddenly Shan Shan cried out in alarm, Sister Lingzai, the divination shows bloodlust filling the sky, a triple star alignment bringing a terrible omen. This quest is incredibly difficult, categorized as a 5-star destruction level. Hearing this, Lingzai froze in shock, her brain shutting down so she couldn't utter a word at this terrifying prophecy. At the assembly hall of the National Server Guild, a mysterious figure hiding his identity under a hood leaned his hands on the table. The aura he emitted showed that this person was the president of the National Server Guild. With an extremely serious expression, he spoke. The current situation is quite tense, and the leaders of all major guilds are fully online. Let's get straight to the point and discuss the battle plan for this server-wide quest together. At the same time, Zhang Zong had also gathered everyone to discuss. Once the merger process took place, the Huaxia region would house hundreds of millions of players in the same main city. At that time, managing personnel would become an extremely difficult problem. A subordinate manager timidly spoke up. With hundreds of millions of players defending, is that blood demon really so powerful that it's unstoppable? Several other members nodded in agreement. Exactly, after the merger, the main city will surely have over 1,000 level 50 elite NPCs. With such a formidable guard team, how scary could this quest actually be? By the way, has the Prophet Mage Group given any deductions? What's the final result? Zhang Zong replied with extreme tension. Almost all high-level prophets returned a highly disastrous result. This catastrophe reaches a 5-star destruction level. The probability of us losing our main city is nearly 99%. The answer was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present in utter panic. If we really lose the main city, how are players going to survive? Right, currently very few are qualified to enter the level 30 main city. If we lose this stronghold, Huaxia is basically doomed. As the atmosphere grew gloomier, the system sent another announcement. Attention everyone, to provide the most realistic beast invasion experience. During the Blood Demon Invasion event, any player who dies in battle will have their resurrection state locked until the event officially ends. Already chaotic, receiving this announcement made the crowd even more panicked and anxious. Oh no, that's way too cruel. If we only have one life, how are we supposed to hold out? Someone protest, I hope this isn't real. Zhang Zong could only encourage his comrades to do their best. The die is cast, we have no choice but to fight to the death. The strategy department has already drawn up a set of response plans, and the documents will soon be distributed to all major guilds. Please organize your formations well. The fateful morning, in the courtyard of the Baofeng main city. Upon logging in, Feng Lingzai and the sea of people around her received a brand new notification that made everyone overjoyed. Lingzai jumped up and cheered. Everyone, look! The main city's area has expanded tenfold, and the number of NPCs has skyrocketed too. A capacity for hundreds of millions of players at once is truly magnificent. On the virtual sky, text appeared. Sincere thanks to all players for your continuous support and love. It has been exactly 50 days since Ju Chang Tianyu was launched. To express our gratitude to the community, we are holding the 50-day Ju Tian anniversary event. Event details. A series of exclusive dungeon bosses will be released into wild maps today while maintaining the original experience rate and drop rate. Successful boss hunts will grant contribution points. The top-ranking player will immediately walk away with a supercar chameleon, researched and manufactured by the company itself. The Tianxing Game Company wishes you all a delightful experience. People began to stir in chaotic discussion. Damn it, the Blood Demon Invasion is already beating us down, and now they are adding a wild boss hunt event. We're doomed. Normally they barely release this kind of event, and suddenly they cram 2 major events into the same time. It's going to be absolute chaos. Exactly, which event does the system want us to participate in anyway? Feng Lingzai hurriedly messaged Lu Chen. Quang Shen, everything is in total chaos. Which corner are you stuck in? On the other end of the line, Lu Chen replied with an energetic tone, this event is actually quite good. I'm hoping to hunt a boss that drops permanent materials to stock up for clearing dungeons. Unfortunately, the level of this area is quite high, so I'll probably have to prepare for a long time before I can take down a boss. At the same time, an entire army of players was charging to attack a boss that looked exactly like Lu Chen's mount, Jin Mao. Checking her clock, Lingzai screamed, it's almost 8 in the morning, yet there are still countless people obsessed with killing bosses. The top rankers have already grinded over 1,000 points. The system continuously updated the event's current accumulated scoreboard. Tai Yi Huangtian 1,433 points, Zhai Hui Zaixian 1,431 points, Hai Shan Laomo 1,420 points. Lingzai bit her lip in shock. Everyone's blinded, running outside to kill bosses. This makes the city defense quest feel harder by the second. Right at that moment, the system announced, the Blood Demon Army is departing and heading straight to Xi'an Shan main city. The people passionately unloading skills in the wild maps flinched when they saw the announcement. They frantically shouted at each other to retreat. We're doomed, they're at the gates, pull back to the city quickly. The outside area is no longer safe. We can only pray the blood demon army holds back and doesn't hit too hard. Before they could recover, a massive wave of red bone fog surged forward and completely enveloped the main city, causing chaos among everyone. This red fog looks familiar. I hope it doesn't have an equipment-corroding attribute like the previous dungeon. It's highly likely. If this keeps up, the difficulty will be pushed even higher. Quickly pop some potions and heal. This damage level is seriously too absurd, losing 0.5% of health every second. Oh God, what kind of monster descended here? Draining health continuously for 12 hours, this event's design is truly too twisted. Crowds ran at full speed toward the city gates. Hurry up, guards, close the gates quickly. I can see the massive blood demon army covering the entire sky, and what's more terrifying is that the wild bosses have been assimilated by them and are charging here like crazy. Standing on the city wall, Fengling Zai was filled with extreme anxiety, praying, "Quang Shen, you are the only variable to turn the tide. Which corner of the world are you wandering in?" Just in time, Lu Chen landed on the battlefield. Xiao Min appeared and happily reported, "Boss, the blood demon invasion drama has officially begun." Lu Chen rubbed his hands in equal excitement. "Hee, I've been waiting for the chance to kill the guardian beast. Let's go, let's join the fun." Xiao Min stared in surprise and asked Lu Chen, "Boss, are you planning to align with the blood demon to attack humans? If you do that, this main city will definitely go up in smoke." Lu Chen waved his hand and chuckled, replying quickly, "Don't worry, little sister. I bear the label of a wild monster, but in essence, I am still a member of Huaxia. How could I let something happen that causes our national main city to vanish?" Xiao Min was still worried. "So how exactly do you plan to handle this?" Lu Chen frowned seriously, a wild look in his eyes. "Of course, I want it all. Only the weak hesitate, the smart never make just one choice. The strategy is to capture the guardian beast first, then handily send that blood demon to its grave. Let's get to work. Head straight to the Baofeng main city." The current situation was extremely chaotic. A giant monster was fiercely charging and tearing through the players' formation. People screamed in panic, falling over each other and running wildly in all directions. Healers keep casting rejuvenation continuously. Frontliners, focus fire and raise your shields to resist the blood skeletons. Rear DPS, burst down the spirit summoners. If you don't kill them, they'll keep spawning mobs. Oh my God, guys, look behind you. What on earth is that massive black shadow looming forward? Through the fog, the colossal figure of the final boss, the blood demon, was taking earth-shaking steps, gradually advancing. A player screamed in panic, causing the crowd to react in fear. With a body that huge, how on earth is this city wall going to stop it? Though they cursed, their eyes gleamed with intense excitement. Screw it, high risk, high reward, just set up the defensive formation first and figure the rest out later. At that critical moment, the sudden appearance of Lu Chen made the crowd burst into shocked uproar. The great god Wu Ming has arrived. Lu Chen swept his gaze over the monster's continuously ticking green heal text of +600, calculating in his mind, "This battle, I have to put in some serious work. Since I am also a wild monster, I still benefit from the passive of restoring 0.5% of maximum health every second." Suddenly a spark flashed in his mind. De Huang, the guardian beast. Right, how could I forget such a delicious target? Lu Chen quickly grabbed De Huang to interrogate him. "Kid, do you know how to enter the ancient battlefield?" De Huang barked in reply, "Master, it seems we have to track down the stone pillar formation of the ancient battlefield, and then spend another 10 million reputation points to open it." Hearing the exorbitant price, Lu Chen's face contorted as he mumbled his calculations. 10 million reputation points? Is the system robbing me in broad daylight? It seems that to gather such a massive amount of points, there is no other way but to turn my spear towards the main city. But before taking action, I must change my identity for safety. His fingers flicked quickly across the skill system interface, and he decisively locked his target onto the Zhu Sha Mi Hu disguise. With everything prepared, he silently cupped his hands in apology, sincerely apologizing to his fellow human players. To lure the city-guarding divine beast out, this humble one has no choice but to tear a gap in your defensive line. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he did not hesitate to grab his sword and charge straight into the ranks of the defenders. The iron sword swung like a wild tempest, unleashing the Juque sweep to tear apart the left flank, then followed up with a Hu Zhao strike to blow away the right flank defense. The terrifying power swept through, plunging countless players into a miserable state, their formation shredded to pieces, and their health points plummeting rapidly. Panicked players threw down their weapons and fled for their lives, while Lu Chen grew more spirited as he fought, chasing the players with his sword like scattering ducks. The turn of events happened too quickly, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. This is bad, the defensive line is about to collapse. Guys, why does that gorilla's skill set look exactly like Wu Ming's signature moves? Wu Ming must have learned his skills from these wild monsters too. Stop talking nonsense, we don't have time to analyze this. Hurry up and find a way to patch the defense first. On the live stream channel, the onlookers were also so nervous that they broke into a cold sweat. One netizen typed a comment, "The Hua Zia defense is definitely going down this time." Another agreed, saying, "Absolutely spot on, the main city is definitely history this time. I just hope our server never encounters this Zumo invasion disaster." In the heat of the moment, an elder rushed down from the watchtower and shouted loudly, "Healer teams, quickly retreat into the main city. We will use the elite guard squad as our final defensive shield. Melee brothers, please fight to the death to buy some precious time for everyone to retreat." The crowd below reacted with extreme anger upon hearing the order, shouting and cursing in unison. What? Forcing us melee classes to be cannon fodder and sacrifice our lives. Only a madman would rush to his death. Hua Zia is doomed. Exactly, dying once means a 12-hour login ban. Who is stupid enough to throw away their life for free? Though they complained loudly, their bodies were extremely honest. Their passionate nature surged, and they charged forward with weapons like moths to a flame. Melee brothers, for the survival of the main city, charge and slaughter the Zumo. Killing one breaks even, taking down two is a profit, let's fight. Witnessing that tragic and heroic scene, millions of viewers watching through screens could not help but gasp in admiration. Are Hua Zia players really this brave? Their unity is top tier. It is hard to believe these people would disregard the penalty and face death without fear like this. The elder who had just issued the order stood biting his nails, pondering and calculating. With this soaring morale, those resilient youngsters should be able to hold out for a few hours. Then, combined with the defensive shield of the main city, maybe we can limp past this 12-hour death threshold. But reality was not a dream. From the front line, the boss Zumo suddenly spread its colossal wings, leaving tens of thousands of players stunned and frozen in place. What on earth is happening? Can that oversized body actually fly? We are doomed. The Zumo is preparing to unleash a battlefield-clearing blow. In its fury, the Zumo spread its wings and dove down, plowing through the defenders' formation. Thousands of players were blown away in an instant. The crowd watching the battle through screens was thrilled to the extreme. Unleashing 5 consecutive waves of attacks, each strike taking away 3,000 health points. With such terrifying damage, who on earth can block it? At the current average standard, you would have to search high and low just to find a few players with health exceeding 6,000. At the critical moment, reinforcements from neighboring areas finally arrived at the ancient city. What caught their eyes was the sky-blocking figure of the Zumo, and everyone's attitude and emotions instantly turned chaotic. A soldier screamed in terror. What the hell is that, the legendary Zumo? With this suffocating pressure radiating from it, what kind of madman would be skilled enough to deal with it? Hovering in the sky, the colossal monster tightly folded its wings, then suddenly released a surging wave of energy, blowing away all the poor creatures clinging to the ground below. The reinforcement team had just shown their faces when they were hit by the toxic attack, submerged in deep red smoke and instantly losing 1,200 health points. They groaned in agony. Gosh, this smoke is even worse than physical damage, and the coverage area is insanely huge. Despite being beaten black and blue, the hardship did not make them falter. The entire formation rallied their spirits and roared, "What is there to fear, brothers? Charge and shave its scales for me." A burly man carrying a greatsword leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike directly onto the monster's armor. However, a tiny -1 health number popped up mockingly. The damage was truly negligible. The guy broke into a cold sweat and groaned, "We are screwed. If we can't even pierce its armor, how are we supposed to fight?" After playing around with the weaklings outside the gates for too long, the Zumo gradually lost its patience. So it flapped its wings, aiming straight for the inside of the sturdy city walls and advanced. As the sirens wailed, a colossal energy shield lit up and covered the entire area. The system continuously flashed red, warning, invading monster detected, activating the Shui Huo Feng Grand Formation to protect the capital. The players trembling inside the city walls let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the sturdy shield raised, everyone breathed easy. Thank goodness, we have this grand defensive formation protecting us. This is wonderful, we still have a chance to survive. Standing in a corner enjoying the show, Lu Chen stroked his chin and calculated with amusement. With that Zumo's power, shattering this grand defensive formation is only a matter of time. Otherwise, would this quest just be for show? But dragging it out for too long isn't good either. What if the event time runs out and the divine beast still hasn't shown its face? Then all this effort will be in vain. All right, brother Zumo, let this brother give you a hand. Lu Chen gathered his energy to unleash his ultimate skill, Lai Dai Hong Gu, driving his sword with full force into the hard ground, a burst of violent power radiating along the stone veins. With the impact point as the center, a colossal fissure tore the earth apart into a deep trench, causing a flock of unfortunate players standing nearby to lose their footing and fall straight into the abyss. The players scrambled up, complaining with wry smiles. He's supposed to be a minor mob, but he fights harder than a boss. One curious guy scratched his head. I wonder if that Hu Wang equipment set Wu Ming has dropped from this gorilla. If so, I have to risk my life to snatch a set too. From the top of the watchtower, the commander from earlier shouted through his megaphone again. That monkey is the fiercest boss in this area. The durability of the Hu Shan De Zhen is evaporating rapidly. Everyone quickly send a team to lure him away. Attention everyone, our current mission is to lead that monkey on a stroll, not to fight him to the death. The crowd below responded in unison. Roger, Roger, just run and defend. Try to buy time so the Hu Shan De Zhen can last as long as possible. Lu Chen stood with folded arms, his ears buzzing from the noise, the corners of his mouth twitching helplessly. This crowd of mortals was shouting their strategy right in front of him as if nobody was there. Was this really appropriate? Did they think he was deaf or didn't know how to eavesdrop? His mind raced. When the whole crowd charged him in a moment, how should he play along to look cool? Should he act innocent and cooperate to let them lead him on a walk? Joking, that would be too fake, losing the brutal vibe of a wild monster. How on earth could he handle this naturally? Before he could draft a script, the swarm of players rushed in like a disturbed beehive. They used all kinds of yelling to taunt him. You little gorilla, your grandpa is right here. Insolent Wukong, how dare you disobey your master? Red-bottomed monkey, if you have the guts, come and eat me. Unable to come up with a good plan despite racking his brain, he chose flight as the best option among the 36 stratagems. He would just leave the troublesome Zhu Mo to the leaders to fend for themselves. This master had no spare time to argue with these lunatic crackpots. With that, he turned on his heel and bolted, leaving the bewildered players standing blankly and watching. Wait, what? Why did he run away without even a fight? Damn it, what kind of act is this crazy monkey trying to put on? However, the persistent crowd wouldn't let him go, determined to kite this monster. The mocking shouts continued to echo from behind. Hide well, little monkey, grandpa is coming to catch you. Disobedient disciple, why don't you come back and take a beating when master calls? Cowardly monkey, stand still for me. Lu Chen sighed in weariness, his eardrums tortured to their limit. Since you all love to seek suffering so much, this venerable one will compassionately fulfill your wishes. Seems like if I don't pull out my ultimate move, I won't be able to cure you guys. Turning around, Lu Chen channeled his energy and swept his sword in a sharp arc. The majestic protective barrier was suddenly torn open, leaving a large gap. Catching wind of the opening, the beast army outside rushed in like flies to honey, trampling over each other to flood inside. The players inside were scared out of their wits, screaming in terror, "Oh my God, is that monkey horned or what? Why is he so smart? He even knows how to punch a hole to clear a path for his comrades to crawl in. Exactly, with this kind of intelligence, he is definitely no ordinary boss. Stay alert, brothers, the horde of monsters is already breathing down our necks." Midst the chaos, a youth suddenly had a bad idea. Since this monkey is extremely smart and always sneaks to open paths to support his kin whenever there is trouble, we can exploit this weakness to set an ambush for him. His close-knit group of brothers nodded in agreement. Moreover, this boss is lingering in the boundary area, outside the Zumo's protection range. With the battle plan finalized, the whole team immediately sprang into action. Lu Chen didn't make those people wait any longer. He decisively leaped forward, casually delivering another beautiful sword strike right onto the protective barrier. The players seized the opportunity to swarm in from all directions to play dirty, yet this was still not enough to trouble Lu Chen. Calmly striking back, he muttered to himself that these guys indeed had cheap tricks and dirty schemes, but if they wanted to use dirty play to bring him down, they had another think coming. At that moment, the boss Zumo also took advantage of the gap to slip inside, successfully shattering the defensive line and making countless city lords taste defeat under its claws. The entire crowd present scratched their heads at the monkey's bizarre behavior. Unanswered rhetorical questions echoed continuously. Is this monkey's brain short-circuited? He took a severe beating but didn't even bother to fight back. I don't understand why he didn't reuse his old trick, or has the system defaulted him to focus on attacking the Xian Shan first? Everyone gradually ran out of patience. If there was no way to lure the target out, they would just have to give up. No one was foolish enough to sacrifice their life in vain. Let's retreat. Realizing the crowd had shifted to clearing monsters and let him go, Lu Chen instantly became much more relaxed. He let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, "Thank heaven they finally left to clear the air. Let them fight. I just hope everything gets sorted out smoothly within the next 12 hours. Time flew by waiting for no one, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours evaporated, while the situation on the battlefield remained at an extremely violent level. Right at that moment, 3 figures soared into the air simultaneously. They awakened brilliant golden-colored streaks of light and shouted solemnly, "Heaven and earth are merciless, all species tear at each other, Jiu Tian is in great chaos. O strongest one of the supreme position, Jai Guang Baihu, please manifest yourself quickly." As the voice faded, from deep within the protective barrier, a boss Baihu with a muscular body flew out, looking extremely majestic. The fierce beast immediately pounced forward, delivering vicious blows toward the boss Zumo. Witnessing this great show, Lu Chen was thrilled. He secretly cheered, "Finally, the Jai Guang Baihu is willing to show its face. Looks like I am about to pocket another fierce beast." The crowd below acted as commentators. Some complained that the Zumo was too tanky with attacks that came with a terrifying lifesteal effect, while others worried that the city-guarding divine beast might fall. So, they rallied each other to charge into battle to protect the city. "We can't just leave it all to the NPCs, all troops charge forward to lend the Baihu a hand." Standing high up on the watchtower, the cloaked man questioned the youth. "Is there still no word at all on the whereabouts of Wu Ming and Yiwo Du Quang?" The young man quickly reported, "We have detected Wu Ming's movement. He passed on word that he will sit out this city defense. As for Quang Shen, he remains completely missing to this day." The man frowned pensively. Wu Ming choosing to be absent is actually quite normal. The other day he carried the sky single-handedly. This time he doesn't owe anyone anything to step in and help. Not to mention his level has already surpassed 30. Losing a tiny level 10 city would at most be a scratch to him. Nonetheless, he was extremely puzzled as to why Quang Shen was absent, since this mess was clearly triggered by Quang Shen himself. Regarding the epic struggle between the two great bosses, Lu Chen just casually folded his arms and watched the show. He didn't forget to play the role of an enthusiastic cheerleader. Beat each other up hard, fight fiercely. The two of you must chop each other to death before the quest time limit closes. Otherwise, my effort of sitting here and waiting all this time will go down the drain. The clock hands continued to spin rapidly. Exactly 9 hours since the Zumo invaded, the two colossal monsters had gone through a long period of fighting, and both currently seemed to have exhausted their energy. They stopped, standing and staring at each other, tacitly giving the opponent a brief moment to catch their breath. Lu Chen smirked mischievously. "Hee, after waiting so long, the sweet fruit has finally fallen into my hands." The Zumo swung its weapon and charged forward furiously, seemingly intending to unleash a killing move. Just glancing at its stance preparing to swing, Lu Chen immediately read the Zumo's intention. With that posture, it was definitely planning to unleash a Z-shaped slash, a skill carrying massive damage of up to 100,000. He started to feel anxious. If the Zumo finished off the Baihu first, all his effort of hiding in ambush would go to waste. He absolutely couldn't let that scenario become reality, so he had to act one step ahead of the monster. As his mind clicked, he carried the Ruyi staff straight into the air and smashed a fiery Lai Dai Hong Gu directly onto the Baihu. Unfortunately, the strike just now only took away a mere 3,000 health points, which was not even enough to tickle. So the guy decisively used his cloning technique to double his combat power and destruction. In the blink of an eye, two monkeys stood tall, automatically dividing the task so that each took charge of one boss, clear and fair with no fighting over who got whom. Starting with the Baihu, two sharp sword slashes swept in at the same time, causing the fierce beast's health bar to plummet. Next, the Zumo suffered the same fate of being beaten to a pulp. He sneered and whispered to it, "Little Zumo, let me borrow your aggro for a bit." Myriads of players witnessing the scene of a gorilla suddenly appearing out of nowhere and thrashing both great bosses were left speechless and shocked. What on earth is happening? Are three bosses holding an internal arena match? I said from the start that Monkey must have short-circuited. Who would have thought he'd dare to take on both sides like that? After a fiery clash, Lu Chen felt the timing was ripe and directly unleashed his finishing move, completely ending the boss Baihu. Just as the Baihu was knocked out, system notifications popped up in succession. You have defeated the remnant soul of the Jai Guang Baihu, the divine beast guarding the Xian Shan. You obtained 3 million heaven and earth spiritual energy, pocketed 5 level 8 talent fragments, and 5 8-star quality points. Closely following was another stream of notifications. You received a Jai Guang Baihu summoning stone, 1 spiritual source core, 40 spiritual source fragments, 5 spirit gathering pills, along with a purple-grade Tian Yan Zhu magic treasure. Taking down just one Baihu and reaping such a massive shower of loot left Lu Chen himself dumbfounded. Oh my god, 10 standard 8-star materials accompanied by 100 million reputation points. Are my ears ringing? On top of that, a magic treasure actually dropped. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a toy. The Zumo seized the moment he was distracted and sneaked up behind him with its sword, giving him a fright. Fortunately, his reaction was sharp enough to dodge and escape by a hair's breadth. Lu Chen grumbled with a frown, almost forgot there was still an eyesore left here. All right then, the cake is shared and everyone gets a piece. Take it easy and don't rush. He eagerly calculated. Currently, it was during the Jiu Tian 50-year anniversary event series. If he sent it to its grave, he would definitely harvest the entire pool of event points. Haha, with time and place on my side, if I don't slaughter this pig now, when will I? The Zumo flew into a rage, swinging its sword wildly in all directions, while Lu Chen swiftly leaped and dodged to wear down his opponent's stamina, silently aiming for the perfect coordinates to unleash his killer blow. The onlookers had witnessed the entire situation from start to finish. By this point, their brains finally started to connect the dots. This monkey was absolutely not an ordinary monster, and the character inside that beast's skin was highly likely Wu Ming or Quang Shen. Countless nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Spot on. Those mechanics are as smooth as a hack. They've been fighting wildly, yet the Zumo hasn't even touched a single hair of his. The wheel of time rolled silently on. Counting from the moment the Zumo stepped in to wreak havoc, it had now been almost 11 hours and 40 minutes. The golden moment arrived. Lu Chen leaped high into the air, spun gracefully, and delivered a fatal blow straight to the Zumo's head. Fierce flames erupted, completely swallowing the boss's corpse. The reward notification panel immediately appeared, meaning the evil beast had officially logged out. The entire audience present was dumbfounded, none daring to believe the sight before their eyes. You have finished off the Bai Yue Zumo, the boss governing the secret realm map. Obtained 4 million heaven and earth spiritual energy, 3 ancient hearts, and 3 ancient fragments. Received the Liyan Jian orange equipment, level 35, a one-of-a-kind item in the world. Pocketed a purple-grade demon wing. Received level 40 purple demon heart material. Collected level 40 purple Zumo amulet. Obtained level 5 Yu Ling Shi class blood skeleton summoning manual. Received another 2 ancient hearts and 3 ancient fragments. Lu Chen was ecstatic, the corners of his mouth curving up to his ears. Haha, it dropped. All the good loot has dropped. Rare materials, orange weapons, beautiful wings, and even a skill book. Gosh, this is incredibly satisfying. The joy didn't seem to stop. The system chimed again. Congratulations on sending off the boss by Yue Zumo. The reward is 20,000 event points. But before the smile could fade, his face turned pale when he suddenly remembered a fatal fact. Earlier, because he was too focused on the fierce fight, he completely forgot to turn on his stealth mode. The immediate consequence was that his beloved name appeared right in the middle of the system's roll of honor, and to make matters worse, it sat proudly at the top of the boss points leaderboard. Yuo Du Quang, 20,000 points. Tai Yihuang Tian, 1,433 points. The crowd erupted like a disturbed beehive, screaming with excitement. That monkey is definitely Quang Shen. Oh my goodness, his reputation is well-deserved, his power is absolutely terrifying. He devoured both the divine beast and the Zumo. Yet, there were still a few curious voices nitpicking. Strange, why does Quang Shen's playstyle look a bit similar to Wu Ming's skills? In another development, Feng Lingzai was also floating on Cloud 9, jumping up and cheering. My beloved Quang Shen is indeed the absolute best. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Double Star Building. A subordinate with an anxious face spoke up. Boss, is that Yuo Du Quang likely to become an obstacle in our way? The boss frowned in annoyance and snapped. An obstacle? What right does his kind have? Just a measly level 33 trying to put on airs. In front of me, he is nothing more than an entertaining clown. Put that kid aside. He immediately steered the conversation to the core topic. Report the leveling progress of our team to me. The subordinate quickly explained that their side already had a significant force reaching level 42. The boss frowned slightly, his voice growling with calculation. Excellent, reaching 42 is more than enough to unlock the Master-Disciple feature. There are plenty of wealthy tycoons out there waiting to be boosted. Quickly pass the order for them to get to work immediately. At the same time, a red-haired guy was nursing a grudge, swearing loudly. Damn it! The reputations of Wu Ming and Yuo Du Zun have spread too far lately. All that glory and those divine beasts should have gone into this young master's pocket. Just then, a beautiful figure glided in and boldly asked, Are you the Huang Keo Taizai? The young man's face went blank as he asked who the woman before him was. She went straight to the point without beating around the bush. From now on, you shall respectfully call me master. Hearing this, the red-haired guy's mouth fell open. Are you delusional? What master? Realizing her future disciple was still in a daze and unwilling to acknowledge her, she patiently explained further. In Jiu Tian, once you reach level 42, you can activate the disciple system. Don't tell me you are completely clueless about this information. Unfortunately, he still firmly disbelieved, his anger flaring up even more. He snapped directly at the long-haired girl. Damn it, are you trying to scam me? What level 42? Are you delusional? The woman let out a long sigh, shook her head, and said, I will just summarize it in one sentence. You guys only know how to wander into the game, but when it comes to the core gameplay, you are actually completely clueless noobs. Humiliated and embarrassed, the red-haired guy narrowed his eyes curiously, waiting to see what kind of tricks this woman could pull off. In an instant, looming right before him was a whale-like creature of colossal size. The magnificent scene left him frozen in place, stammering, Is this a Kun Peng? Is it your mount? She immediately scoffed and waved her hand. A tiny gold-grade mount like this, and you act like you've seen an alien. Right after that, a system notification popped up with an invitation. Player Ling Long Zai Lin, a level 42 Wu Ling Yu Jian, wishes to accept you as a disciple. The other party's condition is that you must tribute 20 million coins. Do you agree? At this point, the red-haired guy was completely defeated, rubbing his eyes repeatedly as if he were dreaming. Shifting back to Lu Chen, the guy was seizing the opportunity of having many bosses in the wild to hunt a few more. Seeing the quest countdown timer nearing 0, he settled on the easiest option, clearing 10 Lai Feng Hu. Once finished, he leisurely opened the system panel to review his gains. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided that since 8-star materials were scarce, he would liquidate surplus items to fund the upgrade of his Legion token. Immediately, the system reported a refresh of the 3rd-tier Legion recruitment token, boosting the physical damage of Legion subordinates by 70% and expanding their health pool by 1%. At the same time, it unlocked the inheritance feature and the star-up reward system for soldiers. The rules were simple. Once a Legion member slaughtered enough players to meet the quota, they would be promoted in stars and claim all attribute-boosting rewards. Lu Chen read the text, his voice filled with excitement. So just hunting players can raise stars. Having arranged everything neatly, he whistled cheerfully, putting everything aside to make his way back home. The scene shifted to the territory of Ren AI Feng. Setting foot back in his lair, he checked his management screen in his free time and screamed in excitement. Wow, this upgrade is pretty neat. A whole bunch of features are transforming. Most obvious is the solo dungeon, which has now been expanded to a 5-player team dungeon, auto-pocketing 150,000 coins daily. Not to mention, there's an additional Tier 3 Spiritual Origin Core Stone. This means the mana production in the area will definitely be much more abundant, accelerating the evolution process of the divine beasts. His extreme joy made him unable to hold back, directly launching a surge of power straight to the Jiu Chang Tian. Finally, he could see the stats of the magic treasure with his own eyes. The item, named Tianhu Zhu, was categorized as a high-quality purple magic treasure, accompanied by purple magic treasure fragments. Its special function would use the owner as the center, covering a 30-meter radius to summon a hellfire pillar exploding right beneath the opponent's feet. It took 1 second to cast, burning continuously for 2 seconds and shaving off a massive amount of health. Too eager to wait even a second, Lu Chen immediately swung his sword high, dancing a few basic moves and praising himself. Truly well-deserved reputation. Once the Hu Xiao skill is activated, the unleashed damage leaps to the threshold of 12,000 magic damage per second, a truly terrifying number. Glancing over and seeing an extra pair of wings, his curious nature drove him to click randomly to see if it had any interesting features. The information panel updated immediately. This is the Emo Jiayi, belonging to the Purple Grade Wing Equipment line. The wearer will automatically possess the flight ability, with a top wind-breaking speed of up to 18 meters per second. Good stuff must be tried out immediately. The guy excitedly equipped the wings on his back and flew around a few times to show off. Suddenly remembering his chest still stored the ancient hearts and ancient fragments, he smiled. It was perfect, meaning he had secured enough tickets to travel into the Blood Pond secret realm. Opening the status panel, he confirmed the successful absorption of the ancient hearts and ancient fragments. Since the boss guarding the secret realm had died, the Blood Pond secret realm would also officially vanish within a 10-minute countdown. After processing the notifications, Lu Chen suddenly grumbled. The old rules clearly stated that the Zumo must be defeated before fighting the boss. This kind of system operation is no different from using hacks. Nevertheless, on second thought, this bug had helped him sweep up 8 precious materials, so he decided to turn a blind eye. Lu Chen strode close to a colossal pillar, his eyes locked onto it as he muttered, "My reputation balance is quite abundant right now, surely enough to unseal the stone pillar and open the gates to the ancient battlefield." The moment his hand lightly touched the pillar, the system screen flashed. Your reputation has met the standard to unlock the ancient altar. However, for the first activation, the system will deduct 10 million wild monster reputation points. Equipping magic treasures inside the altar is prohibited. Please unequip them. Due to using wild monster reputation points, the system will automatically draw a human faction player to face you. Opening the heavenly domain wormhole, scanning for an opponent of matching level. At that very moment, Lu Chen transformed into his black wolf form, a surge of fierce energy pouring into his chest, sending his fighting spirit soaring. The heavenly domain wormhole altar. Does this mean the system is drawing a player from another planet to exchange martial arts here? Suddenly, an unusually excited feeling welled up in his heart. The system speaker announced the matching process was complete, and the other side had also clicked to accept the challenge. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together with extreme eagerness. I wonder what kind of rare genius this first use of the altar will pull out, but strangely, the monster summoned this time is actually quite gorgeous. The young lady had just dropped onto the arena, and the moment her eyes met his beastly appearance, she shrieked in terror. Oh my God, what a horrific monster! Looking at that hideous face gives me goosebumps. Stay away from me, I forbid you from taking another step. Lu Chen was extremely aggrieved. He swore he had not even touched a fingernail of hers, yet she was overreacting. Looking at this hilarious, panicked state of hers, he could confidently assert that this auntie was definitely not a scripted NPC. On the other hand, if she were labeled a player, her level was truly absurdly high. Plus, all the gear she wore was top tier. What kind of player could grind their way to being this overpowered? While he was pondering, the young lady suddenly shrieked and surrendered. "Oh my goodness, you scared me to death. I am not competing in anything, I raised the white flag, I just want to find my way home." As soon as she finished speaking, the system automatically brought up the verdict window. "Congratulations, you have successfully overwhelmed the enemy. Your deposit of 10,000 monster reputation points has been refunded, and you are officially awarded a ticket to go deep into the ancient battlefield." Thus, Lu Chen won without lifting a finger, claiming the championship without breaking a single drop of sweat, to the point where even he found it too surreal to believe. Staring at each line of the report, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but on second thought, a win was still a win, so he confidently took a step forward and headed straight into the central area. The camera shifted back to the red-haired young man. By this time, he was completely won over by the long-haired beauty's performance. He knelt down with deep respect. "I shall obey. Please, master, spare a moment to accept your disciple's bow." However, his dignified act lasted only a few seconds before his true colors showed. The red-haired guy said playfully, "Hey, little beauty, which dungeon are you planning to take me to power level, or should we practice dual cultivation to speed things up?" This greasy, playful tone instantly angered the long-haired woman. "Hey you, watch your mouth and speak properly." The red-haired fellow brushed off her warning completely. With a cheeky face, he replied, "Be careful, don't delude yourself into thinking you're some authoritative master here. I shelled out 20 million, so I am your god." The long-haired young lady responded with an icy, growling tone, "God, I'm sorry, but if I want clients, I can easily grab a whole basket of them. If you haven't realized where you stand, please get lost immediately." Her firm attitude made him hesitate slightly, and he quickly changed his tone. All right, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize for my slip of the tongue, master. It's just that I'm so desperate to crush that guy Wu Ming. He snatched my divine beast for nothing and has now surged past level 30. How can I swallow this anger?" The long-haired woman sneered in disdain. "He's only around level 30 and you're acting like the sky is falling. Hand over 500,000 and I will slice him up for you once." The red-haired young man sealed the deal instantly. He confidently stated he would transfer the money down to the last penny right away. Exchanging 500,000 for Wu Ming's miserable life was dirt cheap to him. However, the long-haired woman stopped him. "No need to rush. We can settle the payment once we actually confront Wu Ming. The priority now is for me to lead you to farm some levels." Just then, the red-haired guy suddenly had a question, his tone and expression turning remarkably innocent. "Master, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of cheat or method did you use to grind to such an insane level?" The long-haired woman had to lay her cards on the table to make him understand. Actually, before Jiu Tian officially launched its open beta, the publisher invited a team of high-profile players to experience it beforehand, but kept the data without resetting it. According to the contract, we are banned from interfering in public community features until we receive clearance from Tian Hang. That is why it is natural you have no information about us. Currently, the number of people on my side reaching level 42 is rising rapidly. This milestone is precisely what unlocks the mentorship function for us. Having explained everything, the master and disciple pair climbed onto the back of a plump whale and sped away, slicing through the wind. The woman confidently claimed that in just 3 days, she could easily boost the red-haired guy to level 30. How could a media bombshell of this scale escape the attention of Feng Lingzai's livestream? She enthusiastically interacted with the chat. "Did everyone catch that? That figure flying high in the sky is a genuine level 42 big shot. They can ride swords through the wind and even use magic treasures to ride the clouds." The chat exploded with a flurry of lively comments. "Only now do I realize the truth that there is always a taller mountain. Even though these big shots are heavily restricted by the system, their combat power is truly unreal. Compared to them, Wu Ming or Quang Shen are just insects. Did you see that sea monster earlier? It was at least 1,000 meters long. Oh my, the ancients were absolutely right. Seeing is believing." Feng Lingzai boldly predicted that the arrival of these super experts, along with the activation of the mentorship system, would definitely reshape the entire order of Jiu Tian. Nevertheless, Deep down, she still held a strong belief that Kuang Shen and Wu Ming would somehow step on the gas and catch up with these pioneers. Returning to Lu Chen's perspective, he was still busily grinding away at a mob camp. While his hands were fighting, his mind was calculating. These level 40 elite monsters gave great exp and dropped nice materials, but they were too stingy to drop any wearable gear. On the bright side, ever since he got the Tianyan pillar, farming felt effortless. Wherever he swept, monsters fell like ripe fruit. With every level 40 elite monster slain, the system pinged to award 40,000 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy, along with a rank 5 talent fragment, a 5-star quality point, and an increase in mana. After clearing for a while, the final destination appeared. He had reached the final boss room. This time, he was highly hopeful of looting some piece of equipment to make the trip worthwhile. The final boss guarding the gate was a giant warrior clad in solid iron armor. Lu Chen folded his arms, sized it up, and remarked dead on, "Quite a majestic posture, but too bad for you, buddy. Today I brought a top-tier magic treasure." With that, he immediately summoned Xiao Min to buff him with an invisibility shield. Right after that, he channeled his energy and unleashed roaring flames that bombarded the armored boss, burning away large chunks of its HP bar. Lu Chen laughed heartily with delight. "Hee hee, you little punk, take your time tasting this pain until you go see King Yama. Indeed, having a magic treasure in hand makes fighting as easy as taking a stroll." After struggling for a while longer, the boss exhausted its strength, and its massive body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together in excited anticipation. "Now we're talking, let a shower of loot fill this hungry bag of mine." As soon as the final boss's corpse hit the ground, beams of loot light scattered everywhere. Defeating the level 42 ancient boss rewarded 840,000 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy, 2 rank 7 heavenly martial fragments, 2 7-star quality points, and the corresponding mana. Additionally, he obtained an ancient heart. Lu Chen was overjoyed. His luck had truly exploded this time. Even an ancient heart had automatically fallen into his lap. Now he held the key to tracing the origin of these ancient materials. The only catch was that he felt something was slightly off. The final boss had clearly been cleared out, yet there was still no sign of the teleportation circle to exit the dungeon. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from behind. He spun around in shock to find that the armored boss from earlier had risen from the dead. Even in his dreams, he couldn't have guessed that this stage forced players to repeatedly slaughter the same boss over and over again. This game design was truly a form of torture. A mere 3 minutes later, what rested in the palm of his hand was a green jade gemstone. His face lit up, and he thought happily to himself that grinding like this was well worth the effort. This was an absolute steal, making the grind truly rewarding. Having settled the matter, he called Xiao Min out again to activate the invisibility shield, giving him a safe pocket to browse the forum homepage for some gossip, since this mindless farming would otherwise have him yawning in no time. The moment Xiao Min received her master's order, she cast the concealment spell instantly. Strolling through the official news section, Lu Chen discovered that recently, a whole bunch of big shots who broke past the level 40 limit had surfaced all at once. While browsing, a new message suddenly popped up in his mailbox. It turned out to be a challenge letter sent from the ID named Tai Zai. The content of the challenge read, "You lowly Wu Ming, do you have the guts to enter the arena to see who is superior? Hey Wu Ming, I am Tai Zai of the royal family, and today I solemnly throw down the gauntlet. The bet is a casual 10 million yuan or equivalent to a divine beast cub. Honestly, do you have the courage to accept this wager?" Lu Chen stroked his chin warily. He knew full well that this royal Tai Zai was extremely schemesome. There was no way he would foolishly seek his own doom without having a safety net. He was 100% sure the guy had grabbed a lifeline in the form of a master, using his own name to issue the challenge, but actually planning to have an elder do the beating for him. His brain quickly formulating a plan, he immediately messaged Li Muhua, "Hey buddy, please pass my reply to that royal Tai Zai for me. Tell him I accept the bet, but it must be on my terms." Seeing this, Li Muhua winked and replied, "Oh boy, what did you eat recently to talk so big? All right, I will forward the message to him right away." In less than a heartbeat, this commotion spread like a virus across the forums. In short, Lu Chen had put forward 2 core demands. The exact reply he asked his friend to convey read, I am Tai Wei Guo, and since my friend Wu Ming is not convenient to show his face, I will act as his spokesperson. He confirms his acceptance of the challenge from Royal Tai Zai under 2 conditions. Condition 1, the wager between both sides must be a divine beast. Wu Ming knows full well that you have just clung to a master's leg and intend to borrow their blade to kill. Since they are a master, they must possess a divine beast, otherwise there is no point in fighting at all. Condition 2, the time for this martial arts exchange will be set by Wu Ming, specifically at 9 tomorrow morning, while the choice of venue is completely left to Tai Zai's side. Massive crowd of spectators following the drama were left jaw-dropped after reading Wu Ming's final reply. So it turned out that Tai Zai was planning to hide behind his master to ambush Wu Ming. Countless questions were raised. Why did Wu Ming still plunge headfirst into this when he clearly smelled something fishy? Nobody could fathom the hidden motive behind it. They could only sit and wait for the clock to strike 9 tomorrow morning to watch the rest of the drama unfold. Upon receiving the message, Ling Long Lin curled her lips in sheer amusement. She instructed Tai Zai to go ahead and click accept on Lu Chen's terms. Once done, he could sleep soundly until exactly 9 tomorrow morning, when she would personally turn Lu Chen, or more accurately, Wu Ming, into a laughingstock for the entire world. Putting the challenge aside, Lu Chen buried himself in grinding monsters for 3 consecutive hours, reaching level 35. Now with an orange weapon ready for use, this farming trip was the perfect opportunity to test the damage and power of his new toy. Back in the real world, Lu Yi had also caught wind of the upcoming clash between her brother and Tai Zai. She hurriedly ran in to ask if he was actually going to do it. For someone like him to boldly demand a duel, he must absolutely have beta players backing him up. Lu Chen had seen through this long ago, but he brushed it off without a care, intentionally changing the subject. Patting his chest, he promised that whatever divine beast he snatched this time would be transferred to his beloved sister. Lu Yi was dumbfounded and asked, "For me?" Lu Chen smiled warmly and nodded. "That's right, a gift for you. I have everything I need anyway. If I don't hand it over to my little sister, who else would I give it to?" Spending another hour of hard labor, his reputation points were once again high enough to activate the ancient altar. Unfortunately, the price to unseal altar number 4 was an astronomical 20 million wild monster reputation points. The system screen immediately popped up a confirmation prompt asking if the player was willing to spend that much to unlock this altar. Staring at the price list, he froze for a moment, wondering where on earth he could get 20 million reputation points. His opponent in the previous match was fully decked out in purple gear, and his victory that day was thanks to sheer luck. With the entry fee doubling this time, would the match be 10 times harder? After weighing his options, he decided to pivot to unlocking altar number 2 for a safer bet. Walking over to another massive stone pillar, the cost to activate this altar was only 10 million points, the same as the first pillar. He muttered to himself that the difficulty of this trial would probably be on par with the first round. Having made up his mind, he chose this pillar. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his muscular werewolf form, his heart racing as he eagerly awaited the identity of his opponent in the arena this time. Suddenly, a strangely familiar high-pitched, melodic voice rang out. "My goodness, why does it have to be this female Yaksha again? With my current level, does the system really only pull this ugly monster to act as my foil?" Lu Chen was also taken aback and retorted, "Why do I keep running into you everywhere?" The woman turned pale, took a few steps back, lost her balance, and fell flat on the floor, her voice trembling in panic. "Hey, what is going on here? Since when can monsters speak human tongue? Whatever, I'm not wasting my time fighting beasts. Bye-bye." With that, she pressed the exit button and raised the white flag to surrender. System immediately showered congratulatory effects for Lu Chen's double victory. His 10 million wild monster reputation points were returned intact, and he claimed a spot to enter the ancient battlefield. Since this comedic scenario had repeated itself, he didn't bother to dwell on it. His mind was entirely focused on diving straight into the dungeon of altar number 2 to hunt the boss. This time, he placed his hopes on securing a few more ancient fragments. After exactly 60 minutes of grinding, his inventory was packed with another 840,000 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy, 2 rank 7 heavenly martial fragments, 2 7-star quality points, and 2 mana points. Along with those, a precious ancient fragment also dropped. The young man burst into joy. After waiting so long, The most crucial item, the ancient fragment, had finally landed in his hands. His enthusiasm surging, he eagerly pulled out the ancient fragment to apply it directly to activating the Lai Yan sword. His impatience clouding his judgment, he hastily summoned the stats panel to scrutinize the power of this new toy. The Lai Yan sword was of orange quality, level 35. Its stats, from physical damage, magic damage, strength, and agility to stamina, were all through the roof. Attached skill, Lai Yan Slash, which unleashed a 3-strike combo, with each strike dealing double base damage and burning the enemy with a fire burn effect lasting 5 seconds. Double critical rate surged by 10%, triple critical rate was buffed by 2%, and total critical damage was boosted by 80%. Magic Treasure Weapon Fusion feature. If the Lai Yan sword was placed in the backup Magic Treasure slot, all of its accumulated stats and effects would automatically buff the weapon currently in hand. Having obtained such an ultimate divine weapon, Lu Chen jumped for joy and excitement. Gear this good completely blew those silly weapon fusions out of the water. Analyzing every detail of the stat sheet, his heart was filled with joy. If he managed to unlock the second Magic Treasure slot this time, the Rui Cudgel he was currently holding would surely transcend and transform into a level 35 orange tier weapon. The current version of the Rui Cudgel was already incredibly powerful, with its raw damage likely close to reaching 5,000. Lu Chen raised his chin with pride, eagerly anticipating what that royal Tai Zai's self-proclaimed master would pull out to withstand his attacks tomorrow morning. Not stopping at good gear, riding on his momentum, he poured his resources into maxing out all his talents to level 5. Upon receiving the request, the system automatically updated the stats. Low-grade Werewolf Bloodline, activating a 25% chance of double critical damage and a 5% chance of triple critical damage. Low-grade Venomous Spider Bloodline, with Poison Drain maxed out at 35% lasting 6 seconds, and movement speed surging by 22%. Low-grade White Snake Clan Bloodline, slightly increasing poison damage by 3.5%. Every movement boosted attack power by 15%, expanded vision to 500 meters, automatically resisted all low-grade charm or illusion spells, and increased spatial sensitivity by 30%. The Demon Recovery Triple Strike Bloodline and the Corpse Bloodline granted the ability to corrode 18% of the physical armor of nearby targets while reducing their magic shield by 10%. Scanning his newly upgraded stats, even he couldn't help but slap his thigh in amazement at how overpowered and tanky this set of attributes was. The fighting spirit in Lu Chen's heart burned fiercely. He only wished he could skip time straight to tomorrow morning's arena match. At the crack of dawn, Lu Chen led his little monkey escort and his companions towards the arena. A guild member quickly reported that bookmakers were popping up like mushrooms, opening betting pools on his duel. They had set his odds at an astonishing 1-20. Seeing this, Lu Chen winked and urged his companions to quickly gather their money and bet on him to make a handsome profit. A black-haired youth standing nearby scratched his head in confusion. "Boss, aren't you a bit too confident? That crowd on the other side are all level 42 powerhouses, not people to be trifled with." Lu Chen smirked triumphantly and declared confidently, "Just trust me, put your money down heavily, we have this win in the bag." Hearing his boss speak so boldly, a youth standing in the crowd behind shouted, "If you say so, bro, I'm in. I'll empty my pockets and bet on Wu Ming." Several other voices joined in. "Wait for me, I'm also going all in on boss Wu Ming." Leng Ru looked out towards the arena stadium and was met with a dense sea of people squeezing in. She blinked in surprise. Wow, can a single wagered match draw such a massive crowd of passionate fans? As for Feng Lingzai, she had already secured a prime spot at the scene long ago. She immediately started her live stream. The fiery combat between Wu Ming and Tai Zai indeed had the power to attract an enormous number of views. "All right, everyone, let's take a quick walk around to see what the community is saying about this intense match." Suiting action to word, she walked around with her mic, pointing it at the faces of various onlookers eagerly waiting for the show. One player muttered, "Those closed beta veterans are geared out in glowing purple items full of killing intent. This time, brother Wu Ming is bound to get obliterated." Another guy standing nearby nodded in agreement. He pointed out the harsh truth. Trying to pull off a comeback with a full 10-level gap is just a fairy tale. "This time, I'm afraid, boss, Wu Ming's eyes have been blinded by his own arrogance." Concluding her quick round of interviews, Feng Lingzai summarized that the vast majority of the audience here did not place a single penny of hope on Wu Ming. Nevertheless, deep down, she still held unwavering faith in him, because she knew his character was never one to overreach or act on impulse. With this duel happening, she bet he had an ace up his sleeve. Royal Tai Zai had been waiting for some time, smugly cursing in his mind. That Wu Ming, today your brilliant glory will surely be snuffed out by my hands. Wu Ming showed up right on time, waving with a smile to greet Tai Zai Xuan. How have your bones been holding up lately? Tai Zai raised his chin and snapped. Cut the chatter, who said we're close. Today I will watch with my own eyes as you die a miserable death. With that he spun around to flatter Ling Longzai Lin. Master, the stage is yours. She immediately threw bitter sarcasm his way. You rode here on such a pathetic Zhu Shami who, yet you dare to act wild. Who gave you such blind confidence? Lu Chen calmly shrugged and retorted, You're only a few measly levels higher than me, miss, which doesn't prove that your skills are sharper. Ling Longzai Lin sneered in disdain. Do you think equipping a few purple and green items, then enhancing them a bit, makes you hot stuff? Let me educate you. Fighting outside the city allows for body camping. You can revive 3 times, so you'd better pray you don't lose all your gear and lives, or it will be incredibly embarrassing. Lu Chen maintained his nonchalant, irritating demeanor. Oh, so the rules are actually that generous. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. His stone-cold face immediately ignited her anger. She snapped, Shut up, hand over your wager already. Ling Longzai Lin's side brought out a giant Kunpeng whale as collateral, while Lu Chen's side only brought out his robust Mihu in response. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. Look, divine beasts, this wager is seriously loaded. The 2 glittering divine beasts made everyone drool. It was unclear if the 2 duelists in the ring were nervous, but the spectators on the sidelines were already sweating bullets. Some clicked their tongues, criticizing Ling Longzai Lin for bullying the weak, saying it was tasteless for a level 42 to pick on a level 35 newcomer, and even if she won, there was no glory in it. Conversely, another faction gleefully remarked that Wu Ming was suffering from megalomania, and a beating would teach him some humility. This view was quickly met with nods of agreement, exactly, daring to provoke the beta testing veterans. This time, his experience points should be wiped clean to teach him a lesson. On the other side, Zai Lin brandished her icy blade provocatively. Hey Wu Ming, you really like wearing that Mei Hu Wang skin, don't you? Then this lady shall initiate the monkey show right now. He also raised his chin and patted his chest. This country bumpkin has no shortage of purple gear, you know. With that he moved swiftly, thinking to himself, You want to play a game of chasing monkeys? Great, let's see who gets chased until they run away in panic today. Using a swift skill, Lu Chen instantly summoned a series of illusions, then activated his invisibility skill to completely hide his real body, leaving his clones to tease Zai Lin to no end. A flurry of sword strikes unleashed by him slashed through Zai Lin. Taking consecutive hits caused her health bar to drop significantly. The spectators gasped in amazement again. Is Wu Ming's combat power really that terrifying? Look, Zai Lin had to pull out her defensive golden bell to block. Is his weapon coated in poison, or is he a poison master? Oh my, a 3-strike combo. Is it pure luck or raw skill? Does this game actually have such bizarre skills? Countless questions swirled as everyone strained their eyes, watching with bated breath. Ling Longzai Lin didn't forget to hurl disdain at Lu Chen. HMPH, you have a few parlor tricks, but unfortunately, trash is still trash. The surrounding crowd dissected the match, with one guy shouting open-mouthed. Good God, after taking a beating for so long, Ling Longzai Lin still has 120,000 health. Is the game bugged or what? Those standing around nodded in agreement. She's indeed tanky. Her armor is like a fortress. Wu Ming's normal attacks deal around 2,000, and if they don't crit, they only scratch her for over 400 damage. Ling Longzai Lin spun her sword hilt again, directly activating her ultimate skill, the San Qing sword formation. Dozens of surging waves of killing intent slammed directly into Lu Chen, carving away a massive chunk of his health. Without giving her opponent room to breathe, she unleashed the second stage of the sword formation, raining down relentless slashes upon Lu Chen. The spectators on the outside gasped again. She's going all out, activating the sword formation and even pushing it to stage 2. Each tier strikes 3 times in a row. This skill is a one-way ticket to heaven. Its power is simply illegal. Still unsatisfied, she added stage 3 of the sword formation. The destructive power multiplied exponentially. The total damage Lu Chen had to grit his teeth and endure reached an immense 28,750 critical damage. Lu Chen's legs wobbled and he collapsed to the ground. Linglong Zilin raised her chin and laughed triumphantly. "How's that, kid? Felt the gap yet? I barely used one move and you're already on your last breath. I told you early on that playing with you is just like playing with a gorilla. Wouldn't it have saved you trouble to just surrender from the start? All right, I will kindly use my weakest skill to send you to the afterlife." She formed a hand seal to cast Wan Jian Ju, summoning layer upon layer of illusory sword shadows in the sky. At this point, a mere flick of her wrist would be more than enough to finish Lu Chen off. Royal Tai Zai seized the chance to ride on her coattails, laughing out loud and shouting to the crowd, "This bottom feeder is indeed a joke. Now have you all seen through Wu Ming's trash tier? When facing a real player, he is just a little monkey dancing in the palm of someone else's hand." Yet at that very moment, Linglong Zilin suddenly frowned in doubt. She stared intently, her instincts telling her that something was off. While she was dazed, Lu Chen's teasing voice suddenly echoed from the void. "You got that excited just from slicing my shadow, miss. In the end, who is the one being made a fool of?" The entire spectator stand gasped upon hearing Lu Chen's voice. Just moments ago, everyone believed he had met his maker, yet now his voice was drifting through the air. The crowd erupted in chaotic shouts. What on earth just happened? Was that body earlier just Wu Ming's decoy? Then where is his real body hiding? He must be invisible. Where did this crazy Wu Ming get an invisibility skill? Why does he have so many game-breaking things on him? Linglong Zilin was equally bewildered and demanded, "How can monsters use invisibility? Where did you pull this trick from, Wu Ming?" Seeing Linglong Zilin's confusion, Wu Ming didn't miss the chance to mock her. "Oh, I thought you guys were veteran beta testers. Why are you suddenly asking a country bumpkin like me? Do I have to double as your customer support hotline now, miss? How about you bow and call me master? If I'm in a good mood, I might share some knowledge with you." Linglong Zilin was choked with rage upon hearing this. She gnashed her teeth inwardly. "So what if you're invisible? I don't believe you can hide forever. Once you show your face, I will chop you into 100 pieces." Lu Chen calculated that the prime time had arrived. Her purple shield had worn off. He intended to rush in and finish her off right now, but Linglong Zilin seemed to have another trick up her sleeve. She pulled a strange item from her bag, shaped exactly like a giant mirror. She threw it into the air and shouted, "Wu Ming, come out. If you have the guts, show your face and fight me head-on." The onlookers witnessing Linglong Zilin's new trump card started gossiping once more. Wow, could this be the infamous lightning banner from the 5 Elements divine banners? How many purple items is this Zilin hiding in her robes? If you get struck by that mirror's lightning, unless you kill her first, it will shock you into depression. No wonder she talks so much trash with all that high-tier gear backing her up. Suddenly, Linglong Zilin felt a heavy pressure tearing through the wind and crashing down towards her. Before she could even blink, a blazing Tianyan pillar of fire shot down straight from the heavens, its terrifying destructive power clouding the sky and sending debris flying like rain. The crowd outside stood open-mouthed in a daze. Isn't this the fortress skill, Tianyan pillar? But the power of this one looks way more devastating. Nobody could believe that someone in stealth could unleash such a destructive blow. They were certain this was not a learned skill, but rather the effect of some treasure. The crowd scratched their heads in curiosity over what kind of item could deplete health so absurdly. Having just delivered a spectacular opening blow, Lu Chen taunted her again. "Your slow damage toy's bite is probably nothing more than a mosquito bite, right? You want to find where I'm standing? Don't rush, I'm tired of playing hide-and-seek anyway, it's too boring. Wash your face to wake up, this young master will reveal himself right before your eyes." The moment his words fell, Lu Chen materialized before the curious gaze of the crowd, his hands holding the blazing Ruyi cudgel. The crowd of onlookers quickly fixed their eyes on the weapon in his hand, letting out a collective gasp. What kind of rare cudgel is that? Did it drop from the heavens? Lu Chen tilted his chin and declared bluntly to Linglong Zilin, Open your eyes wide and look. Your trashy purple gear compared to my staff is absolute garbage." With that, he treated Ling Long Xilin to a fiery, earth-splitting fissure. She took the full blow, becoming so dazed that her legs buckled, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground. Leaping down, he stood towering in front of the one who had arrogantly challenged him moments ago, sneering as he threw out, "Hey, Tai Zai of the Imperial Clan, tell your master to run for her life, because I am rooting myself here waiting for her to return." The crowd was dragged from one shock to another. From skills to gear, everything Lu Chen brought out was mind-blowing. No one could have dreamed of a scenario where an underdog instantly crushed a level 42 expert with just a single strike of his staff. What on earth was that weapon to be able to sweep through everything so terrifyingly? Ling Long Xilin was now lying there barely breathing, biting the dust. Lu Chen strolled over, pointed his Rui staff right at the tip of her nose, and clicked his tongue. "The rule outside the city is forced resurrection 3 times, right? And health is only restored to a measly 10%. So, miss, choose how you want to depart this life quickly, feel free to suggest." Without giving her time to even part her lips, Lu Chen immediately struck her with his staff, sending her logging off the earth. Instantly, a purple level 40 leg armor dropped onto the ground with a clatter. Picking up the sweet loot, Lu Chen's face lit up with absolute joy. The moment Ling Long Xilin crawled back from the dead, Lu Chen's eyes lit up like high beams, eagerly waiting to see what premium loot this gold mine would yield next. With a crisp thud, Ling Long Xilin was knocked out cold and sent to meet her ancestors again. This time the jackpot exploded, dropping another level 40 purple chest armor. He grinned from ear to ear and boasted, "My luck is off the charts today. You couldn't find anyone luckier than me even with a searchlight." The onlookers watched Lu Chen's consecutive slaughter with goosebumps. One person pointed and trembled, "My God, he killed her so much her level actually dropped." The guy next to him nodded like a woodpecker in agreement. "Exactly, she fell all the way to level 41, how incredibly unfortunate." Everyone thought to themselves that Ling Long Xilin must be crying her eyes out in the restroom right now for picking a fight with Wu Ming. Someone in the crowd, unable to watch any longer, gathered the courage to shout out a warning, "Hey, that's enough fighting." Lu Chen tilted his chin, turned around with a smirk. "What do you mean? Are you getting cold feet and afraid I'll stay here to camp her corpse?" Those guys retorted petulantly, "If you didn't play that stealthy hide-and-seek game, what chance would you have against her? Wipe that smug look off your face. If you are so tough, stand still and fight face-to-face to see who cries first." Seeing them talk so big, Lu Chen readily issued an invitation. "Ah, what deep logic. Why don't you two heroes step up and have a head-on, blood-pumping match with me right now?" Just moments ago they were pounding their chests, but seeing Lu Chen's warm invitation, both of them instantly shut their mouths, completely silent, tucking their tails and not daring to say another word. Ling Long Xilin, having just scrambled up for the 3rd time, was in tatters, yet her mouth was still running at full capacity. "Wu Ming, mark my words. I, Ling Long, swear I will make you spit out today's humiliation 10,000 times over." Lu Chen calmly fired back, throwing a bucket of cold water over her. "Oh, are you playing the weeping victim now? Who was the one insistently demanding to come out here and settle grudges earlier? But that's fine. If you are still salty, feel free to bring your sword and find me to get beaten up again any time." With that, he turned and scanned the crowd of onlookers, glancing left and right before suddenly locking onto Lu Yi, whistling and calling out, "Hey, beautiful lady over there, come over here and let's get acquainted." This sudden turn of events almost made Lu Yi's heart jump out of her chest. She was completely helpless against her drama-loving older brother, who might cause her to die of a heart attack one day with his sudden antics. Even so, Lu Yi cautiously walked over to him. Lu Chen continued his role-play as a romantic traveler, dropping lines as sweet as rock sugar. "Hey gorgeous, I see your bright smile is so lovely, so I'll just toss you this divine beast as a small token." This scenario caused an even bigger stir than the previous murder. The surrounding crowd stood there with wide eyes and open mouths, gossiping. Truly, even heroes fall for beauties. Throwing a divine beast just because he sees a pretty girl, does he really need to squander money to show off like that? Where did that Wu Ming guy get such an extravagant habit? However, some sharp-eyed people noticed something familiar and shouted, "Drop all those conspiracy theories, open your eyes and look." That girl belongs to the Quang Lang Guild, who else could it be? Lu Yu was speechless, obediently holding onto her goofy brother's premium item, laughing inwardly. Her brother's comedy level was truly infinite, but this fluffy little divine beast had hit her soft spot perfectly. It was absolutely adorable. Clearing the battlefield, Lu Chen nodded toward the Tai Zai of the Imperial clan and finalized. Hey kid, next time there's a sweet deal like this, remember to bring yourself over and call my name. Scooping up a basket of reputation points after crushing the rookies, Lu Chen's curiosity flared up. He was itching to dive into the Tier 2 Ancient Trial, which cost a whopping 20 million reputation, to see what powerhouse of a player clone was waiting for him inside. Heading over to the Ancient Shrine area, a mechanical voice reported, "To enter the third shrine, please unlock 50% pain sensation, confirm." Glancing at the text, Lu Chen scratched his chin and pondered, taking half of the full force of pain, huh? This game's design is pretty savage. But whatever, I like a good challenge, let's turn it on and get the adrenaline pumping. Lu Chen stretched his limbs, waiting for the new challenger. The opponent this time was a muscular guardian, carrying a massive broadsword on his shoulder as he walked out. Scanning him from head to toe, Lu Chen muttered, well, dressed entirely in solid purple gear, radiating a dangerous vibe that totally outclasses that cowardly lady from before. Wait, so the only difference between these two shrines is just that getting hit hurts more. As soon as the opponent appeared, he immediately insulted Lu Chen's appearance. What kind of wild monster is this? It's an eyesore. Yet he still calmed his racing heart. Calm down, just slash away, and it'll be fine. We cleared the bosses without losing a single drop of blood, so this minor mob will be done for if I just grit my teeth and push through. Glancing at the guy's inexperienced face, Lu Chen immediately knew he was a rookie. Right after that thought, he aggressively drew his sword, unleashing a great chasm slash that split the ground as he charged furiously at the opponent. Yet that young man was no pushover either. He raised his shield armor to block with a loud clang, putting a sudden halt to Lu Chen's sword chi. Next, he lifted his broadsword and slammed it into the ground, triggering an earth-shattering tremor that erupted violently. The powerful shockwave sent boulders flying everywhere, to the point that even Lu Chen struggled to cope. He hurriedly rolled and flipped to dodge the debris, muttering in confusion, "What planet did these players drop from to have such painful attacks? They might even be tougher than the publisher's internal shills." Encountering a tough opponent, the fire of grinding in Lu Chen's eyes flared up even brighter. This match is getting interesting. Looks like this young master has to turn on butcher mode to finish this. The two sides clashed, engaging in a fierce battle. In just about 2 minutes, Lu Chen secured a complete victory. The digital display flashed the text, "Congratulations to the anonymous player for clearing this trial." The young player was completely convinced by his defeat, and before dissolving he still managed to utter some bold words, "You are indeed tough. Next time I'll bring CC removal gear, just you wait, I won't let you push me around anymore." Lu Chen waved back cheerfully, "Sure, looking forward to sparring with you again." At the same time he pried, "Hey friend, whisper to me, what region are you from?" Unfortunately, before he could hear the answer, the system dragged the guy away, making him vanish completely. In his absence, Lu Chen's brow furrowed. He calculated thoughtfully, if that guy really had CC removal gear hidden, I probably would have taken a beating in that fight. Thinking in circles was tiring, so he brushed it all aside. Well, let's go run a dungeon instance first, then head straight to the 30 million reputation shrine to keep grinding. After clearing the dungeon, it was time to tackle the new shrine. Before stepping in, he stared at the notification screen to see if there were any warnings. The machine reported, "To challenge the fourth shrine, you must endure pain at 75% intensity, dare to play." This clear notification made Lu Chen even more certain about the rules of the shrines. The deeper you go, the higher the pain levels. Since he had already ridden the tiger, why hesitate to strike? Walking into the worship space, he rubbed his hands, waiting for the system to drop the boss. Who would have thought luck would be so bad that enemies would cross paths? This matchup actually put him face to face with that tearful lady from before. The moment she caught sight of Lu Chen's armor, her face lost all color and she shrieked, "Are you haunting me or what? Why is it you again? I gritted my teeth and burned 30 million points, so why did the system still put you in my matchup?" Lu Chen also flared up and retorted, "Because some jerk cursed me, that's why I ended up in this state. I'm really pissed off now, were you the one who hexed me?" Confess honestly now, did you play a backstabbing game on me? Seeing the monster in front of her foaming at the mouth and raging, the weak-hearted lady burst into a flood of tears. Oh my God, this is so unfair, I didn't do it. I don't even know who you are, let me go home to my mother. This tearful tantrum made Lu Chen feel a bit guilty himself. He cleared his throat, lowered his tone, and asked gently, "Hey, elder sister, I'm just a small passing mob. Is there really a need to scream as if you met a ghost?" Sniffing, she spat out a critical blow. Where on earth could there be a monster with a face as visually offensive as yours? Taking a bitter blow straight to the face, Lu Chen was completely speechless. He shook his head, clicked his tongue, and said, "All right, let's drop it. Why don't you just press the self-destruct button and fly off quickly, just like the old script?" But to his surprise, this time she stubbornly refused to give up. Hands on her hips, she said she had burned a ton of points here already, and if she didn't at least throw a few hits, it would be a waste. She didn't expect to beat him, but she had to surpass herself so she could die without regrets. Seeing her sudden burst of sportsmanship, Lu Chen also enthusiastically pumped her up with motivation. "Go for it, elder sister, the power of belief is calling your name." Buffed with spirit, she seemed much more eager to fight, even though she was still puzzled in her heart about what kind of monster would suddenly encourage a player. Gathering enough pride, she pointed straight at Lu Chen's face and scolded, "Watch your attitude, this lady is not to be trifled with." Right after her scolding, she drew her bow and fired an arrow flying swiftly toward Lu Chen. Was this thing equipped with GPS or what? It slithered and curved like a snake, aiming straight for Lu Chen's head. When he leaned left, it steered left. When he leaned right, it bent and followed. Spinning around to escape this homing attack almost made Lu Chen throw up. He exclaimed, "So tricky, there's actually a relentless homing attack like this. Pretty cool." Seizing the opportunity, she pulled out a freezing ice bow. From the looks of it, this was definitely the powerful frost burst skill. Lu Chen's temples began to throb. He hadn't expected her favorite Amei weapon to be just for show, while her actual ace in the hole was archery. The tide turned, and the tearful lady instantly transformed into a long-range turret. The distance between them kept widening, and this round it seemed Lu Chen was at a disadvantage. She screamed hysterically, "You have nowhere to run!" Then a streak of freezing frost shot out. This move was incredibly fierce. Even though he twisted like a cooked shrimp to dodge, Lu Chen was still completely blindsided by its bizarre trajectory. As a result, a huge chunk of his health was drained. The sharp pain rushed straight to his brain, exactly as the system had warned, hurting so much he wanted to cry. Lu Chen shivered with cold, his insides screaming in agony, "Oh God, I made a foolish choice this time, but now that the arrow is on the bow, I have to see it through. I just have to grit my teeth and bear it." She drew her bow again, aiming a 100-step pierce right at him. An icy arrow shot out and burst into hundreds of tiny needles, charging to pierce Lu Chen from all angles. Not only was his health stripped down, but he also got hit with a dizzying stun effect. His mind raced as he calculated. Getting CC'd for a full 1.5 seconds, if she follows up with a finishing move, I'm done for. Standing frozen like this to take the hit is a sure way to bite the dust. He immediately threw up a smoke screen of psychological manipulation. "Go ahead, strike me, tear me apart. Only if I perish here can I crawl into the real world and knock on your door to seek revenge." Hearing that spooky voice, she suddenly froze, raising her hands, seemingly hesitating to release the bow. However, with more guts than brains, she still closed her eyes and let go of the string, launching a massive ice spike toward Lu Chen. Thus, he took the bone-chilling arrow full on. This flesh-tearing pain made Lu Chen scream in agony. Clutching his wound, he ran away as fast as he could, muttering in frustration. This woman hit 1,000,000,000 times harder than the mercenaries from before. Taking a beating made the flame of wrath in Lu Chen explode. He roared in anger, "Fine, now wash your neck and wait for this young master's counterattack." With that, he roared and activated the Tiger Descending the Mountain ultimate skill, an 18-stage combo that summoned a fiery beast leaping and roaring into the sky. The Phantom Tiger unsheathed its claws and pounced straight at the poor lady, and naturally, victory leaned entirely to Lu Chen's side. She collapsed to the ground, but her stubbornness remained intact. Before dissolving, she still strained her neck to shout resolutely, "I've got my eyes on you now." Next time we meet, I'll definitely bite your head off. Grabbing an easy victory, the final gate unlocked. The lingering pain from the brutal beating earlier still throbbed on his flesh, so real that Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. This situation forced him to be more careful with every move. He muttered to himself, "Next time I can't be careless, I must be calmer. Plus, tomorrow is the start of the Double Exp event. If I can make it to the 40 million reputation shrine, the leveling speed will be like riding a rocket." Early the next morning, before the duo of Lu Chen glued their faces to the monitors, he carefully turned to warn his younger sister. "Even with Double Exp today, you are strictly forbidden from grinding all night. You'd better sleep early." Luya pouted playfully. "I know the drill, boss. Hurry up and get into the game, it's almost time to log in." He reached out to ruffle her hair, his voice suddenly turning gentle and pampering. "This impatient nature of yours, just when on earth are you going to drop it?" Upon entering the game, Lu Chen flew straight toward the 40 million point shrine. He was slightly anxious, knowing full well that stepping in here meant experiencing 100% pure pain. But on second thought, it would hurt but wouldn't kill him, so why back down? He grit his teeth and charged in, telling himself that as long as he braced through the beating, everything would be fine. At that same time, at the level 45 transition zone of the central continent, Linglong Zai-Lin was standing side by side with some big shot, asking softly, "Big brother, how is the progress on the Tong Tian Ta going?" The other guy frowned, his face dark as lead, still stuck there. "The boss in there has reached the celestial realm, its strength is insane. But it makes sense, since that's the gate to unlock Tier 2 of the celestial realm. If we can't beat it, we can only sit tight and wait for the developers to nerf it." Suddenly remembering the clash between Linglong Zai-Lin and Wu Ming, he tilted his chin and asked, "Zai-Lin, rumors say you were beaten to dust by that Wu Ming monster." She hastily tried to cover it up and made excuses. "That guy just got lucky and found a stealth skill book. Not to mention, he hides a nasty item that drains others' health while staying invisible. Who could possibly counter such dirty, garbage tactics?" "So what did you drop?" the guy pressed, frowning. Zai-Lin put on a calm face and replied briefly, "Nothing major, just some random purple gear." But then she suddenly stammered, awkwardly choking out each word, "But I accidentally let the Huo Qilin slip away." Hearing this, the leader's face darkened, and he scolded angrily. "What? The Huo Qilin absolutely cannot be lost. We just uncovered some clues in the Tong Shen Mi. These divine beasts have a fusion mechanic. Missing one ruins the whole game plan. We must snatch that beast back at all costs." Well, it seemed this duo was whispering to plot a scheme to take back the pet currently in Wu Ming's possession. At that moment, a group of players filled with murderous intent were roaring, shaking the sky. "Just camp there and wait for him to arrive at the level 40 map. We will gang up on him until he gets deleted from the game." "Exactly. Take turns ambushing him until he gets depressed and quits the game to satisfy us. Let's see if his mouth still dares to be so arrogant." This fire of hatred was actually orchestrated by Linglong Zai-Lin. Her true face at this moment looked extremely sinister. A massive trap was already set, waiting for Wu Ming to fall into. She smirked with a bone-chilling laugh. "Wu Ming, go clean yourself up and wait to be crushed, honey." Shifting back to Lu Chen, the moment he disconnected, he pulled off his helmet and laughed heartily. "Haha, my mouth told Zio you not to grind at night, yet how on earth did I stay awake for 2 days and 2 nights straight? But this double experience event is just too addictive." Luya ran over upon hearing her brother's noise, immediately pouting to lecture him. "You are so hypocritical, forbidding others while secretly grinding and leveling up like a storm. Tell the truth, what level are you now?" Lu Chen grinned, showing off his achievement. "I just hit level 44. Lu Chen's casual answer was like a bucket of cold water splashed straight in his sister's face. Luya's eyes went wide, her mouth open in denial of the truth, having to ask again, What number did you just say?" "I have a whole group of veteran players backing me and I've only crawled to level 35. How on earth did you jump all the way to level 44? Are you cheating?" Lu Chen kept a few secrets, only vaguely revealing to the little girl that he was secretly grinding somewhere else. "This zone costs 40 million reputation, forces open the 100% pain system, but if you die, you won't drop any gear. Taking a beating is real, but in return, the experience gains shoot up crazily. That's indisputable." Hearing this made Luya shiver down her spine. Gosh, enduring 100% pain. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. You are too reckless. Lu Chen shrugged, excitedly dragging his sister out the door. Come on, let this brother of yours treat you to a massive feast of delicacies. After filling our stomachs and taking a nap, we will continue our grind. Switching over to the headquarters of Linglong Xilin, this whole group had stayed awake for 2 days straight to level up, sharpening their blades waiting for the day to slaughter their enemy. The guy with slick-back hair, Tian Huo, looked pleased, cupping his hands to commend the brothers for their hard work, sweat, and tears. Tai Zai, trailing behind Linglong Xilin, added fuel to the fire. Master, I will stay close to you and defeat that pest. He took all the internet fame and he swept up all the premium gear. By what right does he get to feast on everything? Linglong Xilin nodded in agreement. Just keep calm, our forces are as numerous as ants. Once he wanders into the level 40 map, we will arrange a warm reception team for him. Linglong Xilin's words stirred the morale, and the crowd cheered in response. Exactly, we must drain his blood to shut his arrogant mouth. Tian Huo, seeing everyone's passion, also joined in. That's right, once he shows his face, we will initiate an infinite camp to grind him to dust. Right then, someone checking the website hurriedly alerted Tian Huo. Brother Tian Huo, we might need to speed up our plans. The forums are exploding that Wu Minggai has already reached level 44. Tai Zai gasped, his ears ringing as he couldn't believe the harsh truth, rushing over to ask, how much did you just say? At this point, even Linglong Xilin couldn't believe it. Wu Ming reached level 44. Who's spreading rumors? Are they dreaming? He was only struggling at level 35 just recently. Tai Zai added in agreement. Exactly, we grit our teeth and ground for 2 whole days just to gain 1 level. How could he be so incredibly fast? Needless to say, from Xilin and her disciple to the rest of the gang, everyone was petrified, unable to believe this reality. It's not right. He must have absolutely found some farming spot we don't know about, where the leveling speed is definitely far more efficient. Tian Huo alone remained in deep thought, then boldly declared, I guess if he leveled so crazily, he won't have any gear on him. No matter how high his level is, it's useless. Once he shows his head in the level 40 map, we'll just beat him to death until he's too terrified to go online. Despite Tian Huo's tough words, Linglong Xilin was still anxious. She murmured to herself that if they didn't eliminate Wu Ming soon, the future consequences would be unfathomable. Unfortunately, the powerful big shots were currently absent from this place. 8 hours later, in the heart of Lingzhou City, a dense sea of people crowded the paths. Lu Chen stood in the middle of the crowd, looking around and quietly reflecting. It looks like this level 30 main city finally feels alive. Looking back, everyone hasn't been idle these past 2 days of grinding. If everyone is preparing to advance, my stockpile of level 30 gear will soon have a place to be sold. He gently dragged his inventory list, counting back and forth and calculating. If I dump these hundreds of glowing blue and purple items, I'll probably make a fortune. While calculating, Lu Chen suddenly noticed, detecting someone stealthily tracking him from afar. A spark of suspicion flashed. Well, are the veteran players looking for trouble again? They must be plotting something. If they haven't learned from their past lesson, I'd be happy to teach them a new class. Exactly as Lu Chen predicted, the person hiding in the distance was indeed from Tian Huo's group. The moment he caught sight of Lu Chen, he immediately reported to his commander, Boss Tian Huo, the fish has appeared. But before the report could dry, his eyes went wide as he saw Lu Chen spread his wings and fly away. My God, he flew away, that guy actually has wings, he hastily reported to Tian Huo. He's flying north, definitely heading toward the level 40 map, you guys keep a close eye out. Receiving the intel, Tian Huo turned and said to the group, Wu Ming is on his way, whole team get ready. Tai Zai of the Imperial clan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He tilted his chin and announced he would host a live stream for everyone to witness Wu Ming getting thrashed. While Lu Chen was spreading his wings and gliding through the sky, the system suddenly notified him that his current resources were sufficient for the Chi Mei La hatchling to evolve and mature. Evolve. Naturally, Lu Chen chose to evolve it. He thought to himself that after burning 100,000 soul essences and 100,000 mana, he could finally upgrade it. The next step was to let Chi Mei La lead his horde of monsters to join in the fun. In less than a blink, the massive figure of the divine beast loomed. Chi Mei La took the appearance of a majestic king of the forest, eyes burning red like hot coals, with giant wings spread wide on its back. Admiring the newly upgraded divine beast, Lu Chen couldn't hide his excitement, a bright smile blossoming on his lips. Awesome! After waiting so long, I finally fully upgraded this pet. Those veterans are surely going to have their jaws drop. On the level 40 map, the live stream of Huangkeo Taizai officially began. The highlight was the appearance of a wild monster with an incredibly long and bizarre name never seen before. Tiger Pool Forest Might Dark Moon Vanguard First Leader Lake Blood Spill Heaven Book Ultra Strong Ultra Fast Ultra Tanky Shadow Ridge Silver Boss He 2. This bulky debut immediately shook the entire internet, becoming the most hotly debated topic in the game. Oh my god, such a creature actually exists in Jiu Tian? What on earth is this? Look at its endless title, just reading it is enough to feel a mountain of pressure. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player exclaimed in shock, "Hey, wait, strip away this lengthy prefix and this is clearly Quang Shen's title." The person next to him quickly agreed, "Absolutely, 100% Quang Shen, but has he really reincarnated as a wild beast?" Someone else shook their head in doubt. "A while back I faced Quang Shen when he was in the guise of the blood-killing ape. This monster's shape looks nothing like a monkey. How on earth did a monkey transform into this hybrid wolf?" A red-haired female player spoke up curiously. Maybe he used a transformation skill? However, her friend next to her brushed it aside, not caring what form Quang Shen took. No matter what he turned into, the big target in front of us is definitely Quang Shen. What she wondered was his reason for hiding out in this middle-of-nowhere place. She muttered in speculation, could it be that Quang Shen came here to team up with Wu Ming? Noticing the team's morale wavering, Linglong Zilin quickly raised her voice in warning. "Stop overthinking, let's just send it to meet its makers first." Tian Huo fully agreed with this proposal, nodding decisively. Exactly, all brothers charge. Unfortunately, not long after the formation charged, they took the full force of an earth-splitting fissure unleashed by the monster Lu Chen, leaving them pale with fear and terrified out of their wits. The crowd looked at each other, screaming in panic. "We are doomed, this monster can use that ultimate skill too. Run, brothers, get out of here quickly." However, one member bitterly realized they were too late. In an instant, the entire team took the full force of the tiger descending the mountain with 6 devastating waves of damage from the wild beast, completely scattered, all their equipped gear and items dropping everywhere. Lu Chen let out a deafening roar, shouting, "Spit out all your loot for me." Next, he frantically charged into the circle, tearing through them like a bloodthirsty fiend. Waves of double critical damage were unleashed by Lu Chen like a downpour, sending players logging off one by one in misery. After clearing the obstacles, Lu Chen scanned the battlefield and let out a cold laugh. Just one sweep and they all dropped. They don't even have basic reflexes. What a waste of a spotlight. This bunch has 0 skills, playing like total rookies, not even enough to warm up my fighting style. Pathetic. Huangkeo Taizai stood frozen, his face white as paper, stammering, "What on earth is happening? What is the meaning of this?" Seeing his prey suddenly speak and draw attention, Lu Chen rushed straight toward Huangkeo Taizai, glanced at him, and burst out laughing. "I almost missed you. Before moving to the level 40 map, I'll just send you off to bite the dust." Right after the sentence, Lu Chen's sharp claws tore through the Crown Prince's defense, sending him out of the game in an instant. Huangkeo Taizai being kicked out of the game caused the stream to cut off halfway. The viewing audience was extremely disappointed and annoyed. Damn it, it went down right at the climax. The slaughter scene from earlier left countless viewers still stunned. One account left a comment, "That was truly horrifying earlier, so many internal big shots got face-slapped with just one move." Another quickly chimed in, "Exactly, Quang Shen is over-the-top powerful, maybe his strength even surpasses Wu Ming's." At this time, Huangkeo Taizai had just been brought back from the dead by the system. He sat on the ground in a daze, scratching his head and pondering, "I thought defeating Wu Ming would secure my spot at the top outside of the internal group, but as it turns out, I'm still far too green." Having gone through the sweep of the wild monster Lu Chen, Tian Hu hurriedly checked his gear and was shocked to find that the team's weapons had dropped everywhere. Most painfully, his own weapon had also vanished without a trace. The most tragic was Huangkeo Taizai, whose gear was completely stripped away, leaving only a single shoulder guard. Linglong Zilin blinked in confusion, her brain seemingly unable to process it yet. She silently wondered, what on earth was that terrifying monster from earlier? It seemed someone reconnected the stream, allowing the external audience to continue soaking in the battle. Witnessing the internal team's gear dropping completely, netizens also broke into a cold sweat on their behalf. What did this internal group do to get such terrible luck? Dropping a pile of purple gear like that, isn't that the ultimate tragedy? In another development, Huang Kao Taizai, after taking a thorough beating, vaguely recognized a familiar vibe and finally rushed over to report to Tian Huo. Big brother, I know who that monster from earlier was. He is definitely Wei Wo Du Quang. I have no idea how he mutated into that appearance, but in terms of danger and secrecy, he far surpasses Wu Ming. Hearing this, blood rushed to Tian Huo's brain, and he stared wide-eyed at Huang Kao Taizai, growling, Wu Ming actually has allies. Why didn't you tell me sooner so I could prepare? One of the team members quickly tried to defuse the situation. Historically, Quang Shen and Wu Ming had always minded their own business, so nobody understood why they were working together this time. This person quickly suggested a plan to Tian Huo. Boss, Wu Ming hasn't shown his face yet. Our brothers need to reform our formation quickly. Tian Huo found this convincing and nodded. Makes sense. Wu Ming hasn't even entered this map yet. Unfortunately, before Tian Huo's group could even react, a cold voice rang out from behind, cutting off their thoughts. No need to waste your time setting up a formation. Tian Huo jerked around in shock, only to discover with horror that the wild monster Quang Shen had already materialized. With terrifying speed, he closed in directly onto the center of the inner squad's formation. With just a single, fierce tiger descending the mountain strike, another batch of Inner Circle players was sent to meet their ancestors. Even more brutal was that this time, the dropped loot was extremely generous, all top-tier items. The spectators watching outside had their hearts in their mouths, unable to comprehend where this monster had come from, as if it had risen straight out of the ground. What on earth was going on? Could Quang Shen have caught wind of their plans and ambushed them on purpose? However, a few sharp-eyed observers dismissed that hypothesis, since they had clearly seen Quang Shen walk away and disappear with their own eyes just moments ago. In his beast form, Lu Chen leisurely bent down to gather the items dropped by the defeated players, clicking his tongue and muttering, I almost forgot to go pick up Wu Ming just now. But this works out well. I ended up getting a fat harvest of equipment. He looked up, glared at Huang Kao Taizai, and curled his lip in disdain. Your gear is trash. Cutting you down would only dirty my hands. Having pocketed a massive haul of loot, Lu Chen quietly slipped away. Huang Kao Taizai was so terrified that he was drenched in sweat, and only when Quang Shen's shadow had completely vanished did he dare pat his chest and let out a sigh of relief. The online community was dumbfounded to hear that Quang Shen and Wu Ming were allies. If these two joined forces, how could anyone stop them? Everyone began to pray for the unfortunate fate of Huang Kao Taizai. With Wu Ming and Quang Shen on the same side, how could the prince ever hope to get his revenge? If they ever discovered the shocking truth that Quang Shen and Wu Ming were actually one and the same, they would probably pass out from shock. Back with Tian Huo's squad, after being repeatedly wiped out by the monster Lu Chen, they were left in absolute shambles. The players wailed, oh my god, my top-tier +1 weapon is gone. Hearing this, Tian Huo lost his temper and snapped, stop your crying. I lost 2 lives and dropped 2 +1 items myself. Another lackey with tears in his eyes egged him on, boss, that guy is going too far. We have to ask the higher-ups to step in and handle this. Tian Huo gnashed his teeth and nodded, exactly. I can't swallow this insult. I'll make sure we settle this score. Before his grand declaration could even settle, he received a heart-piercing stab from Lu Chen. Having just looped back, Lu Chen smoothly unleashed a flurry of skills to tear through their formation for another round. While hacking away at them, he laughed with glee. Haha, this feeling is indeed pure bliss. Thousands of viewers on the stream were utterly stunned, completely clueless about Quang Shen's next move. What kind of script was this? Why did Quang Shen double back again? They had to bow down to this guy's sheer trolling. In the blink of an eye, he had sent the entire squad to the graveyard 3 times. The Inner Circle players were probably hugging each other and crying in the restroom by now. Previously, Lu Chen had shown mercy and spared the prince's life, but since he had gone through the trouble of coming back, he was determined to shred him this time. Huang Kao Taizai took a beating and wailed miserably, you dirty player, how can you be so despicable? Lu Chen ignored him, swinging his claws rapidly while giving a gentle reminder, Don't worry, I've slaughtered you 3 times now. This time, I solemnly swear I'll move on to a new map. You guys take your time reviving." 15 minutes passed, which felt like a century to Tian Hu's squad. They were terrified that the malicious wild monster would change his mind and come back for another sneak attack. After waiting for a long time with no sign of him, they figured he had finally left. Only then did the group breathe a sigh of relief and gather to curse Wei Wo Du Quang, calling him the absolute king of trolls. Yet before their smiles could fade, they were stunned to encounter another bizarre-looking creature. Chi Mei La materialized, leaping forward with a world-shaking roar. With just a glance, the crowd recognized its origin. Wait, isn't this the divine beast Chi Mei La? But given its size, it was likely a fully grown one. The key issue was that the group vaguely sensed how absurd it was for a noble divine beast like Chi Mei La to be roaming freely in the wild. There was definitely something fishy going on. Without wasting any words, Chi Mei La lunged straight ahead and delivered a strike to Tian Hu, causing him to log out on the spot. Witnessing this, the entire squad froze in panic. What on earth just happened? Their leader was taken down in a single blow. Even though their boss had just revived with barely a fraction of his health, this beast was still way too brutal. While staring open-mouthed at Chi Mei La, no one noticed that a swarm of wild monsters was surrounding them. A member turned pale upon realizing this and frantically cried out in alarm, "Guys, a whole bunch of other wild monsters are coming. They look incredibly strong. What kind of bizarre scenario is this? We're really going to get wiped out this time." Lu Chen stood idly by with his arms crossed, watching the show with a smug smirk on his face. "Trying to take my levels? What a bunch of suicidal fools." In the real world, a wave of anger was erupting. Countless frustrated players roared in anger, "Damn that Wei Wo Du Quang, I swear we cannot coexist under the same sky. This is driving me crazy, I even lost a level. Boss, we got ambushed by Wei Wo Du Quang and he's camp guarding our corpses, making us too terrified to even press revive." Having run out of options, Tian Hu had to swallow his pride and ask for help. He called an influential hidden figure, "Boss, Wei Wo Du Quang is playing too aggressively. Please step in and save us." A cold, disdainful voice echoed from the other end, "A bunch of useless trash, you've disgraced the reputation of the Inner Circle players. I will send troops to rescue you. Our side is currently raiding the Tong Tian Tower. We just finished off the first mini-boss and picked up some hot gear. Those guys like Wei Wo Du Quang and Wu Ming can just wait. Once we finish our run, we'll deal with them one by one." Another 15 minutes of mental torture passed, and the Inner Circle group managed to keep their lives. One of them patted his chest and sighed, "God, we finally survived." Even so, Tian Hu remained gloomy that Plaguebringer's schemes are bottomless. He turned to comfort Ling Long Zai Lin, "Don't be sad, sister. If that duo wanders into the Huang Sa territory, they'll surely become dinner for the boss." Ling Long Zai Lin also sneered, "Makes sense. If they faced that freak of a boss, they wouldn't stand a chance even if they grew wings." As for Lu Chen, he was admiring a purple crystal fragment in his hand. A system notification popped up. "Congratulations on acquiring the item that triggers the hidden quest, Twilight of the Gods Secret. Successfully collected crystal fragment, sealed item." Spinning the glowing purple crystal, Lu Chen scratched his head in confusion. What kind of toy is this? Did picking up this scrap piece of glass really trigger something so earth-shattering? Suddenly, a giant ironclad killer insect boss emerged to block Lu Chen's path. Human and monster glared at each other, sparks flying. Lu Chen praised it. "Wow, this big guy looks incredibly robust. But what good is being big? Behold my ultimate technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped high into the air, wielding his Ruyi staff to deal a thunderous blow to the boss's back. But this boss was a tough nut to crack, not some weakling, and it had a hidden trick. As soon as Lu Chen's heavy strike landed on the target, the damage reflected back onto him, causing sharp pain. He grimaced and calculated, 100% damage reflection. Its defense is incredibly tanky too. A full-power strike from my staff only shaved off over 8,000 health. Wait, this must be its passive trait. Exactly, the boss's passive reflected 50% of the damage back to the attacker. Lu Chen refused to back down. Where he fell, he would simply change his stance. He quickly changed his strategy, switching to magic attacks to see how it went. He unleashed Grand Blood Sweep, but unfortunately, the magic damage suffered the same fate of reflection. He muttered to himself that in this difficult situation, if he had a team of healers backing him up along with a chest full of potions, clearing this would be a breeze, much better than fighting tooth and nail like this. But that was just wishful thinking. In reality, he was dirt poor and had nobody to help. Lu Chen let out a sigh. This boss is truly the natural enemy of basic attackers. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was very sharp. He spotted the boss's fatal weaknesses, weak attack power and sluggish speed. Thus, all he needed to do now was patiently stall for time until his summon army took the field to completely control it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, his divine beast Chi Mei-La trotted out. Flapping its wings, it flew in, turning into a fierce excavator that began chewing on the boss's head. Lu Chen swiftly split into clones and directed them to charge forward and tank the damage. "Go, clone buddy!" He felt very secure because he had spent gold to upgrade his barracks, meaning these clones would receive healing from afar even if their health dropped. Now, he just needed to throw the clones out to draw aggro, making things easy. With the decoy successfully set up, he immediately summoned Xiao Min. "Xiao Min, keep casting invisibility on me so I can hide in the bushes and control the clones. It's going to be a long test of endurance." Xiao Min nodded in immediate agreement. After struggling for a full hour, he finally sent the ironclad killer insect boss to its grave. Watching the heap of flesh collapse to the ground, Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Phew, finally took it down. Without the barracks' protection today, it would have been hopeless. The system beeped with good news. "Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Wild Story boss, true ironclad killer insect. Rewards: 450,000 spiritual energy, 1 tier 6 talent fragment, 1 6-star evolution point, and 1 mana point. You have obtained the item, Divine Eye Core. This is an exclusive quest item." Holding the core in his hand, he rolled up his sleeves and immediately set to work on repairs without a second thought. System fully revealed the core's background. The Divine Eye Core belongs to a hidden questline used to repair the shattered purple crystal. The player received the level 40 purple magic treasure, Sleeping Eye of the Gods. This treasure could perceive invisible things hidden from mortal eyes, but unfortunately it was in a deep sleep. Skimming the description, Lu Chen clicked his tongue. A purple item that is locked like this is a bit useless, isn't it? Well, whatever, free stats are still good. Let's unlock the third treasure slot and equip it for now. Immediately, a dark portal appeared. With a single glance, he knew it was a dungeon entrance. Lu Chen tilted his chin and boldly stepped inside. The system chimed. "You have entered the hidden dungeon, Eye of the Gods." Outside the dungeon, Ling Long Xilin and Tian Hu were riding the wind, waiting for news. They waited so long they practically lost their hair, yet not a single soul showed up. Tian Hu spoke up impatiently. "Strange, where did Wei Wo Du Quang and Wu Ming vanish to? Why is there no sign of them?" Ling Long Xilin, standing nearby, raised her chin proudly. Maybe those two were chewed to pieces by the ironclad killer insect. Tian Huo nodded in agreement. Highly likely, that worm is truly disgusting. Meanwhile, inside the time trial dungeon Eye of the Gods, Lu Chen was looking at a boss whose appearance was an insult to the eyes. He sighed to himself. "Its appearance is chilling, but I'll get used to it. I just pray this guy doesn't have a damage reflection mechanic. My bones are too creaky to handle that right now." After calculating for a bit, Lu Chen decided to lure a stray monster to a quiet corner to test out what tricks the monsters here had. He swung his sword, sending a slash into the monster's body, and with a crash, the damage immediately bounced back straight onto him. Lu Chen's eyes burned with frustration. Damn it, it's indeed damage reflection again. This time it's a 1-to-1 split. Just then, a notification popped up detailing the rewards for defeating the level 42 Eye of the Gods. A total of 1,024 spiritual energy, 1 tier 4 talent fragment, 1 4-star evolution point, along with Holy Spirit essence and the item, Divine Eye Particle. This was the only item capable of awakening the sleeping Eye of the Gods. Gathering 100 Divine Eye Particles would allow an awakening attempt with a meager 0.5% success rate. Due to his lack of Divine Eye Particles, the awakening function was currently locked. Staring at the heart-like object floating before him, he did some quick math. Based on the system's stingy rates, he would need to farm at least 20,000 Divine Eye Particles to be safe, maybe even more if he was unlucky. With only 2 hours on the clock, combined with the damage reflection gimmick, Pulling a whole mob and unleashing AoE attacks would surely send him straight to the grave. This dungeon was designed to torture players. Suddenly, Xiao Min chimed in with a reminder, "Boss, I still have a hidden trick up my sleeve." Lu Chen slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I completely forgot." Xiao Min could grant a death immunity buff that negated one fatal strike within 120 seconds. Perfect, let's do this. With that, Lu Chen drew his sword and plunged it straight into the ground, unleashing the ultimate skill, Earth-Splitting Chasm, to clear out the entire mob of monsters. Loot from the level 42, Eye of the Gods constantly flowed into Lu Chen's inventory without pause. Checking the rewards, Lu Chen grinned from ear to ear. "Haha, excellent, I've got over 1,000 particles safely pocketed." In another corner of the map, Ling Long Zilin nudged Tian Hu and asked, "Say, there's no way that Du can enter the Eye of the Gods, right?" Tian Hu sneered. "Of course, they aren't even qualified. They couldn't even bypass that giant insect. Even if they got lucky and entered the Eye of the Gods, they wouldn't be able to farm any particles anyway." Ling Long Zilin agreed, "Exactly." The other day, even the top players who raided the Eye of the Gods dungeon only managed a record of 43 divine eye particles at most. Zooming back into the dungeon, Lu Chen was still busily unleashing a few more Earth-Splitting Chasm strikes. While keeping an eye on the analysis data, he made use of every single second. After grinding for 2 hours, he had gathered 75,000 particles. "No matter how bad my luck is, it has to work. I refuse to believe I'll fail." Thick black smoke billowed and gathered, and Lu Chen shouted excitedly, "Here we go. Let's unlock the sleeping Eye of the Gods." 10 minutes passed, and a golden system announcement flashed. "Congratulations to player Wei Wo Du Quang for successfully unboxing the dark gold equipment, Eye of the Gods." Reading this absurd news, Tian Hu's group dropped their jaws and stammered, "What on earth? He successfully unlocked it. How is that possible? It's dark gold quality gear. It must be a bug." Meanwhile, Lu Chen was scratching his chin in thought. "Wait, 12,000 particles hit the jackpot, but why is this thing still indicating it can be purified further? If so, let's keep going." Shortly after, the churning black smoke grew even thicker. The system flashed another announcement. "Congratulations to player Wei Wo Du Quang for obtaining the dark gold equipment, Dark Eye of the Gods. Wei Wo Du Quang has received the title, Eye of the Dream Sovereign." Seeing this loud announcement, Lu Chen grimaced and grumbled, "Unbelievable, another server-wide broadcast. Did the system really have to make such a big fuss about this?" The public was once again green with envy, cursing him in unison. "Damn it, does this Wei Wo Du Quang have no humanity? He even upgraded a dark gold item. I can't wait to see how ridiculous its stats are." Lu Chen opened the system panel to check the attributes. Dark Eye of the Gods Dark Gold Magic Treasure. Strength, 2,000 Agility, 2,000 Stamina, 2,000 Mana, 200. Special Effect 1, Immune to all damage reflection effects. Special Effect 2, Vision increased by 100 / Tesmer, Immobilization chance increased by 50%. Special Effect 3, Technique Nemesis automatically identifies enemy vital points and attack trajectories. Special Effect 4, Illusion Pierce reveals hidden secret rooms. Looking at this list of stats, Lu Chen could only clasp his hands and admire. Good God, the base stats alone are insane, and with these 4 powerful passives, it's practically a system bug. This kind of power makes me almost invincible. Even more ridiculously, the system added another line. The Eye of the Dream Sovereign title boosts the 4 core attributes by an additional 15%. Lu Chen threw his head back and laughed wildly. "Haha, a full 15% boost, that's brutal. Let's equip it all. This is awesome. Maps past level 40 definitely have the best loot. Time to keep farming." As he was walking, his gaze swept toward the side of the road, and he muttered in surprise, "Weird, I didn't see the portal to the Twilight of the Gods dungeon earlier. Ah, I get it. It must be because I equipped the Dark Eye of the Gods, which allowed me to spot this secret passage." Stepping right up to the portal's edge, the system hit him with the description. Level 45 Hidden Dungeon, Twilight of the Gods. Just as he was about to step in, his phone buzzed with a message from Li Mu Hua. "Brother Quang Shen, I heard a rumor that you got some dark gold gear. Mind showing us the stats to broaden our horizons?" Lu Chen casually typed back, "Go ahead, anyone can look." Privately, he thought that revealing the stats to the public had its benefits. It would silence the busybodies and prevent trouble down the road. After checking the stat sheet, Lee Mu-hua cried out, "Holy crap, these stats are toxic. Can I share this on social media? It's guaranteed to gain us a ton of followers." Lu Chen was very easygoing. "Go ahead, take it wherever you want. I'm busy heading into the dungeon." Lee Mu-hua was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. "Haha, when this bombshell drops, the netizens are going to lose their minds." Sure enough, as soon as the gear info was posted on the main page, the entire online community erupted. "Oh God, these stats are unreal. Envy is about to turn me into a monster. If beta testers see this, they'll probably lose half their health from sheer terror." Just the attributes alone crushed level 50 purple weapons, not to mention those 4 passives that were utterly devastating. Tian Hu then broadcasted a warning to the inner circle. Absolutely nobody is allowed to cause trouble for Wu Ming and Wei Wo Du Quang anymore. The current situation left them with no choice but to lie low and wait for the elite veterans to finish their runs and carry them. Inside the Twilight of the Gods dungeon, as soon as Lu Chen stepped forward, the system announcement echoed. "Welcome to the Arena of the Gods. Pain sensation mechanism has been activated. Here, you will face random avatars of the gods in close combat. Defeat them to claim loot, but if you forfeit halfway, the dungeon will be completely reset." Suddenly, a roar of cheering erupted from the spectator stands. "There's new prey. Kid, don't be so useless that you disappoint us. Put on a show of a lifetime for the crowd. Wow, this kid looks so skinny, he probably won't even make it past the first stage." The system added more rules. After each successful round of defeating a god avatar, the cooldowns of all skills will be completely reset. Note: the rules do not permit desertion mid-combat. For the first round, he faced the 3-headed hellhound. Looking at the giant beast that had just entered the arena, Lu Chen swallowed hard and muttered, "Well, this is going to be tough. 100% pain realism." In an instant, a dazzling halo erupted under Lu Chen's feet. It was indeed the Bodhi technique. His eyes widened as he muttered, "Good God, what kind of skill is this? The damage is stinging, and it moves fast as the wind." Before the thought could even leave his brain, the attack lunged at him. Lu Chen struggled to dodge, breaking out in a cold sweat, nearly getting sent to his grave. Before he could even regain his footing, the 3-headed hellhound shot forward like an arrow, chasing Lu Chen so fast his legs were a blur. As he ran, he cursed, "What on earth? Does this thing have a motor attached to its legs?" Seizing the exact moment the beast lunged with its jaws wide open, Lu Chen ducked to dodge and smoothly countered with an earth-splitting chasm, stunning it for 1.5 seconds. Xiao Min leaped out and shouted, "Activating stealth, let's get to work, boss." Lu Chen nodded in agreement, "Let's go." Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the 3-headed hellhound vanished without a trace, leaving him stunned. What kind of trick is this now, trying to play hide-and-seek with me? With a crash, an attack slammed directly onto the spot where he had just been standing. Lu Chen dragged his exhausted body aside, patting his chest in relief. Thank goodness for the warning from the dark eye of the gods, otherwise I would have been in deep trouble. Having located where the 3-headed hellhound was hiding, Lu Chen rushed in and unleashed a flurry of fierce tiger descending the mountain strikes, landing all 18 hits of damage. The hound was also quite resilient, stretching its neck to bite back painfully. Lu Chen bit his lip to endure the pain, comforting himself, "It hurts, but on the bright side this thing's health is low. As long as I play carefully, I can secure this win." After struggling for over half an hour, the 3-headed hellhound finally fell. Notifications popped up rapidly. "Congratulations on defeating the first god avatar. Rewards: 2 million spiritual energy, 10 Tier 7 ancient fragments, 10 7-star evolution points, along with the item, Demi-Divine Artifact Fragment. Proceeding to the second round, randomly activating a divine statue." The spectators outside watched the system commentary roll by. "This kid is pretty skilled, going head-to-head with the hellhound. His critical rate is sky-high, and he even has bonus poison and elemental damage. I wonder if he can survive the next round." Inside the arena, the second avatar was summoned. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and analyzed the strategy. The random gacha for the god avatars means their power levels are roughly equal. If so, I definitely have a chance to clear this dungeon. Switching over to the Tong Tian Tower area, someone's loud voice rang out. If we can squeeze past the first floor of the Tong Tian Tower, we'll unlock the portal to the second heaven. Too bad these 3 gatekeeper bosses are so tough. If only the 4 great experts were gathered here, things would be much easier. Jiu Si and his gang had also just arrived. He stepped to the front and ordered confidently, "Get geared up, brothers. We will lead everyone to take down the second boss. With our top players here, we're guaranteed to clear this stage in style. You guys go ahead and grab the equipment first, we'll handle the tough stuff." A guy turned around and replied cordially, "Bosses, you can pocket all the loot, let's move forward." Jiu Si waved his flag and led the charge, rushing in to grind down the boss. Seeing the boss lying face down, Wu Shen flattered Jiu Si, "If not for your help, we wouldn't have reached this area anytime soon. Great deity Jiu Si, while we're at it, can we sweep the third boss as well? Don't even dream of touching that celestial freak for now. Its power is completely on another level compared to those 2 earthworms we just fought." Hearing this, Jiu Si turned to ask, "What, have you guys clashed with that boss before?" Wu Shen nodded gloomily. "Yeah, we couldn't even scratch the third boss." Jiu Si clicked his tongue, brushed off his pants and left, tossing back a line, "You guys just stick to grinding the first boss for now. When I'm free, I'll take you along to fight the second one again." Seeing Jiu Si walk away, a new lackey timidly whispered to Wu Shen, "Brother, are Tian Hu and the others planning to deal with Wu Ming and Wei Wo Du Quang again?" Wu Shen confirmed, "Of course, we have to beat those 2 so hard they won't dare log into the game again. But let's take it slow. Wait for me to farm the remaining 2 pieces of Shen Wu equipment, then I'll make my move." Camera panned back to the twilight of the God's dungeon. Lu Chen had just finished off the boss and was struggling internally with fatigue. "This round drained 2 hours, maybe I should take a short break." The system chimed again. "Congratulations on clearing 2 God avatars. Rewards, 200 million world spiritual energy, 10 Tier 7 talent fragments, 10 7-star evolution points, and the second demi-divine artifact fragment. After 2 arduous trials, you have the option to save your progress or risk it all to continue the challenge." Suddenly his phone buzzed with a message. "Reporting to the boss, a group of 5 prominent veteran players has applied to join our guild, all at level 46. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Veteran players willing to lower themselves to join my guild? I guess there are all kinds of veterans. Sounds interesting, let's go check them out." A moment later, at the Quang Lang Guild headquarters, Lu Chen's clear voice rang out. "Hello everyone, my guild always welcomes any player who sincerely wants to help us grow." An unfamiliar voice replied, "Guild leader Wu Ming is highly renowned. Your reputation is well known among us veteran players." Lu Chen replied thoughtfully, "I heard rumors that you're helping our guild members level up for free. To be clear, the guild doesn't force anyone to perform such tedious duties." The person opposite waved his hand to explain, "We have plenty of money and lack nothing. We simply can't stand the arrogant attitude of those guys, so we wanted to find a home in your guild." Seeing that everything was in order, Lu Chen nodded happily. "All right, a warm welcome to you all. As a side question, when I just got out of the dungeon, I noticed someone tailing me. Do you guys know if they're plotting something else?" The girl smirked meaningfully. "Indeed they are. They are waiting for the elite players to emerge, specifically the top players who have already capped out at the current level 50 limit. They are currently exerting all their efforts to challenge the Tong Tian Tower. They've already cleared the first 2 bosses. The bosses in that area dropped the full Shen Wu equipment set. The campaign coordinates are at the Tong Tian Tower." Lu Chen gasped, "Is the Tong Tian Tower and that Shen Wu set really that powerful?" The girl smiled and confirmed, "Extremely powerful, it's a full set of orange tier gear." Pocketing this invaluable intelligence, Lu Chen smirked and thanked them. In his mind, he was already devising a plan. "Looks like I'll have to work hard to hunt down those artifacts." After taking a good rest, Lu Chen reappeared inside the twilight of the God's dungeon. This time, the opponent was Xing Tian, but he didn't bother worrying about the details and went straight to clear the 3rd God avatar to get it over with. 30 minutes passed, and Xing Tian finally collapsed. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "That settles that. Time to get out of here." Pulling out 3 artifact fragments from his bag, Lu Chen decisively pressed the fusion button without a second thought. In an instant, a dazzling light exploded, transforming into a cloak that exuded a majestic aura as the stat panel appeared. Demi-Demon Battle Robe Level 50 Orange Gear, exclusive set item of the Demon set. Maximum Strength Gain Cap, 10,000 points. For every 1,000 damage taken, defense increases by 1 point. Physical Defense, 800 Magic Defense, 200 Strength, Agility, and Constitution all increased by 1,200 points. Special Effect 1, Greed increases spiritual energy absorbed by 20%. Special Effect 2, Demonification doubles all base attributes. Health regeneration during combat increased by 2,000 points, lasts for 2 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. Special Effect 3, Thief, allows stealing one enemy skill as long as it does not exceed the Heaven tier, usable 3 times before disappearing completely. Admiring the stats, Lu Chen was completely speechless. This gear can actually upgrade itself. The more hits I take, the tankier I get. That's terrifying. Guess I'll have to grind for another 4 hours. As was his habit, Lu Chen immediately proceeded to fuse the next piece. This time it wasn't a cloak, but a shoulder guard that was equally radiant. Demi-Demon Shoulder Guards Level 50 Orange Gear, exclusive set item of the Demon set. Special Effect 1, Greed, still grants a 20% spiritual energy buff. Special Effect 2, Clones, summons 4 clones, each carrying 40% of the base damage but taking 4 times the damage. Inherit all passive abilities and martial arts of the host, except gear buffs, appearing instantly with a 0.2 second stealth and damage immunity, lasting for 4 minutes with a 10-minute cooldown. Special Effect 3, Devour consumes a target if it is not a boss with a higher level or star rating, temporarily mimicking its appearance and skills for 1 day, usable once per minute. Set bonus. Equipping both pieces increases the 3 core attributes by 500 points. Even though he was prepared, looking at this panel still made Lu Chen gasp in awe. Wow, just 2 pieces already grant a 40% experience boost, not to mention 4 clones that can use skills and possess 0.2 seconds of invincibility. The best part is the Devour skill. It's just a pity it doesn't work on major bosses. This set is ridiculously overpowered. At this rate, no matter how tough the final boss is, it had better prepare for a beating. Shortly after, the third artifact was successfully forged. Demi-Demon Handguard's Unique Gloves. Special Effect 1, Greed still grants a 20% spiritual energy bonus. Special Effect 2, Demon Band silences one of the opponent's skills with a 10-minute cooldown. Special Effect 3, Soul Rain drains 80% of the health of all friendly summons to form a blood shield worth half of the absorbed health. This shield is permanent until destroyed, with a 30-minute cooldown. Looking at this line, Lu Chen looked up at the sky and laughed cunningly. Haha, this Soul Rain skill is tailor-made for me. Ordinary players have at most 1 summon, but I own an entire army. The young man narrowed his eyes, muttering with a look of desire. There is still 1 piece left. Let's see what it's made of. Moment later, the final masterpiece finally made its grand appearance. The Pseudo-Demon Escape set, still level 50 Orange Gear. The first effect was dual wield, allowing both hands to hold 2 different weapons at the same time. The second effect was Taunt, forcing all surrounding enemies to focus their damage on him, in exchange for doubling his defense and tripling his health recovery speed for 30 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. The third effect was Demon's Will, which instantly cleared the cooldown of all skills under 10 minutes. The final effect was Demon King's Descent. When facing enemies with weaker gear, it reduced their weapon power by 40%. If encountering someone with higher grade gear, it automatically increased the base stats of the Pseudo-Demon Escape gear by 20%. Staring at the miraculous stats on the screen, Lu Chen was completely speechless. He blurted out that this weapon must be made for eccentric players. Carrying 2 weapons at once and gaining an advantage whether the enemy was weak or strong, this was clearly like using a hack. Right at that moment, the system notification chimed to announce the set bonus activation. Having 2 pieces added 500 attribute points. Gathering 3 pieces pushed it up to 1,000 points, while the Dark Transformation effect was boosted by half. If all 4 pieces were collected, it granted a free 2,000 points plus a clone summon. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and muttered that, combined, it added roughly 3,500 base stats, not to mention the terrifying support effects that came with it. This demon name was well-deserved, truly as ruthless as a devil. Resting his chin on his hand and racking his brain, he wondered whether those guys' divine martial set was tougher or if his own demon set was superior. However, the urgent task now was to hunt monsters to level up his gear. Where could he find the most monsters? Suddenly, a highly devious look flashed across his eyes. Lu Chen slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. The best prey was none other than the players themselves. Skipping his own country, he decided to visit the Indian server to stir up some trouble. After all, that crowd had previously provoked Hua Zia, and they were as numerous as ants. Not long after, right in the center of a major city on the Indian server, Lu Chen swept in like a Category 10 storm, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Your grandfather has arrived." Having just set foot on foreign soil, he quickly configured the system settings to disguise himself. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a gamer into a chubby, majestic tiger, casually strolling out of the forest edge. This bizarre appearance sent the locals scattering in panic, shouting wildly, "Wild beasts are invading the city, everyone! How did this monster even get past the guard post?" Who cared? It was rare to see a wild beast roaming the streets, so if they gathered to beat it up, it might drop some amazing loot. Lu Chen stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide as he watched the crowd gang up to strike him repeatedly, while secretly feeling thrilled. Every time he took a hit, his 3 defensive gear pieces took turns triggering, steadily increasing his experience points. This is quite neat, he thought smugly. Seeing this giant beast just standing there taking hits without even raising a claw, the Indian server players scratched their heads in confusion. Why wasn't this thing fighting back? Was it a dummy boss? A dummy was even better. Everyone charge and strike with all your might. After surrounding and attacking for a while, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from where Lu Chen was standing. He quietly pressed a button, a chilly smile playing at the corner of his lips. Now it was time for a change, letting his offensive weapons absorb points. With those words, an army of beasts marched out from the void in a grand procession. Witnessing this, the players were so terrified their hearts almost skipped a beat, their faces turning pale. Oh my God, a giant tiger, an 8-headed monster, and even more silly beasts are all pouring out. It is a monster army. Quick, call the players back to defend the city. Wails and cries echoed through every alley. Oh heavens, the losses are disastrous. Where on earth did this herd of beasts come from? Meanwhile, Lu Chen casually remained a punching bag to reap his rewards. His summoned army had already reached level 30, boasting extremely fierce combat power. Standing still like a dummy while his points skyrocketed, there was nothing better than such effortless gaming. A few minutes later, the system chimed with an announcement. The summons in his army had been upgraded by 1 star, boosting their attributes by another 10%, completing the objective. Lu Chen smirked while watching the action unfold. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he would just keep taking hits to maximize his defensive points. 3 hours passed, and he glanced at the status report. The growth points had peaked, and all the minions in his squad had reached 5 stars. It was time to settle scores with that old man. Just as he was about to slip away, a message popped up on his screen from his old acquaintance Xiao Yi. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback and opened it to take a look. What did she need him for? The message was highly concise. "Big brother, are you free? Can you carry us through the 2nd floor of the underworld mine? We want to run the level 25 dungeon." Lu Chen nodded instantly and typed back without hesitation. Approved, his beloved little sister's request was an imperial decree. Big brother would fly back right away. Shortly after, in the dark and gloomy underground mine, Lu Chen easily tore through the monster waves, but he felt a bit disappointed inside. The monsters were plenty, but unfortunately, he had already reached level 44. Beating these level 20 small fries wouldn't drop any good gear anymore. After only a few seconds of clearing the map, the mechanical voice of the system echoed, piercing the darkness. Congratulations to Wu Ming for clearing the 2nd floor of the level 25 underground abyss. The player receives the title King of Adventure. Lu Yu was overjoyed, jumping up and down and cheering wildly. Her brother was incredibly cool, having snagged yet another title. Contrary to his sister's enthusiasm, Lu Chen remained completely calm, treating the achievement as dirt cheap. There was no difficulty in this game. According to the usual tropes, there should at least be a formidable beast hidden around here. Before anyone could recover, the system notifications exploded in rapid succession. Congratulations to Wu Ming for clearing the 3rd floor of level 30. Congratulations to Wu Ming for demolishing the 4th floor of level 35. Congratulations to Wu Ming for smashing the 7th floor of level 50. Lu Yi sat outside with her mouth wide open, her eyes rolling back as she screamed in shock. Oh my God, her brother was flattening everything straight to the top. Absolutely monstrous. At the same time, a notification popped up in front of him. You have collapsed the 7th floor of the mine in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Your terrifying power has caught the eye of a mysterious force. Please maintain your performance to pass. Lu Chen paused, frowning in thought. No hidden boss, or was it because he wasn't fast enough? Fine, he would run it once more. He carried his weapon and repeated the process, and this time the system returned a different result. You have cleared the 7th floor. Your brutal slaughter has angered a powerful creature. The hidden boss has officially awakened. Suddenly, a chilling wave of killing intent hissed from behind, making Lu Chen's hair stand on end as he quickly whipped around. Was a tasty prey delivering itself right to him? Appearing before his eyes was a beast engulfed in blazing flames, charging with destructive power. Zai Yan Nai Huang, the ultimate regional boss. Identifying the origin of his prey, a highly arrogant smile curved Lu Chen's lips. He wondered who it was, but it turned out to be Zai Yan Nai Huang, one of the 4 ultimate legendary beasts. With 5 million health, it was roughly similar to the white tiger guardian beast from before. This matchup was definitely winnable. He decided to summon his clone to test the waters first. No sooner said than done. Lu Chen's shadow instantly split off and shot forward like a cannonball. Unleashing a few sharp sword strikes, it carved out a massive chunk of the boss's health. Seeing the damage numbers skyrocket, Lu Chen was also slightly surprised. Goodness, shredding health like this must really hurt. It was definitely an ultimate boss, and he liked this matchup. It was time to dive in. After maturing, the demon set developed a transformation effect, boosting base stats by 450%. He calculated the buff rate in his head, regenerating 9,000 health per second, running steadily for 300 seconds. This state was simply too overpowered. The moment Lu Chen equipped the gear, he instantly transformed into a demon king with a pair of eerie black wings. He and his shadow carried their weapons and ganged up on the beast without missing a single hit. But when the boss collapsed to the ground, Lu Chen stood there scratching his head in confusion. It didn't even last 10 seconds before going down. Was it really that weak? This was sketchy. Why hadn't the system announced the victory? Before his intuition could settle, Zai Yan Nai Huang suddenly roared as the flames of death erupted, incinerating its corpse and resurrecting it in a heartbeat. Lu Chen didn't even blink, his gaze growing even colder. Resurrection? Its attack power and attributes remained exactly the same without any change. This skill was quite neat. Too bad it would only prolong its life for another 10 seconds. Just as expected, a mere 8 seconds later, the legendary beast was beaten to a pulp again. Notifications flashed repeatedly, blinding his eyes. Defeated the remnant soul of Zai Yan Nai Huang, obtaining 3.5 million world spiritual energy points, 5 level 8 talent fragments, and 5 8-star evolution points. Dropped items: Zai Yan Nai Huang's soul summoning stone, 1 level 3 spiritual source core selection ticket, 40 spiritual source fragments, 5 grade 1 spiritual gathering pills, along with a flaming purple rebirth dharma treasure. Lu Chen thoughtfully examined the loot. Ignoring the miscellaneous items, this rebirth dharma treasure was a real goldmine. He wondered if, with his current strength, taking this gear to fight bosses in the heavenly domain would be easy. While immersed in his daydreams, a dialogue box popped up and cut off his train of thought. "Boss, someone is desperately begging to have you as their master." Lu Chen repeated in confusion. "Disciple? No thanks." Before his finger could press the decline button, the other party added a crucial detail. "She is willing to pay 80 million. This staggering figure left Lu Chen speechless, prompting a complete 180-degree turn in his attitude. "Ah, my bad, let me reconsider." A calculator tapped away in his mind. 80 million, this was a hidden tycoon. But the discipleship rule in Jiu Tian lasted a lifetime, and this was only the first heavenly domain. Whatever, he would log back to the main lobby to check things out. A few minutes later, right at the Quang Lang Guild base, a heavy scent of gunpowder enveloped the area. Qiu Yining Shuang had a sour face, clearly irritated. You may be powerful, but I absolutely forbid you from snatching Wu Ming away. Liu was not one to back down. She put her hands on her hips and pouted, arguing back. Who wants to steal him from you? Someone just joked that Wu Ming and I have a husband and wife resemblance. Why are you getting so worked up? Qiu Yining Shuang stamped her foot and yelled back stubbornly. Husband and wife resemblance is strictly forbidden too. Just then, Lu Chen strolled over casually. Catching sight of the two beauties glaring at each other with puffed cheeks, he curled his lip in evaluation. To match Lu Yi in a war of words, this girl's level was actually quite impressive. While still looking for a place to sit and watch the drama, he was dragged right into the center of the storm by Lu Yi. Guild leader, you arrived just in time. Tell the truth, do you choose me or her? The moment Qiu Yining Shuang saw her idol, her eyes lit up like headlights and she squealed. Guild leader Wu Ming, I am your hardcore fan. Choose me, don't choose her. Lu Chen smirked and gave a highly practical response. I choose money, after all, that price is just too good. I agree to accept you as my disciple. I agree to accept you as my disciple. Qiu Yining Shuang was overjoyed as if she had struck gold, cheering. Oh, this is absolutely wonderful. He turned and gave his sister a meaningful wink. You probably has no objections, right? After all, it's 80 million. Lu Yi also clicked her tongue and agreed instantly. Fine, approved, that amount of money is indeed blinding. With the multi-million deal sealed, Lu Chen turned and waved his hand like a big boss. Let's go. Since I am your master now, I must take you to level up. I can't let my beloved disciple fall behind the rest of the world. Qiu Yining Shuang followed closely behind, filled with immense gratitude. Master, you are so kind, thank you so much. A while later, deep inside the 100 Ghost Cave area, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Min and signaled. Xiao Min cast an invisibility charm on her. Seeing the bizarre creature that had just emerged, Qiu Yining Shuang widened her eyes in terror. Oh my God, does a ghost appear in broad daylight? Lu Chen replied calmly as if nothing happened. She is a purple-blooded ghost dragon, the only one in this entire server. Just quietly follow me later and you'll be fine. With those words, Lu Chen lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate skill, Earth-Splitting Slash, carving an earth-shattering path that swept everything away. The path packed with monsters was cleared in a single beat, leaving Qiu Yining Shuang absolutely terrified. Are you kidding me? Clearing a whole nest of monsters with just one skill. A full hour passed, and Lu Chen remained fully focused on slaughtering the monsters. Qiu Yining Shuang happily trotted over to report. Master, I leveled up again, I've reached level 32. Lu Chen turned his head, reminding her with a serious expression. I'll be busy in a few days, so I'll try to push you up a few more levels these days. The student asked in confusion. Huh, Master, are you busy and won't be online in 2 days? Lu Chen explained calmly. I'll still be online, but I won't have time to run around with you. I have to settle some scores with those beta testers. Once this is sorted out, you won't be bothered as much when moving around. The next day, Lu Chen smashed a monster's skull and shouted, Done, I've reached level 46 and you've climbed to 40. Our grinding session temporarily ends here, let's head back to the city. Yet the moment they arrived at the gates of Lingzhou City, the scene before them stunned him. Players gathered in massive crowds like ants, creating a noisy commotion that shook the sky. Lu Chen squeezed through the sea of people and craned his neck to ask, What is going on here? What event is the official site running to draw such a suffocating crowd? A player nearby looked at him as if he were an alien. Haven't you checked the news? The beta testers are issuing challenge letters to Wu Ming. They've sworn that the moment Wu Ming steps out of the city, they will slaughter him instantly. Right at that moment, an urgent message popped up in his inbox from Li Muhua. Boss, the entire squad of beta testers is surrounding the city gates. Whatever you do, do not show your face. Xing Chen and I, along with some veterans, are gathering all guild members above level 30 to back up you. Lu Chen didn't bother to worry. His fingers tapped a reply with an indifferent attitude. No need to waste effort saving me, but you guys are welcome to come and watch the show. Qiu Yining Shuang, standing nearby, also eagerly reported her contribution. Master, I've called the guild members to support you. It's my dad's entire mercenary team. They will definitely help you. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, shaking his head and sighing. Your old man is really filthy rich. The The system interface flashed again with new notifications. Brother Wu Ming, I'm leading my squad over, and Hai Ying along with the red-blooded team are also on their way. You probably haven't browsed the forum, right? There are hundreds of high-level beta testers from other servers gathering to cause trouble outside the city. Reading this, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Hundreds of max-level players. The other person confirmed the severity of the situation. So many high-level experts ganging up on you alone, they are bullying too much. Stay there and wait for us. Even if we drop levels, we will fight them to the bitter end. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and quickly waved it off. Everyone, there's no need to exaggerate. To be honest, I'm not afraid of them at all. However, the other side insisted with a fiery tone. No more talking, we will handle this. In exactly 15 minutes, our three main forces will arrive. Lu Chen was completely helpless against this excessive enthusiasm, muttering to himself. Do you guys have no faith in me at all? Hearing there are hundreds of high-level players, normally you should be running for your lives. Why are you coming here to throw your lives away? Huyi Ning Shuang also chimed in excitedly, her eyes shining. Master, should I call my dad and ask him to bring all his forces to wipe them out? Lu Chen shut her down coldly and decisively. Please stop. Huyi Ning Shuang remained doubtful, trying to insist. But I heard they gathered up to 500 players, and rumor has it they even bought several orange gear sets. Lu Chen cut her off, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. I've been eagerly waiting for them to wear those complete sets. He sneered. Do you think your master is so poor that he can't get an orange set? Huyi Ning Shuang scratched her head in confusion, pointing at his staff. But I've only seen you use that orange long staff. At the climax, the system announcement blared solemnly. Lingzhou City solemnly announces the lockdown of all 4 outer gates. Anyone daring to leave the city will be executed without mercy. Lu Chen glanced at the notification and clicked his tongue. Locking down the city, quite strict. You will see my gear with your own eyes in a bit. D let 1 E1 OT, R let 1 B0, let 1 EDB, Sita D let 1 EFT, Ko Dai K Si let 1 E5P. Hamne Dati let 1 EDB, I Luke, PH let 1 ED5, Si let 1 EADP, Cho Ko H let 1 ECDC, TH let 1 F1C, CH I letter 1 EBF, and R letter 1 ED3I. A few minutes later, Li Mu Hua brought the members over and hurriedly informed Wu Ming. I have confidential info. The other side has secured at least 11 divine martial sets, with each set complete with 5 pieces. Even worse, Wu Shen has already upgraded all of them to +5. Lu Chen clicked his tongue, commenting sarcastically. Upgrading every single piece to +5, this guy really has too much money to burn. Lowering his voice, he calmly instructed. Since things have come to this, Mu Hua, Leng Ru, everyone should stay hidden inside the city for safety. With their gear, you'd only end up as punching bags because you won't even pierce their armor. Leng Ru lowered her head with a gloomy face, but Feng Lingzai protested in frustration. Cut it out, Wu Ming, we are determined to stand by your side. Actually, we have some skills, and at least we can draw some fire for you. Before the words could fully leave her mouth, the shouting of the crowd outside the gates drowned out everything. Have you guys seen the gear of those leading beta testers? Good grief, fully orange, absolutely top tier. Where on earth is Wu Ming hiding? Why hasn't he shown his face yet? I have a feeling Wu Ming is a goner this time. The hand-me-downs from old players are no match for this divine martial set. Huang Keo Tai Zai also brought his gang over, waving his arms and shouting mockingly. Wu Ming, didn't you call yourself the war god of Hua Zia? Why are you so terrified that you've tucked in your tail? Show your face. Exactly, are you scared to death? What a cowardly turtle. Lu Chen smiled with great amusement and strolled outside. Suddenly the space around him shattered into pieces and Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished without a trace. The crowd stared wide-eyed, their jaws dropping. Huh, did Wu Ming log out? What the hell is happening? Did he run away? Returning to the real world, Lu Yi scratched her head in confusion and turned to her brother. What happened, brother? Lu Chen was equally puzzled, his face filled with bewilderment. I find it strange too. We're using the most advanced gaming pods, so how could we get disconnected? Lu Yi immediately dialed Li Mu Hua. Brother Li, my gaming pod is acting up. Could you drop by and check it for me? Li Mu Hua agreed instantly. Sure. He turned to instruct the guys behind him. Wu Ming's pod has a small glitch. I'm going to fix it. You guys stay here and act according to the situation. A moment later, Li Mu Hua rushed into the server room and asked anxiously, Zhao Lin, see what's wrong. Zhao Lin wiped his sweat and replied with a grimace. This pod has a complex structure, please give me a bit of time. Li Muhua urged impatiently. Hurry up, I bet they are hurling insults all over the place in the game right now. Just as predicted, the atmosphere in the game was drowned in fierce flame wars. Good grief, using a disconnection trick to escape, Wu Ming's evasiveness has reached the highest level, leaving me completely stunned. One second he was bragging about fighting, the next second he vanished. Quite precise timing to run away, isn't it? That brat Wu Ming is only good at talking. When trouble comes, he runs away like a puppy. And he wants to bear the title of war god of Hua Xia. The crown of the coward king fits him better. Where are all his minions? The master of those bootlickers has fled, why aren't you guys bragging anymore? Hearing the sarcasm, Lu Chen's comrades had their blood pressure spike, shouting at the top of their lungs to defend their honor. I swear on our honor that brother Wu Ming would never play the running card. We will face you on Wu Ming's behalf in this battle. That's right, Wu Ming's friends do not tolerate cowards. The group of veteran players stared, sneering with contempt. Are you here to throw your lives away? Sorry, but you trash are not worth our time. That's why we say you're just disgracing loyal players, clinging to Wu Ming only to realize he is just a coward. Are your eyes open now? Having their limits pushed to the breaking point, Lu Chen's squad went mad. We are here to tell you that Wu Ming was disconnected. It's not that he ran away out of fear. But these explanations sounded like a joke to the enemy's ears. Oh please, we know the drill. Disconnecting at such a crucial moment is a total failure. He must have been so terrified that he wet his gaming pod, causing a short circuit, right? That must be it. Xing Chen, since you were foolish enough to stand in the same boat with Wu Ming, you must pay the price. Boys, get them. On the other front, Li Muhua's side also drew their weapons and charged. After a brief clash, everyone began to break a cold sweat. These guys are too strong, but no matter how tough they are, we must not retreat. Gear can be recovered, levels can be grinded, but our spirit must never be lost. Exactly when you fall later, everyone must stand back up. In the real world, Lu Chen stared blankly at the screen, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Good brothers, I won't let your blood and tears be shed in vain." Qiu Yining Shuang repeatedly cast healing skills, shouting to urge the cornered squad. Everyone stand up, no one is allowed to be a coward. Witnessing that, the enemies cheered with even more excitement. Oh ho, they're reviving. Are these fools stubbornly standing up again? Strike harder, beat them to a pulp, don't miss this golden opportunity. Use some level 1 skills to torture them slowly for fun. Both sides clashed once more in a chaotic, fiery battle. Qiu Yining Shuang gritted her teeth again, healing to drag the comrades back up. Keep pushing. After falling and rising several times, the onlookers began to whisper. Dying and reviving a dozen times, gear completely lost, levels dropping drastically, yet they stubbornly crawl back up. These leading beta testers are pushing too far. The goal is to kill Wu Ming, why do they keep bullying those people? Unable to stand this cowardly behavior any longer, the Kuanglang Guild finally rushed in, roaring with passion. We can't let Xing Chen's brothers bear this alone. I won't force anyone, but anyone with balls follow me. Kuanglang has no history of acting like a hiding turtle. Charge, let's fight to the death. From another corner, a battle-hardened squad charged forward in a frenzy. Members of Hai Ying, hear my command. Even if we all perish today, we must show our spirit. Follow me to flatten them. Several guilds, both large and small, jumped into the frying pan at once, teaming up to assault the beta testers. But the enemies showed no fear, laughing mockingly. You guys can't even break our shields even if your swords shatter, yet you dare to charge. Cutting off your heads is as easy as pie, let's treat this as a cure for boredom, wipe them out. This is so satisfying, beating real players is much better than fighting monsters. Oh, reviving again, are their brains waterlogged? This is peak comedy, look at them, they're crawling on the ground like a bunch of dogs. Lu Chen stared intently at the screen, gritting his teeth hard as he growled. You bastards, wash your necks and wait for me. In this critical moment, he decided to rely on his old virtual reality headset. He slipped the old-school gaming headset onto his head and quickly logged back into the normal server. Right in the middle of the virtual battlefield, Lu Chen's figure suddenly descended, his thunderous roar striking everyone's eardrums. Everyone, get back behind me. Hearing the familiar voice, all his comrades shouted in excitement. Wu Ming has entered the battle, our savior is here. It's Boss Wu Ming, Big Brother Wu Ming. He's back, I told you he would never run away and abandon his brothers. He was just caught in a small glitch. I never believed a word of that garbage from those guys. Wu Ming, if you don't snap their necks today, I will look down on you for the rest of my life. Leng Ru also stepped closer, advising anxiously, Boss, take care. Lu Chen shot a razor-sharp gaze toward the veteran players, delivering an incredibly arrogant statement. Today, I don't care how numerous you are, what kind of backing you have, or what excuses you use to threaten us. I declare flatly, from this very moment, your accounts are officially garbage. The enemies laughed hysterically upon hearing this, provoking him back. Accounts turned into garbage. Wu Ming, are you telling the dumbest joke of the year? Do you think wearing an orange outfit makes you invincible? Stop being ridiculous, your orange gear is just rags in front of us. The one who'll be beaten into a cripple is you. Lu Chen ignored the taunts, instead pouring more oil on the fire. If you're so confident, why don't we raise the stakes a bit? Do you dare to play? Your side is limited to 1,000 players. The mandatory condition is that both sides must enable the forced revival mode 50 times, with a bet of 100 million, and fully activate the 100% pain sensitivity. So, do you have the guts to play? Everyone fell silent in shock upon hearing this, starting a loud discussion. 1,000 players, has his brain gone mad, and forcing 50 revivals, good lord, that amount of pain would tear someone apart, yet he dares to enable the maximum pain limit. Isn't this bet a bit too extreme? Does he want to go all in to the end? The craziest bet in history, or has Wu Ming lost his mind out of spite? Lu Chen remained composed, casting a sharp glare straight at his opponent. What's the matter? Don't you dare to accept. Wu Shen's blood boiled as he snapped angrily. Me afraid? What fairy tale are you babbling about? I just didn't expect to have money fall from the sky so easily. Is there something wrong with your head? The bet is on, let's do this. Lu Chen quickly operated his control panel, then signed the contract. Surely you guys aren't short of 100 million? Wu Shen patted his chest, confidently assuring. Money is not an issue for me. You want to face 586 of us alone? You are seriously delusional. The system chime rang, confirming that the contract procedure was complete. Wu Shen bragged, looking down on Wu Ming. In my eyes, you are just trash. The underlings behind him also shouted and roared in a frenzy. Smash his head, let him taste our strength charge. Lu Chen had also reached the limit of his patience. Not bothering to beat around the bush, he scolded them straight to their faces. Trash. Sorry, in my eyes, you are worse than trash, wet behind the ears brats, demon transformation. He quickly transformed into an incredibly cool demon king form, glaring at the small fries and declaring, then let the slaughter party begin. Feng Ling's eyes team watched in sheer amazement. My goodness, what skill is that? So cool, and he actually has such a top-tier transformation skill. Seeing Lu Chen's intense aura of killing intent, Wu Shen broke a slight cold sweat, muttering, damn it, what on earth is that? What kind of freaky skill is this? Everyone, don't panic. Even if he gets a massive buff, can he match the boss in the soaring tower? Far from it. So you enabled 100% pain sensitivity. I will beat you until you don't even have time to regret. Just as he regained his composure, Lu Chen quickly unleashed his clone skill, spawning 5 shadows that looked exactly like him. The underlings on the other side gasped, swearing one after another. Holy crap, spawning 5 whole clones. So where is the real guy hiding? Calm down, just surround and attack all of them. We'll find a way to tell them apart. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't give them time to discuss. He lunged straight into the middle of their formation and unleashed an earth-splitting slash, creating a deafening explosion. The single strike sent the crowd flying into the air along with terrified screams. Mommy, it hurts so much. Is the game really this realistic? 100% pain sensitivity is no joke. The survivors didn't dare to just stare anymore, ganging up with their weapons. Good lord, a single sweep took out 100,000 health. Wait, no, the number just hit 200,000. Someone has been wiped out. This is surreal. Does it have to be this terrifying? What kind of monster is he? Even his clones hit this hard. So terrifying, there's no way to distinguish the real one. Wu Shen, quickly come to our aid. Wu Shen was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, I'm afraid I'm no match for this guy either. It's best to hide and wait until his transformation and clones wear off before charging. That way, the win rate is slightly higher. Witnessing this absolute carnage, Lu Chen's faction cheered until their throats were hoarse. Wu Ming is too overpowered. Good grief, carrying the whole show against hundreds of them alone. Big brother Wu Ming, you are my idol. Yet there was still an arrogant player, confident in his own strength, who charged forward with his weapon to throw his life away, roaring, "The strongest war god, charge." Lu Chen was completely unscathed, turning back to tease them. "You hit pretty hard, brother," before finishing his sentence. He opened his mouth wide, with the ambition of devouring the other guy completely. That moment made the crowd that was about to rush forward scatter back in terror, shouting that there was a cannibal. Lu Chen smacked his lips and licked his mouth. Well, that tasted pretty decent. The crowd hurriedly backed away, screaming in panic. This is too terrifying. He devoured a living person. Unbelievable, what kind of skill is this? Isn't the Shen Wu set recognized by the Yichang Tian as invincible? How could it be swallowed so easily? Wu Shen thought to himself in shock. Did he really eat him alive? What are the consequences of being devoured? Is the account gone or is the character deleted? But Xiao Fei, who just got eaten, was only level 44 and climbed the ranks through bribes. As for me, I've reached the max level. I dare him to try and swallow me. Lu Chen also grumbled in frustration. What a waste. This devour skill can only be used on non-bosses, and they have to be lower than me in both level and stars. Although I can copy the enemy's appearance and skill set for a whole day, the cooldown takes 10 minutes, so now I can't use it again. 8 minutes passed, and Lu Chen returned to his original form. Wu Shen seized the opportunity to rush forward and mock him. "Wu Ming, your trump card has expired. It's time for you to meet the King of Hell." Wu Ming, at this very moment, I will show you the massive gap between the ultimate Shen Wu set and street garbage. Zhan Shen Fu Ti, Shen Wu Zhan Jia. Today I must avenge my brothers. Shen Ming Zhan Shen charge. Lu Chen did not flinch in the slightest, plunging his sword into the ground and unleashing Lai Dai Hong Gu to counter. Wu Shen quickly raised his shield to defend, instantly activating Shen Ming Dun Fan. Witnessing that scene, the surrounding crowd gasped in amazement. Are you kidding? He managed to block Lai Dai Hong Gu. Keep in mind his equipment is level 50 orange grade. Exactly, and it's even enhanced to +5. Lu Chen ignored them, casually reaching out his hand while calculating silently. Let me borrow some health from my brothers to see how terrifying this guy's damage output is. After blocking a few moves, Wu Shen rushed forward triumphantly. Wu Ming, taste the most powerful single-target skill of Wu Shen, Shen Mingju Chang Qiangjai. Instantly, the damage landed directly, deducting 120,000 HP. Wu Shen stared blankly, breaking into a cold sweat in confusion. What? The system clearly reported 1.2 million damage. Why didn't Wu Ming lose a single drop of health? Lu Chen also calculated silently under tension. This Du Zun blood shield absorbed 80% of my summon's health, which means it can tank about 700,000 damage. Without any defense armor, it calculates that the other guy's gear dealt around 120,000 damage. That level of combat power is actually quite impressive. Wu Shen clutched his head and screamed in frustration. What kind of freak shield are you using? Why is your health bar still completely full? Honestly, you had quite a blast slaughtering my brothers earlier, didn't you? Now go ahead and enjoy the taste of being slaughtered yourself. Kill him, but before he could swing his weapon, Lu Chen's clones surged forward like a raging storm. Wu Shen grimaced as he dodged the attacks, cursing inwardly, is this a joke? How can his skill cooldown be so ridiculously fast? Lu Chen casually walked closer, his voice dripping with threat. Remember what I declared. Your accounts are finished. 50 resurrections, and none of you are allowed to escape even once. After finishing off Wu Shen, Lu Chen turned around and satisfiedly told his companions, this gear is pretty good, thanks for your hard work, everyone. Now start reviving. An hour later, Wu Shen's faction was traumatized, sprawling on the ground and begging, boss, please stop. I've learned my lesson, Wu Ming, let's negotiate. Honestly, don't your hands get tired from all this killing? Wu Ming, let me explain. Wu Shen was pulling all the strings behind this. Wait, do your clones not know what a cooldown is? Lu Chen ignored them, replying with a smile, "This is nothing. But rest assured, once all your gear drops completely, you will be wiped out much faster." After another 2 hours, the group of veteran players lay scattered all over, completely depleted of any strength to resist. Lu Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. "Nice, it's finally settled." Leng Ru joyfully reported the spoils of war. "We got a massive haul this time. The entire squad of max-level experts has been dragged down to the bottom, none of them even making it past level 35. Feng Lingzai added another shocking piece of news. The worst part has to be their gear. 11 Shen Wu sets were shattered, and even the spare equipment in their inventories exploded out completely. Lu Chen calculated thoughtfully. After such a devastating beating, probably no one will dare show their face to cause trouble again. Leng Ru led the guild members over, praising in awe, "Boss, you're so majestic, truly #1 in the world, I'm deeply impressed. Our Quang Lang guild is really turning the world upside down this time." Lu Chen understood her underlying meaning, sighed, and instructed, "I have set aside 1 level 5 Shen Wu set. The rest will be split among those 4 guilds, with each getting 2 sets. The last 2 sets will be kept for Quang Lang, and Leng Ru will distribute them personally." Leng Ru was stunned. Its value is absolutely insane. Feng Lingzai also nodded in agreement. "Exactly, this is Shen Wu equipment after all. Max-level players in full grinding parties have to sweat for days just to get a single drop." Lu Chen did not care, calmly declaring, "All our brothers have shed blood on the battlefield. This is the deserved reward that everyone must receive." Suddenly Qiu Yi Ning Shuang cried out, her eyes blinking inquisitively, "Master, where did the guy you swallowed go?" Feng Lingzai also startled as she remembered, showing extreme curiosity. "That's right, did he cause trouble in your stomach? But what I'm most curious about is which hole did he come out of? Did you throw him up or give birth to him? Hurry up, girls, let's start a live stream right now." Lu Chen was speechless at the bizarre taste of the girls. He chuckled and teased, "Since you girls are so passionate about this, how about I swallow you one by one so you can experience the thrill yourselves, free of charge?" Shivers ran down everyone's spines, and they instinctively scattered and retreated in silence. "Ah, master, I suddenly remembered it's time for me to grind levels. Oh, big boss, I have a sudden stomach ache. Right, there's still a pile of gear to distribute. I have some business, so I'll excuse myself first." Lu Chen could only turn his head and smile wryly. "All slipped away already. Then I should also get ready to set off." From a watchtower far away, a deep voice spoke. "Jiu Si, do you have any thoughts on this?" Jiu Si assessed cautiously. "Assuming he is willing to join us, our chances of clearing that Tian Yu grade boss will be very bright. The gear he has on is truly terrifying." But the man standing beside him looked puzzled and whispered, "Do you think that Wu Ming also shares the same origin as us? Like an outsider?" Jiu Si shook his head and immediately dismissed it. "The probability of that is 0. Back then, we had to go through hell just to get in here. How could a single individual have the ability to pierce through the world barrier?" The other guy was still hesitant and questioned Jiu Si. "Do you mean you're planning to roll out the red carpet to invite him into the team?" Jiu Si immediately denied it, his attitude extremely arrogant. "Invite him? Who does he think he is? Someone like him could never stand among our ranks. At most, he would just be an errand boy. This arrogant fellow, if we want to force him to bow his head, we must teach him a lesson about his place. Let's withdraw. Right now, I only need to collect one more piece to finish forging the ultimate equipment set. When that time comes, even if Wu Ming is a dragon or a tiger, he will have to kneel at my feet." Lu Chen also walked away from there, silently contemplating. "Let's look around and see if there are any spots to farm mounts." 2 days passed. In a wasteland, Lu Chen groaned miserably. "I wasted 2 whole days and didn't dig up anything useful. I'm starting to get bored. Strange, why does the sky up there look so weird? Don't tell me there's a hidden secret dungeon up there." Taking immediate action, he flew straight up into the 9 clouds, yet it was still completely empty, leaving Lu Chen bewildered. "I flew all the way up here and still haven't hit the ceiling. I've burned through 40,000 mana. What on earth is this ridiculously high altitude?" Just as he was about to turn back and give up, the system sounded a prompt. "You have entered the hidden dungeon area. Wu Xing Shen Chong Forbidden Ground." Lu Chen took in the magnificent scenery before him and praised, This dungeon's design is really top-notch. Stretching out below was an entire range of mountains and hills interspersed with vast forests. After clearing the hidden dungeon, the system panel popped up asking him to choose one of two rewards: Tun Tian Mo Hu Summoning Stone or Wei Shen Mount Tian Mo Hu. Lu Chen paused and calculated. A Wei Shen rank mount is very appealing, but acquiring another mid-grade ominous beast holds more core value. Currently, my lineup of mutated divine beast mid-grade ominous beasts is still missing too. He made his decision instantly, casting aside the mount to pick the summoning stone. The moment his finger touched the Tun Tian Mo Hu summoning stone, he received an immediate response. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon, preparing to activate teleportation. Lu Chen landed safely after leaving the dungeon, looking down at the world below. Letting out a sigh of relief. Wow, this run exhausted me completely, but the haul is truly amazing. Without going into detail, just these glittering, colorful mount shards are enough to make the gaming community fight tooth and nail over them. At this moment, except for the game testers, ordinary players absolutely had no way to obtain a mount. On a whim, he waved his hand to summon his newly acquired pet, Mount Lai Yan Julong. In the blink of an eye, a fire dragon as massive as a mountain descended. Lu Chen stared in awe, shouting in excitement, "An orange-quality mount, this is ridiculously majestic." On top of that, it even came with a skill of ridiculously absurd destructive power. The system announced the skill Hu Yan Tu Zai, dealing 100,000 damage in 2 waves over a large area, while triggering a burn effect that drains 5,000 health per second, lasting for a full 10 seconds. Looking down and spotting the territory of Hua Guo, Lu Chen's hands were itching, so he immediately ordered, "Let's test the firepower of this skill." The Huo Long rushed forward, tearing through the wind, breathing sky-covering fire and attacking in all directions. The people inside the city fled in terror. Monster siege. Is this terrifying fire dragon a regional boss, or is it someone's mount? Mount my foot, have you ever seen a mount that spits fire and bites people? It's heading towards Lingzhou City. Is its goal to flatten the city? Quickly alert our brothers to defend the city with everything we have. The Huo Long wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Lu Chen stared wide-eyed at the tragic scene. Are you kidding me? In the blink of an eye, it sent a bunch of guys back to the city to resurrect. This firepower is way too brutal. The crowd shrieked in terror. Look, everyone, that beast is coming. Form up to face it quick. Call for more reinforcements. What kind of monstrous plague is this? Just as the crowd was sinking into despair, Lu Chen descended and spoke aloud. Calm down, everyone, don't act rashly. That's my personal mount. I just accidentally tested its damage a bit earlier. My deepest apologies to the brothers who got caught in the crossfire. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes, gasping in shock. It's Wu Ming. Unbelievable, how can such a brutal creature be a mount? Since when has a mount ever been recorded as capable of fighting? Big brother Wu Ming, is that dragon really yours? Where did you get such a high-quality beast? Lu Chen explained warmly, I farmed it from a dungeon, but the specific coordinates are hard to describe. All I know is it's way up in the clouds. The worst part is after clearing it, the dungeon evaporated, so I can't find it again either. The onlookers who gathered around were stunned. A dungeon all the way up in the sky? That's too harsh. Big brother Wu Ming, what quality is your pet? Lu Chen casually dropped some bait. It's an orange rank mount. By the way, everyone take note. Tomorrow I will release a batch of pets into the market. Anyone interested, please visit the Quang Lang Guild's auction house to support us. They thought their eardrums were broken, whispering in a commotion, my God, is he really going to dump a stock of mounts? Am I hallucinating? Besides the giveaway ones, are there more diverse types of mounts? There's a chance to buy a mount with money. I must get one even if it kills me. After spreading the news, Lu Chen looked away, silently planning. The next step is to take out the Ling Yuan core to upgrade my mob farming spot. A moment later, Lu Chen was already at his wild mob farming spot. He opened his system panel to check his inventory. The Ling Yuan core dropped from the wild mobs was indeed overflowing with brilliant spiritual energy. After that, he pulled out his pile of pets to recount. He collected 170 green rank ones, about 73 blue rank ones, and finalized 40 purple rank ones. This was a life-changing haul. He was truly filthy rich now. Lu Chen focused on classifying them. Fire element Hu Long, metal element Lai Tian Hui, water element Lai Hai Chuan Long Jing, earth element Li Wei Tan, wood element Fu Gu Kun Wang. These 5-element mounts had completely different elemental counters. The minor ones were mostly sorted out, but he wondered if he could fuse their eggs together. If they could be mixed, that would be absolutely superb. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. The success rate for Mount Fusion is 50%. If it fails, all materials will vanish into thin air. Sacrificing more sub-pets will boost the success rate. To forge an orange-tier item, you must use at least purple-tier pets as fodder. Provoked by the notification, Lu Chen's risk-taking blood surged. Damn it, high risk, high reward. Put all the purple mounts into the pot, let's go all in and hope to turn a bicycle into a supercar. A whole pack of 40 purple pets. It was incredibly painful to part with them. Gods bless me to hit the jackpot on this one fuse. The system notification sounded, Perfect Fusion. Produced Zai Dai Tian Long, a unique dark gold quality mount. The newly born divine dragon stretched and roared to the heavens. Lu Chen was ecstatic, slapping his thigh. Oh my god, dark gold tier. This final result is a huge win, absolutely perfect. Wrapping all 5 elemental skill sets into one body is truly satisfying. The players lingering nearby witnessed this and froze for 5 seconds, calling out to each other. Hey, check out what that thing is. Oh my god, a living dragon. How massive is that? Truly mind-blowing. Messages from the guild members flooded in. Lu Yi, big brother, is that a new mount? I want to ride. Ning Shuang, master, let me ride that dragon please, I beg of you. Leng Ru, big boss, can I touch your pet for a bit? Lu Chen gasped. Even the serious Leng Ru was captivated. He replied in high spirits, patience, wait for me to return to the city to pick you up. Suddenly, Li Mu Hua also called frantically. Big brother, I just want to tag along and take a quick look, I beg you. Lu Chen grimaced and scolded him. You are an honorable soldier, yet you're begging like this. Can you please maintain some dignity? Li Mu Hua threw his pride aside and argued back stubbornly. I don't care about dignity, nor do I care about pride anymore. I just want to experience pure joy once in my life. While they were bickering, the growl of a beast drew Lu Chen's attention, another member of the game testing team. Following right behind, another pet landed right next to him, emitting a murderous aura that made the surrounding monsters scatter in fear. The onlookers gasped, is this a joke? They are automatically clearing the path for him. Just a slight release of pressure completely suppressed all surrounding pets. What tier of mount is that? Is this game not letting ordinary players survive anymore? Lu Chen clicked his tongue, brought his pet down and coaxed it. Your temper is too grumpy. In a bit, some of my friends want to hitch a ride, so you must be well behaved, understood? Let's settle on that, no exceptions a second time. Let them enjoy the ride for a bit. Tonight we will clear out the old mounts, and I will try to get some great gear to equip on you. Murmuring to himself, he steered the dragon to soar into the sky. That evening at the Kuanglang Guild's auction house, the auctioneer shouted, Everyone lend me your ears. In Jiu Tian, except for the game testers, there's no way to touch a mount. But tonight, your dream will become reality. Tonight's auction will dump 170 green mounts, along with 69 blue mounts. Anyone who wants to take a pet home had better prepare to open their wallets. The crowd of guests below gasped in shock. Such a massive stock. That's amazing. Amazing my foot, are you blind? Can't you see a sea of people looking to snatch them all? Exactly, they are mounts who wouldn't want to grab one to show off. The auctioneer ignored the whispers, raising his voice to announce, Jingwei Bird, a green rank mount, starting bid at 50,000. Instantly, bids shouted out one after another, 80,000, 130,000, 160,000. Lu Chen stood in a dark corner with crossed arms, watching with a satisfied smile on his face. Looks like tonight I'm going to net another heavy haul of gold. 8 hours passed, and Leng Ru came in to finalize the books. The green pets sold for an average price of over 150,000, while the blue pets went for at least 400,000 each. In total, tonight's revenue soared close to the 100 million mark. Lu Chen smiled brightly and nodded in praise, excellent business. Feng Lingzai gasped and drooled, over 100 million. Big brother Wu Ming, you're literally swimming in money. Yi Ning Shuang didn't care about the finances at all, keeping her eyes fixed on something else. As for me, I'm more obsessed with your dragon master. Lu Chen glanced at the girls and reassured them. Rest assured, I've kept aside shares for the three of you. Lu Yi, you take the Jin Mao. Ning Shuang, master, rewards you with the Bai Fang. As for Leng Ru, take 3, keep 1 for yourself, and do whatever you want with the other 2. After distributing the rewards, Lu Chen gazed into the distance, silently planning his next move. The final obstacle of the Dai Yichang Tian is calling. Let's head straight to the Tong Tian Tower. The moment he stepped out the door, Yi Ning Shuang trotted after him and asked, Master, in about half a month, Jiu Tian will hold a martial arts tournament to celebrate its 100th day. Do you plan to join the fun? Lu Chen frowned. That tournament? How much time will it take? She explained excitedly. I heard rumors that it's open to all members to fight each other, so it'll definitely be an exhausting, long process. Hearing that it was time-consuming, Lu Chen lazily dismissed it. Forget it then. I need to hurry up and grind to level 50, then go shake up the Tong Tian Tower. As for you, I'll power level you to 42, and then you can graduate and descend the mountain. 3 days later, deep inside the Mu Wan Yao, Lu Chen was burying his head in slaughtering monsters for exp. Glancing around, he began to yawn in boredom, thinking, Ning Shuang has graduated too, and since I'm idle, let's browse the forums to see what's up. Who would have thought that because the reputations of Wei Wo Du Quang and Wu Ming were too terrifying, not a single soul dared to register for the individual solo tournament. Comments on the forum popped up continuously. I am an expert. The match between Wu Ming and Wei Wo Du Quang, who will be the ultimate boss of this solo tournament. Grief at the edge of heaven. Ordinary players can only hope to snatch 3rd place in this tournament. Jiu Tian boss, I dare anyone to contest the rankings with Wei Wo Du Quang and Wu Ming. Reading this, Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. This won't do. I need to post a clarification quickly. He logged into his official account to type, Wei Wo Du Quang, Wu Ming and I would like to clarify that we will not be participating in this solo tournament. Hope everyone enjoys the game. The online community instantly exploded in a frenzy. Wu Ming's camp has withdrawn. Awesome. Exactly, now this is what I call a real competition. Everyone, grab your gear and go register quickly. After 12 long days of waiting, the individual tournament finally began. Lu Yi jumped up and cheered, awesome. After waiting forever, the tournament is finally open. I must make it into the top 256 at all costs. Yi Ning Shuang was equally fired up. Then shall we exchange some martial arts pointers? After 7 days of competing, the two met up again, chatting excitedly. Amazing, right? Both of us made it into the top 256, so let's call it a tie. Yeah, but I have no idea where Master has wandered off to. Returning to Lu Chen, the young man was currently disguised as a wild monster. Looking in the mirror to critique himself, my looks have really deteriorated lately. But on the bright side, I've successfully ground my way to level 50 and secured 2 extremely good talents. System text popped up. Talent 8 Half-Spirit Bloodline Level 6 Terror. Erodes 15% of physical and soul attack of enemies within a 40-meter radius, reduces target's attack speed by 10%, and adds 10% to casting time. Talent 9 Fiend Repelling Bloodline Level 6 Lifesteal. Restores 12% of health based on physical damage dealt, and enhances the effectiveness of all recovery effects by 20%. Lu Chen nodded in smug satisfaction. Great, absolutely great. With 9 talents packed, I'm sure even the Tong Tian Tower won't drop anything this good. Maybe I should make a detour to clear the hidden dungeon Wang Ling Zhai Men first and collect some gear for protection. Action follows desire. He confidently stepped straight into the space of the stone gate. Xiao Min hovered over and whispered in his ear, Boss, since you're already here, grab the Mu Chenzhou. It's a genuine virtual divine artifact. Lu Chen's eyes widened. A virtual divine artifact. Why didn't you mention such a rare item before? Xiao Min smiled slyly and explained, because back then, your power wasn't enough to control it. Even if you held it, you couldn't keep it. Now that you're overpowered, I finally dare to suggest it. Lu Chen pulled out his system status panel to inspect it. Freezing for a few seconds, he blurted out in admiration, such a magical effect indeed lives up to the name of a virtual divine artifact. This is exactly a portable mana pump. With this in my pocket, I will never have to worry about running out of energy. Hidden dungeon Wang Lingzhai men, let me clean you up. But the moment he peeked inside, what caught his eye was a familiar lineup of mobs, making him click his tongue in disappointment. Just level 50 miscellaneous spirits. I'm tired of these appetizers, fighting them is no different from grabbing free points. He casually leaped forward and threw a random sword slash. In just a few minutes, Lu Chen had slipped all the way to the bottom. The next opponent was indeed the final boss. Glancing inside, Lu Chen cried out in excitement, "Oh my God, what kind of monstrosity is this? The aura is truly overwhelming." Standing tall there was Gu Wang Reneric. Xiao Min cried out in alarm, "Boss, be careful, that's Gu Wang Reneric, it's incredibly tough." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in skepticism and retorted, "Incredibly tough? How does it compare to Tun Tian Mohu?" Xiao Min broke into a cold sweat and clarified, "Boss, this guy is a living entity, not a remnant soul." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Remnants like Tun Tian Mohu or Zai Yan Nai Huang from before were already that strong. How on earth is this guy so unbelievably powerful? Suddenly the beast growled, speaking in human tongue, "I recognize your scent. You are the one who crushed Cenobis, and you are the one who snatched the Mu Chen Zhou. You have quite some skill, Wei Wo Du Quang, but now taste the depth of despair." It puffed its chest to gather power, unleashing skills like a rain of bombs and bullets sweeping in all directions. Lu Chen reacted in a flash, plunging his sword into the ground and shouting, "Lai Dai Hong Gu, your flashy movements are pretty, but let's see how strong you actually are." With a strike unleashed, the boss's health bar only dropped to 56,328,600,000. Lu Chen gasped in lament, "Is this a joke? My attack only shaved off over 30,000 health, and on top of that, the stun buff of Lai Dai Hong Gu was completely resisted." The formidable boss counterattacked instantly, swinging its claws to sweep forward with Po Su. Lu Chen dodged to the side, unable to hide his horror as he muttered to himself, "Is this a full-screen attack force?" He hastily summoned his clones and sent them straight into the battle zone. The beast flexed its muscles again to explode an area skill. The two shadows that had just closed in were knocked backward. Standing at a distance, Lu Chen gritted his teeth. So lucky, this Shi Wang Fen Shen skill still has a 1-second invincibility state. While he was still lost in thought, the boss stomped its heel, cracking the ground. Lu Chen's jaw dropped in panic. "What is this?" It stomped and shattered the dungeon barrier. Xiao Min hurriedly urged him, "Boss, wake up. The dungeon is created by the system, so of course it can still break under impact. It's just that it requires a terrifying source of damage or some special cultivation method." The beast grew more and more excited, staring at Lu Chen and laughing like a madman. "Thank you, kid, for throwing open Wang Lingzhai men. Finally, I am free. I will slaughter this world and become its true king, Wan Hun Ling." Countless skills shot out wildly in all directions. Lu Chen struggled to dodge left and right, his face grim. At this rate, there's no way to dodge. The boss smirked, "Hopeless, don't even think about dodging my Wan Hun Ling. But then again, I can't attack you either. You just stay in this corner and take a break for a while." Lu Chen grimaced, cursing internally, "Damn it. This garbage is keeping me locked up for a full 30 minutes. Looking at his direction, it seems he is aiming for Ling Xiao City." He suddenly froze, remembering, isn't that place packed with crowds for the individual tournament? At that very moment, in the middle of Ling Xiao City, the announcer's loudspeaker echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the individual tournament is entering its most intense phase. Prepare yourselves to watch the clash of the top 64. The moment to crown the strongest player is drawing closer." Suddenly, the city shook violently, causing a panic among the citizens. An earthquake? No, the tremors are too rhythmic, and the impact is getting more intense by the second. "Look over there, everyone. What on earth is that shadow?" The boss tore through the dungeon barrier and rushed in. Glancing at the swarm of insects beneath its feet, it laughed savagely. "Such a dense population, I like it." The crowd was in utter chaos, questioning one another. "What? Why did a boss spawn here? Why did it come to Ling Xiao City? How is Tianxing Company running maintenance? How can they release a boss in the middle of a tournament event? This monster is huge, it doesn't feel like those petty bosses at all." The beast didn't bother wasting words, swinging its claws straight down with force, roaring, "Hello, my food." A strike came down, but most of the damage was blocked by the city's protective barrier. Returning to Lu Chen, he frowned and asked Xiao Min, "How is that, boss?" She stammered. "I only know it is extremely, extremely strong. Absolutely do not let him kill you, otherwise you won't be able to resurrect for a very long time." Lu Chen froze again. There's actually this kind of mechanism in this game. Then how long would it take to resurrect? Xiao Min replied timidly, "I estimate at least 24 hours. Lu Chen broke into a sweat. The wait time is that long. Xiao Min analyzed further. "I know it possesses two skills. One is Wang Ling bound. After destroying a target, it chains the victim's soul to enslave them. The second is Skeleton Army. Those killed by it will transform into skeletons to do its bidding." Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but swear. Then its minions will just multiply and breed like crazy. Damn it, what kind of freak did I just release? Li also called, screaming in panic. "Big brother, we're doomed. Something terrible happened. A super boss has appeared right in Ling Xiao City, and it has slaughtered countless players. After being killed by it, players can't resurrect on their own, and they even turn into skeleton soldiers and attack their own kind." Lu Chen's face darkened as he questioned, "Then where are our companions and the Kuang-Lang faction?" Lu Yi replied, "Xing Chen led us to hide temporarily inside Ling Xiao City. It seems that Guy doesn't dare to barge in for now, but it grabbed Ning Shuang and took her away." Lu Chen frowned in confusion. "She didn't escape," Lu Yi narrated. "That monster contemptuously said that the strongest of humanity were nothing but ants in its eyes. Ning Shuang got angry, so she jumped out to fight it." Hearing the outcome, Lu Chen could only clutch his forehead and sigh helplessly. "Oh, what a silly girl." Lu Yi added another line. "It also arrogantly claimed that it would make the finest disciple of humanity its slave forever." This statement angered Lu Chen. He sneered, "Damn it, just a petty boss, yet so arrogant. But how do I remove this Wang Ling bound?" On the front line, the crowd burst into cheers. "Look, everyone, experts have appeared. Those four are hitting so hard, where are they from? It feels like they might be even stronger than Wu Ming." The boss took continuous hits, stumbling backward. The man following Jiu Si grumbled with a frown. "Jiu Si, this guy's shield is too tough." Jiu Si also grit his teeth and muttered, "This dragging on won't do. Do we really have to pull out that move? That move was originally meant to deal with Wu Ming." But the two of them ended up giving the boss breathing room, and it immediately sneered back. "You ants, just obediently wait for death. The strongest among you has already been subdued by me. If you don't believe it, open your eyes wide and see." With those words, a swirling suction force burst out, dragging Lu Chen's chained body toward the boss. The crowd was utterly horrified. "What's going on? Look, everyone, it's Wu Ming. It seems he was captured alive. But regardless, with Wu Ming showing up here, our chances of victory just increased by a bit." Standing below, Jiu Si decisively commanded, "Begin." Four shadows erupted simultaneously as four columns of light pierced the sky. The onlookers recognized them and gasped, "Oh my God, those are four orange magic treasures. What is this move supposed to do?" The four Kua Fu magic treasures fused together, molding the phantom of Kua Fu's soul. As soon as the phantom took shape, it immediately delivered a Zhu Rai Bao Zan. The pressure radiating out made the crowd ecstatic. "So powerful, maybe we really can turn the tables, tear it apart. Nobody expected there were still such heavy hitters hidden here." But the monster disdainfully blocked the blow. "What can a few mere phantoms of Kua Fu descending to Earth accomplish? How could they ever be compared to my Gu Wang Jiang? Next, it's my turn on stage." It swung its blade in response, and immediately a series of damage deduction notifications popped up. 180,000, 840,000. The Kua Fu phantom spit blood from the slash, crumbling into pieces. Lu Chen also broke into a sweat, muttering an assessment. This Gu Wang kept another trump card hidden. Did it somehow anticipate Kua Fu's appearance? The watching crowd went into another panic-stricken frenzy. This Gu Wang is too terrifying. It feels like it's about to break through the game's limits. Is there something wrong with the Tian Hang developers' heads? Who could possibly beat this? Players killed by it won't actually be wiped out forever without being able to revive, right? Having just cut down Kua Fu, the boss puffed out its chest and roared, "All of you, offer your lives and die for me." A few people located where Lu Chen was trapped and rushed over. "Boss, how do we rescue you?" Lu Chen turned his head back and shouted loudly, "I'm bound by Wang Hunling. You guys can't do anything about it. Go save Ning Shuang first, she's still trapped in the city." The mad beast rampaged everywhere, causing massive destruction. One unlucky player after another was slapped and sent flying into the air. A few figures were flung right in front of Lu Chen, trying to reassure him, "Wu Ming, I'm fine." Playing the role of a powerless husband, Lu Chen strained his neck and roared, "Gu Wang, I will make you wish you were dead." The evil beast became even more jubilant, laughing heartily. "You're so angry, how embarrassing. Even if you're angry, you can't take revenge. My Wang Hunling is more than enough to bind even those of the Kua Fu Shen Ming class, let alone a tiny human like you." Lu Chen found it an eyesore and retorted, "Is that so? Then today, this lowly human will smash your Wang Hunling to pieces." No sooner said than done. Chi Mei La was immediately summoned onto the field. Seeing this, the boss took the opportunity to mock. "What can pulling out such a tiny thing accomplish? Even telling it to scratch an itch for me wouldn't be enough." Chi Mei La silently refused to respond, charging straight ahead to bite Lu Chen, causing his health to drop by 12.119 HP. The witnessing crowd widened their eyes in absolute confusion. What is going on? Is Wu Ming crazy? Exactly, why did it suddenly bite him? Is he unable to bear the humiliation, so he chose the path of suicide? The boss laughed hysterically, "Truly foolish beyond words. That works too. I can harvest the soul of an expert as easily as turning my hand, saving me the trouble." As soon as it finished speaking, it unleashed a move intending to collect the soul, however. Lu Chen still stood rigid like a stone statue, completely unresponsive. The monster stood dazed in surprise. What happened? How on earth did it have no effect? Lu Chen's entire body suddenly burst into flames, his lips curling into a triumphant smirk. The crowd was stunned once again. Why did he suddenly catch fire like that? It looks a bit like the Yu Huo Changsheng move. Yu Huo Changsheng, could it be some kind of resurrection skill? A phoenix phantom also gracefully spread its wings right behind Lu Chen's back. The boss slapped its thigh as realization dawned. "I see, so it's the passive of the Zai Yan Nai Huang magic treasure. But to break this binding, you've wasted a whole life. Don't naively dream that holding on to one measly life will allow you to defeat me." Lu Chen ignored it and fired back. "Boss, stop putting on acts. It's only because you lack confidence in your own strength that you used a piece of trash like Wang Hunling. Because you saw me dodge your Po Su move, you got scared that I'd dodge your other crappy skills too, didn't you?" Gu Wang sneered, "This kid is indeed interesting. Do you really think this king is afraid of you?" Lu Chen was also fierce and unyielding, roaring, "I'm just too lazy to waste time bickering with you. Let me open your eyes to see just how ugly your wretched corpse will look when you die." Beholding the majestic divine beast stepping out beside Lu Chen, the boss turned pale. You have a divine beast, and a mature one at that." Lu Chen dealt an additional psychological blow. "Since you have the eyes to recognize it, you must know very well that its specialty is a chance to stun, right? Furthermore, earlier my companions beat you to the point of blindness, proving I've discovered something extremely interesting. That is, as long as I get close to you, every crowd control skill will hit its mark. Gu Wang, I don't give a damn what kind of plague you are or where you drifted from, but if you dare touch my disciple, you are destined to pay the price." Its pride wounded, Gu Wang went wild and unleashed its move. "Seeking death, Po Su, I'll watch and see how you escape this." Lu Chen stood calm and motionless, puffing out his chest to take the hit. "Did I ever say I planned to dodge?" Taking the full blow, he mustered his strength, stomped the ground and shot forward, sticking close to the boss's body. Shouting to the heavens, "My damage is packed with a chance to stun. You can just hold on to that effect until you die." A torrent of consecutive strikes rained down, shaving off a massive chunk of the boss's health. The crowd below stared in terror. Unbelievable, a single 18-hit combo from Wu Ming shaved off up to 400,000 health. Exactly, and with 6 additional layers of supportive damage stacked on, the power is truly terrifying. The main thing is that Gu Wang is actually stunned and can't wake up. After 10 minutes of grinding, everyone's jaws dropped. Good Lord, how much health has been shaved off? A quick calculation must be around 50 million. Wu Ming is too terrifying. What on earth was in the old player's brains? They actually dared to challenge him. Look, everyone, the boss is about to breathe its last. The boss by this time was utterly battered but still locked in the stun effect, only able to roar in helplessness. No, this can't be. This is impossible. I am not resigned. I am not resigned. Lu Chen also puffed his cheeks and let out a long sigh of relief. Well, it's finally over. System interface immediately flashed a dozen notifications. Received 10 points of first transition reinforcement. Received 1 demon god's heart. Received 1 demon god's fragment. Received the item Throne of the Undead Dark Gold Magic Treasure. Received the item Gu Wang's Ring of Attack, level 50 Dark Gold. Received the item Invitation to the Demon God Temple, unique quest item. Received the item Pai Shan Lai High Scroll, Xuan Grade Manual. Received 5 fragmented bones of Gu Wang orange material. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes, unable to believe his eyes, and blurted out, "Holy crap, what on earth is this pile of rewards?"